Mr. Benson Hill is an ordinary business representative. He often travels between Dunlin and Big Apple City. With his wife Dora Hill, he lives on the outskirts of Dunlin, married for 5 years, but never had children. Until a month ago, a middle-aged woman wearing an emerald green cloak appeared. The life of the husband and wife is to add a touch of fun. The middle-aged woman brought them a baby boy. Dora quit her job as a cleaner and began taking care of him. Benson also took pleasure in taking several names, and finally settled on the full name, Eugene Griffin Hill. After a month of getting along, Dora discovers that Eugene is a very smart child. When hungry, I will reach out and beat the bell next to the crib. He does not sleep during the day, does not cry, and is very sensible. But the more obedient the child, the more worried Dora became, because she was worried that the child's real parents would come and ask him back. Especially in recent days, she has always been disturbed. It seems that this worry has also been transmitted to the husband. On Tuesday morning, while riding the subway, Benson saw several cloaked men gathered together, seemingly discussing something. A colleague who ran business with him also joked, "Today's young people really don't understand. Are you doing fundraising activities?" Benson shook his head, not quite clear. "How about we go over and take a look?" Colleague Vaughn suggested. Benson wasn't going to listen, maybe others didn't know, but he knew who those people were. Because Eugene's biological parents have some relationship with those people. "Let's go." Vaughn pushed Benson towards the group. Mr. and Mrs. Potter. Well, their son Harry. When I walked over, I seemed to find that they were discussing something. Benson didn't have the heart to listen, but said hello to Vaughn and hurried to the house. He was worried that his son, who had finally been obtained, would be picked up just like that. Right. That's right, the fear of being picked up. The middle-aged woman who sent Eugene to the house mentioned that the child's parents had encountered some difficulties, so put him in foster care at Hill's house. The name was taken by Benson, followed by the surname Hill. But in the end, let the Hill couple be more worried about this. They fear that their children will be asked back. Looking at the cloaked people on the street, the excited look on their faces, Benson felt that the big trouble of those people should be solved. Hurried home, he found his wife Dora feeding the baby milk. Benson breathed a sigh of relief. Well? How did something fall? Dora looked up and looked at her husband with some doubt. He was panting, his forehead covered with beads of sweat. "Dora, let's move quickly," Benson proposed. Dora was stunned for a moment. "You noticed it. On the street today, those are all gathered together." Benson told everything he saw. Dora hugged Eugene, took out a newspaper, and handed it to Benson. "Look at this." Benson was holding a newspaper that reported the reason why the owl appeared during the day today. The newspaper explained that it seemed to be because of the meteor shower last night. However, is there any direct connection between meteor showers and owls that haunt during the day? Of course, there is something that Benson did not expect. When he read the newspaper, there was another pair of eyes that were also following. It was none other than Eugene, who was held in Dora's arms and silently drank milk. At the moment, Eugene had only one thought in his mind. Perhaps, probably, maybe, he traveled to the world of Harry Potter. Eugene was originally a young man living on Blue Star, and during the summer vacation of his sophomore year, he traveled to Dunlin alone. I didn't expect to encounter a terrorist attack. Their tour bus was hit and there was an explosion. When Eugene woke up again, he found that he had become a baby. Later, he was sent to Hill's house. For a month, he had been trying to find out where he had been reborn. What kind of world is it? Intermittently collecting information, Eugene only knew that he was on the outskirts of Dunlin. I don't know anything else. As for newspapers, today is the first time I have come into contact with them. When he saw the contents of the newspaper, Eugene had already made a preliminary inference. Alas, what is all this? Just as Eugene was secretly sighing, there was a sudden knock on the door. Mr. and Mrs. Hill were taken aback. Eugene felt Dora hold him harder, increasing it a little. Benson and Dora looked at each other. Finally, Benson took a deep breath, fixed his mind, and went to open the door. Outside the door stood 3 people, a young couple, and a middle-aged woman who had sent Eugene over a month earlier. "Mr. Hill, they want to come and see the child." The middle-aged woman spoke first. Benson also refused and invited the 3 into the house. "Come first." The young couple was delighted to have been allowed. The young woman did not immediately ask to see Eugene, but asked, "Is the child's name ready?" "Well, take it." Benson nodded. Eugene Griffin Hill. When he said the name, the smile on his face showed that he was very satisfied with the name. The young woman nodded and did not say anything about the name. "Can I hug Eugene?" the young woman asked a little cautiously. "Oh, of course." Dora stood up and walked over with Eugene in her arms. "After all, you are SHH-" The young man who had been sitting on the side, never speaking, stopped her next words. "You are the parents of your children." The young woman held Eugene in her arms. "Yes, this child is yours. Although she was a little reluctant in her eyes, for the sake of the safety of her children, she could only do this. The moment he was embraced by the young woman, Eugene felt a feeling that he missed very much. The words of young men and women, although very cryptic, but Eugene still understood. The young man and woman who suddenly came to visit were his biological father and mother, and he knew it by looking at the attire. They are wizards. Including that, the middle-aged woman who sent him to Hill's house before, too. It seems that to protect Eugene, they gave Eugene directly to the Hills. And the Hills are just ordinary people. It's almost time, it's time for us to leave, Master Eugene will be noticed, the middle-aged woman reminded. The young man did not hold Eugene. Before leaving, he gave Benson a key. This is the key to Gringotts, please keep it. Then the young man gave Benson another letter. There was something to explain in it, and Benson waited for them to leave before opening it. The young woman reluctantly returned Eugene to Dora, and then left with her. After Benson sent a few people out and made sure they were really leaving, he returned to the house. He breathed a sigh of relief. I'm really worried they're going to get the baby back. Dora hugged Eugene and kissed him on the forehead. It's okay, Eugene stayed. Honey, look at what is written in the letter, Dora urged. Eugene was also curious. However, Dora put Eugene on the crib, so much so that he could not see the contents of the letter. For the content of the letter, Eugene has always been obsessed. Until he was 7 years old, Eugene still paid attention to the letter. Unfortunately, the letter was placed in the Hills room. Eugene sneaked in several times, but could not find it. On this day, after Eugene came home from school, he was ready to sneak into the room to find the letter. But as soon as he reached the staircase, he was stopped by Benson. Eugene, come here. Benson put on his usual serious look. Perhaps because of entering middle age, Benson's body shape has changed considerably in the past 6 years in the Hill family. Now it's completely the image of a greasy fat uncle. The serious look is quite funny. However, Eugene still has more respect for him. After all, it was for him to eat and live, 6 years. I also care about him quite a lot. Eugene had to temporarily abandon the plan to steal the letter. Open your mouth and show me. Benson rode. Well, it's the age when Eugene changes teeth. To be honest, in his previous life, he changed his teeth quite smoothly. I don't know if it's because this body now comes from the bloodline of crooked nuts. The teeth inside him have a slight sign of buck teeth. Before the teeth are loosened, new teeth begin to grow. Benson looked at Eugene's teeth and frowned. It seems that it is necessary to go. Eugene had a bad hunch. He's going to pull out his teeth. Coupled with the age of his previous life, he is almost the same age as Benson. But Eugene is a little afraid to see a dentist from the bottom of his heart. Don't say it hurts. Just by opening your mouth, you can get tired enough. In his previous life, he went to fill a tooth and went to the dentist for 3 weeks. Every time I come back to the dentist, I feel like my mouth is scooping. That sourness, Eugene was reborn, and he couldn't forget it. However, he wanted to refuse to see a dentist. In the end, the family voted and lost by 1 vote. The Hills had a rare time to unite the front because of Eugene's affairs. So much so that early on the weekend morning, Eugene was called up by Dora. Benson drove and, accompanied by Dora, Eugene went to the dentist. Because of the weekend, many children come to see the dentist. So Benson went to the queue first, and just then Dora met her colleague, and the two started talking. After Eugene went to school, Dora went to find a job, currently working in a textile factory. Eugene could only sit in his seat and look up at the ceiling in a daze. No way, the children here are crying so much that he feels a little noisy. Did you also come to see my dad for teeth? A little girl, holding a fairy tale book in her hand, sat in the seat next to Eugene. The girl looked about his age, with short, brown hair that was somewhat disheveled. Eugene, also not knowing who it was, showed him his teeth. Then you must love sugar. The girl is determined. My dad said that if you love sugar, you can easily grow tooth decay. The girl said. Also, if you don't brush your teeth before going to bed, you will also have tooth decay. And, not tooth decay. Seeing the girl chattering, Eugene interrupted her. Is that because the teeth didn't grow well? The girl judged again. She closed the fairy tale book in her hand, and with a little freckled face, leaned towards Eugene. You open your mouth, let me see. Eugene said in his heart, you are a little girl of 7 or 8 years old, what can you do when you see it? Fortunately, Benson came over at this time. It should be about to take him to see the teeth, just to get rid of this somewhat annoying little girl. Hello Mr. Hill. To Eugene's surprise, the little girl stood up directly and greeted Benson. Did Benson meet a little girl? Little Hermione. Benson smiled slightly, then took a piece of chocolate from his pocket and prepared to hand it to the little girl. Little Hermione? Compared to their acquaintance, Eugene was more surprised by the little girl's name. Her father was a dentist, and her name was Hermione. It's also a little too coincidental. Hermione Granger, Eugene asked subconsciously. Yes, Hermione nodded. but there was no surprise how he knew her last name. She looked very proud. Perhaps in her cognition, there is nothing surprising about knowing her last name. After all, her father and mother are both dentists and are relatively famous here. This is Eugene, Benson proudly introduced. Eugene Hill. Hermione looked like she suddenly understood. You have a bucktooth, don't you? Eugene has a black line, how did it pull on the teeth again? Afterwards, Eugene learned that their home was not too far from Hermione's. Benson had visited the Grangers before and talked about Eugene. That's it, and now bring Benson to extract teeth. In fact, Benson was more worried about the abnormality when Eugene extracted his teeth. The so-called anomaly is not too strange to see at home, but if it appears when the tooth is extracted, it will be a little troublesome. Therefore, before deciding on Eugene's tooth extraction, Benson conducted some consultation and investigation. That's why I decided to ask Dr. Granger for help. Honey, has it been arranged? Dora returned with her colleagues nagging. Well, Benson nodded. Next is Eugene. Just then, the nurse called Eugene's name. Mr. and Mrs. Hill accompanied Eugene into the treatment room. Dr. Granger, who was washing his hands, greeted him with a smile when he saw the arrival of the Hill family. Dr. Granger, the child has some special circumstances, so in case something happens, Dora was still a little worried. Well, it's okay. Dr. Granger comforted Dora. My Hermione is a little naughty sometimes. Eugene, come here, come and sit down here. When Eugene sat in the chair, he felt that it was a wrong decision to extract his teeth. Dr. Granger, do we need to go out? Benson asked cautiously. Dr. Granger waved his hand. No, you'd better stay here with little Eugene. Oh, more, Mrs. Hill, please lock the door. He also specifically reminded. Come, behave, open your mouth, don't move, it'll be fine soon. Dr. Granger began giving Eugene anesthetics. At this moment, in Eugene's eyes, Granger is like a strange maze. Deceived children. It doesn't hurt at all, don't worry. However, this statement seems to be of some use to Eugene. Give himself hints. But in the small treatment room, there was a strange scene. The bottles and jars that were placed on the shelves began to shake. Some smaller glass bottles are slowly rising. The Hills looked at each other. They knew that when Eugene was nervous, things around him would move. If it were not for the fact that the shield was inside the plate, this phenomenon would have been mistaken for an earthquake. However, the Hills were well aware that it was a phenomenon caused by the influence of magic. Okay, don't be nervous, relax. Dr. Granger was calm. He patted Eugene on the shoulder. Relax, relax. Perhaps, in Dr. Granger's opinion, the situation in the clinic today is very common. Eugene felt that this was a particularly bad experience. Fortunately, it didn't take long. The tooth was extracted. In the examination room, there were no cases of broken bottles. After coming out of the treatment room, Eugene was relieved. Hopefully, in the future, I will not come to the dentist again. While leaving, Eugene met Hermione again. Well, my dad is awesome. The little girl's face was full of pride, and there was a little bit of arrogance. The anesthesia had not yet passed, and hearing Hermione's words, Eugene felt a little toothache. He had a little sense of how Harry and Ron had treated her in the first place. Eugene nodded. To be honest, Eugene couldn't have too much affection for Hermione, who was still a child. However, it was also because of this encounter. They can often meet in school. It turned out that they were attending the same elementary school. As they grew older, the surrounding boys began to discuss the topic of girls. Eugene could often hear them discussing Hermione. Because of his excellent grades, he has attracted the attention of many students. Of course, it is also alienated by some people. Even when it came to the group photo after elementary school, it seemed that not many people would want to stand next to Hermione. Eugene is also an isolated presence. Of course, it's not that he is isolated, but that he really can't stay with the children who are currently naive. Finally, the group photo was taken, and Eugene stood next to Hermione. Eugene. After the graduation photo was finished, Hermione called Eugene. Have you figured out which school to go to in middle school? Hermione asked. Hogwarts. Hermione was a little surprised. You two-wizard. Eugene nodded. This kind of thing, there is no need to hide it. After all, Hermione will also go, and when the time comes, the two will still meet. I really didn't expect that I would be a wizard. Hermione seemed to have found the person to talk to, and eager to share her experience. I also just celebrated my birthday last year and found out that I was a wizard. What about you? Ever since Eugene realized he had come to the world of Harry Potter. You know, he's a wizard. Of course, he was not going to tell the truth. I only found out recently. Did Hogwarts send you a letter? Eugene shook his head. It's only June, the owl sends the letter, how can it be until the end of July? I heard that after turning 11, you can receive a letter from Hogwarts. Hermione seemed to be preparing to do science for Eugene. Do you know why you should be 11 years old to go to Hogwarts to study magic? Eugene shook his head. He knew, but didn't really want to say it. After getting to know Hermione, I gradually understood the character of this little girl. He looks confident on the outside, but has a little inferiority on the inside. Eugene remembers that once, 2 male classmates laughed at Hermione's front teeth. When she returned home that day, Eugene found her hiding in an alley crying. However, Eugene did not step forward to comfort her, but silently watched her from a distance. Worried that she would do something stupid, he quietly followed her until she got home. The next day, Eugene realized that he was thinking too much. Hermione was still happily at school. I don't know, but I think I'll find out soon. She is very confident. Eugene, if you receive a letter from Hogwarts, be sure to let me know. Hermione reminded. Okay. After the graduation photo shoot, the first day of July, Hermione received a letter from Hogwarts. Eugene's, on the other hand, is delayed. For a moment, he wondered if Hogwarts had forgotten to send him a letter. It wasn't until mid-July that Eugene's letter finally arrived. It was a somewhat hot Tuesday morning. The Hill family of 3 had just had breakfast. Dora is washing dishes in the kitchen. Suddenly, an owl crashed directly into the kitchen window. Maybe it had to be too violent, and he fainted directly on the balcony. Frightened, Dora screamed, and one of the plates in her hand shattered. It turns out that the stupid owl is not the only one in Ron's house. "You scared me to death." Dora patted her chest. Benson hurried outside the door and carried the fainted owl home. He still had a letter in his hand, addressed to Eugene. Alas, it should have come, but it still came. Benson sighed and handed the letter to Eugene. Eugene took the letter. The envelope was made of heavy parchment, and the address was written in emerald green ink. Exactly, the address of Hill's house. The envelope does not have a stamp affixed. Eugene flipped the envelope over, and on the other side was a wax seal, a shield ornament, and a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounded by a capital H. These 4 animals represent the 4 houses of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry: Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. Eugene opened the letter, pulled it out, and read it. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, Grand Magician of Sir Merlin's Order of the First Class, Chief Magician of Wizengamot. Dear Mr. Hill, we are pleased to inform you that you have been approved to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find attached a list of required books and equipment. The semester is scheduled to start on September 1st. We will be waiting for your owl to bring your reply before July 31st. Vice-Chancellor Minerva McGonagall. Be careful, Eugene, show me. At this time, Dora put away the broken dishes and walked over. Wait for Dora to finish reading the letter. Benson also took it and looked at it. There's a second page here. I put the second page of letter paper on the table. The 3 of them read the above together. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry uniform. First-year students need 1. 3 sets of plain work robes, black. 2. A plain spire worn during the day, black. 3. A pair of protective gloves, made of dragon skin or similar materials. 4. A winter cloak, black, silver buckle. Please note, all student attire must be embellished with a name tag. Textbook. All students are required to prepare the following books: Standard Spells, Elementary, by Miranda Gossick. History of Magic, by Bathilda Bashett. A Guide to Beginner Metamorphosis, by Emery Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Mushrooms, by Philida Spo. Magic Potions and Potions, by Arseni Geiger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, by Newt Scarman. Dark Magic, A Guide to Self-Defense, by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment: A Magic Wand, 1 Crucible, Tin Pewter, Standard Size 2. A set of glass or crystal vials, a telescope, a brass balance. Students are allowed to bring an owl or a cat or toad. Parents are reminded that first-year students are not allowed to bring their own flying brooms. I didn't expect that to go to the magic school. You still need to buy so many things. After reading the second page of the letter, Dora sighed. Next, Dora had another question. I don't seem to have found Dunlin. Do you have anything to buy with a wand? In terms of school, doesn't anyone have instructions on how we should go shopping? Also, where is the school address? How is our family Eugene going? Dora's series of questions. It is not difficult to see that as a mother, she is worried about her children's studies. Okay, honey, don't worry. Benson comforted. It seems that little Hermione has also received a letter. You can ask her when the time comes. So, that evening, the Hill family went to visit. Eugene learned that it turned out that after Hermione received the letter, a professor had come home to give guidance. And everything she should buy is already ready. After returning home, Dora became anxious again. Oh, why didn't the professor come to our house? What Broken Axe Bar, what Diagon Alley, and what Gringotts? I have never heard of it. Wait, Benson interrupted Dora suddenly. Gringotts, I seem to have heard it. Benson seemed to remember something. After that, he ran into the room and began to rummage through the cabinets. Eugene knew when Benson had heard about it. I heard about it from Eugene's biological father. Back then, a key was given. Eugene spent nearly a decade and couldn't find the letters they left behind. Dora, where did we hide the letter? Eugene felt like Benson had been looking in the room for a century. In the end, I forgot where. Letter. Dora didn't react for a moment. Oh, it's the letter that asks us to keep the keys. You seem to have sewed it into the mattress. Dora thought for a moment. Quick, go get the scissors, Benson ordered. Eugene stood outside the door, watching the two busy. It turned out that in order not to be discovered by anyone, the Hills opened a gap in the mattress, and the letter and key were stuffed and then sewn again. Over the years, Eugene rummaged through boxes and cabinets, and he touched his pockets again. It turned out that the letter was hidden inside the mattress. Well, Eugene really couldn't imagine that something would be hidden there. After taking out the letter and keys, Benson immediately opened the letter and found a contact number on it. Then I went to make a phone call. Mom, can you show me that letter? Eugene stared straight at the letter that had reached Dora's hand. Dora was stunned and smiled, of course. She didn't seem to have anything to hide. Eugene took the letter, and Ben still wondered if he would write about his own life and so on. However, after seeing the content of the letter, he was a little disappointed and did not introduce his life. He still read the letter in its entirety. Dear Mr. Hill, thanks for your care. This child may be a little special. I hope it will not cause you and your wife trouble. The child's birthday is August 1st. The keys are left for children who are needed when they start school at the age of 11. But please remember to contact Eleanor Keith before July 31st. It's about your child's future learning. Attached is Mrs. Keith's contact number 0033 plus 1XXXX. This letter is not signed. Eugene's expectations were completely disappointed. But Eleanor, this person, may know something. He thought so. When Eugene returned the letter to Dora, Benson called back. Now, it's time to use that key. Benson wrote. Tomorrow Mrs. Keith will fly to Dunlin. Eleanor must have come from a relatively distant place. On Wednesday afternoon, there was a knock on Hill's door. The Hills are still at work. Eugene opened the door expectantly. He has a smile on his face, hoping to make a good impression on the other person. Pull in the relationship, maybe you can get a word out of her mouth. Eugene was still thinking that if Eleanor was a smiling person, then he would really have some difficulty. However, everything is still Eugene thinking too much. Eleanor Keith is a middle-aged woman who looks 40 or 50 years old. Because he was wearing civilian clothes, Eugene did not recognize it at first. Until she said, Master Eugene, long time no see. Only then did Eugene recognize that Eleanor was the middle-aged witch who had sent him to Hill's house. Only, did not come over today in a cloak. Hello Mrs. Keith. Eugene hurried to say hello. I wanted to say long time no see, but I thought that I was 1 year old at that time. Normally, I don't have a memory. Eugene invited Eleanor into the house and poured her a cup of tea. What about Mr. and Mrs. Hill? After Eleanor sat down, she looked around, but did not find the figure of the Hill couple. Not off work yet. Eugene sat down across from Eleanor. Mrs. Keith, do you know why I am a wizard? He tried to ask in a childlike tone. I want to talk on the side and understand the problems of my own life. Because your parents have that gene, Eleanor said. The Hills didn't tell Eugene that he had sent it from Eleanor. Therefore, he can only show that he thinks that the Hills are his biological parents. But neither my father nor my mother are wizards. Eleanor reached out and rubbed Eugene's head. Master Eugene, isn't that friend Hermione of yours the same? Parents are not wizards, but their children may be, she explained with a smile. Hearing this, Eugene knew that he should not be able to ask anything. I had to give up for the time being. Because of Eleanor's arrival, the Hills left work very early today, also took a day off. Eleanor couldn't stay in Dunrin for too long, so he arranged to take them shopping tomorrow. Early Thursday morning, Eugene was called up by Dora. Because Eleanor suddenly had an urgent matter, she had to go back in the afternoon, and the plan had to be advanced. Mr. Hill, I'm really sorry. After a simple breakfast, Eleanor was still apologizing. I can only take you to Diagon Alley today, and I can't accompany young Master Eugene to buy things together. It's okay, Mrs. Keith, you gave me the name of the shop early in the morning. Benson Road. So, it won't be a big problem. Eleanor was still not very relieved, and explained again, remember, after going to Diagon Alley, go to Gringotts first. Take that key and take some currency out. Otherwise, with muggles, that is, in your currency, there is no way to buy it directly. I wrote it all down. Benson nodded. Benson drove directly in his car and followed the route specified by Eleanor. The car stopped in front of a bookstore. Can I buy the books Eugene wants here? After getting out of the car, Dora was a little puzzled. Because she brought Eugene to this bookstore to buy books. Not this bookstore. Eleanor pointed to the side. Record store. Benson didn't believe he could buy those things. Because not long ago, he went to the store and bought you 2 records. The one among them. Eleanor pointed again. It seems that after her reminder, the Hill family finally found the bar with a small facade. Broken axe bar. Dora rubbed her eyes, a little puzzled, as if they hadn't noticed. Looking at the people rushing to work on the road, it seems that they don't notice this bar very much. The appearance is dirty and small. At this time, Eleanor had already pushed the bar door open to let Hill in. The doorbell rang, but it didn't get much attention either. However, as a relatively famous place, Eugene thinks that the sanitation here looks a little bad. At the same time, give him a feeling of mixing and Twitter, noisy. Eleanor led the three of them to the bar. The bar owner seemed to know her, and hurriedly greeted her. "Mrs. Keith, it seems that you haven't been here for a long time. Have you been staying in a hotel lately?" Eleanor nodded. "Well, it's a little busy. Would you like something to drink?" The bar owner also noticed the three people behind her. "No, Tom." Eleanor shook her head. "I help my friend with errands. Their children, going to Hogwarts, are going to Diagon Alley to buy something." The bar owner was a little surprised. "So that's the case, but how did you help the new students at Hogwarts?" "It's a friend who has something, asked me to help bring it over," Eleanor explained. The bar owner didn't ask any more. Just then, someone entered the bar again. It was a young man who entered the bar. The man's head was wrapped in a large purple scarf, which was very strange, and the strange smell of Eugene's taste just now seemed to emanate from that person. "It's like garlic smell." Eugene rubbed his nose. He didn't expect that his nose still had this function. Looking at the dress, Eugene guessed who the other party was. Quill Linus Quirrell. Professor Quirrell, Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts course. At this moment, Voldemort should be attached to the back of Quirrell's head. Eugene really wanted to step forward and uncover the purple scarf on Quirrell's head. However, he endured it. After all, he still didn't know anything about magic. I want one room." Quirrell looked around, his expression extremely nervous. Quirrell was still shaking. Eugene speculates that Quirrell must have just become Voldemort's servant. That person is so strange. Dora was more sensitive and immediately noticed Quirrell. Eugene took Dora's hand, wanting her to pay attention and stop talking. Who knows, he was misunderstood by Dora. He was afraid. Dora touched Eugene's head. "It's okay, don't be afraid, Mom is here." It made Eugene a little crying and laughing. The Hill family didn't pay much attention to Quirrell. Instead, under the leadership of Eleanor, he crossed the bar. "Later, after you go to Diagon Alley, don't talk to people casually. This will save you a lot of trouble," she specially reminded. The group of four came to a small patio with four walls. There was nothing here except a trash can and some weeds. On the surface, it looks extremely ordinary. "Count 3 pieces up, 2 more books horizontally, and here it is," Eleanor said to Eugene. "Remember?" Eugene nodded. Remembered. She had specifically told him that Eugene would be able to come in the future. "You guys back off a bit," Eleanor reminded. The three retreated together. At this moment, Eleanor drew her magic wand. "Remember, knock 3 times. Saying that, she gently knocked the brick 3 times. The bricks she had knocked on began to shake. Then, moving, a small hole appeared in the middle. The bricks on the wall moved in turn, and the hole became larger and larger. In a short time, the brick in front of him turned into an arched passage large enough for 2 people to pass. The Hills were already stunned in place. Even Eugene was surprised. In the past, the plot that only existed in a film and television drama actually appeared in front of his eyes today. It's that unreal feeling. He, on the other hand, was able to touch the brick and feel the hardness of the brick. An arched passage leads directly to a winding, endless, paved cobblestone road. "Welcome to Diagon Alley." Eleanor leaned sideways and made an inviting gesture. A group of 4 people passed through the arched passage. When Eugene turned back again, the passage behind him began to narrow. Finally, it returned to the appearance of the wall just now. "Hey, this is a crucible shop in front." Dora immediately noticed the nearest shop. "I remember being on the list, it seemed like I was going to buy this." Benson was reminded of the contents of the second page of the notice. Yes. Eleanor nodded. "However, you guys have to go and withdraw the money first," Eleanor reminded. Yes, it's going to Gringotts, right?" Benson asked. "He still has a key in his hand." Eleanor nodded. "Yes, you guys have to go to Gringotts first to withdraw money." "Mrs. Keith, I wrote down everything you said before." Benson raised the small book in his hand. "Well, then please." Eleanor apologized again. "I should have accompanied you." "It's okay, let's buy slowly." Dora smiled. Gringotts is a white building, Eleanor reminded again before leaving. After saying goodbye to Eleanor, the Hill family of 3 began their Diagon Alley journey. There were a lot of people on the street, most of them wearing cloaks. There are also some young children running around the streets. The 3 passed by an owl shop, past another broom shop, A broom in the window is particularly eye-catching. Eugene couldn't help but stop and take a few more looks. He noticed the label on it, which read, New Halo 2000. The following is also introduced as the fastest broom at present. As a result, it was pulled away by Benson. Don't think about this year. The letter specifically emphasizes that you can't bring a broom without permission. Eugene looked depressed. I didn't want to buy it. The three of them passed many strange-looking shops. For example, shops specializing in awful, cursed bookstores, parchment shops. Be sure to have a shop that sells a wide variety of containers. There are also those that sell quills, what glass balls, crystal balls, and so on, like things about language. This white building, taller than the surrounding shops, is eye-catching. Shiny bronze gate. Next to the gate, there was also a man in a scarlet gold-encrusted uniform goblin. This, Dora covered her mouth, surprised and a little timid at the same time. She tugged at the corner of Robinson's coat and asked in a low voice, He can't eat people, right? Benson didn't know either, and he was seeing it for the first time. However, as the head of the family, you still have to show courage. He patted the back of Dora's hand. It's okay, darling. Let's go. So Benson took on the role of leadership and walked to the door first. This goblin is not tall, and he has just reached Eugene's shoulders. He had a dark face that was shining through intelligence, and he gradually grew bearded. Unlike humans, there are also hands and feet, which are proportionally particularly long. When the Hill family of three entered the door, the goblins saluted them. The Hills were relieved. The goblins had no intention of eating them. After that, a second door appeared in front of them, which was silver. The door is engraved with the following text, Please come in, stranger, but beware what will happen to insatiable greed. Blindly get it for nothing, it will be punished most severely, so if you want to take it from our underground vault, a wealth that never belonged to you, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding not treasure, but bad retribution. At this moment, Eugene felt like he was watching a true fragrance warning. This legendary, very safe Gringotts. But it was broken in by Harry's group, stole the Horcrux, and released a dragon. It's July, and presumably the Philosopher's Stone is still here. Eugene didn't have much of a particular idea about it, though. He wished he never got involved in the incident. It is enough to learn magic well and develop obscenely. After entering the second gate, two goblins stepped forward and bowed to them, and led them into a tall marble hall. About 100 or so goblins sat on high stools behind a long line of counters. Some weighed coins with copper scales, others examined gemstones with eyepieces, and scribbled into large ledgers. Others, holding magnifying glasses, are studying unknown metals. There are countless doors in the hall that lead to different places. Many goblins were guiding people who came and went into those doors. The Hill family of three was led directly to the counter. The counter is relatively high, and with Eugene's current height, you can't see the countertop. Benson, as the head of the family, naturally stood at the forefront, but he was also a little overwhelmed. After all, it was the first time in my life, and I still wondered if they could understand their language, and whether they can communicate. However, Benson's concern is obviously superfluous. Hello, sir, do you need any help? Perhaps knowing that the two were muggles, the goblin spoke more politely. This kind of muggles who don't understand, they have seen a lot of goblins. Morning, good morning. Benson organized the language, we want to take something. This is the key. Benson put the key in his hand on the counter. The goblin picked up the key, looked at it, and asked, Are you Mr. Eugene Hill? No, it's not, Eugene is my son. Benson shook his head and pulled Eugene in front of him. The goblin lay on his stomach on the counter, holding a magnifying glass in his hand, and observed Eugene. This made Eugene feel quite uncomfortable. It's like being treated like an antique and being pointed at with a magnifying glass. Observe how many bacteria can be in the pores. Well, no problem. After confirming Eugene's identity, the goblin nodded. I'll find someone to take the three of you to the underground vault. With that, the goblin called a name inside. Pull the ring. Pull rings. Hearing this name, Eugene immediately remembered. Remember that it was this pull ring, the underground vault, that brought Harry into. Pulling the ring led the three of them directly through a door and left the hall. The moment the door was opened, the scene in front of me changed. No longer a marble arrangement. It is a long, narrow stone corridor. On both sides of the stone corridor, there are burning torches for lighting. Also let Eugene see the situation inside. The stone corridor is a steep downhill with a small railway below. The pull ring whistled, and a small cart slammed toward them along the railroad. Then there was a sharp brake, which stopped exactly beside them. Get in the car. Pull the tab to open the door. Is this safe? Dora was a little skeptical. Will it be thrown out directly? Because after getting on the small cart, I found that there were no safety measures at all. The railway in front of you is also like a maze, twisting and turning. You just have to hold on to the handle, it's totally fine. Pull the ring road. After sitting down, as soon as I grabbed the armrest, the small cart started quickly. Eugene had the feeling of riding on a rudimentary roller coaster. The small cart does not need to pull the ring to drive at all, as if knowing the direction, along the rails, 7 turns and 8 turns. At first, he could see the winding railway ahead. By the back, he was completely confused. The icy air whistled by, and Eugene's tears were blown out by the wind. There is also some pain. I wanted to close my eyes, but I found that after closing my eyes, a feeling of dizziness hit. So, I had to try to keep my eyes open again. The cart suddenly swooped down. Eugene heard Dora shouting, and he didn't know whether to feel excited or scared. However, this feeling is finally over. The small cart stopped in front of a small door. Pull the ring to get out of the car first and open the door. Eugene felt fine, but felt some pain in his eyes. Dora stumbled out of the car, feeling her feet go soft and almost falling. Fortunately, Eugene quickly stepped forward to help her. Benson didn't feel very good. Although it is not as weak as the legs, the stomach is churning. After getting out of the car, Benson couldn't help it and threw it out directly. As if expected, Benson had a worn iron bucket at his feet. Benson almost spit out his breakfast. He even secretly vowed that he would never come to the underground vault again in this life. Riding a roller coaster, none of them are so exciting. After spitting comfort, Benson stood up straight and rubbed his stomach. And the worn iron bucket at his feet, bouncing on the ground, ran into the distance. Benson rubbed his eyes and looked at the bucket that had left on its own, a little incredulous. Sky! What strange creature did he just vomit in? Only then did the pull ring take the key and open the small door in front of him. The moment the small door was pulled open, a puff of green smoke came out of it. After waiting for the smoke to clear, he directly let the Hill family gasp for air. Because inside the house, there are piles of gold coins, gold bars and mountains of bronze coins. Benson and Dora looked at each other, both with concern in their eyes. Eugene also began to wonder. Because he knew that these were given by his biological parents. They deposited it for Eugene. It's a huge asset. Eugene also became more curious about his identity. Inside, Eugene found that there were some strange things. Eugene did not dare to touch it, for fear of breaking it. Benson opened the small book and recorded the approximate amount of money needed. They didn't take too much either, they felt it was enough, just on the line. Nothing else dared to touch. After coming out of the vault, they had to get on a small cart and return to the ground. So, can you make the car go slower? After getting into the car, Benson plucked up the courage to say to Lawan, there is only one speed. Pull the ring road. After that, the little cart went towards the ground at a crazy speed. It is estimated that there is nothing to vomit, and after returning to the ground, Benson's stomach did not churn again. The three left Gringotts. While at the door, Eugene actually bumped into Quirrell unexpectedly. He was still highly nervous, and trembled and entered Gringotts. As for what he was doing in Gringotts, Eugene didn't have the effort to guess. Now, all Eugene needs to do is buy equipment. What to buy first? Dora asked. Or, let's go see the owl first, Benson suggested. Earlier, didn't we see an owl shop called Babel? Dora pointed to the road ahead. I remember being there. So, the Hill family walked towards the Babbling Cat Head store. There are many varieties of owls in the store, including gray forest owl, songhorned owl, brown owl, snow owl, long-tailed forest owl. There are also grass owls with faces that look like monkeys. After the three entered the store, they found that there was no one in the store, but faintly heard the voice of someone talking inside. Mr. Scarman, thank you very much. This voice sounds a little older. It's okay, I just happened to bring my grandson over to buy something and help by the way. And this voice seems to be a little older. But without you, it is estimated that the child will not be able to be recovered. What I said before, if you pay more attention, it will be fine. Well, I'll pay attention. Immediately afterwards, 3 people came out of the house. An old man who looked 60 years old, an old man with gray hair, and a teenager about Eugene's age. The boy was with the white-haired old man. After coming out, they also all noticed the Hill family. Oh, I don't think I saw a muggle in a long time. The white-haired old man's smile was very gentle. His gaze fell on Eugene. Kid, are you here to buy an owl? Eugene nodded. Yes, sir. Yes, thank you, sir. Eugene was just thinking about what owl he was going to buy. Someone recommended it, it was the best too. Moreover, the long-tailed forest owl, the first time Eugene saw it, he liked it. The white-haired old man smiled and nodded, then left the babbling owl shop with his grandson. Eugene bought the owl of the long-tailed forest owl breed. When Benson was paying, the store owner looked envious. Your children, what a blessing. I was able to get Mr. Scarman's guidance. Is he famous? Dora didn't know the old man at all. To say which actress of a humorous drama, she probably knows better. Or rather the comedian Mr. Bellin. Benson is more concerned about the rock group singer, a certain lead singer. He knows each other. For this name, Eugene seems to feel somewhat familiar. But I didn't remember who it was for a while. it should be in the wizarding world, more famous. Wait, I seem to know who it is. Benson flipped open his small notebook and handed it to Dora. Could it be that the one just now is the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them? The shop owner nodded. That's right, it's him. Oh, it's a pity, I should have asked him for an autograph just now. Dora felt a little regretful. After the family of three came out of the owl shop, they went to the uniform shop. Benson saw that the bookstore was nearby, so instead of entering Mrs. Morkan's robe shop, he went next door to buy books for Eugene. Mrs. Morkan is a stocky witch with a big smile and a purple dress. There are quite a few peers in the store, some are trying on clothes, some are waiting. Mrs. Morgan was busy cutting her uniform. Are you going to buy Hogwarts school uniforms, my dear? Without waiting for Eugene and Dora to speak, Mrs. Morkan asked. Well, yes. Eugene nodded. Mrs. Morkan beckoned. Come over here. Eugene walked over. Mrs. Morkan took out a tape measure. Measure you first. Immediately afterwards, the tape measure began to work. Wrap around Eugene and start measuring. Dora, who was standing on the side, was shocked by this magical scene again. Leather ruler actually moves on its own. Mrs. Morkan smiled at Dora, then continued to bury her head in work. And every time the ruler measures a size on Eugene, a quill on the table leaves a string of information on the paper. That quill is also amazing. Without dipping in ink, you can write on your own. After the measurement, the paper recording the data automatically flew to Mrs. Morgan's board. After Mrs. Morkan looked at the data, she brought Eugene a uniform. Go give it a try. Eugene waited, and when he had a free fitting room, put on his robe. It fits quite well. Get out of the fitting room and let Dora see how. At this time, Benson, who went to buy books next door, held a bunch of books and also walked into the store. Seeing Eugene change into his robe, he nodded with satisfaction. Well, very good, handsome little wizard. After changing her original clothes, Mrs. Morkan embroidered Eugene's clothes with his name. When I came out of the robe shop, it was already noon. Hill's family of three found a good restaurant to eat. After lunch, they started buying equipment again. According to the list recorded, they were purchased one by one. Finally, there is a magic wand left. The magic wand is what Eugene is most looking forward to. He vaguely remembered Harry buying wands in the movie. I don't know what kind of wand I will encounter. A family of three arrived at Ollivander's wand shop. It was a shop that looked small and torn on the outside, and the gold-lettered sign on the door had peeled off. It reads Ollivander, a well-made wand since 382 BC. In the dusty window, a wand sits lonely on a faded purple cushion. The shop is small and can't accommodate a few people. There is nothing else but a bench. The first feeling when I came in, Eugene felt like he had arrived in a very well-behaved and rigorous library. The shelves that reach the ceiling are neatly arranged with narrow boxes. Some dim rooms inexplicably gave him a sense of oppression. Perhaps, for obsessive-compulsive people, this is the best place. Always, Eugene's expectations for wands have been cut a lot because of this environment. Good afternoon. A soft voice came from nowhere. It directly scared Eugene, and so did the Hills. An old man, I don't know when he stood in front of the three people. His big light-colored eyes, in a dim shop, resembled two moons. This old man is Ollivander. You, hello. Eugene fixed his mind and greeted him. Oh, my parents came with me. Ollivander noticed the Hills. Eugene didn't react for a while. Oh, I'm used to using my right hand. Mr. Ollivander nodded. Okay, lift your arms. Well, that's good. Eugene raised his arm. He started measuring Eugene directly. Start with shoulders to fingertips, then wrists to elbows, shoulders to floors, knees to armpits, and finally head circumference. These measurements could have been measured once before at Mrs. Morgan's robe shop. I already knew it, so I took the size directly from Mrs. Morgan. Mr. Ollivander said while measuring Eugene. Every Ollivander wand has a super magical substance, which is its essence. Oh, by the way, what's your name? Eugene Hill. Well, yes, Mr. Hill. Mr. Ollivander continued, we used unicorn hair, phoenix tail feathers, and fire dragon heart nerves. Each Ollivander wand is unique because no two unicorns, fire dragons, and phoenixes are exactly the same. Of course, if you use a wand that should belong to another wizard, it will definitely not have such a good effect. When he was about the same, Ollivander loosened the measuring measure. The tape measure continues to automatically measure Eugene. Dora, who had seen the scene, didn't feel anything particularly big. Benson was curious and exclaimed oh, but he tried to restrain his volume. Mr. Ollivander began to lie on the long ladder and began to go back and forth between the shelves, choosing some boxes. Okay. He took several boxes and returned to Eugene. When the sound fell, the ruler also stopped measuring, rolled up automatically, and fell to the ground. Mr. Ollivander put the ruler away and took out a wand from the box. Here, Mr. Hill, try this. Mr. Ollivander handed Eugene a wand, and also introduced It's made of ebony and unicorn hair, 8.5 inches long. Very resilient. Eugene took the wand, looked at it, and it didn't seem to feel anything. Isn't there supposed to be a gust of wind, or something? Is it to swing twice? Just as Eugene was about to wave his wand, the wand in his hand was taken away by Mr. Ollivander. Well, that doesn't work. Ollivander shook his head. Then he handed Eugene another longer. Try this, made of beech wood and fire dragon heart nerves, 9 inches long. This one is very flexible. Eugene took the wand, and as soon as he touched it, it was taken away by Mr. Ollivander. Then, he tried a lot. Mr. and Mrs. Hill sat on the bench next to them, and they both began to yawn. Mr. Ollivander looked more and more excited. What a discerning guest. However, it excites me very much. Saying that, he took out the wand in the last box he had just taken down. This wand is a little longer than Eugene has tried before. It is dark brown. Purple shirt wood and North American windbreak fire dragon heart nerve made. 12 inches long and very good flexibility. Eugene took the wand, and the feeling of holding the wand in his hand seemed a little different. Oh, it looks good. Mr. Ollivander exclaimed excitedly. Here, wave it and try it. Swing. Eugene looked at Ollivander. Yes. Now he took the initiative to let Eugene wave his wand, but Eugene was a little careless. Eugene held his wand and waved it gently. Suddenly, a gust of wind appeared, blowing directly towards Benson. Benson, who was napping on the bench, was directly overturned by a sudden gust of wind, and sat on the ground with his butt. He looked around a little blankly. How? What's wrong? Eugene was a little embarrassed and quickly returned the wand to Mr. Ollivander. Mr. Ollivander put his wand back in the box. Great, that's it. With pale and colorless eyes, he looked at Eugene. I think you will be a great wizard in the future. I don't know why. Eugene felt that Ollivander seemed to have discovered something strange in him. Of course, maybe Eugene felt wrong. Benson paid and bought the wand that had knocked him to the ground. When he left the wand shop, Benson felt that his butt still hurt a little. In the evening, the family of 3 set out on their way home. When I returned to the Broken Axe Bar, there were many fewer people here than in the morning. Out of the Broken Axe Bar, Benson drove the car over. While waiting on the side of the road, passers-by looked at Eugene and Dora with some curiosity. Apparently, they were attracted by the strange packages around them. The trunk of the car was stuffed to the ground. Even the back seat has a lot of stuff. Eugene sat alone in the back, holding a long-tailed forest owl in his arms. I've been thinking, what is the best name for my owl? After returning to the outskirts of Dunrun, Eugene immediately wrote back to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Let Coeman deliver the letter. After a busy day, I was still quite tired. Eugene went to sleep early. The next day, Mr. and Mrs. Hill went to work. Eugene stayed at home alone and began flipping through books. After lunch, the doorbell at home rang. Eugene ran downstairs and opened the door. Somewhat unexpected. It turned out to be Hermione. Just happened to pass by and found your window open, so just go over and say hello. My parents are going to work, or will you come in and have something to drink? Otherwise, you go to my house. I want you to see my robes. Hermione sent an invitation to Eugene. My parents are in the hospital, and there is no one at home. The girl's invitation, Eugene, is also a little difficult to refuse. But if he promised her too simply, would it make her mistakenly think that he had thoughts about her? However, Eugene felt that he still thought a little too much. How old is Hermione now? What can you think of going? I made cookies in the morning and would like to ask you to try them too. Seeing that Eugene did not respond, she said again. Okay, wait a minute, I'll change my shoes. Saying that, Eugene trotted to the shoe cabinet, changed into a pair of sneakers, took the key, and closed the door. Hermione's house. Eugene is not here for the first time. Since the age of 7, I have been to her house more than 10 times. However, it was all about following Dora or Benson. In fact, Eugene was still a little afraid of going to Hermione's house. It seems that every time I go, I am asked by the Grangers about the health of my teeth. Therefore, after Eugene changed his teeth, he had a white and straight tooth. The Grangers were credited. Hermione's home was still as clean and tidy as usual. After Eugene entered, he skillfully changed his slippers and went to the living room. Hermione poured him a glass of water, then took a stainless steel lunchbox and placed it on the coffee table. You want to try this cookie? I'll go change my robe. With that, Hermione jumped and entered her room. Eugene opened the lunchbox, and the cookies were made into the shape of a bear, which looked quite cute. Cookies, which also reveal this milky aroma. Eugene picked up a piece and took a bite. Well, it seems like sugar is a bit too much. He wasn't particularly fond of sweets. If you eat too much, you will have a particularly greasy feeling. After a cookie was down, Hermione also came out of the room. At this time, he had changed into a black robe. She came to Eugene and spun around in place twice. How? Well, to be honest, Eugene really doesn't see any difference. 11-year-old little girls, there is nothing to look at. Instead, the robe was embroidered with Hermione's name, which looked pretty good. Well, the workmanship is good. Eugene nodded. He replied to Hermione's question very straightly. Hermione's little face showed a not very happy expression. Obviously, this was not the answer she wanted to hear at all. You weren't at home yesterday, did you go to Diagon Alley to buy the essentials? Hermione had to look for another topic. How did she know she wasn't home yesterday? This was Eugene's first reaction. Well, I went with my parents. Eugene said. Have you read all the textbooks you bought? Just flipped it over. Owl, did you buy it? What breed? Eugene suddenly felt a little headache. Why did Hermione have so many questions? He answered her questions weakly. In the end, Eugene just used yes and no back and forth to her. It was almost all afternoon when Hermione was talking. She said a lot of things that she saw in the book and found strange. If it wasn't for the time when their parents left work, Hermione would probably be able to continue. Eugene was about to leave Hermione's house when she stopped him again. Eugene. Well, on September 1st, shall we go to the train station together? There seems to be nothing wrong with it. Eugene nodded, okay. Then it's settled. A week later, Coleman returned with a letter and a train ticket for him. The days that followed made Eugene feel a little long, perhaps because he had been looking forward to getting on the train, and this day has finally arrived. Early in the morning on September 1st, Dora made Eugene lunch and asked him to take it on the train, because it was agreed to go to the train station with Hermione. Benson specially took a leave of absence today and drove 2 people there. Hermione's father, Mr. Granger, also accompanied him, and Dora and Mrs. Granger, because the car could not sit down, the two did not follow. Wait for the car to leave. 2 women, holding a piece and crying. I went this way, but I didn't see each other for months. Benson drove and Mr. Granger sat in the passenger seat. Eugene and Hermione sat in the back row. Eugene, what time is the train? Platform 9 3/4 of the station. Hermione added. Benson used the accelerator as a brake poorly. King's Cross Station, it doesn't seem to have such a strange platform, does it? I've been there a few times and I don't remember either. Mr. Granger said. The school can't be mistaken. Hermione was determined, and she handed the ticket to Mr. Granger. Dad, you see, it's clearly written on the ticket. Mr. Granger took the ticket and found that it was. Maybe it's some kind of special magic, Eugene said. Of course he knew how he got there, but he couldn't tell. Like that wall on the patio of the Broken Axe Bar or something. The 2 adults also quickly figured it out. In fact, I didn't figure it out, but I felt that magic was possible. Well, that's what I said. Benson nodded. I have seen a quill pen that can write by itself, a small cart that can move itself. I have seen all of this. At 9:30, they arrived at King's Cross Station. The station is bustling with people. Perhaps because most schools opened on September 1st. There are quite a few students and parents. Eugene and Hermione, 1 person, and 1 cart of luggage. Benson went to look for a parking space. Taking advantage of this time, Mr. Granger went to ask the location of platform 9 3/4. I don't think your dad would have asked, Eugene said, looking at Mr. Granger, who was already far away. Hermione nodded. I feel so too. Then you just didn't stop him. No, there are some things that he won't listen to. Hermione shook her head. That's right, parents, always asking us this, us that. But sometimes, they can't do it themselves. Eugene couldn't help but complain. Eugene, I really didn't expect you to say such a thing. I'm putting your mind out. After all, after 2 lives, Eugene still knows it well. Sure enough, Mr. Granger returned disappointed. I think we'll go straight to platform 9, or platform 10, Eugene suggested. That's it. Mr. Granger nodded. Hermione looked at Eugene and blinked, but did not speak. I guess I didn't understand it. The 3 waited for a short while, and Benson had already parked the car and rushed over. How? Found your way, Benson gasped. Maybe because of obesity, plus just trotted over again. He gasped loudly as he spoke. Let's go straight to platform 9, Father. When the group of 4 arrived at platform 9, it was already 10 o'clock. Didn't we come a little early? Benson looked around. He tried to find some kids who also seemed to want to go to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Obviously, I didn't notice anything. The main thing is that there are too many people, they are in a hurry, and they can't find anything. Eugene looked halfway between platforms 9 and 10. There is indeed a wall there, and in the movie, the middle wall can be directly penetrated. But it's a movie after all. Now let him push the car and rush directly up, and he really doesn't dare. If it is bounced back, it will be a disgrace. And he considered the question again, could Benson and Mr. Granger go to platform 9 3/4? Or do wizards need to take them in? Eugene, did you find anything? Hermione noticed Eugene staring at the wall. And at this time, an old man and a young man walked by. Old lady, with a round-faced boy. The boy pushed his luggage and came between platforms 9 and 10. Grandma, I'm a little dare. The round-faced boy was a little nervous. The old lady reached out and touched the round-faced boy's head. Neville, just close your eyes and rush straight over. But, excuse me, are you going to platform 9 3/4? Benson felt that the old lady's temperament was somewhat special, so he stepped forward to ask. Oh yes, Mr. Muggle. The old lady's smile was very kind. Are you sending a child? The old lady turned her head and found Eugene and Hermione. Benson nodded yes, though, not quite sure how to get there. The old lady pointed to the wall in front of her. Just go straight through here. Then I'll give it a try. Hermione pushed the car directly and rushed up. Mr. Granger was clenched into his fists and ready to go. However, Hermione rushed towards the wall, and in the blink of an eye, it was gone. Well, it seems that it can. Benson patted Eugene on the shoulder. You go too. Eugene nodded, gripped the cart handle, and pushed the cart forward hard. Immediately after, he also rushed over. Seeing that he was about to hit the wall, Eugene still subconsciously closed his eyes. There was no special feeling, and when he opened his eyes again, there was a crimson steam locomotive in front of him. The sign on the train reads Hogwarts Express, 11. He looked up at the sign hanging on the platform. Eugene pushed the luggage and walked over. Only then did I remember that I forgot to say goodbye to Benson. They may not reach platform 9 3/4. Hermione, I found out that we made a mistake. What mistake? My dad and your dad can't do magic. Hermione stared blankly at the wall they had just crossed. Then we have to go back, we haven't said goodbye yet. At this point, the other end of the wall. Benson finally mustered up his courage. He rushed straight towards that wall. Benson's forehead made an intimate encounter with the hard wall. The hit made him dizzy and almost fell. Benson turned around and looked at the old lady, his face full of doubts. You need wizards to bring it. The old ladies all felt a little embarrassed. The passengers waiting on platforms 9 and 10 around also cast strange glances at Benson. However, I just glanced at it and didn't pay attention to this sight anymore. Neville, take this gentleman with you, the old lady proposed. But, Grandma, Neville still didn't dare. The old lady sighed. You are already an older child, and their children have not yet had time to say goodbye. Well, okay. Neville couldn't help but think of his parents. Sir, please grab my luggage cart. Neville looked at Benson. Benson nodded and reached out and grabbed the handle. Then Neville and Benson walked into the wall together. I'll take you there. The old lady came to Mr. Granger. Trouble. The old lady grabbed Granger's clothes and walked forward. Eugene. As soon as Benson came over, he found both Eugene and Hermione. Eugene looked at Neville, who was standing stupidly behind, and knew that he had brought Benson over. After a while, Hermione's father, Mr. Granger, was also brought by the old lady. Thank you so much. Hermione was happy. Yes, madam, thank you so much. Benson stepped forward directly and took the old lady's hands. The old lady in the green robe kept a smile on her face. Hands up. I'm Benson Hill. I don't know what madam is called. Augusta Longbottom. Hello, Mrs. Longbottom, I'm Wendell Granger. This is my daughter, Hermione Granger. Eugene also stepped forward and thanked him. Mrs. Longbottom, thank you. I'm Eugene Hill. You should be freshman. Mrs. Longbottom pulled Neville over. This is my grandson, Neville Longbottom. Neville greeted several people. It's already 10:30, let's send the children to the bus first. Benson looked at the time and said. The group walked towards the steam locomotive. Smoke from steam locomotives swirled over the chattering crowd. There are also many students who come to take advantage of the bus. The location of the platform is also a lot of people. All kinds of cats, shuttling through the crowd. And the piercing chirping of owls. Koeman, who was locked up in a cage, was also a little restless, like communicating with an owl. In addition to these, there is also the sound of carrying luggage. Benson and Mr. Granger helped get Eugene, Hermione, and Neville into the car. The three gave the tickets to the ticket inspector. Benson and Mr. Granger returned to the platform. They came relatively early and chose to be in a carriage at the front. All three stuck their heads out the window and said goodbye to their parents. At this time, Eugene saw that where they had just entered, a pair of twins appeared. In Harry Potter, there are several pairs of twins, but name the famous twins. It was none other than George and Fred. These two people are a living treasure. The two of them came, so Harry and Ron should have arrived too. Sure enough, after a while, a boy with glasses appeared on the platform. Immediately after, a tall, thin red-haired boy also appeared. That person is Ron? Eugene rubbed his eyes. After all, he had the impression left by the film and television image of his previous life. It made him a little afraid to admit it. Ron's image is still very different from that in film and television, such as height. Eugene, what are you looking at? Hermione next to her asked. Oh, I was wondering if I left something behind. Eugene didn't tell Hermione that he had seen Harry. Oops, I'm going to check it out. Neville quickly retracted his head back into the carriage and began to check his luggage. Hermione looked at Neville curiously. When you go out, don't you check it first? I'm always easier to forget. Neville's round face was a little red, and he scratched his somewhat messy hair. Oops, Neville yelled. Grandma, I lost the toad again. Neville's eyes were a little red. Oh, Neville. Longbottom sighed and said, when I just got into the car, I saw it, so you can look for it carefully. No problem, Eugene responded. At this time, Harry was pushing his luggage and walked past Mrs. Longbottom. Harry glanced over and didn't stop, but continued to walk in the direction of the rear of the car. Because those who arrived earlier were all sitting in the direction of the front of the car, they were almost full. Let us see and see, Lee, hurry up. A group of children were surrounding a boy with horrible long hair. The boy held a box in his hand, as if it were a rare thing. Hearing this voice, Eugene's not only couldn't help but be attracted to it. Hermione also poked her head over there curiously. There seems to be something over there, Hermione said. The three parents on the platform also looked over there curiously. I saw the boy open the box, revealing a long furry leg inside. As a result, the onlookers were frightened and scattered. A little further away, outside the carriage, Harry was dragging his luggage to the door. Is such a big child without parents accompanying him? Lady Longbottom saw Harry carrying his luggage. It's pathetic. I'll go help him. Benson was about to go. A pair of twin brothers passed first. Want to help? One of the twin brothers asked. Yes, take the handle, Harry said breathlessly. His luggage was too large and heavy, and he moved it alone several times without success. Hey Fred, hurry up and help. With the help of his twin brothers, Harry's luggage was also carried smoothly. Thank you, Harry said, brushing his wet hair away from his eyes. What's that? One of the twin brothers suddenly pointed to the lightning scar on Harry's forehead and said, Oops, oh my goodness. Another of the twins said, Could it be that you? He is. The twin brother was the first to speak, turned to look at Harry, and asked, Are you? What is it? Harry asked. Harry Potter. The twin brothers spoke in unison. Oh, Harry said, yes, I am. The twins stared at Harry blankly, blushing. At this time, outside the door of the car, there was a shout. Fred? George? Are you in the car? At this time, Harry was relieved. Take a long breath. Here it is, Mom. The twin brother glanced back at Harry again before jumping out of the car. The people of the Weasley family have always been so warm-hearted. Over here, Mrs. Longbottom apparently recognized the family. The Weasleys. Benson was a little curious. Yes, redhead is a characteristic of their family, Mrs. Longbottom said. I saw it in a reference book that seems to be one of the pureblood families in the wizarding world. Yes, they are purebloods. Mrs. Longbottom nodded. What a studious little girl. Thank you, Mrs. Longbottom. Hermione wasn't polite at all. Mrs. Longbottom seemed to have remembered something. Speaking of which, their sixth child seems to be the same age as our family, Neville. What's it called? Ron. Eugene subconsciously returned. Several people cast inquiring glances at him. Eugene reacted to this, and he had just punched his mouth. I just heard them call that tall, red-haired boy again. He forcibly made up a reason not to let them doubt. Over there, the Weasleys were talking and laughing there. Wow, Ron, you little devil, your nose is touching ash again. One of the twin brothers said. Shut up, Ron said. What about Percy? Mrs. Weasley asked. Here he is. From a distance, they saw their brother striding towards the side. Percy had changed into his fluttering black Hogwarts robe. On his chest was a golden badge with the letter P on it. I can't stay long, Mom. Percy said, I'm in front, and 2 boxes have been set aside for the prefect. Oh, Percy, so you're a prefect? One of the twin brothers said in a very surprised tone. You should have told us, I didn't know anything. Slowly, I think, I remember him saying. Another of the twin brothers said it once maybe twice wait a minute, it's been a whole summer listening to the tone of these two people, it was obviously a feeling of mockery. Hey, shut up. Prefect Percy finally couldn't bear it anymore. How did Percy get the new robe, you say? One of the twin brothers asked. Because he's a prefect, Mrs. Weasley said lovingly. Well, my dear, I wish you a good semester, and when you get to school, remember to ask the owl to bring me a letter. With that, she walked over and kissed Percy on the cheek. Percy walked away. After that, she turned to her twin brothers. This year, give me rules. If the owl reports to me, say that you blew up a toilet or blew up the toilet all the time. We've never blown up the toilet. That's a good idea, thank you, Mom. It's not a joke. Mrs. Weasley was angry and funny. Take good care of Ron." With that, she patted Ron's shoulder. "Don't worry, Ron's little devil head will follow us, it will be fine. Ron doesn't like being called a ghost, and he's as tall as his twin brother." "Shut up." Ron looked unhappy. "Hey, Mom, guess who we just met on the train? Do you know the dark-haired boy with glasses that I met on the platform just now? Any idea who he is?" The twin brothers deliberately whetted the appetites of several people. "Who?" "Harry Potter." The twin brothers high-fived and said in unison, "Oh, Mom, can I get in the car and take a look at him, please?" The little girl standing beside Mrs. Weasley, tilting her head, begged. "You've seen him." Mrs. Weasley rubbed her daughter's head. "Ginny, this poor child, he's not a zoo animal. Let you see." She added, "Besides, is he really Harry?" "Fred? How do you know?" "I asked him. I saw his scar, really, right there, like a bolt of lightning." Mrs. Weasley sighed. "What a poor boy. I'll just say, how is he alone? Look at him, how polite he is when he goes to ask how to go to the platform. Don't worry about this. Do you think he will remember the appearance of the mysterious man?" Mrs. Weasley immediately pulled down her face. "Don't ask. No one is allowed to ask." Seeing that Mrs. Weasley was angry, the children also shut up. "Okay, Mom, don't be angry, let's just ask." At this time, a whistle came to mind. "It's the steam car that's about to go. Quick!" Mrs. Weasley urged the three sons, "Get in the car, it's time to go." The three children climbed into the car, then leaned out of the window and kissed her goodbye. Ginny was a little reluctant, her eyes red. "Okay, Ginny, stop crying. We will send many, many owls to you. Yes, by the way, I will give you another Hogwarts toilet ring." "George!" Mrs. Weasley glared at him. "Just kidding, Mom. Here, Eugene is also doing a final goodbye ceremony with Benson." "Dad, are you crying?" Eugene saw that Benson's eyes were a little red. "Just steam came to my eyes." Benson was still a little reluctant. Think about a child, he finally came. Now it's time to leave again. In the bottom of Benson's heart, he really hoped that Eugene would not go to that magic school. Hermione and Mr. Granger also made a final kiss goodbye. Neville was already crying. Even when he spoke, he was a little incoherent. "Grandma, I will definitely take care of my body." "Oh, no, it's Grandma, you have to take care of yourself. I'm still tough, you study hard." Neville nodded. The train started. Eugene kept looking at Benson on the platform and waving at him until Benson turned into a black dot and finally disappeared. He just returned to the carriage. "I still feel a little reluctant in my heart. Neville, your grandmother looks quite old. Why didn't your parents come to see you off?" Hermione had been a little puzzled. As soon as the train started, she asked, "Hermione, this is a matter of privacy." Eugene pulled the corner of Hermione's clothes. "This little girl, too curious. They're sick and it's not very convenient to come over." Neville answered anyway. "Sorry." Hermione also realized that she had gone too far. "Neville, how big is your toad?" She thought that it had just been Neville's grandmother, Mrs. Longbottom, who had brought Mr. Granger to the platform. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to say goodbye to her father. So, he always wanted to help Neville find his lost toad. Neville wiped his tears, then gestured, "It's probably this big. Let's go, let's find it together." With that, she got up and walked out of the box. "Actually, don't be in such a hurry, maybe it will come back later." Eugene knew Neville's toad, and finally found it after arriving at Hogwarts. Therefore, even if you look for it, it is estimated that you will not find it. At most, that is, it was found in advance. "Eugene, we have to help Neville," Hermione said. "You see, he's anxious. That toad, it was sent by Grandma." Neville's eyes turned red again. "It's almost noon, everyone is having lunch, it's not good for you to bother others," Eugene explained. "What's more, everyone has just got on the bus, and the luggage is still very chaotic. Afternoon, let's go find it together." As if Eugene had a point, Hermione and Neville returned to their seats. During the conversation, the train was already out of the Shield. They are galloping along a field full of cattle and sheep. Eugene couldn't help but be attracted by the scenery outside, looking out the window, fields and pastures passing in front of him. The view, it's really nice. Each of the three Eugene brought food from home. When it was time for dinner, after lunch, I rested for a while. "I think we can change our robes first," Hermione suggested. "I'll find the toad later, it may be too late to change." Neither Eugene nor Neville had any opinions. The three changed into robes and were about to set off. There was a loud noise in the aisle. A smiling woman with dimples came to the trio's box and asked, "Honey, do you want to buy any food in the car?" Looking at the cart, Eugene couldn't help but think of a scene from his previous life, a flight attendant, pushing a dining car, passing by. "Beer, drink melon seed instant noodles. Here, the legs are retracted." Eugene glanced at what BB multi-flavored beans, blowing super bubble gum, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pies, crucible cakes, licorice wands, were all some of the odd snacks. He hasn't eaten either. However, he was somewhat interested in BB Dawiado and the chocolate frog. Sorry, we just had lunch. Hermione was only concerned with finding toads now. Neville was even less mindful. I want to buy some. Eugene touched his pocket, he still had some pocket money. So, he bought BB multi-flavored beans and chocolate frogs. In the past life, Eugene collected what 12 zodiac signs, what 3 kingdoms characters, and often got rare cards. Therefore, he thought that he would be lucky to come to this world by himself. Hermione looked a little unhappy, perhaps because he felt that Eugene was not motivated. I'll go with Neville to the back of the car, Eugene, you go alone in the direction of the front of the car. With that, Hermione walked towards the back of the car, and Neville immediately followed. Eugene is a little inexplicable, why did he make the little girl angry? However, if she goes in the direction of the rear of the car, the iron triangle, this is going to meet. Eugene didn't think so much. Instead, turn the chocolate frog on. The chocolate inside suddenly jumped out, and then, escaped. Well, moving chocolate frogs. He took out the picture inside, and inside was a moving man he didn't know. It is worth noting the name under the card, Connolly Agrabah. Isn't this the rarest one? Eugene really wanted to shout that he was the son of luck. He flipped the card over and looked at the introduction on the back. Cornelius Agrippa, 1486 to 1535. It was a native of Lud, whose book on the philosophy of mysticism, combining ancient Hebrew and Greek texts, the best way to argue for God is through magic. Muggles thought his work was evil and imprisoned him for it. The church considered him a pagan because it thought his books were evil. Eugene put the card away. He looked down the hallway, where Hermione and Neville were searching one by one. Neville was walking towards the box, where Harry and Ron were. Neville knocked on the compartment door and walked in. He still had tears in his eyes and looked like he was about to cry again. After inquiring one by one, everyone said they did not see it. I'm sorry, Neville said, I want to ask, do you see my toad? Harry and Ron, who were sitting in the box, both shook their heads. I didn't see it again. Neville finally couldn't help it and burst into tears. I lost it. It always wants to run away from me, he said. He'll be back, Harry said. Harry remembered that the crying boy in front of him was the one who had just passed by the platform. Yes. Eugene told himself the same before. Neville said sadly, well, if you see, before he finished speaking, he left. I don't understand why he is in such a hurry. Ron said, if I buy a toad, I'll try my best to lose it, and the sooner the better. However, since I brought Spots, I have nothing to say. Spotted is a mouse. At this time, he was napping on Ron's lap. Maybe he died early, anyway, dead or alive. Ron said annoyedly, I tried to turn it yellow yesterday to make it more fun, but my spell didn't work. I'll do it for you now, pay attention. Saying that, he fumbled from the suitcase for a long time and pulled out a worn-out wand, which fell off in some places, and his head shone white. The unicorn's hair is going to be exposed. But, just as Ron raised his wand, the compartment door opened again. It was Neville, who returned again. But this time, it was a little girl who came with me. The little girl in the robe was none other than Hermione. Neville felt that he couldn't understand his words, so he called Hermione over. Looking at the box full of snacks, Hermione was inexplicably a little upset. Just now, Eugene, too, did not help in order to buy snacks. Did any of you see a toad? Neville lost a toad. We already said to him, we didn't see it. Ron said. Hermione was attracted to the wand in Ron's hand. During the summer vacation, she read all the books and reference books, also learned some simple magic. But whenever she went to find Eugene, the other party would always pour cold water on her. Now when I saw Ron, I looked like I was going to cast magic. Hermione was still interested. She was comparing herself to whether she was as bad as Eugene said. She doesn't feel bad, and it is estimated that there are few who can read all the books. Oh, are you doing magic? Let's open our eyes. Hearing Hermione's words, Neville beside him stopped talking. Say yes, help me find the toad. How do you see someone else doing magic? Oh, okay. Ron was a little embarrassed. Still, he cleared his throat. Daisies, sweet cream and sunshine, turn this stupid fat mouse yellow. He waved his wand, but nothing happened. The spots are still gray, and I sleep soundly. It turns out that this red-haired boy won't. Hermione thought to herself, before Eugene poured cold water, he was definitely jealous of her and said sour words. That's right, that's it. Are you sure this is really a spell? Hermione asked. Doesn't look good, does it? I tried a few simple spells at home, just to practice, and they all worked. No one in my family knew magic, so when I received my admission letter, I was surprised but happy. Because, as far as I know, this is the best school of magic and wizardry. I memorized all the textbooks, and I hope it will be useful. My name is Hermione Granger. By the way, what's your name?" she finished in one breath. Hermione remembered that Eugene seemed to have said that the tall, thin, red-haired boy in front of her was called Ron. Mrs. Longbottom also mentioned that it was the Weasley family. Another skinny boy with glasses. Hermione didn't know who it was. "My name is Ron Weasley." Ron grunted. He didn't have a good impression of the little girl named Hermione in front of him. What she said just now made him, a person who had lived in a magical family since he was a child, quite embarrassed. "The key is still in front of Harry Potter." "Harry Potter," Harry said. "Is it really you?" Hermione asked. "I know everything about you. Of course I've bought a few extra reference books, A History of Modern Magic, The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts, and Important Magical Events of the 20th Century, all of which mention you." "Mention me?" Harry said, suddenly feeling a pang of lightheadedness. Hermione was a little surprised. "Oh my God, you wouldn't know. If it were me, I would find a way to find all the books that mention me." Hermione said, "Do you two know which house you'll be assigned to?" "I've asked everywhere. I'm hoping to get a Gryffindor, and they say it's the best. I've heard that Dumbledore himself graduated from there, but I don't think Ravenclaw is too bad. Anyway, we'd better find Neville's toad first." Neville felt much better when he heard Hermione finally mention his toad again. "You two better change your clothes quickly, we'll probably be there soon. Neville, let's go ahead to the back of the car." So, Hermione led Neville out of Harry and Ron's box. "No matter which academy I go to, I don't want to be with her." Ron spat. "It's too much of a nobody's feeling." Hermione came out of the box and saw Eugene standing in the aisle in front of her, looking at Eugene over here. She shouted at him, "Eugene, did you see a toad?" "Eugene, girl, can you speak quietly?" Because of her cry, she attracted the attention of many people who stopped in the aisle. Eugene shook his head, indicating that he didn't see it. She trotted over to Eugene again and said, "Guess who I just met? Harry Potter." Eugene said expressionlessly, "Can't you just pretend you don't know?" Hermione sometimes felt as if Eugene knew everything, but sometimes, it seems that it is deliberately not said. But when I wanted him to pretend not to know, he said it again. In short, Hermione didn't like Eugene's expression as if she had seen everything through. "Didn't you hear? The whole train was talking about it, and it was known that Harry Potter was in that box." "Okay." Hermione continued with Neville towards the back of the car, looking for the toad. Eugene, on the other hand, walked a little perfunctory towards the front of the car. "I didn't go far, but I met 3 boys. One is a boy with blonde hair and a slightly pale face and a thin body. The other 2, stout, and not very good looking. The 2 of them followed behind the emaciated boy like bodyguards. The 3 bumped into Eugene." Looking at the combination, Eugene immediately thought of those 3 people: Draco Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. The aisle was almost blocked by 3 people. "Get out of the way, you mudblood!" The emaciated boy Malfoy shouted unceremoniously at Eugene. Eugene frowned. This little ghost, it's really annoying. His face didn't change in particular, and he didn't plan to deal with this little ghost more. "Turn sideways and make way a little." But then, Malfoy's words made Eugene a little annoyed. "You lowly parents." Without waiting for Malfoy to finish speaking, Eugene quickly stretched out his foot and kicked the other party. Then, the box of BB Duo beans in his pocket is thrown on the ground. Malfoy just felt his feet hurt a little, and the whole person fell forward, his face hitting the floor. Eugene continued to walk in the direction of the front of the car as if he were fine. Enduring the pain, Malfoy quickly stood up and prepared to settle the score with Eugene. But who knows, he just stood up, and when he turned around, his foot stepped on the package that Eugene had just thrown away. I don't know if the package is too slippery or if that package will run on its own. In short, Malfoy slipped on his feet, and the whole person fell backwards. Also thanks to Crabbe and Goyle, they were strong and helped Malfoy. When Malfoy was about to settle accounts with Eugene again, he couldn't see the other party. Eugene had returned to their box. "Boy, I remember you," Malfoy yelled down the aisle, regardless of whether Eugene could hear him or not. He continued walking towards Harry's box. At this time, Harry and Ron were still discussing the affairs of the academy. "Your 2 brothers are in that academy?" Harry asked. "Gryffindor." Ron said he seemed a little unhappy again. "Mom and Dad used to go to this academy. If I didn't go to that academy, I don't know what they would say. There's nothing particularly bad about me going to Ravenclaw, but think about it, don't put me in Slytherin House. That's Volt." Harry was just about to say, realizing as if the name couldn't be mentioned, "I'm sorry, I mean, is that where the mystery man stayed?" "Good," Ron said, leaning back in his seat, looking frustrated. "You see, I think the color of the tip of the spotted beard has become lighter." Harry said he felt like he was asking something he shouldn't, so he wanted to divert Ron's attention away from the house. "By the way, your other 2 brothers have graduated. What are they doing now?" Charlie studied fire dragons in Romani, and Bill worked for Gringotts in Africa. Ron said, "Have you heard about Gringotts?" The Daily Prophet was full. Ron thought about where Harry lived, so he added, "But you live with Muggles, and I don't think you'll see this newspaper. Someone is trying to rob a heavily guarded underground vault." Harry's eyes widened. Did he remember Hagrid saying that Gringotts was the safest place besides Hogwarts? Really? What happened next? Who the hell is it? So bold? Nothing, that's why a big news broke out. They were not caught. My dad said that apparently only the most powerful dark wizard would be able to manage to escape Gringotts. But they didn't take anything, and the blame is here. Of course, whenever such things happen, everyone is at risk, and people are worried that there is a mysterious person behind the matter. After that, the two talked about Quidditch again. But Harry didn't know anything about it, so Ron gave him a little bit of science again. Suddenly, the box door opened again. Just when the duo who thought it was looking for a toad came again, 3 boys came in. The 3 were the Malfoy trio who had just skirmished with Eugene in the aisle. Malfoy watched Harry with interest. "Really?" he asked. The whole train was talking about Harry Potter in this private room. "So, that's you, right?" "Yes," Harry said. Malfoy clearly looked like he wanted to befriend Harry. "Oh, this is Crabbe, this is Goyle," Malfoy introduced. "My name is Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." We'd seen it before in Diagon Alley. Seeing Malfoy coming, Ron couldn't help but feel a little amused. This guy, his dad was a Death Eater before. Sitting here is the great Harry Potter who defeated the mysterious man. Ron coughed lightly, so as not to laugh out loud. Draco Malfoy looked at him. "You think my name is ridiculous, don't you? No need to ask who you are. My father told me that the Weasleys were red-haired, freckled, and had too many children to support." He turned to Harry and said, "You'll soon find out that some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to make friends with someone else. At this point, I can help you." He reached out to shake Harry's hand, but Harry ignored him. "I think I can tell who is different, thank you," Harry said coldly. Malfoy's pale cheeks did not flush, but only blushed faintly. "If I were you, Bart, I would be especially careful," Malfoy said slowly. "You should be polite, or you'll follow your parents' path as well. They don't know what to do. If you mix with people like Weasley or Hagrid, you'll influence." Harry and Ron stood up. Ron blushed as much as his hair. "You say it again," he said. "Oh, you guys want to fight, don't you?" Malfoy sneered. "Unless you give me out now," Harry said. In fact, he was still a little worried in his heart. Although Ron was tall, Crabbe and Goyle were bigger than Ron. If they really fight, they will really lose. "But we didn't mean to leave, did we, lads? We've eaten everything, and you seem to have quite a few here." Goyle reached for the chocolate frog next to Ron. Ron quickly pounced, but he didn't pounce at all, and he heard the other party screaming. The rat spotted on his fingers, and its sharp little teeth dug deep into Goyle's flesh. Goyle yelled as he tried to shake Spotty away. Crabbe and Malfoy desperately retreated until they retreated out of the hallway. Finally, Madara was finally thrown off and it hit the car window. The 3 of them took the opportunity to slip away. Maybe they were worried that there were mice hidden in the pile of snacks, or maybe they heard footsteps coming from the aisle. Because she followed Hermione in. Hermione and Neville searched the compartment at the back of the car, but still couldn't find the toad. So I was ready to turn around and look for it at the front of the car. But he just happened to see the scene of Eugene and Malfoy clashing. The sharp-eyed Hermione noticed that Eugene seemed to be holding something in his hand. So I caught up, but I didn't expect Eugene to be passive and return to their own box. She walked over angrily and wanted to say something to Eugene. "Eugene, I just saw it all." Hermione walked into the box and said directly. "Well?" Eugene pretended to be stupid. "What do you see?" "Stop hiding." Hermione pointed to Eugene's right hand. "The wand is hidden in your sleeve." Sure enough, she saw it, but the little girl's eyesight was really powerful. Eugene flashed his wand. "I'll just take it and play with it, it's nothing. What do you say during the summer vacation?" Hermione crossed her hands at her waist, a little puffy. "What did you say?" Eugene scratched his head, looking like I didn't understand. "Well, here's the thing, during the summer holidays, Hermione was talking non-stop on his lips every day. I also do all kinds of little magic experiments." In order to avoid trouble, Eugene directly said that he was dull in talent, read books, and could not learn anything. A little trick he had just used to punish Malfoy was discovered by Hermione. "Then I have nothing more to say." Eugene shrugged and unhurriedly put his wand back into his box. "Have you finished looking for the front of the car?" Hermione asked again. "Nope," Eugene said. The little girl was really a little angry, so she turned around and left directly, and went to the front of the car to find the toad. Neville, on the other hand, returned to the box dejected. After Hermione went to the front of the car to ask, she was also disappointed. At this time, she thought of asking about the Malfoy trio again. So, he went to Harry's side again. Unexpectedly, I met the scene of 3 people fleeing. Did something happen? Hermione asked the 2. Ron lifted his spotted tail and picked it up from the ground. I think it must have fallen out, Ron said to Harry, and he leaned over to Madara and took a closer look. Oops, I can't believe it, it's asleep again. It was really asleep. You've met Malfoy in Diagon Alley before? Ron remembered that he had mentioned it in Malfoy's self-introduction. Harry nodded and recounted Diagon Alley's encounter with Malfoy. I've heard about his family. You'd better change into your robes quickly. I just got to the front of the car and asked the driver, and he said we were coming. You guys didn't fight, did you? We're not there yet. You're going to get into trouble. Madara dried one, we didn't. Ron glared at her with a tense face and said, we're going to change our clothes, can you please go out for a while? He felt that this girl was too nosy, and the chatter goes on and on. A bit noisy. Okay, I'm here because those people outside are so naughty and running around the hallway. Hermione pretended not to shave. Actually, she was by Eugene. Today's boys seem to be a little annoying. Oh, by the way, you have a piece of dirt on your nose, you know. Saying that, she pointed to her nose. After saying that, she went out. Ron glared at him as she went out. Hermione didn't look for the toad either. Instead, he returned to his box and sat across from Eugene, next to Neville. But she didn't plan to say a word to Eugene now. Eugene felt happy. Presumably, she had just gone to Harry's box and encountered something unpleasant. Eugene felt that at this time, it was best not to provoke the little girl. Otherwise, it will be yourself who gets hurt. He turned his head to look out the car window. By this time, it was already dark. In the distance is a landscape of mountains and woods. The speed of the train seems to have slowed down. Eugene guessed that this should be approaching. The train will arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage on the train and we will take you to the school. A voice echoed on the train. Eugene was looking forward to seeing Hogwarts in its entirety. I also look forward to the most interesting sorting ceremony next. And the legendary sorting hat, is it like in the movie? 5 minutes later, the car slowed down and finally stopped. Passengers pushed and shoved, rushed to the door and descended onto a small dark platform. On autumn nights, it's still a little cool. Shortly after Eugene got off the bus, a lamp flickered above the students' heads. At this time, a person shouted, "First-year freshmen. First-year students come here." Eugene heard the prestige and found that it was a big man. His face was almost completely obscured by unkempt hair and tangled thick beard. His black beetle-like eyes could still be seen shining under his hair. It's a giant. His identity is also coming out. Hagrid. Hagrid carried the lamp and kept shouting to the first graders. Everyone also walked towards him. At this time, Hagrid also found Harry's figure in the crowd. How are you coming here, Harry? Long time no see, Hagrid. Harry missed Hagrid very much. After all, he hadn't seen each other for a month. Come on, come with me. Are there any freshmen in the first year? After greeting Harry, Hagrid continued to take care of the new students. Watch your feet, okay? First-year students come with me. Hermione walked with Neville, completely ignoring Eugene. Eugene guessed that she must still be angry. I didn't think much about it, just silently followed the team. Follow this. Hagrid's slippery belt, stumbling, and seems to be going downhill along a steep narrow path. The path was dark on both sides. Perhaps it was due to the environment, and everyone did not speak. However, the sound of Neville's sobbing could be heard occasionally. He was still grieving for his lost toad. Turn around this bay, you're about to see Hogwarts for the first time, Hagrid shouted back. Eugene gave a pick-me-up, looking forward to it. Then came a loud "oh." At the end of the narrow path, a black lake suddenly appeared. Suddenly there is a light in front of you. On the high hillside on the opposite side of the lake, stands a majestic castle with spires and windows twinkling under the stars. No more than 4 people per boat. Brother High pointed to a group of small boats moored on the shore and said loudly. One after another, the new students began to board the boat. Eugene thought he was riding in the boat with Hermione and Neville. Who knows, Hermione jumped directly on Harry and Ron's ship, and Neville followed. Eugene had a very uncomfortable feeling. Was he abandoned by the heroine? As a child of luck, I feel a little like I am dying. Eugene jumped into the empty boat a little depressed and sat on. At this time, it seemed that there were only 3 people left on the shore. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. This is really a bad fate. Malfoy glared at Eugene. In the end, the 3 got on the boat where Eugene was. It's not that they don't want to change. Rather, on the bank of the river, there is only one left. After waiting for the 3 to board the boat, a small boat group began to set off. Everyone was silent, most staring at the huge castle in the distance. Except for Malfoy. A group of boats rowed across the mirrored lake and sailed forward. When approaching the cliff where the castle is located, the castle seems to rise above their heads, solemn and majestic. Head down. As the first boats approached the cliff, Hagrid shouted. Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads. The boat carried them through the ivy tent covering the front of the cliff to the hidden white entrance. They followed a dark tunnel that seemed to come underground to what resembled an underground pier, then climbed the ground with gravel and small pebbles. "Hey, look, is this your toad?" Students disembarked one after another, Hagrid said as he checked the empty boats. "Thank God," the one shouted ecstatically with outstretched arms. "I said, it's going to happen." Eugene came to Hermione and muttered. However, the little girl still ignored him and twisted her head to the side. Eugene also understood that she didn't seem to be angry about the toad. Later, they climbed a tunnel in the rocks under the light of Hagrid lanterns. Finally, we reached a flat, damp meadow in the shadow of the castle. Everyone climbed a stone flight of stairs and gathered in front of a huge flashing oak door. "Are you all there? Look, your toad is still there, right? It's still more attentive." Neville was sobbing from behind the train until he found the toad. And Hagrid can quite understand what is going on with small animals and feelings. Hagrid raised a huge fist and knocked 3 times on the castle gate. The door immediately opened. A tall, dark-haired witch in an emerald green robe stood in front of the gate. Her expression was serious, but Eugene saw the trace of tenderness in her eyes. Her appearance couldn't help but remind Eugene of Mrs. Eleanor Keith. In terms of age, the two are somewhat similar. Eugene also guessed who the witch in front of him was. "It's the name on the admission notice, Minerva McGonagall. First year, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid said. "Thank you, Hagrid. I'll pick it up here." She pulled the door wide open. The foyer is large and looks like it can fit a house. Like Gringotts, the stone walls are surrounded by flaming torches. High ceilings, so high that you can barely see the top. The facade is a sumptuous marble staircase that leads up to the upper floor. Follow Professor McGonagall along the stone floor. There was a noise in the right door. In comparison, at this time, students from other grades have already arrived. Professor McGonagall led the freshmen to a small, empty room. Everyone rushed in, rubbing shoulders and huddled together. Most of the freshmen, very nervous. "Look at everything around you. Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall said. "The opening banquet is about to begin, but before you take your seats in the auditorium, first ask all of you to determine which house you each enter into. Sorting is an important ritual because the house is like your home at Hogwarts while you are at school. You will attend classes with other students in the college, live together in the dormitories of the college, and spend your spare time together in the common room of the college. The 4 house names are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each academy has its own glorious history and has produced outstanding wizards. During your time at Hogwarts, your outstanding performance will earn your house extra points, and any violation will result in a deduction of points for your house. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score receives the House Cup, which is a high honor. I hope that no matter which college you are assigned to, you will be able to win glory for the college. In a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will be held in front of the whole school. I suggest that you tidy yourself up and be energetic while you wait." As she spoke, her gaze swept over Neville's cloak and Ron's nose. Ron subconsciously rubbed his nose. Neville still didn't understand it, and looked down at his clothes, only to find that something was not quite right. "I'll come and pick you up when it's ready over there," Professor McGonagall said. "Please be quiet while you wait." With that, she left the room. The tense atmosphere in the room before was suddenly relaxed. "How can they sort us into exactly which academy?" Harry on the side still couldn't help but ask in a low voice. "I guess you have to pass a test." Fred said it hurt us a lot, but I think he was joking. Ron replied. Eugene thought it was a joke. After hearing the discussion between the two, Eugene noticed that Hermione had been muttering something. He listened carefully and felt a little familiar. Isn't she reading the mantras that she used to whisper in his ear during the summer vacation? It was not difficult to see that Hermione was a little nervous. Hermione ignored Eugene, feeling that he was deliberately laughing at herself. Laughing at her, nervous. Thus, continued to recite the spell. Just like in elementary school, she memorized the text before the exam. Just then, something strange happened. Frightened, Hermione stopped reciting directly. Harry next to him was also 3 feet tall. There were even a few people screaming. That's the people around were almost out of breath with fright. Eugene was also taken aback. Before he was born into this world, he was an atheist. Ghosts and the like only exist in art process novels or movies. Now, when I saw about 20 ghosts suddenly coming out of the wall behind me, even though Eugene was mentally prepared, he was still calmed by the magical ghost in front of him. These pearly white, translucent ghosts glide through the room and turn their ears to ear. In fact, I didn't notice the freshman side. They are more like, come out for a walk, meet a friend, start nagging. It seems that something is being argued again. A chubby monk-like ghost said, "Forgive, forget, I say, we should give him another chance, my good monk, aren't we giving Peeves enough opportunities?" But he gave us all ugly nicknames. You know, he can't even reach a minimum ghost-to-ghost in a wheel-like wrinkled collar tights said. Looking at his attire, it should be 16th and 7th centuries. For Eugene's current era, it is a bit old. This ghost seems to have discovered a new life. I said, "What are you doing here?" He swooped down and stared at everyone. No one answered. "Freshmen." The fat friar smiled at them and said, "I guess it's about getting tested." Some students nodded silently. For the ghost, I still dare not talk directly. "I hope you get your share of Hufflepuff," the monk said. "I used to belong to that academy. Then I'd rather drop out." In the crowd, there was a daring reply. The monk was also not angry, and continued to smile. "The rumors are really scary. You all have misconceptions about Hufflepuff. It's like, some of you have a misunderstanding about Slytherin." He explained patiently, trying to correct everyone's thinking. "Every academy has its shining point. Now move forward," said a stern voice. "The sorting ceremony is about to begin." It was Professor McGonagall who was back. The ghosts fluttered, and the fish penetrated the opposite wall and disappeared. "Now, line up," Professor McGonagall said to everyone. "Come with me." The freshmen did not communicate much, and they also consciously stood in a row. Eugene stood silently at the back, behind Hermione and Neville. Harry Potter was the third before Hermione. Then they walked out of the room, passed through the foyer and entered the lavish auditorium through a double door. The auditorium was even wider than Eugene had previously imagined. Magical and magnificent. For long tables occupy the main position of the auditorium. Students in other grades are already sitting in their seats. On the table were glittering gold plates and goblets, which were currently empty. At the top of the auditorium, there is also a table arranged horizontally, where the teachers' seats are located. At this time, they were all sitting there. Eugene noticed at first glance the scruffy-looking old man sitting in the center. Silver hair, silver whiskers, and half-moon glasses. A pair of azure blue eyes, looking bright. When I saw him, the first thing I noticed was his somewhat long nose. Because it is a little crooked, his nose is more noticeable. Eugene thought, "This is Albus Dumbledore." Another one that caught Eugene's attention was Professor Quirrell wrapped in a large purple scarf. His ugly purple scarf that smelled of garlic was too eye-catching. Above everyone's table, thousands of candles suspended in mid-air, illuminating the entire auditorium. Professor McGonagall led the first-year students to the front and stood in a row facing the other students, with the teachers right behind them. Eugene could feel the teachers' eyes focused on the new students behind him. The senior students in front of them also focused their eyes on the first-year freshmen. At this moment, they are in a row, which can be described as a total of attention. Eugene gave Hermione a sneak glance with afterlight. Directly her small hand hiding in her sleeve clenched her fists due to nervousness. Obviously, being watched like this made Hermione a little unaccustomed to it. She had to turn her attention elsewhere, looking up slightly and looking at the ceiling. "It's magic, and it looks like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, A History of the School." Eugene looked up, and the velvety black ceiling shimmered with a little starlight. If it weren't for Hermione, he would have really thought it was in the open air. Magic, it's really a very magical thing. It's not too cool that the ceiling is attached to the buff. During the summer, Eugene was influenced by Hermione and also read textbooks. However, it feels like nothing special about the things above. And there are things, soon he will use. In addition to learning, magic naturally also has research. At this point, Eugene began to have his real goals. In addition to people, there are also ghosts who seem to be paying attention to this side. They floated in the air, waiting quietly. "This way." Professor McGonagall didn't know where to come from, but brought a four-corner stool and placed it in front of the first-year freshman. Then she put a wizard hat on the stool. The hat was patched, a little old, and very dirty. It's not hard to guess, it's the sorting hat. Then, the moment of the famous scene is coming. I saw that the hat twisted a few times, and then cracked a wide slit, like a mouth. Then, it spoke. To be precise, it was sung, "You may think I'm not pretty, but don't take people for their faces. If you can find a prettier hat than me, I can eat myself. You can make your bowler hats black and shiny, make your tall silk hat smooth and structured. I'm the sorting hat of Hogwarts, naturally higher than your hat. Any thoughts hidden in your heads can't escape the fire eye crystal of the sorting hat. Try it on. I'll tell you which college should you go to. You may belong to Gryffindor. There is bravery buried in the heart. Their boldness, and chivalry make Gryffindor exceptional. You may belong to Hufflepuff. The people there are honest and loyal. The students of Hufflepuff are tough and honest, not afraid of hard labor. If you are shrewd, maybe you'll get into the old Ravenclaw. Those who are wise and knowledgeable, they will always meet their fellow travelers there. Maybe you'll get into Slytherin, make sincere friends here, but those cunning and insidious will stop at nothing to achieve their purpose. Come and put me on. Don't be afraid. Don't panic. In my hands, although I don't even have a hand, you are absolutely safe because I'm a thinking hat." After the hat finished singing, the audience applauded. The hat bows to the four tables, and then stands still. Ron and Harry whispered a few words next to them. The distance was a bit far, and coupled with their low voice, Eugene didn't hear what the two of them were talking about. Hermione whispered next to her, "Eugene, where do you think you'll be sorted?" Eugene shrugged, not really concerned. "All right." His thoughts were similar to what the monk ghost said just now. Every place has advantages. In fact, you can go anywhere. After all, teachers are all the same. It's not the environment. No opinion. Hermione replied to Eugene and ignored him again. Well, it can be seen as unassertive. Eugene thinks that only children make choices. If I could, I would have figured it out myself. No, start over. If he could, Eugene wanted to go to 4 houses together. Of course, the sorting hat is certainly not allowed. He will definitely be sorted into one of the colleges. At this moment, Professor McGonagall took a few steps forward. She had a parchment roll in her hand. "Whoever I call now, put on his hat, sit on a stool, and listen to the sorting house." Then she called out her first name. Hannah Abbott. A ruddy-faced little girl with 2 blonde hair braids stumbled out of the queue. Eugene couldn't help but look over curiously. If memory serves, this will be Neville's daughter-in-law in the future. Little girl, looks quite cute. Eugene seemed a little better looking than Hermione. At least, there are no freckles on the red fluttering face, and no front teeth. It seems that she is not a little girl who talks a lot. Hannah put on a hat that just covered her eyes. She sat down. A momentary pause. Hufflepuff, the hat shouted. The people on the right applauded Hannah and welcomed her to their table. At this time, the fat friar ghost also waved at her happily. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. The hat made a judgment almost instantly. Susan quickly ran to Hannah and sat down. Terry Bout, Ravenclaw. This time the second table on the left clapped. When Terry walked over there, several Ravenclaw students stood up and shook his hand. However, on the Gryffindor side, there were 2 more boos. Then Millicent Byrd became a Slytherin freshman. Justin Finlyery, assigned to Hufflepuff. For each person who sat up, the time to wear the sorting hat was different. This is based on the characteristics of the individual. For example, some people were quickly called out of the name of the branch. In others, it takes a few minutes. For example, Seamus Finnegan, the light brown-haired boy in front of Harry, sat for a minute. Later, as in the movie, he was assigned to Gryffindor. Hermione Granger. Professor McGonagall called Hermione's name. Hermione seemed to be a little impatient at the moment, and after passing the first few people, her previous nervousness was gone. However, the hat did not make a decision immediately. Eugene watched from the side, thinking, should the little girl be sorted somewhere else? The so-called butterfly effect? Hermione sat on the stool for a full 3 minutes. Finally, the hat gave the answer, Gryffindor. After hearing this result, Eugene smiled bitterly secretly. It seemed that he thought too much. If this world can change so easily, it is estimated that he will definitely become a savior in the future. Ron snorted when he heard Hermione go to Gryffindor. Apparently, he was a little unhappy with this decision of the sorting hat. In comparison, he was going to Gryffindor. Neville was then called up. There is no suspense, and it is assigned to Gryffindor. Immediately after, Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, all 3 were assigned to Slytherin. There are not many people left. Then came Morn, Not, Parkinson, Petir twin sisters, then Sally and Pox. It's their Harry Potter. As soon as his name was called, there was a sudden buzzing whisper in the restaurant, like the hissing of small fire ice. Everyone started talking about it. Potter, is her name that Potter? Is that Harry Potter? Harry looked nervous. He sat on the stool and grasped the edge of the stool with both hands. Wait for the sorting hat to give the results. However, the sorting hat seemed to judge him a little longer. Eugene thought that Harry should be communicating with the sorting hat in his mind at this moment. It took a full 5 minutes for the sorting hat to give the result. Now that you've made up your mind, it's better to go to Gryffindor. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, his feet trembling slightly, obviously just too nervous. When he arrived at the Gryffindor table, he cheered enthusiastically. Prefect Percy stood up directly and went over to shake Harry's hand. The Weasley twins shouted even louder, Potter, we have Potter. The ghost with the wrinkled collar of the wheel before beckoned to Harry. The sorting hat continues. Then Lisa Dupin became a Ravenclaw freshman. Then it was Ron, who was sorted into Gryffindor almost instantly. Then Blaise Sabinai went to Slytherin. In the end, Eugene was left alone. Professor McGonagall seemed to hesitate and did not call Eugene immediately. She frowned, and finally exclaimed, Eugene Hill. Eugene walked towards the stool. Nothing special to think about. Go over calmly and put on your sorting hat. Then calmly sat down on the stool. Perhaps because he was the last, it attracted more attention. The hat was so large that it almost blocked Eugene's view. The smell of hats is also great. Well, little one, are you disgusting me? A subtle voice asked. No, it doesn't. Eugene immediately responded mentally. He knew that the sorting hat could be heard. You don't seem to be here. The words of the Sorting Hat made Eugene chuckle in his heart. However, he didn't dare to think about anything, because the Sorting Hat would definitely know what he was thinking. Strange, why did you come to Hogwarts? You little one, it's really hard for me to decide. Or, you should go to another school. Eugene said in his heart, Big brother, you play me. It's all to the sorting ceremony, you let me transfer? The point is, the notice was sent to me by Hogwarts, okay. The Sorting Hat naturally heard Eugene's inner complaint. It's really interesting little guy, but I don't want a brother like you who doesn't come from an unknown source. Your family seems to be quite good, it should be more appropriate to go to Slytherin. Then it's just no, it can't. Just as the Sorting Hat was about to make a judgment, the hat hesitated. No, can't let you go there. Eugene has a black line, you play with me again. You're really special. The hat said again. It seems that someone has given you some protection. Slytherin is a good fit for you, but it's not for your situation. Have you decided where to go? Anywhere, it doesn't matter. Eugene responded inwardly. In the end, the Sorting Hat finally gave the result. If it doesn't matter, then Hufflepuff. Eugene exhaled, and it was finally over. He took off his sorting hat and walked towards the rightmost table. Hufflepuff applauded. Professor McGonagall took a deep look at Eugene, then rolled up the parchment and left with the sorting hat. Wait until Professor McGonagall returns to her seat. Albus Dumbledore stood up. He smiled at the students across from him, stretched out his arms to them, and seemed to have nothing made him happy to see the students gathered together. Welcome, he said, welcome to Hogwarts to start the new school year. Before the banquet begins, I would like to say a few words. That is stupid. Cry. Residue. Ring. Eugene heard this, and there were words that had been discussed in his previous life. He had seen all kinds of versions, including Academy sayings, blessing sayings, and code sayings. In short, the mystery was not solved. Eugene is relatively in agreement with what the Academy said. Thank you. After Dumbledore finished speaking, he sat down again. Everyone applauded together. Justin, who was sitting next to Eugene, leaned over and asked, "What did the principal mean by that?" Eugene shook his head. "I don't know." Justin just wanted to ask the senior one, but before he could speak, the senior shook his head at him. "I think go back and ask Ravenclaw, they should know," Ernie said. As they spoke, the empty plate in front of them instantly appeared food. The dinner plate in front of Eugene was also full of food. Also on the table were roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steaks, boiled potatoes, roasted potatoes, French chips, Yorkshire pudding, pea seedlings, beards, gravy, ketchup, and mint hard candy. Most of these are high-calorie foods. Although the Hills recipes are also very rich, compared to Hogwarts, they are a little bit of a witch. Eugene thought that it took Benson 7 years to go from a handsome young guy to a greasy uncle. If you let Benson come to Hogwarts for a year, it is estimated that he can become a fat uncle. There are many fat people in Dunlin, and it's really not for nothing. Freshmen, if you have any difficulties, go directly to your seniors for help. They will be happy to do so. The stocky ghost floated above Eugene and a few of them. "Oh, by the way, introduce yourself first. Everyone calls me Fat Friar." The Fat Friar introduced. "As for the original name, I don't seem to remember it anymore. But it's okay, if you find my name, remember to tell me." The Fat Friar still had a gentle smile on his face. "Okay," Hannah Abbott said. On the Hufflepuff side, it was relatively quiet, and the freshman at the Slytherin table next to him seemed a little unsettled. A very frightening-looking ghost sat among the new students, and still sitting next to Malfoy. Eugene saw that Malfoy's waist was straight, and he looked a little nervous. The ghost had wide, staring black eyes that described it as withered. His upper robe was covered with silver blood. It is said that no one except Ms. Grey knows why he is covered in blood. Malfoy seemed to sense that someone was watching him behind him, so he turned his head and looked right at Eugene. Today's scene on the train can't help but remind him of it. Be sure to find an opportunity to take revenge on that guy. When he was in the sorting house, Malfoy silently wrote down Eugene's name. Malfoy looked at Eugene and sneered. He moved his lips. Eugene couldn't see what the other party was saying, but Malfoy's disdainful eyes said a lot. Eugene was assigned to the worst academy, which everyone circulated. He ignored Malfoy and bowed his head and continued his dinner. The table on the far left is the most lively. Undoubtedly, that's because there's Harry Potter there. Just now they were frightened by Nick, who almost lost his head. Nick directly showed why he had no head in front of the freshman. When everyone was full, the contents of the plate disappeared. It became as smooth as it was at the beginning. After a while, the pudding came up. There are also a variety of desserts. Eugene is already a little out of his mouth, and he doesn't particularly like sweets. At this time, he looked at the head of the auditorium. A teacher with greasy black hair, hooked nose, strained skin, and a black robe was spotted talking to Quirrell. Ha covered his forehead with one hand. It seems that his scar is a little painful. At this moment, Hermione just raised her head and met her gaze with Eugene. She immediately turned her face to the side again, seemingly still angry. What a headache. Eugene hadn't noticed that Hermione had such a big temper. Alas, forget it. Leave her alone for now. Justin heard Eugene sigh and patted Eugene's arm. What's wrong? Is dessert not delicious? I didn't even see you do it. Eugene said, it's a little full, can't eat. Isn't it comfortable here? Justin asked again. Without waiting for Eugene to answer, Justin said, actually, I'm a little uncomfortable too. Eugene glanced at Justin's bowl and said to himself, I saw you eat a lot just now. I didn't see how uncomfortable you were. Perhaps, this is a way of talking to Justin. I tell you, neither of my parents were wizards. After receiving the letter from Hogwarts, I learned that I was a wizard. I originally planned to go to Eton, but then decided to come to Hogwarts. What about you? Eugene. Eugene thought for a moment and said, my parents are not wizards either. I'm a half-breed. Hannah said. I'm also a half-breed. Susan said. She looked at Ernie on the side again and asked, you seem to be from a pure-blood family? Well, from the Macmillan family. Ernie said, but, actually, I don't think I need to care so much. Macmillan, one of the 28 pure-bloods. Justin said, I've seen it in books. Gradually, everyone started talking. From the bloodline, talked about the famous writer Lockhart after that. Eugene did not join their conversation, but just listened from the sidelines. The conversation ended only after the pudding on their table disappeared. Dumbledore stood up, and the Great Hall was immediately silent. All eyes were on him, waiting for his words. Oh, now that everyone is full and drunk, I have a few more words to everyone. At the beginning of the Blood Chi, I would like to make a few points to note to you. First-year students note that the wooded area on the school grounds is off-limits to any students. Some of our classmates also have to remember this. Saying that, Dumbledore's gaze looked at the Gryffindor table, and there was a warning in his eyes. Apparently he was talking about Gryffindor's playful twins. Also, Mr. Filch, the administrator, asked me to remind everyone not to cast magic in the hallways between classes. The vetting of Quidditch players will take place during the second week of the semester. For students who are interested in participating in the college team, please contact Ms. Hooch. Finally, I must tell everyone that those who do not want to suffer an accident, painful and tragic death, please do not enter the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. After Dumbledore said this, some of the students laughed. Eugene knew what was hidden there. Of course, he didn't particularly want to stir it up. Now the Mirror of Eris should not have been placed in the basement yet. For everyone's laughter, Dumbledore did not care. Now, before everyone goes to bed, let's sing the school song together, Dumbledore said loudly. Just after saying this, the expressions on the faces of the teachers at the head of the auditorium became a little unnatural. Eugene turned his head and looked at the seniors in the old class in the auditorium. I don't seem to be very happy. Dumbledore had already taken out his wand, and with a flick of his wand, a long ribbon of gold floated out of the wand, twisting high above the dining table like a snake and coiling lines of text. Everyone chooses their favorite tune. Dumbledore said, ready, sing. So all the teachers and students sang loudly, Hogwarts, 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 please teach us knowledge. It doesn't matter if we are old people or a child who fell and broke his knee, our minds can take it something interesting. Because our brains are empty, full of air, dead flies and frivolities, teach us something worthwhile, just what we have forgotten. Return to us, you just have to do your best, and we'll do the rest. We will study hard until it turns into manure. Eugene chose a rap tune he had heard in a previous life and rapped it. A song is finally sung on the ground. Only the Weasley's twin brothers continue to sing to the slow melody of the funeral march. Dumbledore also used his wand to beat the beats for both of them. When the two of them finally finished singing, his applause was the loudest. Music, Dumbledore said, wiping his eyes, more glamorous than everything we do here. It's bedtime, everyone will go to the dormitory. So, everyone went in the direction of the lounge. First-year freshmen are led to the lounge by the prefect. Eugene followed the group and returned to his position in the foyer. The torches were still burning as before. This is the hourglass of each house, the prefect introduced. The Hufflepuff freshmen all looked at the 4 giant hourglasses, probably too nervous to notice the scoring hourglass. Okay, follow me to the right. After staying for a while, the prefect called everyone to continue walking. Through the door to the right of the foyer, they headed underground. The Hufflepuff lounge is on the basement level. The first thing you see is the kitchen hallway. On one side is the entrance hall directly below, where is the kitchen. To the right of the kitchen hallway is the place that leads to the Hufflepuff basement. There is a whole bunch of barrels in the corner. The prefect stopped in front of the barrel, he drew his wand, and tapped rhythmically on the bottom lid of the second vat in the second row. Remember this rhythm, and the position of the barrels, is to enter the lounge and dormitory. If you make a mistake, you'll be drenched in vinegar. Follow the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff, don't be mistaken. As you speak, the lid automatically rotates. The passage was opened, a passage that people could climb into. Follow the passage to the Hufflepuff common room. The common room has a low ceiling and, as a whole, is an unpretentious circular large room. Although it is in the basement, because Hogwarts is not flat, you can see through the window. Following the characteristics of Hufflepuff, the decor in the lounge is based on yellow and black. The soft seat sofa is a combination of black and yellow. Other decorations are mainly made of copper and are very bright. In addition to the combination of some plants, those plants are varied, and Eugene has only seen pictures in 8,000 magical herbs and mushrooms before. The whole lounge is visually sensory and very comfortable. Leaning against the wall, there is a large honey yellow wooden mantelpiece carved with badgers. A portrait of Helga Hufflepuff, the founder of the academy, hangs above the fireplace. Next to the fireplace, there are 2 round doors, one left and one right. They lead to the male and female dormitories. Your luggage is in the bedroom, boy, come with me. The prefect beckoned the boy over. Eugene, Justin, Ernie, and Sturbans were placed in the same dormitory. The luggage has been transported to the bedroom. As for how to get it? No need to ask, asking is magic. The 4-poster beds in the bedroom are covered with patchwork sheets, and copper lamps emit this warm light. There is also a copper bed warmer in the bedroom, which, of course, is not needed yet. Maybe it's because I just finished eating, or maybe it's because of the light. Eugene felt a little sleepy. The other 3 were also yawning. So, they all went to bed early. Tomorrow will be another new beginning. Perhaps because of the habit of sleeping in during the summer vacation, Eugene woke up a little late. Thanks to Ernie for getting him out of bed, or he would have been late for the first class. It's just that I couldn't catch breakfast. Fortunately, the Hufflepuff lounge was relatively close to the kitchen, so Eugene ordered 2 slices of bread, hurriedly ran towards the Transfiguration classroom on the first floor. In the Transfiguration classroom, the podium has a desk for classroom use. For the rest of the students, it was a table per person. When Eugene rushed to the classroom, he looked around and did not find Professor McGonagall. She is an animagus who will turn into a cat. No traces of cats were found either. Eugene then hid under the table and quickly swallowed the bread. When he finished eating, he stood up upright, but found that on the lecture table, I don't know when, there was a cat squatting down. The appearance of the cat looks no different from the American silver tabby short-haired cat he has seen in his previous life. But those eyes were already staring directly at him. Is this a catch? The other students in the classroom did not care much about the cat on the desk, but chatted lively. Eugene lowered his head and looked at the book, not daring to look at the beauty short. When the class reminder rings, the beautiful one sitting on the lectern jumped up. May shortened into Professor McGonagall. There was an exclamation in the classroom. 2 male students were rushing into the classroom at this time. I thought you were the most well-behaved. Professor McGonagall looked at the 2 men and spoke in a stern tone that made the students present dare not take a big breath. Hufflepuff, 2 classmates are late, deduct 2 points. Saying that, her gaze swept towards Eugene again. In the future, don't bring breakfast to class. I will not deduct points today, and I will not take an example. With that, she turned and walked towards the podium. In the first class, Professor McGonagall gave everyone a dismount. Transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous magic you have taken at Hogwarts, she said. Anyone who wants to be naughty in my class, I ask him out and never come in again. I warned you. Everyone sat down and looked seriously at the podium. Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction. Perhaps she thought that the Hufflepuff students were still quite manageable. Then she drew her wand and turned the lectern in front of her into a pig. Then, it changed back. The students were all drawn to it. Sensations, transfiguration, are particularly interesting. Before coming to Hogwarts, Eugene also tried transfiguration, for example, trying to turn a drinking cup into a mouse. Of course, it ended in failure. He changed into a cup, growing mouse limbs and tails, but nothing else changed. As a reborn, Eugene felt that he had not received the golden key at all. His golden key, perhaps, just knows how things are going. This kind of knowing the plot development also knows to disguise it on the precognitive lesson. However, in their first grade, they did not have a foreknowledge class. Professor McGonagall wrote a whole bunch of complicated things on the blackboard. Eugene learned that it turned out that transfiguration was really not as simple as he imagined. It is difficult to fully understand it by relying on the introduction of books alone, not to mention deformation. When he taught himself, he was able to make the cup look like that, which is also a good result. After the notes were transcribed, Professor McGonagall handed out a match to everyone. Start asking them to try to turn into a needle. Eugene tried 5 times before it became successful. For the first time, the match only changed shape, the material did not. The second time, the shape changed a little, the material changed, but it didn't look like a needle to a tiny nail. The third time, the basic shape of the needle came out a little, but it was still a little thick overall. The fourth time, it became thinner, but not yet to the point of a pointy effect. After the 5th success, Eugene had a slow sense of accomplishment in his heart. Professor McGonagall was also a little surprised. Because it was only half a class, she was still meeting students for the first time and succeeding in 5 changes. Professor McGonagall's face showed a rare smile. She wanted to give Eugene 1 point, but she didn't give him extra points when she just brought breakfast to the classroom. At the end of class, only Ernie's matches became the appearance that Eugene changed for the 4th time. If Transfiguration class is decent, then Potions class is dim. Snape's Potions class felt like a lifeless feeling to Usul. Wanting to see the smile on Snape's face, Eugene thought it was delusional. However, Eugene still respects him. Hufflepuff's Potions class was taken with Ravenclaw. In teams of 2, Eugene became a group with Justin. You are here to learn the exact science and rigorous craftsmanship of this potion configuration. Snape spoke in a small voice, not much louder than a whisper, but everyone could hear every word he said. In maintaining order in the classroom, Snape and Professor McGonagall are quite powerful. It may also be because they often keep a straight face during class. Let these little wizards be a little afraid. Plus, they are still in contact with professors for the first time and do not know each other. Since there is no stupid waving of the wand here, many of you will not believe that it is magic. I don't expect you to really grasp the beauty of the simmering crucible with white smoke and a burst of fragrance. You don't really understand the magic of the liquid flowing into people's veins, the heart-wrenching and confusing will. I can teach you how to raise your reputation, brew glory, and even prevent death, but only one thing must be that you are not the stupid fools I often encounter. After he finished his opening remarks, the class fell silent. Okay, now start class. Snape instructed everyone to concoct a simple potion to cure boils. He dragged his long black cloak around the classroom, watching them weigh dried nettles and crush Snake's fangs. Potions class was a bit tough, because almost everyone in the class was scolded by Snape, especially Eugene and Justin in their group. It seems that something is not quite right, so I directly scolded my head and covered my face. Idiot was the word Snape used the most. The only person who was not scolded by him should be Michael Corner of Ravenclaw. It seemed that every step he made was perfect. However, Snape did not have much of a good face. I've heard that he doesn't like anyone but them Slytherin, Justin whispered in Eugene's ear. Justin immediately shut up. Eugene prayed that Snape would not deduct points. He glanced at the desktop of the two, and then said lightly, before class, let me get out. Otherwise, don't finish eating today. Eugene and Justin didn't dare to talk much. They all tacitly fought hard for dinner. It's time to be serious. After the unremitting efforts of the two, they finally completed the task before the next one. When the two people reacted, they found that their group had become the first. It's really a bunch of idiots. Snape flicked his robe and walked over to the podium. Write a large list of notes on the board. Copy it all for me. No, rote memorization, right? Snape was clearly dissatisfied with everyone's performance today. Memorizing should be a breeze for you Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs. There was no way, everyone had to copy the notes into the textbook as Snape requested. By the time they climbed out of the basement and reached the auditorium, dinner had already begun. Fortunately, the end is not yet there. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff's first year today is really miserable. The story that they were left to copy notes was quickly spread. Eugene was drinking sweet soup when suddenly a figure came to him and sat down. Without turning his head, he knew it was Hermione. Is dinner late because Professor Snape stayed? Hermione asked. After the day passed, the little girl seemed to have lost her breath. Eugene nodded. Well, yes. Professor Snape, it's really just like the legend. He doesn't like any of the Slytherins except for the others. Justin complained on the sidelines. Oh, hello, I'm Justin Finlyery, Eugene's roommate. Hello, I'm Hermione Granger, from Gryffindor, a friend of Eugene. Justin looked at Hermione with skeptical eyes. Just friends? The better one, our elementary school is in the same school. The same school, Justin asked. So, your parents weren't wizards either? Hermione shook her head. No, none of them can do magic. Professor Snape, isn't he a very strict person? Hermione asked. He hardly allows us to make mistakes, Justin said. It was really harsh. It felt like Professor McGonagall. He's much harsher than Professor McGonagall, and he's very strong. Hermione exhaled. I'll have to prepare then, but we only have potions class on Friday. May Merlin bless you. Justin made a prayer gesture. Did you come here to find me for something? Eugene felt that he could no longer let the two discuss Snape, so he turned to ask Hermione. It's nothing, I just want to ask you how your first day went, but depending on the situation, it's not particularly good, Hermione said. Tomorrow our herbology class is in one piece. Eugene nodded. He had known this for a long time. In a past life, it was known that Gryffindor had taken herb classes with Hufflepuff. Eugene, can you lend me your notes from potions class? Hermione wanted to preview in advance. I'll bring it to you tomorrow, Eugene said. Thank you. Hermione was very happy and gave Eugene a direct kiss on the cheek. The sudden move made Eugene stunned. Sure enough, the relationship is not ordinary. Justin had a look of see-through. In order to hide his embarrassment, Eugene had to bury his head in soup. After drinking the sweet soup, the food on the table disappears. Justin sighed, I haven't eaten enough yet. After dinner, they returned to their Hufflepuff dormitory. The first day of school at Hogwarts ended like that. On the second day, all 4 people in the dormitory got up early, because the morning is in herbal class. The Hufflepuff Dean Pomona Slot is the teacher of the herbology class. As a student of Hufflepuff, he naturally did not dare to snub. Everyone carries 1,000 magical herbs and mushrooms to the greenhouse behind the castle. Greenhouse number 1 is where they take classes. The greenhouse was locked, and everyone was waiting outside the door. You brought notes from yesterday's potions class. The girls were a little excited today. That's because Harry Potter was going to take classes with them. Hermione was one of the first Gryffindor students to come to. As soon as she came, she asked Eugene for notes. One after another, the Gryffindor students arrived. It was just before class started when Pomona came to the greenhouse and opened the door for everyone. Pomona is short, has flowing gray hair, and likes to wear a thick hat. She loves to laugh, and her smile is also very infectious. Before I go in, I'll say 2 words. Although the plants in greenhouse number 1 have 0 damage, remember not to touch them casually when watching. You can't water them without my permission. Do you understand? Pomona always had a smile on her face when she spoke. However, it is clear that many students are not buying it. The first herb class seemed a bit boring for Eugene. Eugene thinks it's about the same as reading pictures and literacy. There was a little freshness at first. However, 3 sessions a week of herbal medicine classes are quite a lot for the current coursework. Hermione really liked the feeling of taking the herbology class, because every time at this time, she can shine. Pomona was also particularly optimistic about this Gryffindor activist. And there is another one who has attracted Pomona's attention is Neville. Eugene also mentioned to Neville that his favorite thing was the herbology class. After all, you will not be scolded by the teacher like other courses. It may also be because Pomona's loving teaching method makes Neville feel warm. It laid the foundation for Neville to become a teacher of herbology in the future. Of course, the herbology class is boring, but not to the point of drowsiness. What afflicted Eugene the most was Professor Bin's History of Magic lesson. History of Magic class is a big class, taken by students from 4 houses together. However, the way he played in the first session caused quite a stir. After all, in the beginning, most students did not know that the teacher would be a ghost. Professor Binns looked somewhat old and shriveled, and he wore a small, thick pair of glasses. The sound of the lecture sounds like an old-fashioned vacuum cleaner, buzzing. He is also the only ghost professor. However, his teaching has a somewhat stereotyped feeling. At the end of a lesson, the historical content is constantly narrated. The students simply wrote down the time, name, and events that occurred in their notes. So much so that most people will confuse similar incidents. The charms class was taught by Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw. It is a male wizard with a surprisingly small stature. Eugene visually estimated that Flitwick's height should be less than 1.1 meters. Therefore, when Flitwick went to class, he had to stand on a stack of books. Only then can the body gain access to the podium. During the first lesson, he took out the roster and started the roll call. When Harry Potter's name was pronounced, he screamed with excitement and fell to the ground and disappeared. This is no way, after all, I met a celebrity. Eugene noticed that Harry didn't seem to be used to being famous. To say that some are reluctant to go to class. Eugene will choose Professor Sinista's astronomy class on Wednesday night. On this day, after they hurriedly finished dinner, they were to rush to the astronomy tower before dark to go to class. Before I have a good walk after dinner, I have to go to class. Eugene is not very liked. The main thing is that it always gives Eugene the feeling of studying late in a past life. After astronomy class, when passing through the foyer, you will meet Filch's cat named Lady Loris. It will inadvertently appear in front of you, more scary than a ghost. After a few days of adaptation, the ghost can't touch people, but cats are different, they have a sense of entity. By the way, to talk about the sense of entity, and Peeves, every now and then come out to make trouble. Once when Eugene was hungry, he wanted to sneak into the kitchen and happened to meet Peeves. The guy started yelling. Peeves doesn't know Eugene's name yet, so maybe it will be noticeable. Fast forward to Thursday. It's also a class that Eugene doesn't really want to take. It seems that there is no such thing as a course that Eugene particularly likes. To be precise, Eugene is not disgusted with taking dark arts classes. Rather, he didn't like the teacher of the dark arts class, Quirrell. The dark arts class was taken with the students of Slytherin House. Eugene also met Malfoy and his group of 3 again. As soon as the trio came, they walked directly towards Eugene. Malfoy stepped directly on the stool next to Eugene and looked down at Eugene. Perhaps because of this, he could show his prestige. Eugene Hill, I advise you not to leave after class. After saying that, Malfoy jumped off the table and prepared to go to his own seat. Wait a minute. Eugene stopped Malfoy. Malfoy paused, and just as he was wondering why Eugene had stopped him, there was a smell of garlic. Malfoy guessed that Eugene must be trying to do something in front of Professor Quirrell. Naturally, Eugene could not be allowed to succeed. Humph! Malfoy snorted coldly, ignored Eugene, and walked away. However, he didn't take a few steps, and he felt as if his robe was being pulled by something. Malfoy grabbed his robe directly, pulling it at it. With a tear, the hem of his robe was hooked by a nail and a rag fell off. And the rag still rests on the nail. Up, class, fast, hurry up and sit on your own, in their own place. Quirrell stood on the podium and stammered. Malfoy had to go back to his place. He knew that Eugene must have done it just now. Eugene removed the rags of Malfoy's robe from the nails, waved at each other. Thanks, Eugene smiled slightly. Then he took the rag and wiped it on the desk that Malfoy had just stepped on. Malfoy blushed with direct anger. But the students present all felt that Malfoy had gone too far. Just now, Eugene clearly reminded him and told Malfoy to wait. If Malfoy had listened to Eugene, his robe would have been cut. Justin and Ernie, who were sitting next to Eugene, couldn't help but laugh. I say, class, no, didn't you hear? Quirrell shouted. Quirrell was fine if he didn't speak, and as soon as he spoke, the entire classroom became lively. After a class, they didn't learn anything, but instead watched Professor Quirrell's strange behavior. As for after class, Malfoy said that he wanted Eugene to stay. It's gone. Malfoy wasn't particularly bad in nature, and Eugene felt that it would be enough to give the other party some punishment. Friday morning. Eugene also saw Harry and Ron for the first time at breakfast in the Great Hall. It is estimated that after a few days of groping, these two people finally found the right way. Hermione came to Eugene with her potions class notes and gave them back. You've already read it? Eugene asked. Hermione nodded. After reading it, I also went to the library these days and read a lot of auxiliary books. You're working so hard. Eugene sighed. Eugene, you should also work hard. Hermione said seriously, we started late, but that's not a reason why we shouldn't work hard. I see. Eugene was helpless, and felt that he was about to turn on the multi-talk mode again. Fortunately, this time the mail arrived. At the moment of basic breakfast, there will be owls flying around. But this is the first time Eugene received his own email. Hermione was a little curious and blinked. Did your mom and dad send you the letter? Eugene gave the owl who delivered the letter something to eat, then shook his head. It's not, because he hasn't written a letter to his family yet. Moreover, the owl who delivered the letter was not Coleman. Eugene also suddenly felt a little guilty. It had been a few days since he came here, and he should have sent a letter to the Hills. Turning to the front of the envelope, I realized that the letter turned out to be sent by Eleanor Keith. Hermione was a little curious and glanced at the sender. It was the first time she had seen the name, and she couldn't guess who it was. Eugene. Hermione didn't stay any longer, but returned to Gryffindor. At this time, Harry also received a letter from Hedwig. It was given to him by Hagrid. Invite Harry to tea at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So, he wrote a reply. Who is a Roland Keith? The question was on Hermione's mind until potions class. She actually wanted to ask Eugene that the two had been getting along for so long, and the two often visited the door. But Hermione hadn't heard the Hills mention it again, and they had a relative named Keith. Dora was not surnamed Hill before she married Benson. Gryffindor and Slytherin were in potions class together. As soon as Snape began, there was an opening statement. When Snape mentioned stupid fools, Hermione really wanted to retort. She had prepared her potions class. Potter. At this moment, Snape suddenly called Harry Potter. What will I get if I add narcissus root powder to wormwood infusion? I know this. Hermione immediately raised her little hand high. However, Snape didn't seem to notice her in general. His eyes kept on Harry. I don't know, sir, Harry said. Snape pouted contemptuously. GG, it seems that fame is not everything. Let's try again. Potter, if I were to ask you to go and find me a dungstone, where would you find it? Snape asked again. I know this too. Hermione raised her hand again, this time a little higher. Next to him, Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle snickered. Maybe I finally found some pleasure. Yesterday's depression is also vented today. I don't know, sir. I guess you didn't read a book before school started, did you, Potter? Hermione was a little depressed. Didn't the professor see me raise my hand? At this time, she felt that her arms were a little numb and trembling. Potter, then tell me about the difference between Aconitum scaphabide and Aconitum lupum? Snape then threw another question. Hermione stood up directly, still holding her hands high, and looked at Snape. Harry had noticed Hermione's actions early on. I don't know, Harry whispered, but I think Hermione knows the answer, so why don't you ask her? Snapper grimaced, turned to look at Hermione, and shouted angrily at her, sit down. Hermione sat down very depressed, and now she could see it. Snape did it on purpose. It made her depressed. Eugene didn't check the letter Eleanor sent in time. It was only after the morning class that he went to the auditorium to wait for lunchtime to open the letters. Dear Eugene, I'm sorry to write to you at this time. First of all, I wish you a successful enrollment. I'd love to know a little about you this week. Can you write and tell me? If you can, please ask your owl to write me back. Eleanor Keith. Just a simple greeting. Eugene picked up the quill and wrote 2 letters directly, one to Eleanor. The other letter was sent to Mr. and Mrs. Hill. The letter was roughly the same, saying that he was assigned to Hufflepuff House, and there were some classes for the week. After lunch, Eugene prepared to take a walk in the yard. The courtyard is a vacant lot located in Hogwarts Castle, and usually after school hours, students spend time in this courtyard except in the lounge. Unexpectedly, he met Hermione here. She looked a little depressed. Eugene guessed that it must have been the incident that Snape ignored in potions class. I believe now what you said that day, Hermione said. What words? Eugene deliberately pretended to be a fool. It's just, Professor Snape doesn't like any of the others except the Slytherin, Hermione said indignantly. That's not what I said, don't put it on my head, Eugene said. It wasn't Eugene who said that, it was Justin who said it. Well, anyway, pretty much it, Hermione said. By the way, do you have a class this afternoon? Hermione asked. Nope, then let's go to the library together. Well, Eugene is trying to be lazy. But looking at Hermione's begging eyes, Eugene agreed. The two of them made an appointment to go to the library together. 5 minutes at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Harry and Ron left the castle and walked towards Hagrid's residence. Hagrid lived in a hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, with a crossbow and a pair of rubber galoshes in front of the gate. When Harry knocked on the door, there was a barking sound of dogs coming from the door. This is the cry of teeth. After Hagrid had his teeth under control, he invited Harry and Ron into the room together. Once inside, Harry introduced Ron to Hagrid. Another little brother of the Weasleys, huh? Hagrid said, glancing at Ron's freckles. I spent almost most of my life trying to drive the twins out of the Forbidden Forest. Harry and Hagrid chatted about what had happened during the week. For example, if you can't find a classroom on the first day, and you are late for the Transfiguration class, or Filch and his Lady Loris, trick-or-treating peeves. Then there was Professor Snape, who seemed to have a little hatred for him. Nonsense. Hagrid said, why should he hate you? When Hagrid said this, Harry felt that he deliberately avoided his gaze. Instead of bothering over the question, Hagrid asked Ron, how is your brother Charlie? I like him a lot, he has a very good way of doing animals. Harry guessed that Hagrid had deliberately diverted the subject. So I looked around and found a small piece of paper pressed under the warm cover of the teapot. It was a cut from the Daily Prophet. The latest report on Gringotts trespassing. The investigation into the July 31st Gringotts break-in continues. It is widely believed that this was the work of an unknown dark wizard. The goblins of Gringotts today re-emphasized that nothing had been stolen. The underground vault searched by the intruders had in fact been emptied earlier in the day. A Gringotts goblin spokesperson said this afternoon, there is no comment on what is stored in the vault, please do not interfere in this matter. After seeing this report, Harry immediately thought of the incident that Ron had told him on the train before. It's just that the date was not said at the beginning. Isn't the date on this exactly his birthday? That day, he went with Hagrid to Diagon Alley and entered Gringotts to pick up his things. Hagrid, Harry said, the day Gringotts broke into happened to be my birthday. Chances are, we were there when it happened. There was no doubt that Hagrid really didn't dare to look Harry in the eye this time. Hagrid handed Harry a piece of rock pie. Seriously, this cake is really not very delicious. Harry read the report carefully. It is written above, earlier the extraction was empty. On the same day, he and Hagrid went to the 713 vault. There was only one dirty little bag inside. That small bag, is that what the intruder is looking for? Harry had countless questions in his mind. For example, did Hagrid get the packet in time? So where is that little bag now? It seems that Dumbledore appointed Hagrid, right? Also, did Hagrid know something about Snape, but unwilling to tell him? In short, these questions were lingering for Harry. On the other hand, Eugene accompanied Hermione to read books in the library all afternoon, and, of course, got to know someone, Parvati Petir. It's a very beautiful little girl. I have met several times before, at sorting ceremonies and in classes. However, there was no exchange. Parvati had a twin sister, Padma, who was assigned to Ravenclaw House. The two sisters were not as lucky as the Weasley twins and were placed in the same house by the Sorting Hat. Because I shook hands with Parvati in the library and got to know each other. After Eugene returned to the bedroom in the evening, he was directly questioned by 3 other people. Eugene, what is it like to shake hands with the most beautiful girl in your grade? Sturbins asked. It feels like shaking your hand, Eugene said with a smile. Saying that, he also extended his hand to Stebbins. Stebbins quickly put his hand behind his back, a little farther away from Eugene. Justin and Ernie laughed from the sidelines. Eugene, you're so humorous. Justin laughed the most. By the way, Ernie suddenly remembered something. Eugene, I think you'd better pay attention lately. Pay attention to what? Eugene felt that he had nothing special to pay attention to except a little attention to the back of Quirrell's head. Yesterday in dark arts class, you humiliated Malfoy. Be careful that he will retaliate against you. Eugene didn't care. It's okay. Anyway, I think you should pay attention. Justin also reminded. The following days went on as usual. Eugene would occasionally sneak out at night, find the entrance to the kitchen, and go there for 2 laps. Sometimes I also sneak in with my roommate. The house elves were also helpless against the 4. After all, he was a student of Hufflepuff House, so he did not report the situation. In fact, it's not just the 4 of them who often walk into the kitchen. Hufflepuff students, more or less, there are always so many delicious ones. One day, a notice was posted in the common room. They will have flying lessons on Thursday morning. Hufflepuff students take flying lessons with Ravenclaw students. The girls whispered, why not with Gryffindor? Eugene knew they wanted to see Harry. The boys, on their part, were more than happy to take flying lessons with Ravenclaws. Because, Ravenclaw little girls, they are very beautiful. The most beautiful twin sisters in the grade, one of them, is in Ravenclaw. Naturally, there is an opportunity to perform well. After the notice was posted, everyone began to busy with the pre-class preparations. Ernie, have you ridden a flying broomstick before? Justin seemed concerned about the issue. Ernie said he played when he was at home, but it wasn't particularly good. After listening to Ernie's words, Justin was a little frustrated, and he could guess that he would definitely lose face in front of the Ravenclaw girls if he had zero foundation. Eugene, aren't you worried at all? Justin noticed that Eugene didn't seem to care at all. It's okay, it doesn't feel that hard. Not difficult? Ernie's expression was a little exaggerated. It's absolutely hard to tell you. So Ernie told everyone about his first contact with the flying broomstick. Because he didn't control it well, he fell directly, and if someone hadn't saved him, he would definitely break his arm and leg. Ernie's words made the Hufflepuff first-year students nervous. In fact, it wasn't just Hufflepuff freshmen who were nervous, but all the first-year students who heard that they were going to take flying lessons were quite nervous. To this end, Hermione also asked Eugene to help borrow books, because there is a limit to the number of books each person can borrow from the library. So Hermione, after learning that Eugene had no books to borrow, went directly to Eugene and borrowed his borrowing qualification. Early Thursday morning, she was still holding a copy of Quidditch Wonder, borrowed from the library, and was there to ramble. Eugene listened a little and asked her not to eat breakfast with her. So, Hermione took the book and returned to Gryffindor. The results can be imagined. Neville, on the other hand, listened carefully to Hermione. However, just as Hermione was talking vigorously, the postman appeared and interrupted. Others are very happy about this. An owl flew directly in front of Neville. It was sent to him by Grandma Neville, a small package. Neville opened it excitedly. And show it to everyone. It was a glass ball the size of a big marble, and it seemed to be filled with white smoke. This is the memory ball. Neville explains, Grandma knows I don't always remember. It tells you if there's something you forgot to do. And lo and behold, you squeeze it tightly, like this. If it turns red, oh, he suddenly lengthened his face, because the memory suddenly turned red. You just forgot something. Neville desperately remembered what he had forgotten, and just then, Draco Malfoy passed by the Gryffindor table and snatched the memory ball from his hand. When Harry and Ron got up, many people around noticed them. Hey, Eugene, look over at the Gryffindor table. Ernie nudged Eugene. Eugene was facing the Gryffindor table, so when he looked up, he saw the two of them tense. Justin also turned his head and looked at the Gryffindor table. It's just that Harry and Ron haven't had time to do it yet. The keen Professor McGonagall flashed beside them. Yes, it's really like a flash. What's going on? Professor McGonagall's serious expression glanced at everyone. Malfoy stole my memory, Professor. Neville said. His eyes were a little rosy, and he almost cried again. Malfoy grimaced and quickly threw the memory ball back onto the table. Wait and see. After he said that, he hurried away, followed by Crabbe and Goyle. That's how it came to an end. Alas, what a pity. Justin turned his head and said, I thought they were really going to fight. Potter will definitely beat Malfoy all over the ground to find his teeth. Justin was a little disappointed. What he was expecting didn't happen. The corners of Eugene's mouth raised. Don't worry, I think Malfoy will be slapped in the face soon. I promise. Justin and Ernie looked at each other, neither quite understanding why Eugene was so sure. Eugene finished the last piece of pastry on his plate. In a moment, they will go to flying lessons. 9:30 in the morning. The Hufflepuff students descended the steps and reached the field in front of the door. Opposite the field is a flat lawn where their first flying lesson took place. On the other side of the lawn is the forbidden forest, where the black trees sway in the wind. The morning sun was comfortable, shining obliquely on the lawn, warm and toasting. Ravenclaw students arrived particularly early today. When the group from Eugene's dormitory arrived, they had been waiting. More than 20 flying broomsticks are neatly arranged on the lawn. I think the direction of the flying broom is the most difficult to control, Ernie said from the sidelines. I feel Padma, today is extraordinarily beautiful. Stebbins was somewhat tacit. Ernie had a helpless expression. Well, no one seems to want to hear him. At this time, their teacher, Ms. Huo-Chi, came. He had short gray hair and 2 yellow eyes, like the eyes of an eagle. Okay, what are you waiting for? She snapped. Everyone stand next to a flying broom, hurry. Eugene came to a flying broom and looked down at the somewhat worn broom on the lawn. Really broken, he is a little worried. If he really flies up in a while, his robe will not be cut. Stretch out your right hand and put it above the broom, Ms. Hooch shouted in front, and say, get up. She gave everyone a demonstration and instantly jumped into her hands. This made everyone more interested. Get up, everyone shouted. Soon, the broom at Eugene's feet rose and stuck to the palm of his hand. Eugene felt a little momentum in his right hand, brought by the broom when it flew. Holding the broom, Eugene looked up and found that it seemed to be his fastest speed. The Ravenclaw students, standing opposite, saw it most intuitively. Ms. Hooch also nodded approvingly at Eugene. Get up! The students who failed the first time continued to shout. The second is Ernie, who really had an experience, which is different. Immediately afterwards, one after another, they were successfully summoned. It took a little longer for Justin to roll the broom a few times on the ground before jumping obediently. Ravenclaw's Markle corner seemed a little out of luck. The broom jumped up, but hit the door directly, and had to come out in a sneak. Fortunately, it is not very serious, not to the extent of going to the hospital. Ms. Hooch then demonstrated how to ride a broom. She walked around the 2 teams, correcting everyone's posture. Making sure no one was in the wrong posture, she moved on to the next step. Okay, as soon as I whistle, you will kick on both feet, and you have to pedal hard when you leave the ground. Ms. Hooch said, hold the broom steady, rise a few feet, and then lean forward slightly, vertically to the rojo ground. Lick my whistle, 3, 2, 1. The whistle sounded. The students of both academies did a good job, and after one class, there were no major accidents. I was lucky. Whew, it really scares me to death. At lunch, Justin was still reminiscing about flying lessons. You should thank Eugene, Ernie said. Eugene was unimpressed. In fact, it was nothing. It was during the flight lesson that Justin almost didn't control the direction and crashed directly into Eugene. At the time, Eugene was thinking only of avoiding Justin. One turned sideways and dodged. However, the broom touched Justin's broom, and then Justin was able to control the direction again. It's just a coincidence, Eugene said. Don't be too modest, Ernie said. You're the fastest learning I've ever seen. Justin also agreed. I have some doubts that the sorting hat divided you in the wrong place. I think so too. Sturbin said, someone is coming for you again. Someone? Following Stephen's gaze, Eugene realized that it was Hermione who had arrived. Eugene, how did you feel after your flying lessons? Hermione asked a little impatiently. Nothing special, Eugene said. Hermione's little face was a little unhappy. It was clear that this was not the answer she wanted. Well, I really didn't expect you too much. With that, Hermione put a few books on Eugene's desk. I'm done reading them all. After that, she turned around and left. How do I feel? You are chasing a beautiful woman, Stebbins said. Don't you think she's annoying? Ernie nodded. I feel a little too. If you change to Padma or Parvati, it probably won't be. Justin laughed. Why? Ernie asked rhetorically. Because the twin sisters are prettier than Granger. Stebbins tells the truth. Eugene is a little uncomfortable with precocious teenagers, and this comparison is a bit of a superficial topic. Take the book and get up. I'll go to the library and return the books. Wait for me. Stebbins hurried to follow. I'm going to meet Padma. Eugene shook his head helplessly and let him follow. The other side. Hermione was a little sullen again. It always felt like Eugene had been avoiding her. It seems that after coming to Hogwarts, Eugene began to change. I became less fond of talking to her. With this somewhat impatient mood, it was until the flying lesson at 3:30 in the afternoon. Seriously, she didn't really like taking classes with Slytherin students. It affected her mood very much. Originally, because of Eugene's affairs, she felt very uncomfortable. Seeing Malfoy and his group made her feel even worse. Get up! Harry's broom immediately jumped into his hand. Hermione raised her hand and called several times, but failed to raise the broom. The broom kept rolling on the grass. This is one of the worst classes she's taking right now. Hermione always felt like a pair of eyes were staring at her, like she was watching her joke. Get up! She shouted again. The broom finally obeyed and jumped into his hand. Ms. Hooch continued to explain how to ride a broom correctly. Seeing that Malfoy hadn't done it right several times because of his movements, Hermione was in a better mood. Because, she consciously made up Malfoy brain into Eugene. That guy must have been criticized in a flight lesson. Hermione thought so. But just as they were about to fly, there was an accident. Because Neville was too nervous to stay on the ground, before Mrs. Hooch could whistle, he kicked his feet the ground. Then it flew up. Come back, kid, Ms. Hooch shouted. But Neville went straight up, like a cork ejecting from the bottle, and flew out. Neville's face turned pale, and he tried to control the direction of the broom. However, the more eager he controlled, the more chaotic the direction of the broom's flight became. And then, bang! With a fall, a violent crash, Neville threw himself face down on the grass. His flying broom flew higher and higher, farther and farther, and flew directly to the Forbidden Forest. Hermione's little face turned a little pale with fright. She didn't expect it to be so dangerous. Ms. Hooch hurried forward to check on Neville, her face also pale. Broken wrist. Hermione heard Ms. Hooch whisper. Okay, kid, it's okay, get up. Ms. Hooch turned to the other students. I'll take this child to the hospital, and none of you will move. Put the flying broom back in its place, or you'll be kicked out of Hogwarts before you can say Quidditch. Let's go, dear. With tears on his face, Neville grabbed his injured wrist and limped away with Ms. Hooch. Ms. Hooch put her arm around him. Hermione carefully put the broom back in place. She was really scared, worried that her broom would also get out of control. If you fly a little higher and fall down, it will not be as simple as breaking your wrist. And just after Ms. Hooch walked away, Malfoy burst out laughing. Do you see his face? That big silly? The other Slytherin students echoed. Shut up, Malfoy. Parvati stood up and said sharply. Ho, protect Longbottom. Pansy Parkinson said she was an ugly-looking Slytherin girl. I didn't expect you to like chubby little tear bags, Petir. Look, Malfoy said, rushing over to grab something on the ground. It was brought to him by that silly Longbottom's grandmother. The ball of memory he held in his hand shone in the sunlight. Bring it, Malfoy, Harry whispered. Everyone stopped talking. Malfoy smirked wickedly, as if he had seen Harry angry. In this way, it will make him feel much more comfortable. I want to put it somewhere and let Longbottom pick it up, put it on a tree. How? It sounds like you're asking for advice, but it's actually for fun. Bring it, Harry shouted. However, Malfoy had already jumped on his broom and took off. Hermione had heard Malfoy boast about how good his flying skills were. Now it seems that this is not bragging. He levitated parallel to the treetops of an oak tree and shouted at Harry on the ground, "Come and get it, Potter." Harry grabbed his broom. Seeing this, Hermione was a little anxious. Neville had just fallen off a broomstick. The picture was still lingering in her mind. Now, Harry actually wants to ride a broom privately. Even if he wouldn't fall, Ms. Hooch had just told them not to move. If it is discovered in a while, it will be bad. She felt that Gryffindor would definitely be deducted points, and Harry could be expelled from school. Thinking of this, Hermione quickly stepped forward to stop it. Nope, she shouted at Harry, Ms. Hooch told us not to move, you'll get us all in trouble. Harry ignored her. I saw him riding on a flying broom and kicking the ground hard, so he went up. Hermione looked up and looked at Harry, who flew up. It didn't seem to be as bad as that one. Then Harry lifted the broom, which looked a bit like a teacher. The broom took Harry and flew a little higher. Hermione blinked, a little incredulous, but there was applause all around. I have to admit that Harry looks really cool at this moment, but she is still very worried. In case she is caught, it will not be cool. Malfoy in the air was also shocked by Harry's operation, and he didn't expect that the other party would rise up so smoothly. Bring it, Harry shouted, or I'll knock you off your broom. Oh yes? Malfoy said. He wanted to laugh, but in fact he was still nervous inside. Harry didn't care so much, as if instinctively knew that he should move like this, and even leaned forward and rushed towards Malfoy. Malfoy was startled and immediately dodged. Harry made another sharp U-turn, and his handsome movements were provoked with another round of cheerful applause. There's no Crabbe and Goyle to protect you, Malfoy, Harry shouted. Malfoy looked down and thought the same. Give, he yelled, see if you can catch it. The glass ball was picked up by him, thrown high into the air, and then quickly landed towards the ground. Damn it! Seeing Malfoy do this, Hermione was a little indignant, but now she can't do anything about it. It's just that the next moment made her a little unbelievable that something happened. Harry seemed unafraid of danger and began to fall on his broomstick. He leaned forward, his flying broom pointing to the ground. In the blink of an eye, he accelerated and dived down, chasing the glass ball. Hermione felt a gust of wind blowing around her and was nervous. Everyone was shocked by Harry's operation, cheering and screaming. It's like watching a pretty exciting track and field sprint. Harry caught the glass ball a foot above the ground. He straightened the broom handle in time, and then gently poured it on the grass, and the glass ball was just like that. He grabbed it. There was no accidental fall accident, but they watched a very wonderful flying broom show. The crowd rejoiced. Just as they were about to celebrate the return of the king, a person appeared. Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall was running towards them. Hermione screamed badly, "It's over. I was really caught. I've been at Hogwarts for so many years never." Professor McGonagall was speechless in surprise, her spectacle lenses flashing with anger. "How dare you, you'd break your neck, it's not his fault." Professor Parvati tried to explain. "Shut up, Miss Petir," but Malfoy Ron was about to say too. "Don't say it, Mr. Weasley." "Okay, Potter, follow me." With that, Professor McGonagall led Harry away. On the Gryffindor side, everyone's mood suddenly dropped. Malfoy laughed from the sidelines. "Potter will definitely be expelled." Hermione could already imagine at the moment that Harry would be criticized for a while, and it was estimated that he would not come to class tomorrow. She had just reminded him. Kindly reminded, but Harry didn't listen. But Hermione still felt a little guilty. If she had been tougher. Dinner hadn't started yet, and the professors hadn't arrived yet. "Hi, Miss Granger." Seeing Hermione come to the Hufflepuff table, Justin waved hello. "Hello, Mr. Finryary." Hermione responded politely. Then came to Eugene. "What's going on with you?" Eugene asked. "Can't I come to you if I'm okay?" Hermione said. Eugene sighed. "Alas, well, yes, but I think you should try to make new friends," he said. Hermione stopped talking. She wanted to find someone to have a good chat. "Well, it's kind of like I'm bored myself. I think she really wants to talk to you about something," Justin said. "You see, she looked depressed when she left." "Seriously, I don't like her very much, though," Ernie said. "I always like to be in the limelight in class." He looked at Eugene again. "But just now you were so cold," but it was also a little excessive. Eugene was stunned for a moment, and looked up to see Hermione sitting alone at the Gryffindor table, not communicating with anyone. "I remembered some things that happened in elementary school, and it seemed that I was a little too cold." In a new environment, when you encounter trouble, you naturally hope to have familiar friends to talk about. At this time, the teachers were seated and dinner began. Eugene didn't eat much for dinner, and looked at Gryffindor from time to time. Hermione didn't seem to have much appetite either. Hermione was relieved to see Harry Potter sitting at the dining table safe and sound, chatting happily with Ron over there. Should Gryffindor not be deducted points? The twins joined their chat. Hermione had heard them talk before, and the twin brother was Ron's older brother. The redhead, freckles on the face, is indeed quite similar. It seems to be called Fred and George. They had just left, and the trouble-loving, annoying Malfoy was here again. Hermione knew that he had come on purpose, followed by the two tall henchmen. The Gryffindor table was separated from the Slytherin table by Ravenclaw, and Hermione didn't believe that Malfoy would be on the way. "Eating your last meal, Porter? When do you return to Muggles by train? Now that you're back on the ground, accompanied by your little friends, you're a lot more daring," Harry said coldly. Of course, Crabbe and Goyle are not small at all, but because the upper position is full of teachers, they dare not make a mistake. "I'm always willing to take on you alone," Malfoy said, "and if you're okay, it's tonight. Duels between wizards. Only use a magic wand, no contact." "What's wrong? You haven't heard of wizard duels, have you?" "Of course he's heard of it," Ron said, suddenly turning around. "I'm his assistant." "Who is your assistant?" Malfoy looked at Crabbe and Goyle and looked at them both one by one. "Crabbe," he said, "it's midnight, how's it going? We meet you in the prize showroom, where the door is never locked." After Malfoy left, Ron and Harry looked at each other. "What's going on with Wizard Duel?" Harry asked. Hermione, who had just overheard the conversation of several people, also concentrated. Although she had read a lot of reference books recently, Wizard Duel, she heard about it for the first time. "What do you mean when you say to be my assistant?" Harry continued to ask. "Oh, if you're dead, the assistant will follow," Ron said lightly. He added, "But you know, people only die when they have a regular duel with a real wizard. At best, you and Malfoy can only fire sparks at each other. You two know too little magic to really hurt each other." "But I dare say he thought you would refuse." "What if I wave my wand and I don't react at all?" "Then throw away your wand and punch him in the nose," Ron suggested, saying as he waved his fist. Hearing this, Hermione finally understood. They are going to the prize showroom tonight to fight. This is absolutely not allowed. Gryffindor will be deducted points. Moreover, what Ron just said also reminded her that the cunning Malfoy probably gave them to a trap. "Sorry to interrupt." Hermione came to the two. They glanced up at Hermione. "Can you let people eat here without stopping?" Ron was a little upset. Hermione ignored him, instead looked at Harry and said, "I can't help but eavesdrop on what you and Malfoy said. I knew you would." Ron grunted. "You can't wander around the school at night. Think about how many points you would lose to Gryffindor if you were caught. And, you will definitely be caught. You are so selfish. This really has nothing to do with you, Harry said. Goodbye. Ron sent Hermione directly. Oh my. All right. Hermione was going crazy. Because he didn't eat much for dinner, Eugene felt a little hungry at this point. After taking a look at the other people in the dormitory, they had already fallen asleep. Eugene also planned to go to the kitchen to get some late-night snacks. Coming out of the Hufflepuff entrance cave, Eugene came to the kitchen hallway. Along the corridor, I came to a portrait. It was a painting full of fruit, and Eugene walked over and scratched on the pear on the painting. That pear smiled and turned into a green doorknob. This is the entrance to the kitchen. Eugene opened the door and he slipped in. The house elves were busy cleaning up and disposing of the dinner garbage and did not notice Eugene's arrival. He walked lightly to the place where breakfast would be prepared tomorrow, then took a few fruits, and then took a few pastries, left quietly again. Just out of the kitchen, but I didn't expect to bump into Peeves. Thief, thief, Peeves shouted at Eugene. Hey, Peeves, are you trying to get pumped again? Eugene threatened. Peeves intensified and muttered, Hufflepuff deducts 10 points, Hufflepuff deducts 10 points. Okay, Peeves, please stop barking. You'll call Lady Loris. But Peeves didn't listen to Eugene at all. Who do you want to bully? I can help you. Peeves was quiet, and he lowered his voice and said, Gee, little ghost, you're bribing me, you know? You agreed? Okay, the deal is done. With that, Peeves left the basement floor and went to the foyer. Eugene exhaled, what a tough guy. He walked towards the entrance to Hufflepuff. But just as he was about to enter, a man broke into the basement. Eugene? Neville? The two looked at each other. In the middle of the night, how could Neville appear here? Eugene didn't react for a while. I seem to be lost. Neville said. Get lost? Eugene flew forward, boss, you are lost, but you can't run to the basement floor. Well, it can only be attributed to the fact that Neville has a short circuit in his brain. Just now I bumped into Peeves and he said he was going to find Filch. Neville said, you help me figure it out. Take Neville to the Hufflepuff lounge? Eugene doesn't know if he can bring it. Could there be something like a magic band? If you want to ask for the password of the Gryffindor common room, Eugene will know. Whether he could take Gryffindor students into the Hufflepuff common room, he really didn't know. Thinking about Benson's explanation before, Eugene felt that it was better to lead the way for Neville. Peeves stood in a line with him, and it is estimated that he would not find fault. I'll take you back, Eugene said. Thank you so much. Neville was completely unaware of it. How did Eugene know where their lounge entrance was? For Eugene, there is no doubt. In short, at this time, having a companion makes Neville feel very comfortable. Why are you still wandering outside so late? Eugene asked. So, Neville told Eugene what happened this afternoon. Hearing that Neville had not finished eating, Eugene gave some of the things that came out of the kitchen to Neville. Is your wrist okay? Okay. The two walked together to the position of the foyer. But no trace of Peeves was found. Follow the marble floor and walk towards the stairs. Walk all the way to the 8th floor, and on the 8th floor is the Fat Lady corridor. Behind the portrait of the Fat Lady, right at the entrance to Gryffindor Tower. When he reached the 3rd floor, Eugene seemed to hear footsteps. He hurriedly grabbed Neville, and the two hid in the shadows. Wait a minute, it seems that someone is coming. Shut up, you two. It seemed to be Harry's voice. I hear a voice. Is it Lady Loris? Ron's voice. Hearing two familiar voices, Neville exhaled as he emerged from the shadows. Whew, thank goodness, did you come out to find me? Neville was very impressed. I'm lost. Eugene? Hermione immediately noticed Eugene following Neville. It's not surprising that Neville is here, but how did Eugene get here? I got lost, it was Eugene who brought me back. Neville was a little excited. Be quiet, Neville, Ron reminded. How's your arm? Harry asked. It's okay, Neville said, shaking his arm up. Madame Pomfrey cured it in the blink of an eye. You're from Hufflepuff, aren't you? Ron was still a little impressed by Eugene, the day in the sorting hat, the last one. Eugene Hill. Eugene nodded and briefly introduced himself. Looking at the posture of several people, Eugene guessed that they should be going to do something. I advise you, go back. Eugene said. Hermione, he won't be your helper, will he? Ron asked. Hermione shook her head. She also wondered, why is Eugene here? Harry could see that the two were not in the same group. Listen, we're going to a place, so, Neville, you're staying here in Hill, this isn't Hufflepuff. Ron looked at his watch, and the time was about the same. Neville, see you later, are you all going? Neville grabbed Harry's corner. I don't want to be alone. Let Hermione accompany you, Ron said. With that, Harry and Ron rushed to the prize showroom. No, I'm going to go with you, Hermione retorted. Let me stand outside and wait for Filch to catch it, right? If he finds a few of us, I'll tell the truth. I advise none of you to go, Malfoy lied to you, Eugene said. It seems that this has nothing to do with you, Hufflepuff. Ron looked at Eugene, nosy. With that, Harry and Ron walked in the direction of the prize showroom. Neville and Hermione followed closely. Eugene had to follow them. They walked briskly along the corridor, moonlight pouring in from the high windows, one by one, across the ground. At every turn, they were quite nervous. Finally, they tiptoed to the prize showroom. Malfoy and Crabbe were not there. The crystal glass case displaying the trophy shines in the moonlight. In the darkness, trophies, shields, medals and statues shine with silver and gold. Harry pulled his wand from his pocket and waited. Time passes minute by minute. He was late, maybe he was afraid to come because he was afraid. Ron whispered, "Okay, hurry back." Eugene reminded again, "I said you were deceived." Harry seemed to think that Eugene was right. However, he was reluctant to admit it. This Hermione called the helper, they were in a gang. Sniff everywhere and see where they are hiding. At this time, the sound of footsteps and Filch's speech came from the next room. Worst. Filch came. "Let's go." Harry waved his wand and hurried to tell everyone to leave. A group of 5 people quickly fled. Run in the direction away from Filch. As soon as they schemed around the corner, Filch took his cat and entered the prize showroom. There was really no danger, and they were almost about to crash. Suddenly, the NA6 couldn't help but let out a terrifying scream. As if he had tripped over something, he immediately put his arm around Ron's waist. Ron was also startled, and the two fell in one direction together. Immediately afterwards, the sound of rattling, and crisp sound was enough to shake the entire castle. "Run!" Harry shouted, and he took the lead and ran forward at full speed. "It's terrible!" Eugene secretly shouted badly and followed the direction Harry ran. The other 3 also ran after them. "Harry, don't go over there!" Eugene called him as he ran. However, Harry didn't seem to hear him at all. They walked through door after door and finally ran near the classroom for Charms class. "It's far from the prize room. I think we've got rid of him." Harry stopped, gasping for breath. "I told you," Hermione said breathlessly. We have to hurry back." Ron interrupted Hermione, "The sooner the better." "Malfoy lied to you," Hermione said to Harry. "I said it, and so did Eugene. Otherwise, how would Filch know that someone was going to the prize showroom? It must have been Malfoy who snitched." Harry already thought Hermione was right, but he didn't want to admit it. "Let's go," Harry said. But it's not that simple. When several people were about to leave, the handle of a door turned. "It's Peeves. Nasty first-grade little ghost, 3 more wandering around in the middle of the night. Gee, naughty, really naughty, I'm going to arrest you all." "No, as long as you don't betray us." "I should have told Filch." Peeves said seriously. "Yes, it's good for you." "Peeves, don't forget our agreement." Eugene said. "Engagement?" Peeves pretended to be stupid. "What agreement have we ever been? Get out of here." Ron said fiercely at Peeves, and reached out and hit Peeves. This can annoy Peeves. "Students don't sleep, students don't sleep." Peeves yelled. Students are in the hallway where Charms class is held. They dodged Peeves and continued running lifelessly. Finally ran to the end of the corridor. In front of him, he was blocked by a door. And Filch's footsteps are getting closer and closer. Hermione directly snatched the wand in Harry's hand, waved it at the locked door in front of her, and whispered, "Araho cave open." The lock clicked and the door suddenly opened. After entering the room, Eugene sighed secretly. He didn't go outside the door, and Peeves and Filch argued over pleas. Instead, he held his wand in his hand and was wary. Eugene saw the big monster. Neville also found out. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were all outside the door, watching to see if Filch had left. He thought the door was locked. Harry whispered, "I think we'll be fine." At this moment, Harry felt as if someone was tugging at his sleeves. "Neville? What's wrong?" Harry turned his head and was stunned for a moment. Hermione and Ron also found out. A big monster-like dog. This big dog hit to fill all the space from the ceiling to the floor. It had 3 heads, 3 pairs of dripping and rolling vicious eyes, 3 noses twitching and trembling in their direction, and 3 drooling mouths, drooling like sticky ropes, hanging from yellow dog's teeth. It was motionless, and its 6 eyes were staring straight at the 5 people like that. "I warned you earlier." Eugene was a little helpless, but he was also a little nervous in his heart, and he didn't know if the magic he learned during the summer vacation could deal with big dogs. The big dog also seemed to be scared, perhaps not expecting that someone would break in at this moment, so he was stunned there. Eugene felt that when it came back to its senses, it would definitely scream. At this moment, Harry fumbled with the doorknob and opened it directly. A few people didn't care if Filch was still there, rushed out of the room, and closed the door. I finally know why Dumbledore warned the 4th floor that this place cannot come." Ron seemed to have just come to his senses. "Filch is not there, let's go back quickly." Eugene looked around and found no other figures. After retreating into the corridor, several people ran away. Eugene also quickly returned to the basement level. Tonight, it's really a little bit exciting. The other side. The Gryffindor group of 4 returned to the common room. What the hell are they trying to do? Keep that big thing in school. If there's a dog that needs to be trained, it's that one. Hermione's breath evened out, but her bad temper returned. You guys, what are you doing with your eyes? She said angrily, don't you see what it's standing on? On the floor? Harry guessed. I didn't look at its feet, I looked at its head. No, not on the floor. It stands on a trapdoor. It was clearly guarding something. She stood up and glared angrily at them. I want you to be proud of yourself. We all nearly got bitten to death or worse, expelled from school. Well, if you don't object, I'm going to sleep. Ron stared at her back and opened his mouth wide in surprise. Go to sleep, we have no objection. He said, what's that called? It's as if we pulled her away. However, Hermione's words reminded Harry of what he had picked up that day at Gringotts. Hagrid also said at the time that the safest place in the world besides Gringotts was Hogwarts. Harry thought he had guessed the whereabouts of the bag he had taken from the underground vault. After Hermione returned to bed, she was still a little worried, wondering if Eugene had returned safely. Early the next morning, Hermione was relieved to see Eugene eating breakfast at the Hufflepuff table. She thought, it should be all right. Eugene had just finished breakfast, and the Daily Owl postman was also working at this time. Coeman brought him a letter from Eleanor Keith. Dear Eugene, I was having afternoon tea with Madame Flamel when I received a reply from you. It's great that you can share your school life with me. I was surprised that you were sorted into Hufflepuff. I always thought you would be sorted into Ravenclaw or Gryffindor. Of course, the last thing we want you to get into a Slytherin. It seems that your sorting hat is quite good. Hogwarts is a very good school of witchcraft and wizardry. I hope you will learn magic well and become a great wizard in the future. Finally, if you meet Mr. Dumbledore one day, please take me and Mr. Flamel to say hello to him. A Roland Keith. After Eugene read the letter, he put it away. Mr. Flamel? Won't it be Nicole Flamel? Eleanor has been in Adel all the time? Because he remembered that when she was at the Broken Axe bar before, when she was chatting with Tom, the owner of the bar, she mentioned it. If Flamel in my heart, I mean Nicole Flamel. That means that Eleanor is now in Adel. Another piece of information is that Eleanor and Dumbledore know each other. Eugene also remembers that the Sorting Hat, at the sorting ceremony, said that he should go to another school. It shows that he was not born in Dunlin. Hermione came over, interrupting Eugene's thoughts. Oh, nothing, Eugene said. Fortunately, nothing happened, otherwise you would have been deducted points or even expelled. Hermione said, then Mr. and Mrs. Hill will definitely be very sad. She seemed to remember something again. You haven't said yet, why did you stay outside last night? And how did you know they were going to a duel? Why did you know that Malfoy lied to Harry Potter? A series of questions made Eugene a little big-headed. Hermione, I'm sorry. Eugene apologized to Hermione. Before, I shouldn't have been so cold to you. That's not the point now. Hermione said, I accept your apology. But you haven't answered my question yet. Hermione really broke the casserole and asked to the end. If she refuses to answer, she will definitely be upset again. If the little girl doesn't tell all day, she will become ugly. Eugene sighed. Well, to tell you the truth, I divined it. Hermione was suddenly quiet, and even her breathing seemed to be much quieter. She looked at Eugene in disbelief and opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. But in his mind, he was thinking about the fact that during the summer vacation, Eugene said that his own magical talent was not high at all. Sure enough, it's a liar. He actually quietly studied other courses. The key is that the first grade of divination is not available. Eugene thought Hermione didn't believe it, and explained, I offended Malfoy not long ago, and you know, just then. Hermione nodded. She also found out that Eugene had quietly hidden his wand at that time. He must have cast a spell, and although he was not seen shouting a spell, Hermione was sure that Malfoy had fallen, and that Eugene had done it. Later he wanted to get in trouble again, and I fought back in time. Eugene patiently explained, to avoid him coming to find fault again, I will divination. Knowing that he was going to make a magical duel with Harry, knowing that he would lie to Harry, Hermione hadn't found a major problem yet. Eugene, apparently not intending to give Hermione time to think calmly, continued. If you don't believe me, I'll show you right away. Saying that, Eugene glanced at the Gryffindor table and had an idea in his heart. He pointed to the plate in front of him, which was some powder that had fallen from his scones. Look here. Eugene pointed to the powder on the plate and said, this shape is relatively round, I think Malfoy will definitely be angry with Harry again. Hermione couldn't see anything strange about the scraps at all, and she looked up at Eugene in confusion. No hurry, it's not over yet, Eugene continued, it's a circle, and it's going to be related to the ball. Ball? Eugene nodded, yes, it's related to the ball. That should be Quidditch. Quidditch? Hermione was a little suspicious. At this time, the owl flew towards Gryffindor. The owl holds a large package, and it is difficult not to attract the attention of those around it. and that package is Harry Potter's. Look, I'm right. Eugene lifted his chin and motioned for Hermione to look over. Hermione can tell you exactly, it's a flying broomstick. Harry was chosen to be a member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. How is that possible? Hermione shook her head. She felt that Eugene was lying to her. You can't be a Quidditch player in first year. She calmed down at once, and what Eugene just said was all nonsense, completely nonsense. You wait, I will debunk your lies. Hermione left a word and walked towards Gryffindor. That's a really good move. Stebbins leaned over and praised. Next time, I'll borrow it too. It's not a good thing to eavesdrop, Mr. Stebbins, Eugene said. Stebbins shrugged. Sorry, but you just spoke and didn't make your voice quieter. Well, Eugene was also helpless. I'll give you a suggestion. You use divination. Look directly at the palm print. Look at the palm print? Stebbins opened his palm. What do you think? When he looked up, he found that Eugene had left the auditorium. Here, Hermione had just returned to Gryffindor, but saw Harry and Ron running out of the Great Hall with the package. The behavior of the two is very strange. So, Hermione hurriedly followed. But Harry and Ron had just walked to the foyer and were about to go upstairs, but they were stopped by Crabbe and Goyle. Malfoy snatched the package from Harry. When he was in the Great Hall, Malfoy had been paying attention to Harry and Ron, so he was also a little interested in Harry's package. Malfoy touched the package and immediately knew what was inside. Malfoy remembers that the admission notice clearly stated the rules. Otherwise, he would have brought the flying broom from home long ago. Ron and A couldn't hold back. This is not some old flying broom, he said, this is Halo 2000. You said you had a handful in your house, Malfoy? Comet 260, right? Ron grinned at Harry. Comets are dazzling, but they are not the same grade as the light wheel at all. How do you know? Weasley, you can't afford half a broom in your face. Malfoy replied fiercely, I'm why you and your brothers can't save branch by branch. Before Ron could answer, Professor Flitwick appeared next to Malfoy's elbow. I hope I'm not arguing, kids? He asked with a sharp voice. What a great opportunity. Malfoy's heart was blossoming at the moment, and this didn't happen to bump into the teacher. Someone brought Potter a flying broom, Professor, Malfoy said busily. Yes, Professor Flitwick said, smiling at Harry. Professor McGonagall told me all about the peculiarities of the situation. Potter, what model is it? Lightwheel 2000, sir, Harry said. Malfoy's face immediately turned livid, and his chest was stuffy again, and he didn't know how to vent. Harry tried desperately to hold back a laugh. I was able to get it thanks to this Malfoy. With that, Harry and Ron continued upstairs and headed for the Gryffindor common room. Here, Hermione also found out. In fact, Professor Flitwick, Hermione called over. She hurried forward, said hello to Professor Flitwick, and chased after Harry and Ron. The two hadn't found Hermione yet, but were immersed in joy. Really, I'm telling the truth, Harry giggled as they reached the top of the marble staircase. I wouldn't have been on the team if he hadn't snatched Neville's glass ball. So you think this is a reward for breaking the school rules? An angry voice came from behind them. Hermione walked up and looked disapprovingly at the package in Harry's hand. Unexpectedly, it was really a flying broom, and Eugene actually said it. Moreover, she also heard that Harry did enter the team. I thought you stopped talking to us, Harry said. Yes, don't say it now, Ron said. It's something we feel comfortable with. Hermione strode away, her nose raised high. I don't want to pay attention to you yet. Not yet to confirm whether Eugene is right or wrong. After Eugene's transfiguration class, he returned to the lounge and wrote to Eleanor. Mainly talking about some of his feelings about starting flying lessons this week, he also asked Mr. Flamel for his full name. Bring some food and head to the Owl Shack. It's already autumn season. In order to facilitate the access of owls, the owl shed does not have glass. Eugene felt a hint of coolness. He tightened his collar because it would make him feel warmer. Coeman soon saw him. Eugene stretched out his left hand, and Coeman stopped on his arm. He gave Coeman something to eat, so he let him take the letter away. Just as Eugene was about to go back, a girl came up the spiral staircase. Eugene wanted to give way to the left, but he didn't expect the other party to go in the same direction as him. So, he went to the right again, and again he was in the same direction as the other party. Back and forth twice, the girl on the other side was a little embarrassed. Her face flushed slightly, and she whispered, "You go first." She stood where she was and stopped walking. "Please, lady first." Eugene smiled slightly, then retreated to the Owl Shack. Waiting for her to come in, he walked out. After walking out the door, Eugene still looked back at her a little curiously. Because she has an oriental face, it is rare to encounter at Hogwarts. She should not be a freshman in first grade. Eugene was sure that he hadn't seen her at the sorting ceremony. Otherwise, an oriental face, he could not have noticed. Eugene descended the spiral staircase. When he reached the top of the West Tower, he reacted. The eastern face looked about the same size as Hermione. Isn't that just Cho Chang, famous big beauty? Well, although he hadn't noticed just now, she wasn't pretty at all. Eugene looked back at the owl shack. In the end, I gave up the idea of going back. Eugene returned to the Hufflepuff lounge. I found that there were many people in the lounge today, and it seemed to be particularly lively. It's like celebrating something. It's kind of like a group of third-grade people celebrating. He spotted Ernie on the periphery of the crowd and pulled him over. What happened? Eugene asked. It was Senior Cedric who became the official seeker, Ernie said. Hearing this, Eugene looked towards the center of the crowd. His popularity is quite high, Eugene said. Ernie nodded. I've heard Susan and Hannah discuss him several times before. Are you envious, jealous, and hateful? Eugene teased. In general, I'm not Jedi myself worse than him. Ernie is very confident. Eugene just smiled and went back to his bedroom. In the days that followed, nothing special happened. Except for Hermione, who came to him every now and then to help borrow books. Say it's to pass the time or something. Well, Eugene is admitting that he really doesn't know much about Hermione's world. There are many ways to pass the time, not just reading a book, right? For example, a few people in Eugene's dormitory have many ways to pass the time. Go to the library and meet the most beautiful twin sisters in their grade. Then he asked when the Ravenclaw Quidditch team was training. After understanding the time, they put on a telescope and ran to the owl shack to peek. Peek tactics? That's definitely not. It probably depends on people. Eugene felt that at Hogwarts, there was nothing but a difference in coursework. I don't think it's any different from ordinary teenagers. 2 weeks later, Eugene received a thick stack of letters from Mr. and Mrs. Hill. Why a thick stack? That's because they put a piece of the letter they were going to send several times. Among them, the last letter explains why they arrived so late to send it. On the first letter, a stamp was affixed. It turned out that Benson had written Hogwarts School, thinking that with the name of the school, the postman should be able to deliver. Unexpectedly, the letter was finally returned. So, after that, they called Eleanor's phone again, and only then learned that they had to send a letter with an owl. Benson also groped for it and finally found the broken axe bar. I found Tom and asked how to send the letter. Only then did I waste a lot of energy, went to the place rented by the owl, and sent the letter over. After seeing the content of the letter, Eugene couldn't help but feel a little like crying. He wrote a letter back asking Coeman to send the shield and told them that they could let Coeman stay at home. When the reply is written, just let Coeman send it back. And Eleno's reply seemed a little long, since the last time Eugene sent it, 2 months later, he received it. The letter returned was a small gray owl. On Friday morning, the little owl stumbled and fell on his desk and was a little injured. Eugene took it to treatment. After that, he opened the letter that Eleanor had sent. Dear Eugene, sorry, it took 2 months to receive your letter back. I've been a bit busy lately, so I haven't been able to respond to you in time. I will tell you the doubts raised in your letter before. Yes, Mr. Flamel, it's Nicole Flamel, the great magician. Sorry again, I've been really busy lately. Didn't blame you. However, I hope you don't send me a letter until Christmas. I don't want your Coeman to get hurt. Eleanor Keith troublesome? What kind of trouble did Eleanor have? Eugene fell into deep thought. He actually has many questions he wants to ask, such as his own parents. Of course, he felt that if he asked it rashly, he would definitely be suspicious. But what happened to Eleanor? Judging from the words, it made Eugene feel that her life was in danger at any time. With a worried heart, in a flash, it was Halloween's Eve. On this day, Eugene woke up early in the morning and came to the kitchen hallway when he smelled a tempting smell of roasted pumpkin. Wow, I dare say, dinner must be very sumptuous today. Justin closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Ernie looked around and suddenly suggested, how about we have a hearty breakfast? The two looked at each other and smiled, joined Eugene, and the three walked into the kitchen again. Eugene felt that this was the best idea they had come up with in 2 months. So, the three walked into the kitchen. It's you again. An elderly house elf looked at the three with disdain. His name is Baker. Eugene learned that Baker was the oldest here. It is also relatively qualified. Baker often acted like a grandfather and liked to lecture. However, he is also a precept. He never complained, nor did he stop them from going along to eat. Baker's meaning is simple: as long as they don't take the food that has been laid out, it doesn't affect their work, whatever they want. Especially you, Eugene. Baker also named Eugene. You are not allowed in today. Then we won't go in. The corners of Eugene's mouth curved slightly. Let's just stand here, use your wand. It just so happens that I learned the levitation spell yesterday, and it can come in handy. Justin had already drawn his wand and looked eager to try it. Ernie couldn't manage so much, but also drew his wand and cast magic on a square loaf of bread in the distance. Ugadimu Leviosa. However, there was no reaction at all. Baker grinned, with a look of disdain. It turns out that I haven't learned home yet. Obviously during class, I let the feathers fly. Ernie tried a few more times, but to no avail. Justin also tried, but it didn't work. You better go up to the auditorium and eat. Eugene raised his wand in his hand. I haven't tried it yet. Without waiting for Baker to reply, Eugene cast a levitation spell. Not far away, 3 sandwiches on a plate floated. Eugene waved his wand rhythmically, and the sandwich slowly glanced towards them. Finally, it levitated in front of the 3. How? Eugene raised his eyebrows. He felt that it was necessary to be angry with Baker. That, Eugene, I'm going to eat grilled sausage, Ernie said. So, Eugene once again cast the levitation charm. In the end, the 3 returned with a full load. Today's breakfast can be said to be quite good. After potions class with Ravenclaw, it was time for the afternoon to rest. Because of Halloween, the school seemed a lot happier than usual. As Eugene passed the hallway, he happened to see the Weasley twins playing. They were throwing something at the back of Professor Quirrell's head. Eugene, who happened to meet, was startled and secretly grabbed his wand. Gemini's guts are really not small. Quirrell has a terrifying guy living in the back of his head. Fortunately, the horror did not happen. Quirrell flinched and ran away. Eugene still wiped the sweat from his forehead. He didn't want to get involved in the mess. The time soon came to evening. As soon as Eugene entered the auditorium, he found that it had been carefully furnished. The Halloween atmosphere, beautifully rendered by those decorations. However, he always felt that he seemed to have forgotten something important. 1,000 bats fluttered across the walls and ceiling, and another 1,000 swirled above the dining table like low clouds, causing candles in the pumpkin's belly to flicker. Very spooky atmosphere. Eugene sat at the Hufflepuff table and waited. When everyone arrived, delicious food suddenly appeared on the golden plate. Potatoes, pumpkin pie, and food that appeared at the last school banquet are all available today. Also, there are some more beautifully packaged candies. Just as everyone was eating happily, the double doors of the auditorium were suddenly knocked open. Professor Quirrell rushed into the auditorium, his large scarf crooked over his head, his face full of horror. Inside the auditorium, as if the pause button had been pressed, everyone stared at him. He walked over to Dumbledore's chair, leaned back on the table, gasped, and said, "The troll in the basement thought you should know." After that, he fell headlong on the floor and fainted. In the auditorium, I don't know who screamed. One after another, more and more students were shouting, "Mess!" Dumbledore had to make several purple fireworks burst out from the head of his wand before everyone quieted down. "Prefect," he said in a low voice, "immediately take the student leadership dormitories of the various academies." The prefects of each academy stood up, maintained order, and led everyone back to their respective lounges. Troll, Quirrell? Only then did Eugene remember what he had forgotten. From his panic, he looked for Hermione's figure, and sure enough, she was not on the Gryffindor side. She was supposed to be in the women's bathroom. People around are crowding around, and it's really troublesome to move. Remember, Hermione was supposed to be in the women's bathroom in the basement. So Eugene planned to follow the team first and go to the basement floor. Then, while everyone entered the lounge, he quietly left again. Unexpectedly, Eugene found Harry and Ron in the Hufflepuff team, and they mixed into the Hufflepuff students and went down to the basement together. "Hey, where are you going?" When he went down to the basement, Eugene found that the two of them had gone in the other direction. Eugene knew that following them would be able to find Hermione. Eugene? Harry and Ron were both a little surprised. When Eugene Gang wanted to speak, he heard movement next to him. "Percy!" Ron lowered his voice. The three of them hid behind the stone sculpture and met, but found that it was not Percy, but Snape. He walked through the hallway and disappeared from their sight. "What is he doing?" Harry asked in a low voice. "Why didn't he stay in the underground classroom below with the other teachers?" "How do I know? He should go to the 4th floor," Eugene said. 4th floor? Harry was a little confused, but he did notice that Snape seemed to be going in that direction. "Could it be that night we met the three-headed guy there? Did you smell anything?" Ron asked. "A foul smell of toilets," Harry said, pinching his nose. More than the smell, Eugene was more concerned at the moment that he seemed to hear something. "It's kind of like the solace of a giant foot, dragging and walking." Harry and Ron both heard the voice at the same time. Eugene noticed that at the end of a passage on the left, a behemoth was moving towards them. It was about 12 inches tall, its skin dull and gray, like granite gray, and its large, clumsy body was like a huge pile of dirt and gritty with a small head as much as a cocoa bean. Its short legs are as thick as tree stumps, and below are flat, thick, callous thighs. And that disgusting smell is emitted from its body. In its hand, it also grasped a thick wooden stick, which was dragged on the ground due to its long arms. Ron was the second to notice its presence, tugging at Harry's clothes and silently pointing to the troll's location. Eugene drew his wand, thinking to kill the troll before it found Hermione. It's just that I don't know if the magic I practiced during the summer vacation will be useful to this troll. After all, those are just exercises, and they may not be effective in terms of specificity and practicality. Asunder? I don't know if I can cut off one of his fingers, or a stumbling block spell that he had secretly cast on Malfoy on the train before. But trolls and Malfoy are not at the same level at all. At this time, the troll stopped by a door and peeked inside. It wiggled its long ears, made decisions with its little head, then lowered its head and slowly burrowed into the room. Is that a women's restroom? The light was a bit dim, and Eugene wasn't quite sure. You have to get it out of the way. No matter which room it wants to enter, it must be stopped immediately. The key is in the keyhole, Harry murmured. We can lock it inside, he proposed. This is not okay, Eugene Kong wants to stop Harry's thoughts. Great idea, Ron said. Saying that, the two of them ignored Eugene and immediately took action. They quickly walked towards the open door. Ah, feed. Eugene hurried to catch up. Don't, two idiots. However, it is no longer useful. Harry and Ron rushed over, grabbed the doorknob together, and closed it. The two exhaled at the same time. Harry also blamed Eugene a little. Eugene, what was your name just now? It will notice ours, but it is not reflected in time. Two idiots. This is the women's toilet. When Eugene ran over, he immediately noticed the markings on the wall. The air seemed to stand still for a few seconds. Harry and Ron reacted as well, shouting at the same time, Hermione. Eugene couldn't care so much whether the spells he knew were useful or not. In short, he couldn't let Hermione get hurt. He rushed over and pulled the door open. The three rushed into the women's bathroom together. In the wall opposite Hermione, it seemed that she could faint at any moment. The troll was closing in on her, and as it walked, the pool crashed into the wall and broke apart. Eugene didn't think about it, and with a wave of his wand, a stumbling block spell. But after casting it, he found that the troll did not fall. Its hands braced the ground. Moreover, Eugene's current magic power cannot make such a big monster fall immediately. Confuse it, Harry said. It doesn't seem to be very smart. Saying that, Harry grabbed a faucet and threw it hard against the wall, trying to attract the attention of the troll. Ron picked up a steel pipe and threw it at the troll. Hey, big, this way, Ron shouted from the other side. The steel pipe hit the troll's arm, but it didn't seem to care, but Ron's voice still attracted it. Hermione, run, run. Harry immediately shouted at Hermione. However, Hermione was like her legs were not obeying the command, and she couldn't move around at all. She was terrified. She was still clinging to the wall, her face terrified. Eugene took the opportunity and rushed over, ready for her to bring out. The shouts and noises seemed to drive the trolls crazy. It growled and sped closer to Ron's side. Eugene also came to Hermione's side and took her little hand. It's okay, hurry up and leave first. At this moment, Harry suddenly jumped up and wrapped his arms around the troll's neck from behind. The troll didn't seem to react and continued to walk towards Ron's place. Harry drew his wand again and plunged it directly into its nostril. The troll roared in pain and did not move closer to Ron, but twisted and kept waving the wooden stick in his hand. Grab it, don't let go, Eugene shouted. Because the troll is likely to throw Harry out at any moment or be killed by his wooden stick. Hermione was already so frightened that she slumped on the ground. Eugene cast a fragmentation spell on the troll. He went to the troll's head, but the trolls moved around. Eugene's fragmentation curse went off. The hand that hit the troll with the wooden stick only scratched a mark on the back of its hand. However, it also makes the trolls suffer. As soon as its hand loosened, the wooden stick fell down. The direction of the drop was Ron's side. At this time, Ron stood in place, he drew his wand, and did not know what to do for a while. A spell popped up in my head. So, he shouted the mantra loudly, Ugadimu Leviosa. The wooden stick rose high into the air, and then slowly turned, and fell, hitting the troll's head. Then, there was an earth-shattering noise. The troll wriggled in place a few times and fell face down to the floor. Boom! Eugene felt that the ground was a little shaky, and the floor tiles seemed to have cracked a few cracks. Harry got off the troll's back, and he was really in danger just now. Ron stood there, staring blankly at the fallen troll, his wand raised, seemingly unable to react to what he had just done. Eugene was also secretly relieved. It was really too dangerous just now. He quickly lifted Hermione up and dragged her arm to keep her steady. Harry drew his wand from the troll's nostrils. A long strip of goo, down the wand, was pulled out. Large chunks of gelatinous substance, very disgusting. Is it dead? Hermione asked, gradually coming to her senses. Harry shook his head. No, just fainted. He looked at his wand with a look of disgust. It stinks, this is its boogers. Harry took his wand and wiped it on the troll's pants, feeling more comfortable. And at this moment, there was a sudden sound of slamming the door and loud footsteps. The four people in the room looked out the door at the same time. Obviously, it was the sound just now, which made a lot of movement, and it must have been heard by the people downstairs. A moment later, Professor McGonagall was the first to rush in. She looked at the embarrassed four, and then at the trolls on the ground. Apparently her brain hadn't turned a corner for a while. Immediately after, Snape also came in. Finally, Quirrell. Eugene didn't pay attention to the first two, but fixed his gaze on Quirrell. As soon as Quirrell entered the toilet, the first thing he saw was the troll. Then with a hint of chagrin on his face, he grabbed his chest and sat down on the toilet. "What the hell are you guys playing?" Professor McGonagall said, with cold anger in her voice. "Count yourself lucky not to be killed by it. Why don't you stay in the dormitory honestly?" Her gaze swept over everyone and finally stopped at Eugene. "I wonder if the Sorting Hat had divided you into the wrong house at that time." Mr. Eugene. Eugene didn't even know how to answer. "Please don't do this, Professor McGonagall, they're looking for me." "Miss Granger." Hermione let go of Eugene's hand. Eugene gave Hermione a strange look, not understanding what she was up to. "I came to the trolls because I thought I could deal with it alone, you know, because I read about them in trees and knew them well." Harry and Ron also looked at Hermione a little stunned, not quite understanding why she was lying. "If they hadn't found me, I'd definitely be dead by now. When they arrived, the trolls were about to swallow me in one gulp." "Oh, is that so?" Snape stared at everyone with a skeptical look. "Hill, are they right?" Eugene didn't know why he was suddenly named. Maybe it's because he's from Hufflepuff House. Professors felt they wouldn't lie. "Yes. Mr. the Prefect asked us to go back to the dormitory, and that's when I noticed that Harry and Ron seemed to be in a hurry about something. So, I followed." Eugene explained. "Then we found Hermione, and the troll was about to swallow her in one bite, and it was too critical to call someone, so Harry stuck his wand in the troll's nostrils, and Ron knocked her unconscious with the troll's own wooden stick." The situation on the ground does seem like this. Harry and Ron also looked like they were already very familiar with the story, and the two nodded hard. "Oh, if so," Professor McGonagall muttered, as she looked at them, "Miss Granger, you silly girl, how can you think that your stomach can handle a mountain troll?" Hermione bowed her head with a guilty look. The other three also bowed their heads, not daring to speak again. Snape looked at the troll's arm and frowned, apparently feeling as if Eugene wasn't telling the truth. "Miss Granger, Gryffindor will be deducted 5 points for this," Professor McGonagall said, "and I'm very disappointed in you. If you're not hurt at all, it's best to hurry back to Grande Cento. Students enjoy Halloween dinners in their own houses." "Well, I'll still say you're lucky. Few first graders can compete with an adult troll. You two add 5 points for Gryffindor. I will inform Professor Dumbledore about this. You can go." Harry and Ron hurried out of the bathroom. "You too, Mr. Hill," Professor McGonagall said to Eugene. "Hufflepuff +5, but what?" Eugene suddenly got a little nervous. "I really have some doubts that the Sorting Hat divided you into the wrong house," Professor McGonagall said. "I hope you didn't lie." "It's all true, Professor." Eugene looked up and looked at Professor McGonagall. "Okay, you hurry back too." With permission, Eugene immediately ran out of the toilet. To be honest, it's impossible not to be nervous. When he walked to the kitchen hallway, Eugene dared to take a big breath. Just in the toilet, the smell of that troll, it was really bad. Eugene returned to the dormitory and immediately changed his clothes. After that, I enjoyed dinner with my roommates. As for what happened with the troll, Eugene didn't say a word. While Justin wondered where he was going, Eugene simply said that he had been squeezed into the pit just after the chaos. The other party didn't seem to realize that in the castle, where would there be a pit? Over here, Professor McGonagall dealt with the troll. "Professor McGonagall, that kid is obviously lying." Snape gloomy. "Dumbledore has explained that if Eugene Hill didn't do anything particularly big, he wouldn't have to care about him." Professor McGonagall told the truth. Snape was puzzled, his voice a little cold. "Why? This, if you want to know, go and ask Professor Dumbledore directly." Professor McGonagall left a word and left. "But I think there's something wrong with that kid." Snape snorted, but Professor McGonagall couldn't hear it anymore. The wound on the back of that troll's hand seemed to have been caused by a fragmentation spell. First-year students actually used the split spell? This had to make Snape a little suspicious. I also don't know what Dumbledore thinks. Of course, Snape still didn't plan to ask Dumbledore, because he has more important things to do at the moment. In fact, Professor McGonagall was not very clear about Professor Dumbledore's thoughts. Most of the time, she didn't figure it out. For example, 10 years ago, Professor Dumbledore insisted on sending Harry to that rather bad Muggle family. For example, she clearly remembered the number of copies of the notice sent by Hogwarts. But on the day of the Sorting Institute, there was one more student. That person was Eugene Hill. Therefore, when she saw the last name that day, she also hesitated. Later, she also talked to Professor Dumbledore about it. The result was what she had just told Snape. The kid named Eugene Hill was a temporary student added by Dumbledore. To be precise, it seems to be a transfer student. In short, there is too much doubt. And since the troll, the relationship between the four suddenly became a little different. From that moment on, they officially became friends. Eugene is still a little puzzled by the relationship between friends, because, often, Hermione pulled Eugene along to join the three of them in some of their activities. For example, when they are not in class at the same time, Hermione pulled Eugene and went with them to the library. Because they often mixed together, Justin also joked that he would just let Eugene transfer to Gryffindor. Of course, this is just a joke. Sometimes Hagrid invited Harry to tea, and Eugene was pulled along if he had time. Neville was also invited to their tea ranks, but Hagrid's cabin was really a little small. However, in this November when it gradually becomes cold, it feels very warm. Since entering November, a lot has changed around the school. The top of the surrounding mountain is covered with a layer of snow, and the lake becomes cold and hard. In this atmosphere, the Quidditch season begins. The first game was scheduled for Saturday, Gryffindor versus Slytherin, though. Although it is not a Hufflepuff match, about the Quidditch match, Hufflepuff is also quite hot. First game, who will you win absolutely? Ernie asked Eugene. Since Stepbins revealed that Eugene would deviate the last time, the three roommates were, from time to time, let Eugene guess this and that. I think it's Gryffindor, Justin answered first. Why? Ernie asked. Because I don't like Slytherins. Justin gave an answer that sounded quite reasonable. The three didn't quite understand why Eugene gave people a sense of enigmatic confidence. Oh, that's interesting. A discordant voice came from the adjacent table. It's that nasty stinky imp, Malfoy. You actually expect that Harry Potter to win? Malfoy taunted. He's always lived with muggles. His gaze swept over Eugene and Justin. Oh, forgot. He said, there are among you. Malfoy. Ernie stood up. Crabbe and Goyle, who was sitting next to Malfoy, both stood up at the same time. At this time, a black figure appeared. Hopefully, I read that right. Snape dragged his robe to the aisle between the Hufflepuff table and the Slytherin table. His cold eyes scanned several people. Finally keep his eyes on Eugene. Mr. Hill, don't tell me that this matter has nothing to do with you? How does Eugene feel like he's being deliberately targeted? Hey, greasy head, I don't seem to have offended you, right? I didn't say a word just now, sir. Eugene raised his head and looked at Snape. I hope you're telling the truth. With that, Snape dragged his robe and left. All three of Malfoy would also be in their seats. Malfoy's face was full of pride. Professor Snape is really unreasonable, Justin said. Eugene sneered. If he was reasonable, he wouldn't be Snape. This is just a small episode. One day, after the herbology class, Hermione called Eugene to go to the yard when there was no class. Say there is something to give him. Something? What will there be? However, Eugene is still looking forward to it. It seemed that Hermione had changed a lot since the trolls thing. It didn't feel so annoying to Eugene, and it seemed to be a little cuter. At the appointed time, Eugene came to the yard. Hermione mysteriously trotted over to Eugene and took out a jar of sauce from her robe. Without waiting for Eugene to notice what was inside, she shoved it directly into his hand. Hide, don't be discovered, Hermione whispered. Eugene felt a hint of warmth, and the originally somewhat cold yard made him feel instantly warm. Yo, I'll just say, why are you suddenly so kind to get it for us? Ron pinched his throat and said, it turns out that the two of us are only in passing. Ron, what are you talking nonsense? Hermione glanced back at him. Hide quickly. At this time, Harry shouted in a low voice. Eugene quickly hid the jar. It turned out that Snape had come from a distance. Snape limped, his legs seemed to hurt. He walked over, his icy gaze sweeping over Eugene, perhaps noticing anything wrong, but turning his gaze to Harry. What are you holding in your hand, Potter? It's Quidditch magic. Harry handed the book in his hand to Snape. Snape took the book directly. Books in the library are not allowed out of the school, he said. I did. Gryffindor was deducted 5 points. It's really ruthless. Eugene was secretly glad that he had not been caught by Snape. You'd better hide it a little better. Don't let me catch anything. Snape whispered a word as he passed by Eugene's side. Is Snape the guy who shoots around? Eugene really didn't know where he got so much energy. Staring at Harry alone wasn't enough? And carry him with you? He made up a temporary rule. Harry looked at Snape, who limped away, and said, but what happened to his feet? I don't know, but I hope she hurts enough. Ron gloated. Eugene left first when he had a class. Back in his bedroom, Eugene took out the sauce jar. Inside is a bunch of blue flames, very comfortable and warm. Wow, Eugene, warm my hands. Justin happened to see it. Eugene immediately hugged the sauce jar tightly. Don't move, a friend sent it. It's Hermione. Justin had an expression that I understood. Don't leak this thing, Eugene reminded. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Justin laughed. If you get points deducted, our Hufflepuff points will also be less. At night, in the Gryffindor common room, Hermione was supervising Harry and Ron's homework. The two once wanted to ask her to copy her homework, but she called them back one by one. You copy my homework, can you learn anything? Hermione sighed. However, Hermione would still help them check to see if they had done their homework correctly. I want to go and get the book back. After finishing his homework, Harry thought about it, still saying his somewhat uneasy thoughts. I don't want to go if I change it. Hermione and Ron spoke in unison. But, Harry thought, maybe if there were other teachers next to him, maybe Snape would give it back to him. So, he took the luck and went to Snape. Harry left the lounge and he went downstairs to the staff lounge. Arriving at the lounge door, Harry took a deep breath before knocking. However, there seemed to be no answer inside the door. He knocked again, but still did not move. Harry found that the door was unlocked, and there seemed to be no one inside. Thinking that maybe Snape had left the book in and quietly went in and took it out, he carefully pushed open a slit and looked inside. A terrifying scene appeared before his eyes. There were only two people in the room, Snape and Filch. Snape pulled his robe above his knees, one of his legs drenched in blood and blurred flesh. Filch was handing him the bandage. Damn it, only to hear Snape say, "How could you possibly stare at all three heads at the same time?" Harry was about to close the door and slip away, but Potter. Snape quickly lowered his robe to block his injured leg. At the moment he was angry, his face was crooked. Harry was a little breathless. I wondered if I could get my book back. Get out! Get out! Snape growled. Harry turned and ran, afraid that Snape's next sentence would be a deduction of points. He ran all the way back to the lounge. Did you get the book? When Harry returned, Ron asked immediately. But seeing that Harry's face was a little pale, Ron asked, "What's going on?" Harry lowered his voice and told Ron and Hermione about the fact that he had just seen Snape injured. At this moment, Harry had a speculation. Do you know what that means? He held his breath and said, on Halloween, he wants to pass by those big dogs with three heads. When we saw him, he was heading there. He was looking for the thing that the big dog was guarding. I bet with my flying broom that he put the troll, in order to divert everyone's attention. Hermione's eyes widened. No, he won't, she said, although, I know he's not very good, he definitely wouldn't steal something that Dumbledore kept so closely. To be honest, Hermione, you always think that all teachers are saints. Ron said very unceremoniously, I agree with Harry. I think Snape can do anything. Hermione still shook her head in disbelief. You can go and ask Eugene, he was there that day, and I promise he will agree with Harry's speculation, Ron said. Sure enough, after Ron moved out of Eugene, Hermione was clearly a little shaken. Well, tomorrow she will ask Eugene. But what is that big dog guarding? Ron threw out a puzzled question. Harry presumed that it was the small package taken from the vault, but what was inside was unknown. Early the next morning, the weather was clear and cold. The enticing aroma of grilled sausages fills the restaurant, and everyone is looking forward to a great Quidditch match, and there is a lot of joyful discussion. Finally waited. Ernie looked excited. I'm sure Harry Potter will definitely fall off his broomstick. Malfoy was talking loudly over at the Slytherin table. The other Slytherin students laughed along. Abominable. Justin was about to stand up, but was pressed back by Eugene. Don't be angry, they'll definitely lose. Eugene said, don't mess around with dogs that bark around. They were obviously laughing at us just now. Ernie clenched his fists. Snape is there, we'll talk about it later. Eugene glanced at Snape on the teacher's table. After breakfast, Hermione came directly to Eugene. Going to a Quidditch game in a while? She extended an invitation to Eugene. Eugene nodded, okay. Ernie and Justin booed at the side, knowing that the three of them couldn't watch the game together, so they left. After seeing the two people leaving, with no one around, Hermione lowered her voice and told Eugene what Harry had seen in the staff lounge yesterday. What do you think? Hermione asked. Your instincts are right, he really won't hurt Harry. Eugene said, but what? Snape did go to the room on the 4th floor that day. You mean, his leg was really bitten by those three-headed dogs? That's right. Eugene nodded. Hermione thought for a moment and said, so you mean, Snape really intends to steal what the dog guards? All right, Hermione. You don't have to think about it. Eugene patted Hermione's shoulder, I don't want you to get hurt. Also, leave that thing alone. It really won't be dangerous and won't be stolen. Eugene felt that with Dumbledore's magic, Quirrell and Voldemort would not be able to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione, however, felt as if Eugene knew something, but hid it. Watch out, Professor Quirrell, Eugene reminded Hermione. He's the one who is really dangerous, he said. Hermione was stunned, then laughed. What are you kidding? Eugene just wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Ron who came over. Hermione, we need to hurry up and make something. Ron ran over. Harry was nervous just now, we should give him some encouragement. Well, that's all that matters now. Hermione put Eugene's words down for the time being. Eugene, do you want a piece? Eugene knew, simply, that Hermione wouldn't believe it. Still need to take your time. There is still time. Good. So, they got busy. Ron took the stained sheets and drew a huge banner that read Potter will win. His roommate, Dean, also drew a large Gryffindor lion on the sheets. Hermione also used a clever magic to make the paint on the banner shine with different colors. Eugene was also not idle, ran to the kitchen, asked Baker to borrow 2 pipes, and propped up the banner. At 11 o'clock, the group of Harry's squad entered the stands around the Quidditch pitch. In addition to Harry's roommate, Hermione's roommate joined them. Parvati also pulled his sister Padma away from his Ravenclaw friends and pulled him with them. The group directly occupied the highest row. Just before the game was about to start, the seats in the stands were raised directly into the air by some kind of magic. Eugene was also surprised. When I watched it in the movie before, they had a special stand. After coming here, it was actually the stands on the ground, which were directly raised into the air, forming a state of temporary suspension. Wouldn't this security be good? What if I accidentally lose my footing and fall? There wasn't so much time for Eugene to take a closer look at security, because the Quidditch game is about to start. 15 flying broomsticks soared into the air and rose high into the sky. When Ms. Hooch blew the silver whistle, it marked the official start of the competition. Eugene and Ron each held one end of the banner high, shaking as hard as possible for Harry to see the side. Neville was standing next to Eugene, looking out with binoculars. "Hey, Harry!" Neville waved his hand high in the air. He spotted us. Ron was so excited that he struggled to shake the tube in his hand. Eugene tried to hold on as firmly as possible, otherwise his end would be swung away by Ron. In addition to the fierce competition between the players on the field, the commentators are also working hard to comment. In charge of the narration is Lee Jordan, a friend of the Weasley twin brothers. In fact, when school started on September 1st, Eugene got on the bus and saw the students surrounded with a spider. The ghost flying ball was immediately snatched by Angeli John of Gryffindor. What a brilliant suitor that girl is, and she is still very charming. Jordan, Professor McGonagall gulped. "I'm sorry, Professor." In this way, Lee Jordan has been under the watchful eye of Professor McGonagall, explaining, "Don't dare to let go of yourself again." The competition was intense, especially the Weasley brothers. Because they are twins, they will use this advantage to confuse the Slytherin side. When Gryffindor scored, most of the audience cheered. Accompanied by cheers, there were also Slytherin roars and moans. Borrow light, let go." Several people heard a familiar voice. "Hagrid." Several people turned back in unison. Hermione made a seat for Hagrid to sit down. "I've just been watching in my cabin," Hagrid said, patting the large telescope hanging around his neck, "but it's not the same atmosphere as watching a game in a crowd." "The snitch is still gone, is it?" "I didn't see it," Ron said, pointing in Harry's direction. "Harry doesn't have much to do yet." At this time, Harry was high in the air, gliding lightly above the playing field, trying to find the shadow of the snitch. "As long as there is no trouble, you are lucky," Hagrid said, holding up his binoculars and looking at a small dot in the sky. The game goes on and on. Suddenly, a bludger came in Harry's direction, like a cannonball. In the stands, everyone almost held their breath. If they were hit, it was not a joke. Thankfully, Harry dodged, and Fred caught up. "Are you all right, Harry?" Flying only shouted. He slammed the ball hard at the Slytherin team. "The Slytherins got the ball," Lee Jordan explained. Percy the Pursuer dodged the 2 bludgers with his head down, dodged the Weasley construction site and the Pursuer bell. "Watch out, Professor Quirrell," Eugene reminded Hermione. "He's the one who is really dangerous," he said. Hermione was stunned, then laughed. "What are you kidding?" Eugene just wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Ron, who came over. "Hermione, we need to hurry up and make something." Ron ran over. Harry was nervous just now, we should give him some encouragement. Well, that's all that matters now. Hermione put Eugene's words down for the time being. "Eugene, do you want a piece?" Eugene knew, simply, that Hermione wouldn't believe it. "Still need to take your time. There is still time." "Good." So, they got busy. Ron took the stained sheets and drew a huge banner that read Potter will win. His roommate, Dean, also drew a large Gryffindor lion on the sheets. Hermione also used a clever magic to make the paint on the banner shine with different colors. Eugene was also not idle, ran to the kitchen, asked Baker to borrow 2 pipes, and propped up the banner. At 11 o'clock, the group of Harry's squad entered the stands around the Quidditch pitch. In addition to Harry's roommate, Hermione's roommate joined them. Parvati also pulled his sister Padma away from his Ravenclaw friends and pulled him with them. The group directly occupied the highest row. Just before the game was about to start, the seats in the stands were raised directly into the air by some kind of magic. Eugene was also surprised. When I watched it in the movie before, they had a special stand. After coming here, it was actually the stands on the ground, which were directly raised into the air, forming a state of temporary suspension. Wouldn't this security be good? What if I accidentally lose my footing and fall? There wasn't so much time for Eugene to take a closer look at security, because the Quidditch game is about to start. 15 flying broomsticks soared into the air and rose high into the sky. When Ms. Hooch blew the silver whistle, it marked the official start of the competition. Eugene and Ron each held one end of the banner high, shaking as hard as possible for Harry to see the side. Neville was standing next to Eugene, looking out with binoculars. "Hey, Harry!" Neville waved his hand high in the air. "He spotted us." Ron was so excited that he struggled to shake the tube in his hand. Eugene tried to hold on as firmly as possible, otherwise his end would be swung away by Ron. In addition to the fierce competition between the players on the field, the commentators are also working hard to comment. In charge of the narration is Lee Jordan, a friend of the Weasley twin brothers. In fact, when school started on September 1st, Eugene got on the bus and saw the students surrounded with a spider. The ghost flying ball was immediately snatched by Angeli John of Gryffindor. What a brilliant suitor that girl is, and she is still very charming. Jordan, Professor McGonagall gulped. "I'm sorry, Professor." In this way, Lee Jordan has been under the watchful eye of Professor McGonagall, explaining, "Don't dare to let go of yourself again." The competition was intense, especially the Weasley brothers. Because they are twins, they will use this advantage to confuse the Slytherin side. When Gryffindor scored, most of the audience cheered. Accompanied by cheers, there were also Slytherin roars and moans. Borrow light, let go." Several people heard a familiar voice. "Hagrid." Several people turned back in unison. Hermione made a seat for Hagrid to sit down. "I've just been watching in my cabin," Hagrid said, patting the large telescope hanging around his neck. "But it's not the same atmosphere as watching a game in a crowd." "The snitch is still gone, is it?" "I didn't see it," Ron said, pointing in Harry's direction. "Harry doesn't have much to do yet." At this time, Harry was high in the air, gliding lightly above the playing field, trying to find the shadow of the snitch. "As long as there is no trouble, you are lucky," Hagrid said, holding up his binoculars and looking at a small dot in the sky. The game goes on and on. Suddenly, a bludger came in Harry's direction, like a cannonball. In the stands, everyone almost held their breath. If they were hit, it was not a joke. Thankfully, Harry dodged, and Fred caught up. "Are you all right, Harry?" Flying only shouted. He slammed the ball hard at the Slytherin team. "The Slytherins got the ball," Lee Jordan explained. Percy the Pursuer dodged the two bludgers with his head down, dodged the Weasley construction site and the Pursuer bell, and ran to. "Wait a minute, is that the snitch?" With Lee Jordan's commentary, the audience began to boil. "The snitch has finally appeared. The Slytherin seeker has also passed." Ron shouted, "Come on, Harry." Although Harry couldn't hear their whirring at the moment, everyone was quite excited. Hermione's hand gripped Eugene's arm tightly. It can be seen that she is actually quite nervous. Eugene pretended not to pay attention, his eyes still staring ahead. Slytherin seeker Terrence Higgs followed suit, flying side by side with Harry towards the snitch. And the pursuers, who seem to have forgotten what they should do, are suspended in the air, watching the chase of the two. Gradually, Harry's speed overtook Higgs. As if sensing someone chasing, the snitch immediately increased its speed. So, Harry picked up speed again, just as he was about to reach out and grab it. Seeing this, one of the Slytherin team members named Marcus Phelan deliberately crashed directly into it, and Harry's broom deviated from the original direction of flight. Harry grabbed the broom desperately and didn't get knocked off. But the snitch, who was close at hand, took the opportunity to escape. "Foul! Foul!" The Gryffindor students shouted loudly. An angry roar resounded throughout the stands. Madame Hooch angrily reproached Flint and then ordered the Gryffindors to take a free kick in front of the goalpost. The snitch, on the other hand, disappeared from everyone's sight. "He should be sent off the pitch, referee." "Red!" From the stands, Dean Thomas shouted. "It's not football, Dean," Ron reminded. "In a Quidditch game, you can't send someone off," he explained. "And, what is a red card?" Ron asked. And Hagrid seemed to agree with Dean's statement. They should change the rules of the game. Flint was in the air and almost knocked Harry down. Eugene turned his head and looked to the other side of the stand. Sure enough, Quirrell and Snape both came. "I suddenly had something." Eugene pulled Hermione's hand away. "What's more important than Quidditch?" Hermione asked. "Personal safety." Eugene dropped a word and left. Just now, Eugene made the decision to prevent that from happening in advance. Harry tried so hard that Eugene felt that he should do something. And so after that obvious and despicable cheating just now, obviously, as a narrator, and even more so as a member of Gryffindor, it is difficult for Lee Jordan to be impartial. "Jordan!" Professor McGonagall roared in a low voice. I mean, after that overt and offensive foul play just now, Jordan, I remind you, faced with Professor McGonagall's majesty, he had to change his words. Okay. Feelant almost killed Gryffindor's seeker, the commentary continued. However, Harry didn't feel very good at the moment, because his broom seemed to be going to drop him. His broom suddenly got out of hand. However, no one noticed this. In the stands, Hagrid felt a little confused by Harry's current behavior. Harry, what does he want to do? At this time, Harry's broom was carrying him hard towards the Gryffindor goal. The broom was getting crazier and more frantic, still rolling around, and Harry could only hold the broom desperately, but it also rolled him to death. Did something go wrong with the broom when Feelant bumped into him just now? Seamus whispered. Impossible. Hagrid immediately denied. Nothing can interfere with a flying broom, a child. That kind of magic is impossible. Hearing this, Hermione seemed to have guessed something. She grabbed Hagrid's binoculars and searched anxiously in the stands. When Eugene left just now, he said that he must have known something. Through the telescope, Hermione saw that Eugene was rushing in one direction. What are you doing? Ron didn't understand what Hermione was doing. Hermione ignored Ron, who followed the direction Eugene had rushed over and spotted Snape. I guessed it a long time ago, Hermione gasped. It's indoor, look. Ron grabbed the binoculars. Snape was found in the middle of the platform across from them, his eyes fixed on Harry, and his mouth chanting words silently. He's doing evil, spelling evil on the flying broomstick, Hermione said. So what do we do? Ron asked. Eugene has just found out, he passed. Ron's voice trembled a little, but he seemed to have been stopped. It's Malfoy, Ron said. I rushed over from the other side. Without waiting for Ron to respond, Hermione had already left. Ron pointed the end of his binoculars at Harry again and noticed that his flying broom was shaking even more. Hurry up. Hermione, I'm afraid Harry won't hold out for long, Ron whispered desperately. Here, Eugene is also a little speechless. Yo, why are you going? Malfoy stopped Eugene. Crabbe and Goyle stood behind Malfoy like two mountains, their nostrils upwards, looking like they were great. Get out of the way. Eugene let out a low growl. Gee, you said before, with Potter, Gryffindor will win. Malfoy looked at Eugene with disdain. He raised his hand and pointed in the air. He's going to fall soon. High in the air, Harry was thrown out because of the rapid rotation of the broom, but his hands were still clutching the broom and hanging in midair. It seemed that in the next second, Harry was about to fall off his broom. Eugene directly drew his wand and waved it at Malfoy. Malfoy only felt as if his feet were bound by something, and with one slump, his body was about to fall into his seat. Fortunately, Crabbe grabbed Malfoy by the collar and survived. Eugene grabbed the neutral gear, ran through the aisle of the lower seat, and ran over. He continued to run towards Quirrell. Hermione also quickly ran to that side at this time, because she was too fast and too anxious, so that when she passed by Quirrell's side, she accidentally bumped into Quirrell. She didn't have time to apologize, and then came to Snape. She crouched down and drew her wand. A bright blue flame burst out of her wand and ignited the hem of Snape's robe. And at this time, Eugene also arrived just in time. He came directly to Quirrell. Professor Quirrell, I suddenly thought of a question and wanted to ask you. Eugene noticed that Quirrell's hands were shaking a little. There is. Any questions? Quirrell tilted his head. Because the position where Eugene was standing just blocked Quirrell's view. Suddenly, an exclamation came. It turned out that there was smoke coming from Snape's side. Only then did Snape realize that his robe was on fire. He immediately stood up and extinguished the flames. Eugene noticed that Hermione had slipped away quietly while she was in trouble. I heard that there are vampires in the Forbidden Forest, is it true? Rumors. Quirrell was nervous. Hill, what are you doing here? Snape immediately spotted Eugene. There were even some doubts that the flame just now was made by Eugene, but Snape couldn't find evidence for the time being. I suddenly thought of a question to Professor Quirrell. Professor Snape. Snape's face was gloomy. Don't mess around. I've got the answer. Eugene left a word and also left. At this time, Harry in the air had returned to his broom. I saw Harry descend quickly and dive towards the ground. The audience suddenly boiled. By the time Eugene returned to his previous seat, Harry had already fallen to the ground. He rolled and stood up. It was as if I was going to vomit. The audience fell silent and looked at Harry. Harry opened his mouth and a golden object landed in his hands. I caught the snitch, he shouted, then raised the ball high above his head and waved it. Wow! We won! Ron jumped up excitedly, pulling Neville, jumping and jumping again. Neville cried directly, grabbed Ron's robe and wiped his tears. It was really thrilling just now, and when Harry was about to fall, Neville was blindfolded for 5 minutes, afraid to watch the game. Hermione was also quite happy, and directly gave Eugene a big hug. Great win, it's really not easy. She choked a little, and Eugene felt that she was almost crying. The Gryffindor team won by 170 to 60 points. The game was in chaos, over. 20 minutes later, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Eugene arrived at Hagrid's cabin. Snape did it, Ron explained to everyone. Hermione and I saw him chanting a spell on Harry's flying broomstick, muttering something in his mouth and keeping his eyes fixed on Harry. Nonsense! Hagrid retorted, why would Snape do such a thing? Eugene also found out, even before I found out. Hermione added. Not Snape, Eugene said, it's Quirrell. How could it be Professor Quirrell? Ron didn't believe it, he had seen Snape casting a spell with his own eyes. Hermione said, after I set Snape's robe on fire, Harry's broom will be fine. That's when you just bumped into Quirrell. Eugene explained, I talked to him later, and he didn't have a chance. Stop, don't argue. Hagrid felt like his brain was about to explode with their voices. You alone say, Harry, you say. I found out something about him, Harry said to Hagrid, and on Halloween, he wanted to pass the big dog with 3 heads. It bit him. We thought he was trying to steal something that the big dog was guarding. Hagrid put down the teapot heavily. How do you know about Luffy? He asked. Luffy? Yes, he's mine. I lent Dumbledore the guards to this end. Fred got several snowballs for George. George threw a snowball directly at the back of Quirrell's head, one at a time. The two chased Quirrell, trying to get his fucky purple turban off. Quirrell was beaten and he ran everywhere and yelled. In the end, Professor McGonagall saw it, arrested the two and punished them. That great plan to tear down the scarf ended in failure. Friday morning. A few owls flew through the snowy and windy skies to deliver mail, which was a lot of hard work. Eugene unexpectedly received a letter from Mrs. Eleanor Keith that day. The letter said that her recent affairs had come to an end for the time being, and hoped that Eugene would travel to Ulf for Christmas. Let him leave Durin to go to Ulf for Christmas? Eugene really didn't expect that Eleanor would invite him over. But for 10 years, Eugene spent time with the Hills. After reading the letter, Eugene wrote back, telling Eleanor that he would go home first and ask his parents before replying. Then, there was something to feed the little owl who delivered the letter. Eugene found that its claws seemed to be a little frostbitten. He had to take the little owl to Hagrid for help first. Hagrid has been a bit busy these days, as he is busy preparing props for Christmas decoration. Eugene came to his cabin and found several fir trees, covered with snowflakes. He was cleaning up those snowflakes. Hagrid, Eugene trotted over with the little owl in his arms. Help take a look. The little one seems to be frostbitten. Hagrid took the little owl, which seemed to appear smaller in his hand. He checked it out and said, come back to me later after class. Eugene nodded and left. After Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class, Eugene came to take the little owl. Hagrid was preparing to carry a large fir tree into the castle. Need my help? No, I can do it, Eugene. Hagrid smiled at him. Eugene suddenly remembered something and asked, Hagrid, has anything strange happened in the Forbidden Forest recently? If you don't get permission, you are forbidden to enter. He immediately suppressed his smile and looked serious. Eugene had a little headache. I didn't want to go in, I just dash, that's the best. With that, Hagrid carried the fir tree towards the castle. Eugene had to take the little owl and go to the owl shack and let the little owl rest there for a while. Let it deliver the letter later. After climbing the winding stairs, he unexpectedly met the Oriental girl again. She was facing away from Eugene, and today, she had a bald head. When Eugene went up the last step, she turned her head. I must have heard Eugene's footsteps. Hey, what a coincidence. Eugene waved at her. What a coincidence. She smiled, because of the strong wind here, and the 2 strands of hair in her ears were swinging. My name is Eugene Hill and I'm a Hufflepuff first year. Eugene introduced himself. Hello. She also introduced herself. I'm Cho Chang, I'm Ravenclaw, and I'm a year above you. Sure enough, it's her, Eugene muttered. Cho didn't hear clearly what Eugene was saying. What? Oh, I wanted to ask you, are you going home for the holidays? Cho shook his head. No, I've already registered with Professor Flitwick. What about you? She asked Eugene. I'll go back, Eugene said, but it's also possible to go to Adel for Christmas. I tell, it's a good place. There is a lot to do there. Cho said. Have you been? No, I just heard of it. I've read world history before, and it's good to know that it's good there. Eugene also knows that there are world-famous towers, quite famous doors. Counting down, there are quite a few places to play. Of course, he didn't go either. I'm still looking forward to it. The main thing is that Eugene guesses whether he will meet his biological parents. That, I still have business, go first, see you later. See you later. After Eugene put the little owl in the shed, he gave it another meal before leaving. Back in the auditorium, it was time for lunch. When he arrived at the foyer, he happened to bump into Hermione and enter the great hall with a pile of books. Are you going home tomorrow? Hermione asked Eugene. I thought you weren't going to talk to me. Eugene smiled. Need help? Seeing Hermione holding so many books, Eugene helped her get a few. Upon entering the Great Hall, Malfoy was looking at them gloatingly. "Did he bully you again just now?" Eugene asked. "That guy," just underwhelmed, Ron said indignantly. "Actually, I know who Nicole Flamel is," Eugene said. The three raised their heads and looked at Eugene for a few seconds. Ron was the first to react, and he burst out laughing. "You know? This laughter is clearly not believed. Recently, we have searched for the Great Wizards of the 20th Century list of famous contemporary magicians, major discoveries of modern magic and research on the development of modern witchcraft, but we have not found it," Ron said. "Everyone takes the same course. Also, Eugene came from a Muggle family. This is not to say that Ron discriminates against Muggles, but in Ron's consciousness, Eugene does not have much contact with magic. Hermione and Eugene went to the same elementary school. Hermione didn't know, and Eugene certainly didn't know. Therefore, Ron felt that what Eugene had just said was to find happiness. What I said is true, Professor Dumbledore." "Yes, Professor Dumbledore, for sure," Harry said, "but he certainly won't tell us." "Okay, thank you for helping us move the books." Hermione made a move to drive Eugene away. "Don't you want to participate? You don't have to worry about it." Well, Eugene feels that whatever he is saying now, they will not believe. "However, I suggest you take a look at the old books," Eugene had to remind like this. Of course, whether they listened or not is another matter. In the evening, the auditorium was basically decorated. It looks spectacular. The walls are covered with weeping ribbons of holly and mistletoe, and 12 towering Christmas trees are erected, some with shining Ziaois pillars, others with hundreds of candles twinkling. The Christmas trees were moved in by Hagrid one by one, and the rest of the decorations in the auditorium were basically dressed up by Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick. With these decorations, the Christmas atmosphere is brought to life. Today's dinner is also rich. Eugene was well fed. After dinner, he began to pack his bags. Another thing is to give the letter to the little owl and ask it to help deliver the letter to Eleanor. Early the next morning, they were officially on holiday. Hagrid stood by the lake early. Before Eugene left, he also went to the kitchen. After that, he dragged a suitcase, took Coeman, and came to the lake. At this time, it happened to meet Hermione. "I thought you were sleeping in again." Hermione was getting ready to get in the car. "You didn't say you had to wait for me." Eugene followed and got into the car. "Is it convenient to sit together?" The Petir twin sisters also happened to come. It was Padma who asked. Instead of speaking, Eugene glanced at Hermione. "Of course." Hermione pulled the two into the car. "It's quite spacious. A car for 4 people," began to cross the frozen lake to the station. "What kind of magic is this? The car actually moves on its own." Padma was curious. "It's not magic," Eugene said, "there are night eclipses pulling carts ahead." "Nightingale?" Padma was curious. "It's a magical animal with a head like a dragon, a body like a horse, and black wings," Eugene explained. "Don't listen to his nonsense." Hermione pouted. "He likes to talk nonsense. What I said is true. Are you going to say that they will be invisible?" Hermione said, "I only know that the invisible beast will be invisible, and the rest will not know. Moreover, the invisible beast is still quite dangerous. Can it come and pull a cart for us?" Eugene was a little speechless. Why did Hermione suddenly scare him like she had eaten gunpowder? "Hee, you two have a really good relationship," Parvati laughed. "General," Hermione replied lightly, clearly angry. "Ouch, Parvati, you like this one." A discordant voice came from a nearby car. The 4 turned their heads to see that it was Malfoy's group. Just talking was Pansy Parkinson, a girl who didn't look very good. She was in the same car as the 3 of Malfoy. "Parvati, mixing with mudbloods, over time, IQ will decrease. Moreover, it is still a mix of 2, Malfoy said. As soon as he finished speaking, they all burst out laughing. "Abominable." Hermione clenched her fists. "Look at me." Eugene had been prepared, he had just been worried about not meeting Malfoy. Saying that, he took out a piece of fresh meat that had just come out of the kitchen. None of the 3 Hermione knew what Eugene was going to do. "Prove to you that this car is pulled by the night horse." With that, Eugene threw the fresh meat directly down in front of Malfoy's car. I saw that the car that was originally walking suddenly stopped. Eugene took advantage of the 3 of them to turn their attention elsewhere, and Eugene quietly drew his wand, hid in his sleeve and waved. The piece of flesh that fell on the ground floated. He used a levitation charm. The fresh meat was spinning in circles, and Malfoy and their car were also spinning in place. "What's going on?" Hagrid immediately noticed that something was going on here. He is quite confident in his tamed night ride, and in such a situation, someone must have done something. So, he hurried towards Malfoy's carriage. Eugene also quietly put away his wand at this time, and their carriage kept moving forward without stopping. The 3 girls didn't pay any more attention to Malfoy. Instead, they began to discuss why Malfoy and their carriage had just gone out of control. However, they still didn't seem to believe what Eugene said. As for the piece of meat after it was thrown out, the carriage would be like that, and it was just a coincidence that the three people decided. What they didn't know was that after Eugene withdrew his wand, the piece of meat fell onto the frozen lake, and little by little it disappeared. And the only one who saw the flesh disappear was Pansy. As for Malfoy, the three of them were already dizzy and about to vomit. The carriage drove to the station, and Eugene and his group of four sat in the same box. Hermione started her angry mode again, alone with a book and watching. She is still very attached to Nicole Flamel's affairs. Eugene chatted with the Petir sisters about some interesting things about their time at school, and whether there were differences in the way they spent Christmas. The Hogwarts Express back to London always felt a little slow for Eugene. By the time we reached King's Cross Station, it was already completely dark. Today, Hermione's parents came to pick her up. Benson and Dora were the same, standing at the exit, waiting for Eugene. After all, I missed the start of school. The holiday naturally came in one piece. The moment he saw Mr. and Mrs. Hill, Eugene ran directly over and gave the two a big hug. This is a sense of home, and Eugene also has a deep affection for this home. It seems to have grown taller. Dora gestured and found that Eugene was almost as tall as her. Benson also nodded, well, and it's also a lot stronger. It seems that the school food is very good. A family, happy to go home. As soon as Eugene pushed the door open, he was pleasantly surprised. In the living room, it is decorated and there is a Christmas tree standing next to it. Under the Christmas tree, there are also several presents. It's not Christmas yet, but it's like Christmas. On the table, there is also a cake with the words "Drink Home" drawn in chocolate. Eugene was slightly touched by the Hills again. They were really too nice to him and very attentive. After dinner, Eugene and Benson sat in the living room watching TV. The long-lost TV also made Eugene feel that he returned to the modern feeling. Dora was tidying up the kitchen. "Eugene, let's open the present," Benson suddenly proposed. Well, Eugene was a little puzzled. Shouldn't the gift be opened again at Christmas? Well, Mrs. Keith called me this morning and said to take you to Adel for Christmas, Benson explained. Eugene frowned. She called you guys? Yes. Benson said he pulled a ticket out of his wallet. I bought you all the tickets. Eugene took the ticket, which said Dunlin to Adel, platform 7.5, and departed at 11 a.m. And time is tomorrow. This is too anxious, right? Eugene hasn't stayed at home enough. How to say, at least let him stay at home for 3 days before going. Go early, come back after Christmas, and go to school again. Dora cleaned up the kitchen and went to sit down next to Eugene. She patted Eugene on the shoulder. I heard that Adel is quite fun, and I will come back when the time comes. You're going together, Eugene proposed. Benson shook his head. Next time. And we didn't have a visa. Yes, visas take time, Dora said. Eugene thought, didn't he also need a visa? But looking at the special ticket in my hand, I thought to myself, as a wizard, there may be another way. After that, Eugene opened his Christmas present in advance. Benson gave Eugene a toy car, although it felt a little out of line with his hobbies, but normal children at this age like this gift. Dora gave Eugene a hand-knitted scarf, a gift that Eugene loved. After receiving it, I put it on immediately. The next morning, after Eugene had breakfast, Benson drove him to King's Cross Station. Dora was afraid and reluctant, so she didn't accompany her. At 9:45 a.m., they arrived at the train station. Unexpectedly, Eleanor stood at the entrance of the station, waiting for him. After Benson handed Eugene to Eleanor, he left. I didn't go to the platform with him again. Young Master Eugene, you have this. Eleanor handed Eugene a small black book. What is it? Eugene looked at the shell, a somewhat complicated pattern that he had never seen before. Wizard registration book. Eleanor explained, it's the equivalent of a Muggle's passport. This way. Eugene suddenly realized. However, the first time he saw it, he was still quite curious. The registration book has a total of 10 pages, the first page is leaning on the cover side, and the basic information is written. For example, the name, Eugene Griffin Hill. Gender, date of birth, place of birth and residential address. It was also stamped with a large steel seal. On the right is a moving black and white photograph of a baby. This should be a photo of Eugene a few months ago, and with this photo, Eugene doubts that he can pass the level. It's just that the date of birth and the place of birth make Eugene feel that he is holding someone else's registration book, because the month of birth written above is July, and the place of birth, written as Adel. Eugene knew that he was not the Hill's biological child, but everyone around him didn't know that Eugene knew his background. Perhaps, now is a good opportunity. Mrs. Keith, my birthday registration is wrong. Eugene pointed to the above and said, Oh, is it? Eleanor was a little puzzled. She took the registration book and looked at it. Oh, I really got it wrong. Those people really are, but it doesn't matter. He looked up and asked, so I was born in Etel? I've never heard my parents say that. Eleanor frowned, but she tried to control her expression and smiled at Eugene. Well, yes, Dora was pregnant with you and went to Adel for her honeymoon with Benson. Unexpectedly, I was born prematurely, so I gave birth to you and Adel. I also met them at that time. They didn't mention it to me, Eugene muttered. He also heard that it was Eleanor who was lying hard. Last night, Mr. and Mrs. Hill also said they didn't have time to get documents. Today Eleanor said that they had been to Adel when they were young. The information is completely incorrect. Okay, it's almost time. Eleanor returned the registration book to Eugene. You have to keep this. Well, Eugene nodded and put the registration book away. He also knew that he couldn't ask anything from Eleanor's mouth for the time being. Eleanor took Eugene to the platform. Platform 7 1/2 is halfway between platforms 7 and 8. The way to enter is the same as platform 9 3/4, passing directly through the middle wall. However, Eugene has noticed that from here, there are many people who pass. There were 2 guards standing guard around. They chant words in their mouths and cast spells on ordinary people around them who notice here, falsifying their memories. Eleanor took Eugene's hand and went straight through the wall. In the blink of an eye, they came to the platform of 7 1/2. People come and go. The train is much longer than the Hogwarts Express, nor is it steam-initiated. There are also a lot more flight attendants, all of whom have wands in their hands and use magic to help passengers get large luggage onto the bus. However, most people, like Eleanor, only carried a suitcase. Ours is a carriage. Eleanor led Eugene in the direction of the front of the car. This train is mainly divided into 3 areas. The direction of the front of the train is the box, the middle section is the dining car, and the back half is the loose seat. Eugene followed Eleanor to their box. The seats are padded and comfortable, with plenty of space. Looking at the number, there should be 4 people in a private room. Under the table by the window, there is also a small shelf with several books on it. If you're bored, read a book, Eleanor said, pulling out a book from the shelf below and handing it to Eugene. The Adventures of Mad Muggle Martin McGuess. It's a comic strip. This comic book, Eugene has heard of, and Ron is a big fan. He wasn't very interested, though. After just flipping through it casually, he put the book back. At this time, the train slowly started. Their box did not come in to anyone else. Eugene found another train magazine and looked at it. It mainly introduces the Dunlin to Adel train. For example, the introduction of King's Cross Station. There is also an introduction to their terminus, Eitel Nord Station. Eitel North Station, inaugurated in 1866. It is a relatively old station. It has access to almost all major cities in the Nordic continent. It is not an exaggeration to play the role of Adel North Station as a hub of the middle station. The train from King's Cross to Adel North Station runs 5 times a day, 2 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon and 1 in the evening. Of course, this refers to the train on which the wizards ride. The train that ordinary people take every 2 hours can be said to be ordinary. After the train has traveled for a while, it begins to enter the tunnel. At this time, there was a knock on the box door. Oh, no thanks, Eleanor said. The witch had to close the door again. Okay, have a nice trip. When she closed the door, a trace of regret appeared on her face. I don't really like what is sold in the car, Eleanor explained as she pulled 2 slices of bread from her suitcase. Eat this first, and when I get to my house later, I will make you something to eat. Eleanor handed Eugene a slice of square bread. Thank you. Then she unscrewed a bottle of water for Eugene. Lunch was simply settled. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the train arrived at Adel North Station, which is also the terminus. Everyone got off in an orderly manner. Follow me, Eleanor reminded. Eugene pulled his backpack and came to this world, going abroad for the first time, saying that it was impossible not to be nervous. Moreover, he still went abroad as a little wizard, and he still felt different. After leaving the platform, following the instructions, they came to a hall. The hall is divided by a fence and there are 12 exits in total. Everyone lined up in an orderly manner. There is a lot of people, because in addition to their train, other arriving train passengers will also come here. Wait until you go through security. They ask you why you came here, you just say travel, understand? Eugene nodded. The speed of the team was quite fast, and in about 5 minutes, it was Eleno's turn. The prosecutor was a young man in his early 20s, dressed in a blue guard uniform, which should be the uniform attire on Adel's side. Eleanor showed the bag to the inspector, then took a card from her wallet and handed it to the inspector. The inspector just took his wand and tapped on Eleanor's card. It was to let her pass. Honey, don't be nervous, I'm waiting for you outside. Before leaving, Eleanor said to Eugene. These words made Eugene even more nervous. Coming to the inspector, looking at his expressionless and serious look, Eugene was a little worried. In case there was a problem with his wizard registration certificate, would the other party immediately control himself? Eugene followed Eleanor's steps just now and handed the backpack to the other party for inspection. There was no problem, and the inspector returned the bag to Eugene. What about the registration certificate? The inspector's voice was muffled. Eugene hurriedly handed over the registration certificate. The inspector looked at the information on it, and then at Eugene. First time? Eugene nodded. What are you doing? Tourism. Well, that's good. The inspector said, you stand still, is it, but not off? Eugene stood up straight, nervous tight. Then the inspector bent down and, from under his desk, took out something wrapped in a black cloth. What is that thing? What dangerous goods won't it be? Or is it magical equipment like identification? While Eugene was thinking about it, the inspector uncovered the black cloth. It's an old camera. To be precise, it is an antique camera, the kind that uses magnesium light. Watch over here, the inspector reminded. Eugene looked over there, a light flashed in front of him, and the camera smoked. Immediately after, a photo spits out of the camera. The inspector flicked the photo and affixed it to Eugene's wizarding registration card. Is this Polaroid? Eugene is a little confused. Take it, welcome to the romantic city of Adel. The inspector handed the wizard registration certificate to Eugene. Eugene is still a little confused. He looked down at the registration certificate and saw that his photo had been replaced. The photo also moves, which is exactly the movement of Eugene looking up at the camera. Leaving the level, Eugene exhaled heavily. Look how nervous you are. Eugene smiled. I thought he was going to stop me. The formalities are normal, who will stop you? Eleanor also smiled. Let's go, let's take the subway. By subway? Eugene didn't expect that Eleanor would take the subway. Aren't most wizards rarely using ordinary people's transportation? Like Eleanor, she should still be able to use transfiguration directly. Save mana. Eleanor gave Eugene an answer that couldn't be asked. So, the two took the subway together and got off at the Champs-Élysées road station. 332 Champs Road is where Eleanor lived. It is not far from the Arc de Triomphe. Standing in front of your home, you can see it. Eleanor's home is a small three-story building with a basement structure. Number 332 has a total of 12 households. Eleanor's house number is 332-3. The address where Eugene sent the letter before is also here. My house is not as spacious as yours. Eleanor opened the door and handed Eugene a pair of slippers. The slippers were new, probably the ones she had just bought. Eleanor's home is indeed not spacious. The first floor is the living room and kitchen, so there is no other space. Young Master Eugene, you sit in the living room for a while first, and I'll go get you food. Eleanor led Eugene to the living room. There are TVs, books, you can watch them. With that, she poured Eugene a glass of water, and then went straight to the kitchen. Instead of turning on the TV, Eugene walked to the bookshelf next to it. Things in the ordinary world are not as interesting as the wizarding world. Eugene noticed that there was a recent newspaper on the shelf. He had read the Daily Prophet in Hagrid's cabin before, and the layout on it was clear. However, the newspaper in his hand now looked slightly different. For example, the number of pages is much thicker than the Daily Prophet. Out of curiosity, he picked up the newspaper. Global Prophecy Daily? Oh, that's the Wizarding World, a newspaper about the world. Eleanor's voice came from the kitchen. Because it is an open kitchen, she still knows what Eugene says and does. The magic newspaper of the world? Eleanor nodded. Yes, some of the latest news from the ministries of magic of various countries have been published, she said as she waved her wand. The cupboard, at her direction, opened, and 2 white plates floated out and landed gently on the dining table. Master Eugene, how about we eat steak today? No problem. Eugene basically doesn't pick anything except that he doesn't like to eat too sweet food. He sat down on the sofa with the Global Prophecy Daily, and the headlines of the news caught his attention. Title: The War League is about to disintegrate, and the Ministries of Magic will be reorganized according to the recent contradictions in the Muggle world, which also affect the War League Ministry of Magic. It may also eventually be split and reorganized into 15 magic ministries. Specific proposals are already under negotiation. According to the current head of the War Alliance Department of Magic, he hopes that Muggle leaders will consider carefully. Eugene suddenly remembered an incident in his past life. It seems that the War Alliance collapsed, just a short time after. December 25th is just Christmas. However, I didn't expect that the disintegration of the War Alliance would also affect the wizarding world. Does the disintegration of the War Alliance have a great impact on the wizarding world? Eugene turned and asked Eleanor. Eleanor was cutting the beef with the fragmentation charm and didn't expect Eugene to suddenly ask this question. She was stunned for a moment, and the beef suspended in midair almost fell to the ground. Thanks to her timely remedy, the beef did not fall, but continued to remain suspended. Of course there is an impact. Eleanor said, after the dissolution of the War Alliance, the rules of magic in various countries will also change. The economic systems of Muggle countries around the world will be different, and for us wizards, it will be affected. So, it's also necessary to do trimming. What if I don't change? That will affect the wizarding world like World War I, World War II, and black magic will be abused. Eugene immediately thought of someone. Young Master Eugene, is it a 7-point cook? Eleanor asked. Well, you can. Eugene continued to read the newspaper, which had mixed opinions about the dissolution of the War League. Some people say that it is a conspiracy over there in North America. Some people say that it is a qualitative problem of the economy of the War Alliance itself. Eleanor summoned a wisp of blue flame with her wand and began roasting the steak. Eugene felt a rush of heat in the room, turned his head and saw Eleanor roasting meat. Magic once again refreshed his worldview. Although he often walked into the kitchen of Hogwarts, it was the first time he saw a few additional magic directly used to cook. The steak was quickly examined, and under Eleanor's override, flew to 2 plates on the table. She got some more seasonings and put some leafy greens on the plate as a garnish. Well, there's still something missing. With that, Eleanor went to her basement and came out with a bottle of wine. She looked at Eugene. Oh, sorry, you can't seem to drink this. You'll wait. Eugene put down the newspaper and went to the table to look at the wine that Eleanor had just taken out. It's called Flame Whiskey, and the name sounds cool. Is this a point to drink? Eleanor took a bottle of milk from the fridge, poured it into a cup, and knocked another egg down. I don't know what powder she put in it, and after concocting, a drink came out. Eggnog, you should like it. Eleanor put the cup on the table. After that, she made a salad. That's their dinner. Eleanor, who had drunk the wine, looked particularly bold and talked to Eugene a lot, some personal views on the disintegration of the War League and the reorganization of the Ministry of Magic. At this time, Eleanor did not look like a middle-aged woman at all. Rather, like a young girl, she is much more active under the stimulation of alcohol. Eugene wanted to take the opportunity to get some words out of her mouth. Mrs. Keith, how did you meet my parents? This one. It's a long story. Eleanor said, I went to Dunlin on an errand and met Dora on the subway. She showed me the way, but I think she should have forgotten about it. Of course, what Eugene wanted to ask was not about the hills, but about his biological parents. But unexpectedly, even if she was drunk, her mind was still quite clear. Eleanor took a sip of wine, as if she had gained some kind of courage. She shook her head. No, not mine. That was originally yours. It was originally mine? She nodded. Yes, that's right. It's you. Eleanor burped. It's a couple who sponsor you. Why are they funding me? Because when you were born, they found out that you were very talented. Eugene didn't expect that Eleanor's mouth was still so tight. You're lying to me. Eugene decided to say directly to the showdown, when you were at the station today, you said that you and my parents met in Adel, but my parents have never been to Adel at all. Just now you said that you met when you went to Dunland to do errands. Eleanor was stunned for a moment, and then laughed loudly. Little ghost head, I didn't expect you to be so shrewd. She raised her index finger and nodded the tip of Eugene's nose. It's too smart, it's not good. I'm not smart at all. Eugene said, it's just that you're too stupid to lie. Eleanor waved her hand, and she burped again. Okay, tell you so. Eugene sat up straight and waited for Eleno's words. As for Mr. and Mrs. Hill, I did meet when Dunlin was running errands. Eleanor said, the honeymoon I told you about earlier was another couple, the owner of the vault key in Gringotts. Their baby was born prematurely, was not saved, died. Eleanor stared at Eugene, her eyes very firm. Later, we went to Dunlin together to do errands and met Mr. and Mrs. Hill, that is, your parents, Eleanor said. Eugene was wide-eyed, a little admired by Eleno's storytelling ability. Of course, this story should be half true, because he didn't see the look of lying in Eleno's eyes. Sure enough, the acting skills of adults should not be underestimated. She continued, at that time, Dora was not pregnant. The second time we went to Dunlin to run an errand, we found out that she gave birth to you. Immediately noticed that you are different. That's when they gave you what they were meant to leave to their children. Really quite a perfect lie. If it weren't for Eugene's peculiar situation, he would definitely believe this. Eleanor kept her inner secret from beginning to end, and Eugene knew that she couldn't ask too much information today. So where are they now? What is it called? Can I meet and thank you? Eleanor hesitated. She shook her head. I don't know. I haven't been in touch for years. As for the name, their work is dangerous, so it is not convenient to tell you. Eugene was a little disappointed, but he felt that Eleanor was not telling the truth. Are they dead? Don't talk nonsense. Eleanor suddenly yelled at Eugene, but she immediately realized her gaffe. Okay, have you eaten enough? Her tone became gentle again. Eugene knew that he must have annoyed Eleanor just now. Eat enough. I'll take you to your room to sleep. With that, Eleanor staggered to her feet. She was a little unsteady on her feet, and Eugene immediately held her up. Your room is on the second floor, on the left. Eugene helped Eleanor up to the second floor, and she pointed to a room. Mrs. Keith, where do you live? 3. Third floor. So, Eugene helped her to the third floor. There was only one large room on the third floor, and he put Eleanor on the bed and covered her with a quilt before leaving the room. Eugene went back to the first floor and cleaned up the kitchen and dining table. Using the phone in the living room, he called Mr. and Mrs. Hill and told them that he had arrived at Mrs. Keith's house. Mr. and Mrs. Hill repeatedly told him to be obedient. Also, let him take more photos and go home. Considering that it was an international call, there was no more talk. After hanging up the phone, he returned to his room on the second floor to rest. The room is relatively simple, just a bookcase, desk, wardrobe, and then a bed. The furniture is all new and so are the sheets. After seeing this, Eugene was still quite moved. Eleanor prepared a lot of things in order to bring him over. Although they were all new and the bed was very comfortable, Eugene lay in bed for a long time before falling asleep. Early the next morning, Eleanor knocked on the door, and Eugene woke up. Because of his late bedtime, he felt a little sleepy. However, in order not to cause trouble for Eleanor, he stared at the dark circles. Adel was a little cold today. The snowflakes were not as heavy as on the Hogwarts side, but the streets were covered with a thin layer of snow. After Eugene washed and changed clothes, Eleanor had already prepared breakfast. She looked in good spirits today, and it was completely impossible to tell that she had drunk last night. She had changed into yesterday's civilian clothes, instead wearing the emerald green cloak that Eugene had seen her for the first time, with a pointed hat. Mrs. Keith early. Eugene is a little unaccustomed to fresh milk, and always feels a little strange. You have to drink this. Seeing that Eugene had only drunk half of it, Eleanor immediately reminded, this is how you can grow taller, and I'll get it for you early in the morning. Well, it's pretty hard. Eugene had to bite the bullet and drink it all. Master Eugene, wipe your mouth. Eleanor handed him a tissue. After breakfast, Eleanor took 2 brooms from the basement. Eugene thought they would go out again in a car or something, but he didn't expect it to be riding a broomstick. You're supposed to be able to ride this, right? Eleanor asked. Eugene nodded. When I was at Hogwarts, I learned. Okay. Eleanor nodded, otherwise I'll have to change into muggle clothes again. Eleanor handed the broom to Eugene, then took out her wand and cast a spell directly on Eugene. She herself used the illusion charm. Okay, let's go. With that, Eleanor opened the door and walked out of the house. Just like that, wearing a cloak and holding a broom, he blatantly walked out. Eugene had to keep up. But as soon as I went out, I met an old lady next door. She still had a leash in her hand, and she was going out to walk her dog in the morning. The old lady happened to look over to them. She also reached out and waved her hand to this side. Mrs. Fergus, you are really early today. Mrs. Fergus? Eugene turned his head and found that an old lady over half 100 years old on the other side was also leading a dog and preparing to go out. It's really a false alarm. He couldn't believe what would happen if ordinary people saw the two of them, one holding a broom. The point is, Eleanor is still wearing a cloak. Young Master Eugene, remember to keep up. Eleanor rides on a broom and reminds Eugene. Eugene also hurried to the broom. The two of them flew into the air one after the other. They left the heart of Atra and flew straight to the outskirts. Finally, came to a small farm. The farm seemed a little deserted, as if there had been no one for a long time. But the smoke of the hut was smoking, and it was inhabited inside. The snow covered the grass in front of the hut like a large goose feather blanket. The roof of the cottage is also covered with a layer of snow, and the eaves are shining with ice crystals. Eleanor and Eugene got off their flying broomsticks and came to the hut. In front of the hut, there are several footprints, which should have just been left behind. Eugene faintly heard laughter coming from the hut. Eleanor raised his hand and knocked on the door. Mr. Flamel, I'm Eleanor Keith. So it's Eleno. An old man's voice came from the door. Fleur, go and open the door. Then a woman's voice came from inside. The sound of the latch taking away. Then, the door was pulled open. Eugene felt a warm current gushing out of the room, the temperature of the fireplace directly opposite the doorway. The flames are strong. Long time no see. Hibiscus. Eleanor was the first to greet the girl who opened the door. I just made tea, hurry up and sit down. An elderly lady, with a pot of tea in her hand, walked to the living room. Young Master Eugene, come in. Eleanor led Eugene into the house and closed the door. Only then did Eugene see clearly the girl who opened the door for him. She is beautiful, with waist-length hair and a rather infectious smile on her face. Eugene was a little stunned for a while. She was probably the most beautiful girl she had ever seen. The girl quickly noticed Eugene's gaze, with a little displeasure on her face, turned her head and walked to the side of the couch and sat down next to her mother. Her mother was also beautiful, and Eugene felt more beautiful than her. Mature and charming. I actually have such a big daughter. Mr. Flamel, Madame Flamel, Apollon, long time no see. Eleanor greeted the trio. Long time no see, Eleno. Long time no see. Nice to see you again. All three also responded to Eleno. Eleanor took the broom in Eugene's hand and put one piece on the shelf next to it. Hey, it's rude to stare at the girl, she whispered in Eugene's ear. Eugene looked back, a little embarrassed. This is my best friend's child, Eugene Hill. The child has not been out of the house, and I will bring him to Adel this Christmas, Eleanor introduced. Then there was the introduction of other people in the house to Eugene. The older couple was naturally the Flamels, and the mother and daughter are Apollon Dracour and Fleur Delacour. Eugene hadn't noticed what Eleanor called them just now, and when he heard their names, he was really shocked. Hello. Eugene is still a little excited. Of course, not to the point of being too fancy. After getting used to it, there is nothing. However, Fleur's first impression of Eugene was clearly not very good. Madame Flamel gave tea to several people and sat down beside Mr. Flamel. Eugene felt that Madame Flamel had stared at him for a long time, and he didn't know why. Apollon, why are you here today? Eleanor picked up the topic first. Madame Delacour touched the corner of her eye, and Eugene noticed that her eyes were a little red, as if she had just cried. Well, I heard that Mr. Flamel and Mrs. Flamel intend to move all the supplies from Etel to Devon. So, come over with Fleur and see if I can help. Madame Delacour explained her intentions. I really have a heart. Mr. Flamel is grateful. Madame Flamel held out her dry hand and took the equally dry hand that Monsieur Flamel had placed on her knee. Seriously, the things in this house, cleaned up by magic, some things may be confused. Eugene then noticed that there were a lot of instruments and a lot of books. Not to mention the instruments, just the classification of books is a bit troublesome. After drinking a pot of tea, I felt a lot warmer. So everyone got busy. Eugene then knew that it turned out that Eleanor brought herself here today, just like the mother and daughter of Delacour, to help clean up. You are responsible for sorting the books and packing them into cardboard boxes. The work of cleaning up is mainly arranged by Madame Flamel. Eugene and Fleur were directly assigned to the bookshelf side. Whirlwind sweep. Madame Flamel cast a spell directly on the bookshelf. The dust covering the books was all gone. Underage, can't use magic yet, I'll clean it for you. Madame Flamel smiled at the two. Because of her age, Eugene felt that her smile was a little scary. Still, the two thanked Madame Flamel for using a spell to clean. Eugenie, where did you go to school? It was also because sorting out books was a bit boring, and Fleur took the initiative to talk. Eugene had been looking at some of the books in his hand and hadn't noticed that Fleur was talking to him. While sorting out the books, he will also flip through the contents of them driven by curiosity. I mean, where did you go to school? What grade is it? Fleur stared at Eugene with a serious expression. This made Eugene almost lose his mind again. No way, too beautiful. In his mind, countless thoughts also appeared. At Hogwarts, I just started this year. No wonder, I said how come I haven't seen you at school? Fleur muttered. What did you just say? A book that Fleur was holding in her hand suddenly fell to the ground. Oops. The book was thicker and hit her foot directly. Are you all right? Eugene quickly picked up the book that had fallen on the ground. This kind of heavier book, just leave it for me. I just didn't hold it steady, it wasn't heavy at all. Fleur's little face was a little unhappy. Besides, you are not as tall as me. Well, Eugene found that he really couldn't argue with this. At present, he is indeed not as tall as Fleur. While Eugene and Fleur were sorting out their books, Eleanor and Madame Flamel went to the kitchen to start preparing lunch. In the kitchen, Eleanor was waving her wand and began peeling onions. Madame Flamel looked over the bookshelf, and then asked in a low voice, Eleanor, Eugene is that child, right? That's the kid who was born here, isn't it? She added. Eleanor nodded. Yes, it's that kid. Madame Flamel sighed. Unexpectedly, 11 years have passed. So, have you made a decision lately? Eleanor asked. Madame Flamel shook her head. It's not completely decided yet, but there is almost an answer. You deliberately brought that child here to remind us, right? Eleanor smiled bitterly. I really haven't been able to hide it from you. During the conversation, Eleanor's onion was peeled. Eugene is good looking. It seems that the Muggle couple is good for him. Madame Flamel glanced back at the bookshelf. Mr. and Mrs. Hill, really nice to him. So, I didn't treat him badly. How about letting him stay longer? I want to talk to him more. Madame LeMay proposed. Eleanor grimaced. No, that's not okay. It's too broken here. It's better at my home. She vehemently objected. If that's the case for you, me, and my husband, Madame Flamel, don't get excited. Eleanor knew that she was a little too much. Go back to my house at night, and for the next few days, I will send him over every day to play. Then it's settled. Madame Flamel was delighted. Eleanor poured cold water on it in time. Don't be happy too early. I heard Professor Dumbledore say that Master Eugene is not as well behaved as we seem. Then when will he return to Dunlin? I promised Mr. and Mrs. Hill, after Christmas. After Eugene and Fleur loaded all the books on the shelves into cardboard boxes, it was time for dinner. After lunch, Madame Delacour left with Fleur because she had something to do in the afternoon. Eugene and Eleanor stayed and continued to help clean up. The two had dinner at Flamel's house before returning to Champs-Élysées. Eugene came into this world and tidied up the house for the first time. Although tired, he asked a lot of questions. Eugene, how about we go shopping for Christmas presents together tomorrow? Eleanor suggested. Okay. Eugene was still about to mention it. Buy presents tomorrow, send Christmas presents to Benson and Dora, and Hermione, buy her a copy too. That night, Eugene fell asleep early. The next morning, he woke up with anticipation. Eleanor rummaged through the basement and found the camera, which was covered with a thick layer of dust, apparently useless for too long. Because she needed to buy Christmas presents, Eleanor had to change into ordinary people's clothes. Eugene put on the scarf that Dora had given him. If you need to take pictures, a scarf is naturally a prop that must be brought. Eugene first went to the Arc de Triomphe to take pictures, and then followed Eleanor to go shopping. He selected a cup for the hills to drink, and the names of the two were directly printed on it. Eugene felt that they would definitely like it. Eleanor said to give it to the Flamels. Taking line 2, they reached Place du Tertre. The dazzling array of paintings made Eugene's eyes unable to see. I'm going to send them an oil painting, Eleanor said. Would they like oil paintings? Eleanor smiled mysteriously. I think they would like it. The two enter an oil painting shop called Wanderer. The shopkeeper was an old man with white hair and shoulder length. When Eleanor and Eugene entered the store, the old man was holding a magnifying glass and looking at an oil painting. After the old man saw the two come in, he raised his head, nodded and said hello, and then continued to observe the painting. Come with me. Eleanor led Eugene to the store's largest painting. This is a painting that is 3 meters 5 meters high and 1 meter 2 wide. The perspective of the painting is from a window to the street scene outside the window. Eleanor took Eugene's hand and led him directly through the painting. In the blink of an eye, they came to a bustling street with a blue stone slab. Eugene felt that the street scene in front of him was a little familiar, the scene of the oil painting he had just seen. He looked back, and what they had come through this side was a wall. Here it is? Diagon Alley similar to the Shield Orchid, Eleanor explained. Eugene felt that it was much more like Diagon Alley. Passing by, Eugene also found that some were black. There are magicians from all over the world, and when they come to Adel, they will buy things here. Eugene noticed the house number, which read Gallery Street. They came to 2 Gallery Street, an oil painting shop. Eleanor led Eugene inside, and the owner was a native, and she talked to him in French. The shopkeeper nodded and beckoned Eugene to sit down. He took an old-fashioned camera and took a picture of Eugene. Okay, we'll pick up the painting when we go back in a moment. Eugene does not quite understand this operation. But when he came in, he saw that the brushes in the corner were painting their own oils. Things that can move on their own. Eugene is also strange now. Taking pictures still makes him a little incomprehensible. The two left the painting shop. You should still want to buy something for someone else, right? Eugene nodded. I want to buy a gift for Hermione. Oh, her house is not far from my house, and we go to Hogwarts together. So have you figured out what to buy? Is there a bookstore? She loves to read. Eleanor took Eugene to a bookstore with a lot of books and newspapers. Eugene found a copy of Blood Brothers, I Live Among Vampires, a biography. He thought it was a little interesting, so he bought it and prepared to give it to Hermione. Would you like to give Fleur a gift too? Gift to Fleur? Eugene really didn't think about sending it. They also met for the first time yesterday, and they have only known each other for half a day. Fleur is very beautiful, more beautiful than any girl he has ever met, but not a friend, right? There's an accessory shop in front there. Do you want to go in and take a look? Eleanor proposed. Eugene thought that he would also give Eleanor a gift, so he entered the jewelry store. He picked out a hairpin and a brooch and asked the shopkeeper to wrap them separately. Eleanor went to buy some Christmas presents, mostly for food. After buying everything that should have been bought, the two returned to the oil painting shop. The oil painting has already been painted. At first glance, it is no different from ordinary portraiture. But upon closer inspection, Eugene found that the pigment on it was quite special. It seems to flow above under the starlight. The paintings are packed. And the ones that haven't been picked up? Didn't I tell you? Eleanor was a little surprised. Eugene said in his heart, what did you say to me? He shook his head. Mrs. Keith, you didn't tell me anything. We spent Christmas with Mr. and Mrs. Flamel. Eleanor said, I really didn't tell you. No, ma'am. Eleanor held her face. Well, my fault. The problem is, he didn't even prepare gifts for them. Then I have to prepare a little gift for them. Eugene said. It's okay, you went, it's the best gift for them. Eugene shook his head. No, you still have to prepare a little. Otherwise, it's too rude. Then buy some fruit, Eleanor suggested. Well, Eugene went to the fruit store and bought a large fruit basket to give to the Flamels and his wife. In front of the hut, there is a snowman. Next to the snowman, stands a Christmas tree. Cute. Eleanor stepped forward, drew her wand, and painted the snowman bangs. Eugene rolled his eyes. 2 old men of several hundred years built snowmen, and this 40 or 50-year-old woman also mended the knife. Well, he doesn't know what to say either. Perhaps this is the so-called old urchin. Eleanor stepped forward and knocked on the door. "Oh, you're here." It was Madame Flamel who opened the door. After seeing Eleanor, he gave her a hug directly. "We received the gift and loved it. Merry Christmas, Madame Flamel." Eugene handed the basket over. "Thank you, Eugene." Madame Flamel took the basket and gave Eugene another hug. "Come in," Mr. Flamel said. "How cold it is standing outside." Madame Flamel smiled and said, "Yes, I'm confused." The two entered the house, and dinner was ready. The four sat down at a round table and began to eat dinner. During this period, many owls flew to deliver gifts. They were all placed under the Christmas tree outside the cottage door. Eugene estimates that there are probably more than 100 gifts. That's not much, he thinks. Perhaps some people did not know the specific address of the LeMays, so they did not send it. "I didn't expect that so many people would know that I spent Christmas in Adel." Mr. Flamel drank some wine and seemed to be in high spirits. "It is estimated that there are more gifts on the Devon side," Madame Flamel said. Mr. Flamel smiled. "Yes, you're right." At this time, another owl flew in. "But it doesn't bring a gift, it's a letter." It kept knocking on the window, and it looked quite anxious. Eleanor quickly got up and went out to lead the owl in. The letter was addressed to her, and it was urgent. "What's wrong?" Mr. Flamel asked. "An urgent item from the Ministry of Magic," Eleanor said as she opened the letter. She quickly scanned the letter. "I'm sorry, I have to leave right away. There's an emergency meeting." Eleanor did not elaborate. After all, this is a certain amount of confidentiality. She walked over and gave Eugene a hug. "I'm sorry, Master Eugene, I may be very busy in the next few days, and I can't play with you in Adel." Eugene comforted. "It's okay, I can come back during my summer vacation." "I'm really sorry, Mr. Flamel, Eugene pleases you." "Don't worry, we'll take care of Eugene." Madame Flamel patted Eugene on the shoulder. "We'll go back to Dunlin in 2 days and take him with us too." "Then I'll go." Eleanor said goodbye to the three. Then the phantom appeared directly and left the hut. Eugene had guessed that Eleanor's emergency meeting might be related to the War Alliance. After dinner, Mr. Flamel gave Eugene a Christmas present, a note on his life's alchemy. Eugene carefully put away the gift. "This is a treasure. It is equivalent to the Danfang of some Xiaojian novels he watched in his previous life. If he studied alchemy, maybe he could also make something similar to immortality." After that, they opened more than 100 gifts in one piece. Eugene discovers that Dumbledore's gift to Mr. Flamel is 2 pairs of red socks. Mr. Flamel was very happy when he received it. In the evening, Eugene stayed overnight in the cabin. At breakfast the next day, the owl delivered a copy of the Global Prophecy Daily. The headline was that the War League held its last meeting, and it was expected that Mr. President would resign at the last meeting. The Ministry of Magic has also published relevant news, and the internal reorganization will also be regrouped, divided into 15 magic deployments. "Oh, the Muggle regime is really terrible," Mr. Flamel sighed after reading the newspaper. "Will the dark forces take the opportunity to rise again?" Madame Flamel was most worried about this. Mr. Flamel looked out. It was snowing outside, as if welcoming Christmas. "It's more like ushering in a new year." Eugene saw the determination in their faces. It seems that the problems that bothered them have been put down at this moment. Madame Flamel looked at Eugene and smiled. "Yes, there are some things that should be left to young people." "Eugene, are you interested in alchemy?" Mr. Flamel asked suddenly. "Studying immortality, of course he is interested." Eugene nodded. Mr. Flamel said, "Today I will teach you to get started." So, at Christmas and for the next 2 days, Eugene studied alchemy with Mr. Flamel. As for Eleanor, there has been no news since she left on Christmas Eve. Eugene knocked on the side and heard from Madame Flamel that Eleanor worked at the Ministry of Magic and that she was an Auror. From this, he wondered, was it his biological parents who were also Aurors? Of course, this is all just conjecture, and Eugene has not asked for any news so far. In addition to alchemy, Eugene also learned some cooking spells from Madame Flamel. But since minors can't use magic outside of school, Eugene has no way of knowing if he's learned it. After 3 days in Flamel Lodge, Eugene returned to Dunrin. Accompanying them were the Flamels and his wife. The couple also thought about letting Eugene go to Devon for a few days. It was just that he had an appointment with Benson to go home, and Eugene did not bother with him anymore. Mr. Flamel gave Eugene a bunch of keys. As for where the key was, Mr. Flamel just smiled mysteriously. "In the summer, you'll know." Eugene waved goodbye to Madame Flamel. They had to take another train to Devon. Benson had long been waiting for Eugene's return at the exit gate. When he saw Eugene appear, Benson rushed directly over and hugged Eugene into his arms. "I'm really worried about you." Benson is not worried about Eugene's safety, but worried that after Eugene went to Atel, did he meet his biological parents? worried about whether Eugene will return to the shield. "Okay, Dad, I'm back safe." Eugene felt that it was still necessary to comfort this big child. "Well, it's good to come back, it's good to come back." Benson took Eugene to the parking spot and drove back to the outskirts of Dunran. As soon as he got home, Eugene felt Dora's hug again. "I received the cup you asked the owl to send, and I liked it." Dora touched Eugene's head and looked at his face again. "It seems to have lost weight." Eugene can guarantee that he is definitely not thin, and he is a master at Madame Flamel's cooking. He ate more than usual. Moreover, she knows a wide variety of dishes. Although he only went to Adel, he ate almost all over the world. "How do I feel like Eugene is fat?" Benson had just put the car keys away when he heard Dora's words. Dora glanced at Benson. "What are you still stunned for? Prepare to finish eating. The family is happy." In the days that followed, Eugene basically didn't go out. Benson and Dora were home for only 3 days, so he was basically left at home alone. Recently, the news of the disintegration of the War League has been broadcast on the TV news, which has caused a stir around the world. In his spare time, Eugene looked at the notes that Mr. Flamel had given him. He also wondered if he could find the making of the Philosopher's Stone. "I went through all the notes and couldn't find the relevant information." Eugene can only express regret. Hermione came to his house on the 4th day of Eugene's return. "Eugene, you don't come back to me." Hermione lost her temper with him again. He was also given a belated gift, a quill pen. "Thank you for the book, I love it." She also gave Eugene a big hug. Girls are not reserved at all. "That, you sit, I'll pour you a glass of juice." At that moment just now, Eugene was actually a little moved by the little girl. "It's really a bit terrible, think of her just turned 12. Too small, too small." Eugene shook his head, went to the fridge to get the juice, and poured Hermione a glass. The little girl was not at all polite when she came to his house. "Sit on the sofa and turn on the TV. You actually watch international news at home?" Hermione was a little surprised. "Recently, the Battle League collapsed. Have you been paying attention to?" "Also?" It seemed that Hermione was also watching. "Well," Eugene nodded and he sat down next to Hermione. "I watch the news all the time. By the way, you go to Adel, is there anything fun? Went to World Attractions?" "I didn't go anywhere, and I spent most of my time at Mr. Flamel's house," Eugene said. "Flamel?" Hermione frowned. "You did it on purpose." "What on purpose?" Eugene didn't react for a while. Hermione puffed out her cheeks, a little dissatisfied. "Do you mean to say that you are with Nicole Flamel?" Eugene nodded. "Yes." She turned around and left. Eugene stood outside the door, watching her go away. "What is going on?" He sighed and came back to wash away the cup from which she had drunk the juice. The night before returning to school, Mr. Granger came to visit. "Please Benson take Eugene to King's Cross Station with Hermione by the way." She seemed still angry and didn't even look at Eugene. Eugene was also too lazy to explain. "Let her toss and forget it. Every time I was kind, I let her give a misunderstanding." Dora immediately saw the problem. "Eugene, did you off Hermione?" Dora asked. Eugene waved his hand. "Mom, it's okay, the child just lost his temper." Dora knocked on Eugene's head. "Don't forget, you boy, when you change your teeth, Mr. Granger got it for you. Otherwise, where did you get a beautiful tooth?" Eugene knew she would say this. But it is also true that the tooth extraction is really thanks to Mr. Granger. If he goes to someone else's place to extract his teeth, he will definitely be treated as a monster, maybe because of some special function and be in the newspaper. "When you go back to school, remember to apologize to her," Dora instructed. "Okay, got it." Eugene should go down. Early the next morning, Benson drove Eugene and Hermione to King's Cross Station. Train at 11 o'clock. Hermione twisted her head to the side the whole time and didn't answer Eugene. Originally wanted to take advantage of the car to ease the atmosphere, Eugene completely gave up. Benson didn't follow the two of them through the wall to the 9 3/4 of the platform. He was worried that he would be finished if he didn't get out in a while. After watching the two enter the inside, Benson left. Compared to the start of the new semester, today's crowds are relatively small. Maybe it's because there are many students staying on campus. Hermione didn't stay in a carriage with Eugene. The feeling to Eugene was that she felt that staying in the same compartment with him was not even fresh air. After getting into the car, Eugene happened to meet Justin, so the two stayed together. On the way, Justin shared one of his gifts. Wizard chess. Justin flashed the gift. "How? I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it." Eugene shook his head. "Take us out again." At this time, a chess piece spoke. Justin quickly closed the box. "They have a short temper, I have to take my time." He was a little embarrassed. "Go back to school and let Ernie teach me how to make them obey." "Well, good idea." The two talked about where they went and what they did during the holidays. Most of the time, it's Justin who says it. The journey was short and enjoyable. By the time I arrived at Hogwarts, it was already dinner time. Back in the Hufflepuff common room, Justin couldn't wait to find Ernie battle. Eugene has nothing to do, just watch the two play chess. The rules of the chess pieces are similar to Eugene's chess in his previous life. What is more distinctive is that the chess pieces can talk. Justin was not good at his skills and was scolded for one night. It turned out to be a miserable loss. Just play one last game. Justin was not convinced, he had never won, but the Vietnam War became more courageous. Ernie obviously didn't want to play very much, so winning like this was too boring. Just then, several seniors came out of their dormitories. It seems that they have already agreed to have a small meeting. Let's still have a bedroom. Ernie had just an excuse. Justin had no choice, so he had to take back the pawns. The three had just gotten up and were about to go back when they met Cedric at the door. They're from the Quidditch team. Ernie felt a little familiar to the senior who came to the meeting at first, and when he saw Cedric, he suddenly realized. Yes. Cedric passed by the trio and responded with a smile. Hello, senior. The three greeted each other. The first Quidditch game after school starts, we play against Gryffindor. Cedric explained, so, let's talk about training starting tomorrow. Senior Cedric, come on. Ernie waved his hand. Both Eugene and Justin were a little strange, and when they returned to their dormitory, they asked Ernie, when did you become a fan of Cedric? Ernie coughed dryly, it's not important, the important thing is that we cheer them up. Eugene did not speak, because he knew that Hufflepuff would lose this game. I was also tired from taking the train, so I went to bed very early. The next day, classes are held normally. The first class was an herbology class with Gryffindor, and Eugene wanted to take the opportunity to talk to Hermione. Who knows, when it comes to recess, Hermione runs directly to the library. She was accompanied by Harry and Ron. The three are still struggling to find Nicole Flamel's name. Then came Quirrell's class, and he didn't seem to be in good spirits. During class, everyone was still as usual, noisy. Eugene felt a little strange, but took it. The envelope did not have a stamp affixed, just Mr. Eugene received. Why is my letter with you? Eugene asked Justin. Justin shook his head. I don't know, it's in my book. If he hadn't just opened the book, he wouldn't have known it. Eugene looked up to find Quirrell still explaining the treatment of werewolf bites. After pretending to copy the notes, he opened the letter. Inside is Juanxiu's font, which reads, meet by the lake before dinner. Justin also leaned his head over and read the content above. Look at this handwriting, it should be written by a girl. Justin analyzed. Girl? Who would that be? Eugene knew Hermione's handwriting, and all of them excluded her in the first place. As for the other girls, Eugene does not know much, and there are more exchanges with good relationships, which is estimated to be Petir's twin sisters. Probably a prank. After Eugene speculated secretly, he didn't intend to pay attention. Justin looked curious. Aren't you going to see who it is? Nothing to see. Eugene put the letter away and tucked it in his book. Maybe it's true? How is that possible? Eugene shook his head. At Hogwarts, I don't seem to have spoken more than 10 words to anyone but Hermione. Justin was a little surprised. Don't you know, you are quite famous in the first grade? Me? Eugene smiled bitterly. Can Harry be famous? Ugh. Justin was surprised. That's Eugene said that if I were Harry and received the letter, I would definitely not suspect that it was a prank. Ignoring the letter, Eugene continued to copy the notes. After class, Eugene had planned to go straight back to the lounge. But when they were running parallel with Justin and Ernie, suddenly a person rushed over from behind and pushed Justin sharply. Justin rushed forward. Eugene reacted first and reached out to support Justin. However, the books of the two fell to the ground, and they fell to the ground. It was Malfoy's henchman Crabbe who pushed the people, but apparently Malfoy directed it. Ouch, Mudblood doesn't walk with long eyes? Malfoy laughed in the back. Malfoy! Eugene let out a low roar, watch over your servant. Ernie rushed straight over and raised his fist. Crabbe and Goyle stepped forward and blocked Malfoy. Professor Quirrell. Pansy, who came out from behind, shouted directly into the classroom. Only then did Ernie suppress his anger and lower his hand. They don't want to deduct points for fighting. How? What's going on? Quirrell, wrapped in a large scarf, came out of the classroom. It's okay, they accidentally fell and I helped them pick it up, Malfoy said with a smile. Quirrell nodded, then left. Seeing Quirrell leave, Malfoy walked over and bent down to pick up an envelope. Mr. Eugene receives. He deliberately read aloud, Hill, there is actually someone writing to you. You say, if I give this to Professor Slot, will she put you in lockup? You can tear it off. Eugene didn't care. He and Justin cleaned up the books scattered on the floor. Malfoy seemed to be trying to brush his presence, blocking Eugene. So, you don't mind if I go to the lake for you? Go meet your little girlfriend. Malfoy laughed. Eugene glanced at the letter in Malfoy's hand, then at Pansy next to him. Immediately understood. He noticed Malfoy's small movement again and guessed the ins and outs. Malfoy, let me make 2 points first. Eugene said, "First, I didn't write the letter, I don't know who wrote it, and if Professor Slod saw it, I could tear it directly. After all, it wasn't me who made a mistake. Second, whether I go to the lake or not, that's my own business." Saying that, taking advantage of Malfoy's lack of attention, he directly took the letter away. Eugene, Ernie, and Justin left together. "It's abominable." Back in the lounge, Ernie said indignantly, "If Professor Quirrell wasn't there, I really wanted to call back." Justin was also angry. "I really should have been deducted points just now, I'd rather be deducted points and beat them up." Thinking about it, Ernie felt a little regretful. Eugene glanced at the two and said, "I'll take revenge in a moment." "Where are you going to take revenge?" The two spoke in unison. "That letter was a trap set by Malfoy," Eugene said. Justin didn't get it. "Before class, he finds someone and quietly clips the letter into your book," Eugene said. "Why not just give it to you?" Ernie asked. Eugene shrugged, "I don't know his brain circuitry either, but how do you judge?" Justin didn't figure it out for a while. "I'm telling you, don't bother with that letter, right?" Justin nodded. "He deliberately provoked and let you go," Ernie said. Eugene nodded, "That's right. Then let's go together in 3 and see what traps he has," Justin said. "No, I'll go alone," Eugene said. He didn't want 2 more burdens. "That won't work, there are at least 3 of them," Ernie objected. Eugene raised the corners of his mouth, showing a very confident look. "Don't worry, Malfoy, he definitely doesn't know that we have discovered his plot. If the 3 of us go, in case he calls the teacher, the 3 of us will be easily arrested." Eugene explained, "If I were alone, it would be easy to escape." The two felt that what Eugene said still made some sense. "If I am alone, they will let their guard down, and I can come and win." After some persuasion, the two finally did not plan to follow to the lake, but they were still ready to wait a little farther away. Eugene knew they were worried about themselves, so he nodded in agreement. After he had made some preparations, he left the lounge and headed for the agreed place. The weather is gradually warming, and the ice on the lake before is gradually melting. The setting sun shines obliquely on the lake, making the ice suspended on the surface of the lake appear crystal clear. Eugene waited under the big tree by the lake, and no other figures were found yet. After waiting about 5 minutes, Malfoy came with his 2 attendants. "Haha, Hill, you don't really think that another girl is writing to you, do you?" As soon as Malfoy arrived, he laughed non-stop. He turned to Crabbe and Goyle. The two immediately moved and surrounded Eugene. Eugene leaned his back against the tree, and Crabbe and Goyle stopped him left and right. Malfoy was tugging at his wand and the smile on his face was quite bright. "I've been learning a spell recently, so I'd like to ask you to come over and practice with you." "Gee, Malfoy," Eugene shook his head, "I'm really worried about your intelligence." Without giving Malfoy a chance, Eugene continued, "Just now, you didn't even open my letter before you knew someone had asked me to come to the lake?" Malfoy's face was livid, and he was already aware of the mistake he had made before. "It doesn't matter anymore." Malfoy held back his anger. "After all, now feet frozen, except for your weapons." Eugene immediately drew his wand. The wand in Malfoy's hand was shot straight out. Originally wanted to take him by surprise and cast a spell on Eugene, but he didn't expect to be counterattacked by the other party. Crabbe and Goyle were a little sluggish in their reflexes, and just drew their wands, and before they could shout a spell, their wands were also knocked away. The 3 looked at Eugene a little incredulously. "Because, it seems that they haven't learned that spell yet. And also an offensive spell." "Oh, a little ghost is a little ghost," Eugene sneered. "When you encounter something difficult to deal with, you start to be timid. Feet are frozen and dead." Eugene waved his wand at the 3, "Have you learned this?" The legs of the 3 were tightly tied together and could not walk normally. "Malfoy, do you feel a little familiar?" Malfoy's face changed and changed. He remembered that Quidditch match, Slytherin versus Gryffindor. He stopped Eugene that day, but inexplicably, his feet couldn't move. It was no surprise that Eugene would lock his feet. The point was that Malfoy hadn't heard Eugene chant the spell that day. "You seem to have remembered." The corners of Eugene's mouth rose. "It's good, I don't want to attract attention. So, please remember the 3 of you and don't mess with me again." After speaking, Eugene turned and left. As for the Malfoy trio, he believed that they could solve it. At this time, the faces of the 3 were quite ugly. The wand fell to the ground, some distance from them. So, an interesting scene appeared by the lake. 3 people bounced around the lake and jumped over to pick up their tall wands. Eugene returned to the foyer, where Ernie and Justin were waiting for him. "Are you all right?" Justin asked with concern. "It's okay." Eugene smiled. "It should be almost time for dinner, right?" "Well, soon," Ernie said. The 3 went to the restaurant together. Towards the end of dinner, the 3 Malfoys returned from the lake. Their clothes were dirty, and they looked embarrassed. When they found that Eugene looked over, the 3 of them were stunned and did not dare to make a sound. After this day, the 3 did not dare to trouble Eugene again, and sometimes avoided them. However, Eugene had noticed that Malfoy sometimes looked him in the eye. It was estimated that Malfoy would die again when he thought he could deal with himself. Malfoy was indeed as Eugene had speculated, and he was diligently practicing various spells, hoping to one day take revenge. That mudblood must have been looking for a practice method in the library. It turned out that Malfoy bumped into Neville. The moment he saw Neville, Malfoy had an idea. The pent-up anger of the past few days can be vented. Longbottom, are you busy? Malfoy blocked Neville's way, and Crabbe and Goyle cooperated and clamped Neville's arm left and right. Neville was not given a chance to fight back at all. Malfoy drew his wand and smiled at Neville. I recently learned a spell, how about you help me practice it? Neville craned his neck and looked at Malfoy with some fear. Don't be afraid, it won't hurt you, Malfoy said. Don't do it. Neville's eyes were red, and he looked like he was about to cry. Gee, I really suspect that the Sorting Hat divided you into the wrong house. Malfoy laughed. Whatever you think, you're a coward. So many people here see it, if you dare to do it to me. Malfoy waved. Take him to an empty classroom. Neville was taken to an empty classroom on the second floor. Malfoy cast a spell directly at Neville, Feet Freeze. The first time, it didn't work. Neville took the opportunity and immediately tried to escape, but was captured by Crabbe and Goyle. Longbottom, I advise you not to escape, Malfoy said. In case I accidentally cast the wrong spell, you could be in danger of your life. Just stand where you are. Malfoy waved his wand. Yes, just stand there, don't move. Neville grabbed the corners of his clothes with both hands, did not dare to move, and his eyes were already moist. Feet are frozen and dead. Malfoy cast a spell on Neville again. Neville only felt the feeling of his feet being tied. Haha, it's done, it's done. Malfoy jumped up happily. It's not that hard either. He thought it was such a profound spell. Neville was uncomfortable. It seems that our Mr. Longbottom is inconvenient to go back. Malfoy scoffed. Don't be afraid, we'll send you back. Crabbe, Goyle, you two send him to the 8th floor. With that, Malfoy left the classroom. Crabbe and Goyle, carrying Neville and going straight upstairs. However, they did not send Neville to the 8th floor, and when they carried it to the 5th floor, they felt tired. Neville was directly thrown by the two on the stairs on the 5th floor. The students around them looked at them strangely, but no one came forward to inquire. Neville, just like that, his feet tied, jumped upstairs. Some students passing by found that they all laughed and thought Neville's behavior was very strange. Finally jumped in front of the fat lady, and he remembered the password for him. After being opened, he jumped directly into the hole. At this time, all three of Harry were also in the common room, discussing the upcoming Quidditch match. Because they learned the news that in the match against the Hufflepuffs, the referee was Snape. Neville appeared in a special way. He fell straight in and fell to the ground. His appearance interrupted the conversation of several people. There were other students in the lounge, and they all laughed when they saw Neville looking so embarrassed. The three of them immediately recognized that Neville had fallen under the footlock curse. They didn't laugh. Hermione immediately took out her wand and cast a cracking spell on Neville. Neville's feet then parted, and he stood up, trembling all over. What's going on? Hermione led Neville over and sat down with Harry and Ron. It's Malfoy, Neville said in a trembling voice. He told the three of them what had just happened. Go find Professor McGonagall. Hermione stood up and pulled Neville away. Sue him. Neville shook his head. I don't want to cause trouble anymore. Because of the memory ball, it has already caused trouble. After that, I got lost again and forgot my password. Neville felt that he had caused too much trouble for everyone. You must be brave against him, Neville. Ron said, he has always been domineering, and there is no reason for us to give in to him and let him get away with it. Needless to say, I'm timid. You don't deserve to stay in Gryffindor, Malfoy said that. Neville choked up. Harry took out a piece of chocolate frog from his pocket, which Hermione had given him for Christmas, with the last piece left. Neville looked like he was about to cry, and Harry handed it to him to comfort him. You're better than 12 Malfoys. Neville opened the chocolate frog and twitched his lips to reveal a feeble smile. Thank you, Harry, I want to go to sleep. Neville handed the card in his hand to Harry. By the way, do you want to draw a picture? You're collecting pictures, right? Neville handed Harry the picture and went to the bedroom. Well, Harry took the picture and looked at it, a little lost. Dumbledore again, he said. My first time. Harry suddenly remembered. He remembered the name he had seen before. Turn the picture over, and on the back is a passage introducing Dumbledore. I found Flamel. Harry tried to contain his excitement. I told you, the name feels familiar. So what I saw on the train here, listen to this. Dumbledore's widely known contributions include defeating the Dark Wizard Grindelwald in 1945, discovering the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and working with partner Nicole Flamel in alchemy. Hermione jumped to her feet, and she immediately thought of it. Wait, she said, and then rushed to the girls' dormitory. Before Harry and Ron could exchange a puzzled look, she rushed downstairs again. Hermione also had a huge old book in her hand. "I didn't expect to look for it here," she said excitedly. "A few weeks ago, I checked out of the library and wanted to read for fun." "Pastime?" Ron tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Quiet." Hermione told Ron to be quiet. She was looking for content in the book. Flipping through the pages quickly, Hermione was also thinking about what Eugene had reminded her before the Christmas holiday. A few weeks ago, she went to the library to borrow a book and suddenly remembered Eugene's words. "Although I didn't believe it at the time, I still subconsciously borrowed this old book." Finally, she found it. I know. Can we talk now?" Ron asked weakly. Hermione ignored him and began to read the contents of the book like a speaker. Nicole Flamel, the only maker known as the Philosopher's Stone. However, her words did not achieve the desired effect. Neither Harry nor Ron could react. "What stone?" Hermione sighed. "What? Don't you read books on weekdays?" She pushed the book in front of the two. "Look at this paragraph for yourselves." Harry and Ron followed the direction of Hermione's finger. "Got it?" After Harry and Ron finished reading, Hermione asked. The two nodded. "That big three-headed dog must be guarding Flamel's Philosopher's Stone. I dare say that Flamel asked Dumbledore to keep it for him, because they were friends and he knew someone was playing the Philosopher's Stone. That's why he transferred the Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts. A stone can conjure gold, and it can make you never die." Harry said. "No wonder Snape is also beating up his idea. Anyone would want it." "No wonder we couldn't find Flamel after so many books," Ron said. "Since he's 665 years old, he can't be considered recent, can he?" The three of them finally figured out who Nicole Flamel really was. However, Harry's main concern for the moment is the next Quidditch match, because Snape's referee is next. Harry had always felt that Snape was watching him all the time. Even sometimes, Harry suspected that Snape was quietly following him and wanted to catch him alone. Probably not. Snape found out that they already knew about the Philosopher's Stone, right? On Friday morning, as usual, a large group of postmen flew into the auditorium. A small owl fluttered its wings and flew to Eugene's table. It was a letter to him. Eugene fed the little owl something to eat before taking the letter. The little owl flapped its wings and flew away. The letter was sent by Eleanor. "Dear Eugene, I'm sorry that Christmas didn't end with you, because the dissolution of the War League made the diplomatic affairs of the Ministry of Magic cumbersome. Lately, I've had a lot of meetings, and I'm dizzy every day. The Muggle regime is really terrible. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't have complained about work in front of you. My dear, I might be going to Hogwarts to run some errands in the near future, and I'll take a look at you by the way. Is there anything I need to bring you? Don't feel like bothering me, I'll be happy to help you." Eleanor Keith. Eugene had nothing to bring. Seriously, though, Eleanor's coming to Hogwarts surprised Eugene. Of course, he was quite happy. But Eleanor came to Hogwarts to do errands. What did she have to do? Something about the Ministry of Magic? But Eleanor doesn't seem to be a member of this country's Ministry of Magic, right? Eugene! A voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. He looked up and saw that it was Hermione. They hadn't seen each other for weeks. Eugene knew that she liked to run to the library, and sometimes when he met, he saw that she was reading seriously, so he didn't bother her. She had her hands behind her back, as if she was hiding something. "Sorry, it was my fault before." With that, Hermione pulled out a box hidden behind her back. "I ordered a box of chocolates for you as a belated Christmas present," Hermione said. Eugene took out the quill next to his book. "Have you forgotten? I've had my Christmas presents." Eugene was a little curious. Who would send it? Just before he could unpack the package, he heard Hermione snort coldly. "Then I won't give it to you." With that, she took away the box of wine heart chocolates. Hermione returned to the Gryffindor table and gave Neville the wine heart chocolates directly. "Neville, give it to you, you are the bravest." Neville took it directly. "Thank you, Hermione." Being encouraged by his peers made him gain a lot of self-confidence. "Weren't you just going to give it to Eugene?" Neville still didn't quite understand. "He doesn't need to." Hermione raised her chin like a haughty swan, picked up magic potion and potion on the table, and left the Great Hall. Hermione originally wanted to apologize to Eugene, because she had never believed that Eugene would know about Nicole Flamel. Although, she still didn't believe that Eugene spent Christmas with Flamel. However, after she found Nicole Flamel from the old book, she understood that Eugene knew about Flamel. "So I want to apologize for the previous thing, and thank you Eugene for the reminder." So, she went to order a box of chocolates. Unexpectedly, just now, Eugene received a package. The outer packaging Hermione was all too familiar, and the outer packaging she ordered for the wine heart chocolate to send was the same. And, she got a name she hadn't heard. Fleur Dracoeur. Just look at the name, it's a woman. The woman who gives chocolates must be a girl. Hermione was inexplicably angry. The idea of apologizing to Eugene immediately disappeared. He took the chocolate back and gave it to Neville. Eugene froze in his seat, a little confused about Hermione's operation. What about the gift for me? What was clearly said to me instantly changed his face and gave it to Neville. This made Eugene depressed. However, when he found out that it was the package sent by Fleur, the depression disappeared temporarily. I didn't expect Fleur to send him something. When I opened it, I found that it was actually wine heart chocolate, which was exactly the same as the box in Hermione's hand. Eugene tugged at the corners of his mouth, immediately understanding Hermione's wave. He had to go to the Transfiguration class with a depressed mood. On the afternoon of the second day, in the Hufflepuff lounge, everyone is ready to go, because the first Quidditch match after Hufflepuff school is about to begin. Ernie and Justin were the most excited. In order to cheer Cedric up, they also specially found someone to paint Cedric's head and make a flag. I think you've done a bit of a high-profile job. Eugene looked at the big banner and felt embarrassed to think that they would lose the game in Hufflepuff. Although I have to admit that Harry Potter is powerful, our senior Cedric is not weak, okay. Ernie even brought a headscarf. The headscarf reads, Hufflepuff must win. Trust me, don't be so high-profile. Eugene sighed, I tried to predict it this morning. Justin waved his hand, don't guess what kind of divination technique you have, it will definitely not work. I don't think it works either. Stebbins interjected, during potions class, I asked Padma to show her palm prints, and she yelled at me as an idiot. Eugene Hart said, you are really an idiot. Eugene's divination technique doesn't work at all. The three rarely agree on the idea of resisting Eugene's divination together. Eugene could only silently support the Gryffindor team in his heart to win, not because he rebelled against Hufflepuff, of course. It was the result that was known for a long time, which was biased towards that side. Eugene and the three of them went to the square team of Hufflepuff. The three of them were discussing the next game. Luckily, we're playing Gryffindor today. Ernie said, if it's Slytherin on the other side, I trust Eugene's divination abilities. Well, Snape is the referee, no one should be partial. Justin said, because he's only going to favor the Slytherins. 15 flying broomsticks rose into the air, and when Snape's whistle sounded, the audience boiled. Lee Jordan, again under the watchful eye of Professor McGonagall, struggled to explain it fairly. Not long after the opening, Snape awarded a free throw. Hufflepuff score. How I feel a little strange. The Ernies weren't too happy. Like, you don't need a free throw, right? Justin said. Ernie nodded. While the two were chatting, Hufflepuff got another free throw opportunity. Score again. Justin, I suddenly found that Professor Snape is not so annoying either, Ernie said. Justin also saw it, I think so too, he seems to be deliberately biased in favor of us Hufflepuffs. Ernie patted Eugene's shoulder, your divination is really not accurate today, the winner will be decided soon. Eugene is sure. The two did not believe Eugene's words at all. The current game is just a hot spot. Professor Dumbledore is here today. Ernie, who was watching the game with a telescope, found Dumbledore's figure in the opposite stand. I thought the principal wouldn't come to the game. Before Christmas, I didn't find him. Justin's voice just fell. I saw Harry, who was suspended in the air, suddenly came to a beautiful dive. Almost the audience boiled. Both Ernie and Justin had to sigh at Harry's high-tech operation. Like a bullet, Harry shot into the ground, heading straight in Snape's direction. In the air, Snape had just turned around on the flying broomstick when he saw a golden thing whizzing past his ear. Just a few inches away from him, Harry flashed past Snape, bringing up a wave of wind and waves. Snape's greasy black hair was blown up. Then Harry stopped diving, and he raised his right hand high in triumph. The snitch was firmly held in Harry's hands. At this moment, the whole audience is boiling. On the Hufflepuff side, there was a state of stunned. Ernie and Justin silently put away their flags, really embarrassed. This match is probably the shortest time Hogwarts record. However, Hufflepuff did not feel too ashamed of this. Everyone was also very open-minded. At least, Harry gave everyone a nice visual impact. I found that Eugene's divination is quite accurate, Justin whispered in Ernie's ear. It seems to be. Ernie had to admit it too. Hearing the conversation between the two, Eugene couldn't help but laugh secretly. These are inevitable developments, and the future will not be changed unless it is a strong intervention. Of course, Eugene doesn't think he has the ability to easily change the Harry Potter universe. After the game, everyone dispersed. Eugene was on his way back to Hufflepuff, but Pomona, who hurried over, stopped him. Eugene, you come with me to the principal's office. Principal's office? It's a little sudden. Eugene said goodbye to Ernie and Justin and left with Pomona. Ernie and Justin looked at each other. You say, what did the dean ask Eugene to go to the principal's office for? Justin asked. Ernie shook his head, not quite clear. He said, but seeing that Professor Slot is just quite serious, it should be something more important, right? What can Eugene do? He didn't break the school rules. Justin muttered. Could it be that he often went to the kitchen and complained to Professor Dumbledore? Ernie speculated. We haven't gone less. The two had been discussing why Eugene had been called to the principal's office. The headmaster's office, located on a separate small top tower at Hogwarts Castle. Eugene followed Pomona to the door. A huge stone beast guarded the door of the office. After Pomona called the password, she left Eugene alone up the auto-rotating staircase. Eugene stood on the steps, and the stairs immediately spun around. It gave him the feeling of standing on an escalator. Of course, he had never seen such a spiral escalator in his previous life. This also had to make him sigh that some things in the wizarding world were really amazing. Soon, he came to the top of the stairs. The first thing that catches your eye is a gleaming oak door with a brass knocker in the shape of a griffin's head. Eugene raised his hand, grabbed the knocker, and slammed the office door. "Please come in." After a while, Dumbledore's voice came from inside. Then, the door opened automatically. Eugene walked into the office, and before he could observe the office, he was hugged by a very charming body. "Young Master Eugene, long time no see." It was none other than Alino, dressed in an emerald green cloak and wearing a pointed hat. Eugene felt a little suffocated by being held by the other party, and struggled to break free. "Mrs. Keith, you're here so fast. The letter that I received only yesterday morning arrived at Hogwarts this afternoon. This is not Mr. Dumbledore telling me to hurry up," Eleanor said with a smile. "Professor Dumbledore." Eugene then greeted Dumbledore. "Well, although I should have said hello first, I was just interrupted by Alino's sudden hug." This is the second time that Eugene has seen Dumbledore closer. Last time, it was time for the opening ceremony. "Eugene Hill." Dumbledore looked at Eugene before he spoke. "Yes, sir." Speaking of which, facing Dumbledore head-on, it was really a little nervous. "Eugene Hill, I remember." At this time, on the shelf next to the portraits of the previous principals, a hat spoke. "It's the Sorting Hat. A little imp who gives me a headache." Finally, he was assigned to Hufflepuff. The Sorting Hat said. Dumbledore smiled. "I got his admission letter alone, and it's really difficult for you." The Sorting Hat shook. No wonder. Because he was born in Adel, Eugene first received an admission notice from Beauxbatons School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Eleanor explained. "I think Beauxbatons is quite good. I heard that the bursaries there are higher than those at Hogwarts." The Sorting Hat said. "Okay, you shut up." Dumbledore pretended to be angry. "Sorry, in addition to thinking about the song of next year's sorting ceremony, it only has the hobby of gossip." Eleanor didn't care. "Let's talk about the Philosopher's Stone first." "The devil. Philosopher's Stone?" Eugene was a little confused. Eleanor and Dumbledore talked about the Philosopher's Stone. What did they call him into the office? "Yes." Dumbledore nodded. "Nico's Philosopher's Stone." "Oh, I forgot to say that." Only then did Eleanor remember. "He asked me to explain it to you." Eleanor's expression became serious. "Mr. Flamel, I hope you will help him destroy the Philosopher's Stone." "Me?" Eugene blinked. He couldn't believe it. He rubbed his face, hoping it was a dream. But it seems that he did not wake up. "The Philosopher's Stone is at Hogwarts right now," Dumbledore said. "It's a safe place for now." Before, Nico was ready to destroy the Philosopher's Stone, but because he hadn't fully made up his mind, he gave it to me for safekeeping for the time being. Dumbledore said, "Now that he's decided, let you destroy the Philosopher's Stone. The problem is, I don't know how to destroy either." Eugene didn't really want to take on this task. "Master Eugene, didn't Mr. Flamel give you a notebook?" Eleanor reminded. "Study it well, you can find it." "That's right." Dumbledore nodded. "Our plan is to destroy the Philosopher's Stone this summer. It seems that they have all decided on this matter." "Okay, I'll try as much as I can." Eugene agreed first. Moreover, he was also a little interested in alchemy. In the original world, alchemy could not create immortality, and in the wizarding world, it seemed a little different. Of course, Eugene does not deliberately obsessed with and pursue the problem of immortality. It's just out of curiosity. He thought of another question, that after the Philosopher's Stone was destroyed, Mr. Flamel and Madame Flamel, "Child, for a very clear-headed person, death is nothing but a great adventure," Dumbledore said meaningfully. Eugene had experienced death, and Dumbledore's words suddenly made him understand a lot. "And he is lucky. Because of that accident, he died, and he was lucky to come into this world." "I see." Dumbledore raised the corners of his mouth. "I believe you, I will do it." "Young Master Eugene, we have something else to discuss." Eleanor also smiled gratifyingly. Eugene did not stay any longer, said goodbye, and left the office. After making sure that Eugene was leaving, Eleanor talked to Dumbledore about the purpose of this visit. "We have previously found the whereabouts of vampires and dark wizards in Albania, and according to the investigation, Quilinus Quirrell once stayed there for a while." Eleanor said. "Before Gringotts was broken into, it was found that the group was from Albania. So, we deduced that Quilinus Quirrell may be related to that group." Dumbledore frowned after listening to Eleanor's words. "We all have the levels we set up, but if it's Quirrell, I'm afraid we won't be able to trap him." Dumbledore said, "However, I can't pass that level, ordinary people can't pass, but But what about the children? Eleanor asked rhetorically, if it's really Quirrell. There are so many little wizards at Hogwarts, what if he takes advantage of them? Dumbledore tapped his wand on the head, there is indeed such a possibility. Today I'm going to set up a level, maybe I can help, Eleanor said. Dumbledore thought it was feasible and agreed. Ever since Eugene left the principal's office, he had been thinking about a problem. What did Eleanor do when she came here to find Dumbledore? In addition to the Philosopher's Stone, there should be something else. It's just a pity that he can't hear it. Descended from the small tower and went all the way to the second floor. Unexpectedly, Eugene met Hermione and Ron here. They had just come out of the school hospital. Hermione. Eugene stopped her, are you sick? Not me, Hermione said, her happy smile just now, and immediately changed. Apparently, still a little angry. Ron? Ron shook his head, his smile undiminished. It's not me, it's Neville. Neville is in a coma, but it's not a big deal. Neville is in a coma? Eugene failed to figure out what was going on with them. Ron seemed in a good mood. Hermione, actually, yesterday, Eugene wanted to explain to Hermione about Fleur. Anyway, before leaving the house, Dora had told her to reconcile with Hermione. Eugene did not forget. However, before he could say a word, Hermione bypassed him directly and trotted behind him. Harry! Hermione shouted. Eugene turned around and found Harry looking worried. Where have you been? Hermione seemed to have deliberately raised the volume. When Ron saw Harry, he became even happier and more excited, and walked over and patted Harry on the back. We won! We won! He smiled and said, the happiest thing is that I had bluffed Malfoy's eyes. Neville was more courageous, he dealt with Crabbe and Gore alone. Neville was in a coma, but Ms. Pomfrey said he would get better soon. We're going to have a celebratory party in the lounge someday, and Fred and George just stole some cake from the kitchen or something. Ron looked at Eugene again, how about Eugene come together to celebrate? Saying that, Ron also put his other hand on Eugene's shoulder. You celebrate, I won't go. That's right, Hufflepuff played against us and lost. Hermione's tone was a little bad. Leave that alone. Harry was obviously still a little out of breath, he had just exercised vigorously. Let's find an empty room, you listen to what I tell you. Eugene also come with us, Harry said. So, Eugene was also pulled into the gang. The four arrived at an unoccupied classroom. Harry also made a point of checking to see if Peeves was inside. I tell you, just as I was about to release my broom, I found Snape sneakily going to the Forbidden Forest, Harry said, so I quietly mounted my broom and followed along. You're too risky. Hermione reprimanded him, you should call everyone together. It's not important to discuss this now. Harry interrupted Hermione directly, importantly, I found out that Snape was threatening Quirrell. Saying that, Harry looked at Eugene, sorry, your inference wasn't completely wrong before. Just when Eugene thought Harry knew the truth. Harry's next analysis turned a corner again. Snape took Quirrell into the Forbidden Forest and talked about the Philosopher's Stone. He also said that Quirrell had a secret trick so, our previous analysis was correct, and the thing guarded by Luffy should be the Philosopher's Stone. Harry analyzed, Snape wanted to get the Philosopher's Stone, and then he forced Quirrell to help. Moreover, he asked Quirrell if he knew how to get through Luffy. I guess that the guardian of the Philosopher's Stone should be something else besides Luffy. For example, some magic and sorcery, maybe Quirrell cast some anti-dark magic spells, and Snape wanted to lift them. I heard that the stone won't be there next Tuesday, Ron said. Eugene glanced at Ron in surprise. The heart says, where did you get the news from? Not there next Tuesday? He didn't even know how the Philosopher's Stone should be destroyed. Where did you hear that? Harry asked. I'm just talking about it, Ron said. The crowd was speechless. And since Harry's new discovery, Hermione's attitude towards Eugene has become better again. However, neither of them mentioned the previous wine heart chocolate matter. As for the name Fleur, it seemed to have been erased from Hermione's memory. She has recently been busy with the review thing. In Hermione's words, it's only 10 weeks before the exam. As long as Eugene was not in class at the same time as them, he would be dragged by Hermione to the library to study. Neville is also occasionally drawn into their study groups. The only good thing is that Eugene is not in the same academy as them. Otherwise, like Harry and Ron, they will be destroyed by Hermione every day. Look at the two lads, every time I meet them in the library, they yawn and yawn. Recently, I really have studied hard. More than once, Harry and Ron whispered bitterly in Eugene's ear about Hermione's question. How can you stand her? Ron pouted, it feels like she has to take care of everything. Unexpectedly, Hermione heard this. I'm reminding you not to waste your life. Hermione said, do you think you'll be able to reach Nicole Flamel's age? Okay. Ron was really powerless to refute. Harry snickered. Hermione glanced directly at him, review seriously, don't you know, we have to pass these exams before we can advance to the second year? She was distressed by herself again. Oh, I should have started reviewing a month ago, God knows what I did before. you're busy with Charnicoflammel. Eugene directly refuted her. Harry and Ron gave Eugene a thumbs up directly, what a great job. But Eugene is igniting the upper body. Hermione glanced at the book Eugene was reading, History of Alchemy. Eugene, we don't need to take alchemy for the exam. I know, your priority right now is to pass the exam. Hermione turned on her preaching mode again. Harry and Ron were completely watching the play. Eugene sighed, I just rescued the two of you, you guys actually watched the play? I'm looking at this because I want to know more about alchemy. Could it be that you still want to refine that stone? Hermione asked. Eugene looked serious, maybe one day, I really finished refining, and I can give you a piece. He did it on purpose, the little girl bickered with me? Well, although he felt quite naive, he had to leave Hermione speechless. Sure enough, Hermione had nothing to say, turned her head, and stopped talking to Eugene. She lowered her head and began to hummingly recite the 12 uses of this fire dragon's blood. On this day, Eugene and Audio Technica were reading books in the library. He was seeing an overview of the Philosopher's Stone. Ron suddenly exclaimed, Hagrid. Hagrid had planned to walk by quietly, but after Ron found out, he had to come over. You're all here. What are you doing in the library? Ron asked. When Hagrid walked over, he seemed to hide something behind him, and he was wearing a moleskin coat, which looked very out of place. Just take a look, High-GE said, his gaze visibly dodgy. What are you doing here? Hagrid suddenly looked suspicious, still Charnicoflammel? Oh, we figured out who he was hundreds of years ago, Ron said triumphantly, and we also know what those big dogs with 3 heads are guarding, the Philosopher's Stone SHH Hagrid stopped Ron immediately. He quickly looked around, hoping not to be heard by the others. Don't mumble loudly, what the hell are you trying to do? To be honest, we have a couple of things we want to ask you. Harry closed the 1,000 magical herbs and mushrooms he was watching. It's about guarding the Philosopher's Stone, except for Luffy-SHH Hagrid interrupted again. Listen, come to me in a moment. Remember, I didn't promise to tell you anything. But don't make a fool of yourself here. There are some things that students should know. They'll think I told you. Then, see you later, Harry said. Hagrid kicked and stomped away. You say, what did he just hide behind his back? Hermione said thoughtfully. Dragon, Eugene said. How can a dragon hide? Ron retorted. Do you think it will have something to do with the Philosopher's Stone? Harry asked. I'll go see what book he's looking for. Ron said that he actually wanted to take the opportunity to get out of Hermione's control a bit. A minute later, he returned, still holding a large pile of books. Ron looked at Eugene with amazement as he had already discovered the clue. Fire dragon. Ron whispered, Hagrid is looking for information about fire dragons. With that, he put the books down one by one. For example, the varieties of fire dragons, the breeding of fire dragons and other books. Hagrid always wanted a fire dragon, and he said that to me the first time I met him, Harry said. But it's against the law, Ron said, and at the Wizarding Convention of 1709, the law banning the keeping of fire dragons was officially passed, and everyone knows it. Ron looked at Eugene again. Did you really see him bring a fire dragon just now? Nope. Eugene shook his head, but he gestured anyway. But I just saw his thing. It's probably this big, perhaps, a dragon egg or something. Eugene is paying special attention to what he says now. Avoid being bombarded by the three people's direct mouth cannons again. If things are bad like Eugene said. Harry became a little worried. Hermione was also uneasy. Hagrid, what the hell does he want to do? I think, just go and see, Harry suggested. An hour later, the four arrived in front of the hunting ground guard hut. Somewhat strangely, the windows of the hut were drawn tightly. Hagrid shouted warily, who? After confirming that it was the four of them, this opened the door. Then he also brought a stoat sandwich, a dark dish, which the four directly politely refused. So do you have something to ask me? Yes. Harry said, without mincing, we wonder if you can tell us what other organs guard the Philosopher's Stone besides Luffy. Hagrid frowned. Of course I can't say. He said, number 1, I don't know it myself. Second, you already know too much, so even if you did, I wouldn't tell you. That stone makes a lot of sense here. He was almost stolen from Gringotts, I guess. You guys figured that out, right? I really don't understand. How do you even know about Luffy? Oh, Hagrid, you probably don't want to tell us, you know for sure. What is happening here? Which one can escape your eyes? Hermione said in a sweet, flattering tone. For the first time, Eugene found out that she could still do this. At this moment, if Hermione had asked herself, she would definitely tell the secret. Sure enough, this used on Hagrid, and it seemed to work. Hagrid's beard shook, and he laughed. Actually, we just want to know who designed those mechanisms. Hermione struck while the iron was hot. We want to know who Dumbledore believes can help him besides you. Hearing this, Hagrid straightened his chest. Seeing this, several people looked at each other and smiled. Well, it's okay to talk to you, Hagrid let go. Let me think. He borrowed Luffy from me and then asked a couple of other teachers to cast his magic. Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, he said, clenching his fingers. Professor Quirrell, of course. Dumbledore himself cast his magic. Wait a minute, I also forgot someone. Oh yes, it's Professor Snape. Snape. Hearing the last name, Harry was on the verge of screaming. Yes, are you still doubting him, eh? Lo and behold, Snape also helped protect a Philosopher's Stone, so he wouldn't steal it. Eugene noticed that the expressions on the faces of the three children clearly showed that they did not believe it. That's true. Harry felt that because Snape was involved in the protection of the Philosopher's Stone, the other levels were figured out, except for the magic of Luffy and Quirrell. That's why Snape threatened Quirrell. However, in the past few days, although Professor Quirrell has become paler and his speech has become more stuttered, he should not have given in. Harry was still relatively relieved. As for Luffy, you're the only one who knows how to get through Luffy, aren't you, Hagrid? Harry asked eagerly. You're not going to tell anyone, are you? Even the teacher doesn't tell, does he? Don't want to know anyone but me and Dumbledore, Hagrid said proudly. That's good, Harry grunted. He hadn't paid much attention just now to asking questions, and now Harry was relieved to find that the room was a little hot. He fanned the wind with his hand. Can we open a window? I had a heat break. No, Harry, I'm sorry. Hagrid's gaze casually glanced at the fireplace. This one action, all four people discovered. The main thing is that it is a little too obvious. Eugene also noticed that there was a black mushy thing in the fireplace. If you guessed correctly, that is the dragon egg. Hagrid, what's that? Harry asked. In fact, he already knew. When he was in the library just now, Eugene also said that it was a dragon egg. Hagrid pinched his beard a little embarrassed. That's where did you get it, Hagrid? Ron jumped up and ran to the edge of the fireplace to crouch down, carefully examining the egg. Hermione paid more attention to Eugene. She also gradually found that Eugene seemed to guess everything accurately. Why didn't you find it before? It must have cost you a lot of money, Ron said. Earned. Last night, I was drinking in the village and playing cards with a stranger. To be honest, the man was probably desperate to get rid of it. But what are you going to do when it hatches? Hermione asked. Oh, I've been reading, Hagrid said, pulling out a few books borrowed from the library from under his pillow. It is a book called Raising Fire Dragons for Fun and Profit. Of course, this may be outdated, but it's complete, Hagrid said. While pointing to the contents of the book, he looked proud. Hermione's little face was unimpressive. Hagrid, don't forget, you live in a wooden house. But Hagrid apparently didn't listen, and he hummed a little tune happily as he fiddled with the fire. The four couldn't stand the temperature in the cabin, so they didn't stay any longer. It's nerve-wracking. After coming out, Hermione looked sad. If someone finds out that Hagrid is illegally raising fire dragons, what will they do to him? That would definitely be caught, and then locked up, Ron said. Harry was also worried. We'll have to figure it out. Hermione turned to ask Eugene. Eugene, do you have any ideas? There is a saying in the East, the ship is naturally straight when it comes to the bridge. Why aren't you a little motivated? Hermione sighed and shook her head. It feels like nothing useful can be found here in Eugene. Alas, I really want to know what peaceful days are like. Ron sighed. The three were pulled by Hermione to the library again to review. After that, she reviewed night after night, and Hermione made a review plan for this. Eugene had wanted to escape this devilish review battle by having a different class time than them. The result failed. One day at breakfast, Harry's Hedwig brought a note. It was Hagrid's. There are only 4 words left on it, almost out of the shell. Ron immediately wanted to run to Hagrid's cabin, but Hermione stopped him because they had to go to the herbology class next. Hermione, how many times in our lifetimes can we see a fire dragon come out of its shell? We have to go to class, otherwise we will get into trouble. If anyone finds out what Hagrid is doing, he'll be even hapless than us. Don't say it. Harry whispered a warning, because Malfoy was not far from them, a few steps away. The Devil's Net has a few distinct features, and you've all remembered. Pomona looked around and saw Hermione and Ron getting a little closer. Take notes carefully, she reminded. First, it belongs to a kind of vine, and if you fall into its encirclement, you will instinctively wrap your waist and attack. When you encounter it, remember not to struggle hard, because, the more it struggles, the greater it will feel that you are threatened, and the tighter it will be entangled. Second, it prefers a dark and humid environment. Eugene followed Pomona's gaze just now and saw that Ron was arguing with Hermione about something. What to see? Ernie whispered in Eugene's ear. Nothing. Eugene shook his head. Seeing you've been hanging out with Harry Potter lately, I'm almost suspicious, thinking you're a Gryffindor, Ernie quipped. Eugene was stunned. Is it that obvious? Obviously. Justin said, when did you go to the library and not sit with them? Ernie nodded. Yes, a few days ago, I invited you to watch the Ravenclaw team training, but you refused. Go to the library. Ravenclaw training? Well, Eugene really doesn't remember that. Didn't a few of them go quietly that time? Gee, Ravenclaw Seeker, really powerful. Justin shook his head. Justin, repeat what I just said. Pomona suddenly named names. Justin was dumb. Failed to answer, was reprimanded by Pomona. On Hermione and Ron's side, the argument came to fruition. Decide to go to Hagrid's cabin after a session of herbology. As soon as Pomona announced the end of class, Harry and Ron quickly dropped their small shovels and headed towards Hagrid's cabin. Hermione stopped Eugene, who was about to go to the next class. Eugene, come with me. Hermione pulled Eugene directly and walked across the field. What's so anxious? Eugene didn't know about Hagrid's note for them, there will be class later. Hagrid said that the fire dragon was about to break its shell. Hermione said, the fire dragon is about to break its shell? The two ran along the edge of the forbidden forest, catching up with Harry and Ron. Where have you been? Harry asked when he saw Hermione rushing over. Hermione panted, I'm not calling Eugene over to take a look at it as well. Ron knocked directly on the door of Hagrid's cabin. After confirming that it was the four of them, Hagrid immediately opened the door and invited them into the house. The joy on his face that could not be concealed, it's coming out soon. The egg lay on the table, and there was already a deep crack in it. Something was constantly moving inside, and there was a very playful clicking sound. They all moved their chairs closer to the table, and Ron pressed his chin directly against the table. Everyone held their breath and watched closely. Suddenly, with a piercing scraping sound, the egg cracked. The little fire dragon fluttered wobbly on the table. It's not pretty, crumpled like a handful of Montenegro. The spiny wings are particularly large compared to its thin black body. It also has a long, large nose with white nostrils, horn bumps on its head, and orange-red eyes protruding outward. The little fire dragon sneezed, and a few sparks erupted from its nose. Spark flew out and lit Hagrid's beard. Hagrid hurriedly slapped the spark off his beard and avoided a major fire accident. It's beautiful, isn't it? Hagrid murmured. He reached out and touched the little fire dragon's head. Who knows, the little fire dragon suddenly raised his head and bit his finger, revealing its pointed long teeth. Oh my god, look, it knows its mother, Hagrid said. Hagrid, He-Menwen, how fast did the Norwegian ridgeback dragon grow to the bottom? Hagrid was about to answer when suddenly his face turned white. He jumped up and ran towards the window. What's going on? Harry was also nervous. Eugene guessed that the person peeking out of the window just now must be Malfoy. Someone just peeked through the gap in the curtain, a boy running towards the school. Hearing this, Harry jumped up, ran to the door, and looked out. After seeing that back, Harry's face also turned gloomy. That back is Malfoy. Malfoy saw the fire dragon. It's over, he will definitely sue. Ron could anticipate the consequences. However, for the next week, Malfoy did not file a complaint. But every time Malfoy walked past the three of Harry, there was a malicious smile on his face, which made them embarrassed. At this point, as long as Harry and the three of them are free, they will go to Hagrid's cabin to persuade. You let it go, Harry advised, let it go. I can't, Hagrid said, it's too small to die. They looked at the little dragon. In just 1 week, it has tripled its length. Clouds of smoke erupted from its nostrils. Hagrid glanced aside at the work of guarding the hunting grounds, as the little fire dragon made him busy. The ground was littered with blank brandy bottles and chicken feathers. I decided to call it Norbert, Hagrid said, looking at the little fire dragon with tear-blurred eyes. It really knows me now, you guys see. Knob, where is Mom? Hagrid. Harry raised his voice. In 2 weeks, Noble will be as old as your house. Malfoy could go to Dumbledore at any moment. Hagrid shook his lips. I know I can't keep it forever, but I can't just throw it away, can't. Okay, then let's think of a way. Hermione comforted. She suddenly thought of Eugene, and every time Eugene said something accurately, I'll go find Eugene. With that, Hermione rushed out of Hagrid's cabin. Over here, Eugene was reading a book in the library, and there were 2 books in front of him. One was an overview of alchemy, and the other was Flamel's notes to him. It is mentioned in the book that most alchemists will use iron to practice at first, and Flamel notes also happen to have content related to melting iron. However, the iron to be used is not so easy to find. The notes record that it is not ordinary iron, but iron with its own soul. Well, Eugene really doesn't understand. How can iron have a soul? At this moment, Hermione ran over panting. Eugene, you help figure out a way. Hermione gasped. We're worried about Malfoy going to Dumbledore. Hermione pulled Eugene and ran towards Hagrid's cabin. No, that Hermione, Eugene said, you haven't sent it away yet. Send away. Hermione was a little puzzled. Where to send it? Hasn't the plot developed to send fire dragons? But it's been a week. Eugene also thought they had sent the fire dragon away. To Ron's brother Charlie. Hermione's eyes lit up, and she smiled happily. You really have a way. It's not that I have the means. Wasn't this something Harry brought up? At this time, in Hagrid's cabin, Harry suddenly thought of something, turned to look at Ron, and said, "Charlie, you're confused." Ron said, "I'm Ron, remember." "No, Charlie, your brother Charlie. In Romania, Charlie studied the fire dragon. We might as well give Noble to him. Charlie can take care of it and release it back into the wild." "Fantastic," Ron said. "How?" Hagrid hesitated, but in the end, he was persuaded by the two and agreed. "Well, that's it." There was a knock on the door of the cabin, and Hermione came with Eugene. "Things settled," Harry said. "I'll write to Charlie later and tell him about this side," Ron said. Hermione glanced at Eugene, and her opinion of him changed a bit. Eugene shrugged. "It seems that you guys have done it." The next week was a year for Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Eugene continued to study alchemy, and he found a more critical piece of information from Flamel's notes. That's blood. The soul in alchemy can be activated with blood. In the case of blood, Eugene first ruled out human blood, mainly because he was not very comfortable in his heart. Thinking in the direction of race, he felt that with human blood, he was like a dark wizard. The notes mentioned several good animal blood. Eugene searched through the information again, and finally decided that he would use unicorn blood first to get started. But how do you get unicorn blood? That's a bit of a hassle. Where did he get unicorn blood? For a while, it made him a little difficult. It wasn't until Wednesday night, during astronomy class, that he met Hermione and the three. "Perhaps, there is a place, there must be. That's the Forbidden Forest." After astronomy class, Eugene found Hermione. "Did you fire dragons send them out?" Hermione shook her head. "Ron's brother Charlie hasn't replied yet." This way, Eugene calculated the time, and it stands to reason that he should have received the letter soon, because, if memory serves, they should have sent Noble away on Saturday night. Eugene decided, then wait a little longer. His idea was actually very simple, that is, on the day he sent the fire dragon, he also came to help. Because afterwards, Harry they will be caught. After that, he followed Hagrid to patrol the Forbidden Forest. This is a good opportunity to get unicorn blood in the Forbidden Forest. "Well, Hermione, if there is something you need help with, you will come to me," Eugene said. Hermione was a little surprised, because Eugene gave her the feeling that she didn't like people who caused trouble, not to mention offering to help people. Still, she nodded. "Well, it will. At that time, you don't have to hide from me." When Hermione returned to the lounge, she did not enter the dormitory, but stayed there with Harry. When the clock strikes 12, the portrait hole is suddenly opened. Ron took off Harry's invisibility cloak as if it had fallen from the sky. The invisibility cloak was a gift Harry received at Christmas, left by his father, James. Now, in Harry's hands. Although I don't know who sent it, Harry has already speculated that it was Dumbledore. Ron had just gone to Hagrid's cabin to help Noble is now eating dead rats in crates. "It bit me," Ron said, showing them his hand, holding a blood-stained handkerchief. "I can't hold a pen for a week. Tell you, the fire dragon is the scariest animal I've ever seen, but judging by the way Hagrid treats it, you think it's a fluffy little rabbit all the time. After it bit me, Hagrid wouldn't allow me to scare him. As I left, I heard Hagrid singing a lullaby to it." Hermione and Harry looked at each other, both showing understanding. "Don't look at Hagrid so big, he treats small animals, but he is very gentle." At this time, there was a slapping sound from the dark window. "It's Hedwig," Harry said, hurrying over and letting it in. It must have brought Charlie's reply. The three heads came together and looked at the note. The note said that Charlie had a few friends coming to see him next week and was ready to have a few of his friends send him over. But in order to avoid being able to see them, illegally carry a fire dragon. So set the time for midnight on Saturday, take Noble to the tallest tower, and quietly take it away while it gets dark. After reading it, the three looked at each other. "We have the invisibility cloak," Harry said, "and it shouldn't be a big deal to bring it to the tower. I think the invisibility cloak is enough to cover the two of us and Noble." Hermione and Ron immediately agreed, which meant that the next week would be another difficult day, but it would be okay to get rid of Noble and Malfoy. Troublesome things always come to the door at critical moments. Early the next morning, Ron's bitten hand was twice as swollen. He wondered if it was appropriate to find Madame Pomfrey. Would she see that it was a fire dragon bite? However, by the afternoon, he had no choice and the wound turned an unsightly green color. It appears that Noble's teeth are poisonous. Ron had to go to the hospital, and he was in pretty bad shape. "It's my hand." Ron was lying on the bed, and seeing Hermione and Harry coming to see him, he was also the object of confiding. He hurt like he was going to break. To make matters worse, Malfoy told Madame Pomfrey that he was going to borrow a book from me and let him in. Laughed at me as much as he could. He also kept threatening to tell Miss Pomfrey what had bitten me. I just remembered, Charlie's letter was sandwiched in the book that Malfoy had borrowed, and he must have known that we were going to get Norbert. Ron was frustrated. Before Hermione and Harry could answer, Madame Pomfrey came in and chased them out, saying that Ron was resting. "It's too late to change plans," Harry said to Hermione. "We don't have time to get another owl to go to Charlie. and this is probably our only chance to get rid of Noble. We had to take a risk. We have the cloak of invisibility, which Malfoy didn't know. When they went to inform Hagrid, they found the hounds sitting outside the door, their tails bandaged. Hagrid opened the window to talk to them. I can't let you in, Hagrid gasped. Noble is hard to deal with right now, I can't handle it. They told him about Charlie's letter, and his eyes filled with tears, but it was also possible that Noble had just bitten his foot. Ha! It doesn't matter, it just bit my boot, it's playing after all, it's a little fur doll. The little fur baby banged on the wall with its tail, causing the window to click. Harry only hoped that Saturday would come sooner. Another herbology class. After seeing Eugene, Hermione suddenly remembered what Eugene said after astronomy class. And for so long, Eugene's judgment did not seem to be wrong. I think I can ask Eugene to help, Hermione said to Harry. Harry also felt that it was feasible. After all, the original plan was for him and Ron, and Eugene's strength should be greater than Hermione's. So, after the herbal medicine class, the two found Eugene. Eugene had been paying attention to them these days, consciously or unconsciously, after discovering a few classes with Gryffindor and not finding Ron. It was guessed that Ron must be lying in the school hospital, but Hermione never came to him. Eugene thought about taking the initiative, but recalled the previous few times he offered it, and they didn't believe it. It could be a rather anxious wait for Hermione to find him. Even, Eugene has already done it, and then he sneaks into the Forbidden Forest to find the absurd idea of unicorn blood. In the end, though, Hermione approached him anyway. Hermione told Eugene about what had happened in the past few days, Charlie's letter, their plans, and Ron's injury. And Malfoy probably knew about their plans. It's midnight, isn't it? Eugene confirms again. Yes, Harry said, then we will act together in two. Eugene nodded, and that was it. Hermione, on the other hand, asked to stay in the Gryffindor common room and wait. Fast forward to Saturday. Hagrid was about to say goodbye to Noble. If Harry hadn't been worried about what to do next, he would have felt sorry for Hagrid. Eugene was thinking about whether if he was caught, would he be arranged to go to the Forbidden Forest like the original. After all, he was now in Hermione's place. Will there be deviations as a result? This is what Eugene is more worried about. As for Noble, they would definitely have sent it away safely. At night, Harry put on his invisibility cloak and sneaked into the stairwell on the first basement floor. Eugene had long been waiting in the corner for Harry's arrival. The two hid together under the cloak of invisibility, and when they passed the foyer, they saw Peeves playing tennis against the wall. Well, by 1,000 calculations, it was not calculated that Peeves would be in the foyer. After Peeves finished for a while, he felt bored, so he ran up to the second floor, and the two left the foyer. By the time I arrived at Hagrid's cottage, it was a little later than expected. Hagrid had packed Noble into a large crate and was ready. There were lots of rats and some brandy for him, enough for him to eat along the way. Hagrid said in a dull voice, I also put his teddy bear in it so that it doesn't feel lonely. There was a tearing sound in the crate, and it was estimated that the teddy bear had been torn apart by Nob. Goodbye, Noble. Hagrid twitched. Mom won't forget you. Harry covered the crate with his invisibility cloak before he and Eugene got under the robe. Just like that, the two carried the crates and walked towards the castle. The box was still really heavy, and if Hermione and Harry carried it, it was estimated that it would be difficult. But it is not easy for them to carry the box like this, step by step, to the top of the tower. Just when there was still one floor left, there was suddenly movement in front. Frightened by the two, they lost the alley, almost forgetting to hide under the invisibility cloak. Eugene was nervous, but he didn't want the dragon to be arrested before he sent it out. But it was not a matter of going to the Forbidden Forest. Hide it quickly, Harry whispered. The two hid in a corner, not making a sound, and even breathing became very careful. About 10 paces away from them, two dark figures were entangled with each other. A light is shining. It was Professor McGonagall, wearing a plaid-patterned dressing gown and hairnets, tugging at Malfoy's ears. Shut up, she shouted. Slytherin deduct 20 minutes. 3 more wandering around in the middle of the night. How dare you dash, you don't understand, Professor, Harry Potter is coming, he's carrying a fire dragon. Nonsense. How can you make up such a lie? Go, I'd rather see what Snape does with you, Malfoy. After Malfoy was taken away by Professor McGonagall, the steep spiral staircase leading to the tower seemed to be the easiest part of the world. The two came to the top of the tower and took off their invisibility cloaks. I didn't expect that Malfoy would be locked up. Harry smiled. Eugene also found it very interesting. Malfoy's expression just now was like eating Huan Lien. They talked and laughed, and Noble shook violently in the alley. About 10 minutes later, 4 broomsticks suddenly landed from the darkness. It was Charlie's friends who came. Several men tied Noble to the rope with 7 hands and 8 feet, and then the two sides shook hands and thanked them again. Finally, Noble was gone. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Eugene deliberately walked to a place and pulled Harry's invisibility cloak aside, hoping that Harry would not remember. Sure enough, Harry forgot about the invisibility cloak. Let's go, Eugene reminded. Well, the two descended the spiral staircase together. Harry's mood could be said to be extremely happy, and he couldn't help but send Noble away, and he also learned that Malfoy was going to be locked up. However, they stepped into the hallway and found that Filch's face suddenly appeared from the darkness. It's terrible. Harry felt that things couldn't be worse. Eugene was originally quite happy, at least the result he hoped had been achieved. Filch led the two directly to the second floor, Professor McGonagall's study. Harry lowered his head, feeling rather depressed. He thought about what reason he should find to muddle through, but after thinking about several, it seems that they can't stand. Alas, why is it so confused? Why did I forget to bring the invisibility cloak? Harry was frustrated. No matter what the reason, Professor McGonagall would not forgive them, not sleeping in the middle of the night, wandering outside. The point is, climbed up to the observatory. It is a place where you are not allowed to go on weekdays except for classes. Plus Norbert and his cloak of invisibility. They should have packed their bags and gone home. Didn't Harry think things were the worst? However, he was wrong. Eugene also found out that he was wrong. The good mood that I was supposed to be able to get unicorn blood was gone. He also found that things had gotten worse. Professor McGonagall led the two men into the office. Neville and Hermione. Eugene was speechless. Wasn't Hermione staying in the Gryffindor common room? Why are you still caught? Harry. As soon as Neville saw Harry, he blurted out, I've been looking for you to wake you up. I heard Malfoy say he's coming to get you. He said you have a fire dragon dash. Harry waved his hand desperately, signaling Neville to say no more, but Professor McGonagall saw it. Hermione looked weak, covering her forehead, feeling faceless. Eugene even felt that he had to pretend not to know Neville. Professor McGonagall stood tall in front of the four, seemingly more likely to spew fire than Noble. I really can't believe a few of you. Filch said you went to Tien Gastai. Don't forget, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. Explain it yourself. Hermione lowered her head, not knowing what to say. Eugene was already speechless. But at this time, Professor McGonagall spoke again. I think I totally understand what this is all about. To figure this out, you don't need to be very brainy. You made up a lie out of thin air and told Draco Malfoy that there was a fire dragon or something, and you wanted to trick him out of bed and make him unlucky. I've caught him. Unexpectedly, Longbottom also heard this set of lies and believed it. Miss Granger, you also learned this lie. With that, Professor McGonagall looked at Hermione. Hermione lowered her head, still not daring to speak. Neville is both surprised and aggrieved. Poor and reckless Neville. I don't know how much courage I mustered to run out to find them. And Hermione, knowing the plan of action, had to catch up with Neville and stop him. Unexpectedly, he was bumped into by Professor McGonagall. I was very angry. Professor McGonagall said that the students of the three houses don't sleep at night. I've never seen this kind of thing before. Miss Granger, I thought you were clearer. Mr. Hill, I thought you were the calmest and fooled around with them. As for you, Mr. Potter, I thought you valued the honor of Gryffindor very much. Professor McGonagall glanced at the four of them again. All four of you, you're going to be locked up. Oh, Mr. Longbottom, for whatever reason, you don't have the right to wander around the school on a big night, which is very dangerous. You all deduct 50 points. It's 50 per person. 50. Harry felt a little breathless. Their Gryffindor leading position could not be maintained. This position was obtained from the last Quidditch match. Yes, 50 points per person, Professor McGonagall said, her long-pointed nose snorting with rough breath. Professor, please. Harry tried to save a little point. You can't, apparently in vain. You don't have to tell me what I can and can't do, Potter. Okay, you all go to bed. I've never blushed so much for the Gryffindor students as I do now. Because all three were Gryffindor students, for this, it was enough to lose 150 points to the house. That night, Harry couldn't sleep because he could hear Neville holding his pillow and crying for a long time, and he didn't know what words to use to comfort Neville. What I don't know is what will happen tomorrow when the Gryffindor students know the good things they have done. Early the next morning, when everyone passed by the foyer and found that all three colleges had been deducted points, they were very strange. This is the first time, and three colleges deduct points at the same time. And Gryffindor, on the other hand, lost the most points. When everyone was wondering what was going on, things gradually spread. What caused Gryffindor to lose points was the famous Harry Potter, the hero of 2 Quidditch matches, and 2 other stupid first graders. Because of this incident, Harry was pointed at by many people. Harry passed by the Slytherins, who were always clapping and whistling, cheering, "Thank you, Potter, for doing us a big favor." Because of Gryffindor's drop points, Slytherin's score was the highest. It was only Ron standing with him. In a few weeks, they'll forget. Ron comforted Harry, Fred, and George. They often lose points, and people still like them. But did they ever lose more than 150 points at once? Harry said sadly. Well, not really. Ron admitted. The losses have already been done, and it is too late to regret. Harry even secretly vowed not to be nosy again. Ashamed, Harry also approached Wood and wanted to quit the Quidditch team. As a result, he was scolded by Wood. But during Quidditch training, his teammates didn't want to pay attention to Harry, and when they had to call him, they all called him Seeker. Hermione and Neville were also in pain. They weren't as famous as Harry, but no one wanted to talk to them anymore. During class, Hermione stopped showing up and actively answered questions. She always buried her head low. Compared to what happened to Gryffindor, Eugene was better. There was no fingering, and no one spoke to him. Hufflepuff students generally felt that Eugene was caught sneaking out of the kitchen in the middle of the night. There are also many people who privately say that Eugene is too good to hide. Your confinement begins at 11 o'clock tonight. Look for Mr. Filch in the foyer. Professor McGonagall. After the loss of points, Eugene waited for the arrival of confinement. And the day has finally come. At 11 o'clock at night, Eugene arrived in the foyer and waited for Filch's arrival. Malfoy was already waiting here. I really didn't see that Malfoy was the first to arrive. Seeing Eugene, Malfoy subconsciously stood to the side, seemingly not wanting to stay with Eugene. After a while, Filch came to the foyer with his cat, Lady Loris. Then Harry, Hermione, and Neville arrived. "Follow me," Filch said, lighting a lamp and leading them out. "I think you'll think twice about breaking the school rules in the future, right?" He squinted at them and continued, "Oh yes. If you ask me, I have to say that hard work and hardship are the best teachers. It's a pity that they abolished the old-fashioned way of punishment in the past. Hang you by the wrists, hang you from the ceiling, and hang you for days. I still have those chains in my office, and I often give them up. Maybe one day they will come in handy. Well, let's go. Don't try to run away. If you run away, you will have no good fruit to eat." They strode through the pitch-black field. Eugene heard Neville sniffling nonstop, and must have been frightened by Filch's words. Eugene's gaze glanced over to the Forbidden Forest, as if a shadow was walking through the Forbidden Forest. The bright moonlight sprinkled down the Forbidden Forest, coating the Forbidden Forest with a silver-gray color. The clouds in the air fluttered in the wind, shrouding the ground in darkness. Not far away, Hagrid's cabin became more obvious. "Is that you, Filch? Hurry up, I'm going." Hagrid's voice was heard in the distance, and it turned out that he was not in the hut. Eugene noticed that Hermione, who was originally nervous, breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Perhaps it was because of seeing Hagrid that she felt at ease. After all, coming to the Forbidden Forest in the middle of the night, and it is said that there are many strange creatures, it is impossible not to be nervous. At this time, Hermione also happened to glance at Eugene. Seeing Eugene's relaxed look, she was a little suspicious of whether Eugene was particularly looking forward to being punished. However, she immediately dismissed this absurd idea. Who would really like danger? Of course, there was also Harry, who was also relieved. "You probably thought you'd have a good time with this idiot, right? Think again, boy, you're going to succumb to the Forbidden Forest. If you can come out unharmed, even if I miscalculate." Filch saw Harry's face lighten and couldn't help but be sarcastic about him. Hearing this, Neville couldn't help but snort. Malfoy stopped abruptly. Hermione's originally relaxed little face turned pale in an instant. "Forbidden Forest?" Malfoy spoke first, his voice sounding a little nervous. "We can't go in the middle of the night. There's everything I heard there are werewolves." Neville grabbed Harry's sleeve tightly in fright and let out a choked sob. "You can only blame yourself, right?" Filch's face showed a hint of teasing, and his voice was also joyful. He seemed to have a bit of a sadistic tendency. "You should have thought of these werewolves before you got into trouble, didn't you?" Eugene was a little unaccustomed to Filch's high-spirited attitude. "This squib is really nasty." Hagrid strode towards them from the darkness, Tooth following behind. He also carried a crossbow and a loaded arrow barrel on his shoulder. "It's almost time," Hagrid said. "I've been waiting for half an hour." "How's that, Harry?" "Hermione, you shouldn't have been so polite to them, Hagrid," Filch said coldly. "After all, they came here to be punished. That's why you're late, aren't you?" Hagrid frowned at Filch and said, "Been teaching them a lesson, eh? This is not the place for you to lecture people." Filch held back a smile. "Okay, it's none of your business here, your task has been completed." Hagrid's tone became less friendly. "From now on, I'm in charge here. I'll be back at dawn," Filch said, "to clean up their mutilation." He said viciously, turned and walked towards the castle, and the lamp faltered into the darkness. At this point, Malfoy turned to Hagrid. "I'm not going into that Forbidden Forest," he said, his tone mixed with horror. "If you still want to stay at Hogwarts, you can't fly." Hagrid said mercilessly, "You did something wrong and now you have to pay the price. Coming in here is an errand for people, not students. I thought we were writing at most, checking something. If my father knew I was doing this, he would." Malfoy just moved his dad out. Indeed, his father has a little bit of power, but he can't violate the rules. "Tell you, Malfoy. Hogwarts is like that," Hagrid said gruffly. "Write and check. What's in it for you? You have to do something useful or get out. If you think your father would rather you be fired, just pack your bags and go to the castle. Let's go." Malfoy didn't move. He looked at Hagrid angrily, but then lowered his gaze again. He didn't dare to take any risks. After all, it's just a little ghost. Well, Hagrid said, now listen carefully, what we're going to do tonight is very dangerous, and I don't want anyone to be in danger. Come here with me first. He led them to the edge of the forbidden forest, raised the lamp high, and pointed to a path that gradually faded into the depths of the black forest. They looked into the forbidden forest, and a breeze ruffled their hair. The leaves were shaking and rustling, as if darkness was gradually swallowing them up. Look over there, Hagrid said, and see that shiny thing on the ground? Silver? That's unicorn blood. The unicorn in the forbidden forest was injured by something, and it hurt very badly. This is the second time in a week. Last Wednesday I found one dead. We are going to try to find that poor unicorn and free it from suffering. As long as you are with me, or tooth and tooth, no creature in the forbidden forest will harm you. Hagrid said, don't leave the path. Well, now we divide into two ways and look for blood stains. There was blood everywhere, and apparently, it had been stumbling around since at least last night. I want teeth, Malfoy said hurriedly, looking at his long teeth. Okay, but let me warn you, it's a coward. Hagrid said, well, I, Harry, and Hermione go one way, and Malfoy, Eugene, Neville, and Tooth go the other. If whoever finds the unicorn fires a green spark, got it? Get your wands out and practice saying that. The five took out their respective wands and waved them. That's right, that's it. Hagrid nodded, okay, everyone be more careful, let's go. The forbidden forest was dark and silent. After walking some further, they saw a fork in the road. Harry, Hermione, and Hagrid took the left side, and Eugene, Neville, Malfoy, and Tooth took the right. Along the way, I didn't find any strange creatures. Malfoy seemed to be a little more daring. It suddenly turned out that it was quite interesting here. Eugene said that you have been following Yaya all the time, still holding a lamp in your hand, so at ease, naturally find it interesting. He didn't bother to take Malfoy, while Neville was constantly chattering and looking around. With no response, Malfoy shut up. Because Malfoy thought at this moment that maybe talking would attract strange creatures. The three men and one dog continued to move forward. Suddenly, Malfoy stopped. Neville jumped directly, and he took a few steps back, stepping on a branch under his feet. With a click, Neville fell directly to the ground in fright. Seeing Neville's frightened look, Malfoy covered his mouth and smiled. He swore that if it weren't for being in the forbidden forest, he would definitely laugh up to the sky. Eugene quickly stepped up and helped Neville up. Malfoy, do you want another leglock charm? The image of that day was etched into Malfoy's mind, and he didn't dare to do anything excessive. The three moved on. Moonlight shines through the gaps between the branches and leaves and spills on the ground. Eugene found a few drops of silvery white blood hanging from a small grass in front of him. You two stand here and wait. Eugene stopped Malfoy and Neville. Malfoy was a little strange, but didn't dare to ask more. Neville is desperate not to go any further, and it is safest to stay like this now. Eugene took out the small test tube prepared in advance and walked over. Then put the mouth of the test tube close to the branches and leaves of the grass, wait for the blood on it, and slide down the test tube drop by drop. And this period of waiting is long. On the other side, Hermione, Harry, and Hagrid also found blood. Silvery white blood, covered on fallen leaves, a moonlight spilled, and the blood glowed with a little blue light. Hagrid's breathing became a little shorter. What's going on? Are werewolves killing unicorns? Harry saw that Hagrid was becoming anxious and wanted to talk to him. It's not going to be that fast, Hagrid said. It's not easy to catch a unicorn, they have a lot of magic. I've never heard of unicorns getting hurt before. They walked past a mossy stump. Faintly, the sound of running water could be heard, and it was clear that there was a small stream nearby. The winding path is littered with speckled unicorn blood. The further she went, the more worried Hermione became. One is to worry about the unicorn situation, and the other is to think about whether Eugene is safe now. In case something happened to Eugene, she didn't know how to face the hills after she returned home from vacation. After all, since they were very young, the two of them have been in contact. When you first group, you should have let Eugene join them. Are you all right, Hermione? Hagrid asked in a low voice. Don't worry, since it hurts so badly, it can't run too far, we'll be able to do it soon. No, get behind a tree. Hagrid suddenly sensed movement ahead and immediately grabbed Hermione and Harry, carrying them off the path, behind a towering oak tree. He drew an arrow, mounted it on a crossbow, and raised it to shoot. The three listened carefully. Something was whizzing and sliding on the fallen leaves nearby. The sound was like a cloak dragging on the ground. Hagrid squinted at the dark path ahead, and after a few seconds, the voice disappeared. I see, he muttered, there's something that didn't belong here. Werewolf? Harry asked. Not a werewolf, not a unicorn, Hagrid affirmed. He thought of vampires. However, how could there be vampires in the forbidden forest of Hogwarts? Okay, come with me, now be careful. They slowed down, pricked their ears up, and picked up subtle sounds. Suddenly, in the clearing ahead, they clearly saw something moving. Hermione was nervous, clutching her robes tightly. Who's there? Hagrid shouted, "Come out. I brought weapons." The thing walked into the clearing in response. Is it a person? Or a horse? Above the waist is a man, red hair and beard, but at the waist is a brown-red shiny horse body, and a long tail dragged behind. Harry and Hermione opened their mouths in surprise. It was the first time they had seen the real thing. Before, they all existed in books, and those were portraits. "Oh, so it's you, Ronan." Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief and put down the crossbow he had just raised. "How are you?" He stepped forward and shook hands with the horseman. "Good evening, Hagrid," Ronan said, his voice low and sad. "Did you just try to shoot me with a crossbow?" "Sorry, I have to be vigilant," Hagrid said as he patted her quiver. "There's a bad guy coming from this forest, moving around. Oh, by the way, this is Harry Potter and Hermione Granger." Hagrid took 2 steps back, allowing Harry and Hermione to appear in front of Ronan, and then introduced, "This is Ronan, a horseman." "We noticed," Hermione whispered. "Yes." With that, Hagrid raised his head and glanced at the sky. "Listen to me, Ronan, I'm glad we met you because a unicorn was injured. What did you see?" Ronan didn't answer right away. His eyes stared at the sky without blinking, and then he sighed again. Hermione didn't understand why Ronan was so sad. "It is always the innocent who suffer first," Ronan said. "It has been like this for hundreds of years, and it is still like this." "Yes," Hagrid said, "but did you see anything, Ronan? See something out of the ordinary?" "Mars is bright tonight," Ronan repeated. "Why is this sentence repeated?" Hagrid looked at him impatiently. Ronan added, "Unusually bright." "Good, but I mean, near our home, is there anything unusual?" Hagrid said, "Didn't you notice some strange movements?" Ronan still didn't answer. Finally, he said, "There are many secrets hidden in the forest." Hermione felt that she was already relatively patient, and the horseman in front of her really gave her a headache. Just trying to persuade, Hagrid stopped asking the other party. The bushes behind Ronan suddenly moved. Hermione clenched her wand. Hagrid, too, raised his crossbow again. As a result, a second horseman appeared. With black hair and a black body, he looked a little rougher than Ronan. "Hello, Bane," Hagrid said. "How are you doing?" He had given up asking Ronan. "Good evening, Hagrid, I hope you are doing well." "It's okay. You see, I was just asking Ronan, have you been getting anything weird here lately? A unicorn was injured, do you know something?" Bane walked over and stood beside Ronan, looking up at the sky. "Mars is bright tonight, that's what he said." "We've heard that," Hagrid said irritably. "Well, if any of you see something, count me up, okay? Then let's go." To be honest, he really couldn't stand it. If it were changed to a weekday, Hagrid felt that he would definitely raise his fist and give them 2 punches to suppress his violent temper. Harry and Hermione followed behind him and walked out of the clearing. "Alas, you don't always get a direct answer from the horse people," Hagrid said annoyedly. "It's annoying to always look up at the stars. They are not interested in anything but what surrounds the moon." "Are there many horses here?" Hermione asked. "Oh, there are so many. Most of them stay with their kind, but they have a good eye and they always show up whenever I want to talk to them. These horsemen are esoteric. They know many things," but he was always tight-lipped. "You say, we heard the movement earlier, is it them?" Harry asked. "Do you think it's like a horse's hooves?" Hagrid asked rhetorically. "Not like. If you ask me, I think not. That's the guy who killed the unicorn, a voice I've never heard in the Forbidden Forest." And Hagrid's first instinct was that it was a vampire. An extremely ancient species exists. Vampires, on the other hand, have an inextricable and complex relationship with wizards. They continued their walk through the dense, dark woods. Although the temperature is warm during the day, the Forbidden Forest at night still gives people a cool and humid feeling. Hermione looked around, and just as she turned a small corner, she noticed a spark flash in the distance. She couldn't help but tighten her heart. "Eugene, they won't have an accident, right?" "Hagrid, take a look. Spark, someone else is in trouble." Hermione tugged at Hagrid's clothes, her little face pale. "Eugene and Neville must be fine. You two are waiting here." Hagrid shouted, "Stay on the path and don't move, I'll come when I go." With that, Hagrid raised his crossbow and crackled through the low bushes. Harry and Hermione could only stand in place and look at each other. Both were scared in their hearts. Gradually, Hagrid walked away, and could only hear the rustle of the surrounding leaves being blown by the wind. "You say, they won't get hurt, huh?" Hermione asked in a low voice. She wanted to talk and be less afraid. "I don't care if Malfoy gets hurt, but if Neville and Eugene have any accidents, we dragged them down and punished them here." Hermione was also a little annoyed. "If I hadn't asked Eugene to help, he wouldn't have been arrested. In fact, if the 2 of us went together that day, we wouldn't have all been caught. Here, Eugene really wanted to kill Malfoy. Unfortunately, he still doesn't know how to cast the spell of Avitiso. Just now they saw the unicorn's blood, so Eugene went to get the blood. Neville was watching Eugene take the blood seriously. At this moment, Malfoy suddenly hugged Neville from behind. Neville screamed directly in fright and jumped. With a wave of his wand, a spark was launched. Neville was directly scared to tears. Eugene had to withdraw the tube, comfort Neville, and scold Malfoy. Okay, Neville, it's okay, you're the bravest. Malfoy, if you do something excessive again, don't blame me for doing it to you. Who knew he was so timid that he couldn't stand the scare? Don't you know that this will alarm the thing that killed the unicorn? Neville spark, launch it, and that thing will definitely know that we are looking for him. Malfoy wanted to say something, but looked at Eugene's almost cannibalistic expression and buried his head. At this time, there was a clicking sound in the distance. Frightened, Tooth clamped his tail and hid behind Malfoy. Malfoy picked up his wand, his legs a little disobedient. Eugene quickly took Neville behind him and watched warily in the direction where the voice came from. A faint light appeared, and Eugene saw a tall black shadow moving. Wouldn't it be Quirrell? Eugene thought so, because Voldemort possessed Quirrell and needed to suck blood. The unicorn had been injured recently, and Eugene knew that it must have been Voldemort's doing. In order to survive, Voldemort's current state is that he must suck blood. But as the lights grew brighter, Eugene breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be Hagrid. It is estimated that they had just discovered the spark launched by Neville, and Hagrid rushed over. What's going on? You're not hurt, are you? Hagrid asked. Hagrid glanced at Malfoy again, and finally decided it would be better to ask Eugene. Tell me, what's going on? When Eugene was about to explain, Neville spoke. I was scared. Malfoy suddenly scared me, thinking there was something terrifying, so I fired a spark. Neville lowered his head, looking guilty. Okay, come with me first. Hagrid didn't ask any more questions, because that's basically how the situation was. 4 people and 1 dog, towards Harry and Hermione's position. Neville, are you all right? When Harry saw Neville, he immediately stepped forward to greet him. No, I'm okay, Harry. Hermione was also anxious. Eugene, what about you? Nothing, right? Eugene shook his head and gave her a reassuring smile. It's okay. As for Malfoy and Tooth, they simply ignored it. Seeing that everyone was okay, Hermione secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and she lowered her voice. Eugene, what happened just now? Malfoy, that idiot, suddenly hid behind Neville and hugged him. Eugene said. Neville was frightened, so he set off a spark. You two made such a big move. Now, it's all luck that we're going to catch that thing. Hagrid sighed, looking helpless. Okay, let's redistribute the team. Neville, you and Harry switch. Hagrid said. I'm sorry, Hagrid whispered to Harry again, but it's not that easy for him to scare you, so let's get things done. So, Eugene, Harry, Malfoy, and Tooth teamed up, and Hagrid took Hermione and Neville with him. Eugene's 3 men and 1 dog headed directly towards the center of the Forbidden Forest. After walking some distance, Harry whispered to Eugene, or we'll scare Malfoy too. Harry wants to avenge Neville. Next time. Eugene said, today is not very suitable, in case that thing is in front and scared away, it's not good. Harry also had to give up the idea of venting Neville for the time being, because what Eugene said seemed to make some sense. They walked for nearly half an hour, deeper and deeper into the forest, and later the trees became extremely dense. And the blood on the ground is getting denser and denser, and it seems that they are already very close. Malfoy and Tooth walked ahead, and Eugene and Harry watched left and right. This triangular formation was proposed by right-handedness. At first, Malfoy objected because he didn't want to take the lead. Later, Eugene said that Malfoy would not be allowed to walk beside Tooth. For Malfoy, Tooth has always been an umbrella, and he naturally did not want to give up, so he agreed to go to the front. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Harry whispered. Malfoy almost didn't stop and was about to curse, but saw Harry peel off the tangled branches, and there was a clearing over there. Look over there, Harry said, pointing ahead. Looking in the direction of Harry's finger, Eugene noticed a white thing in front of him shining on the ground. So, 3 people and a dog cautiously approached. However, Malfoy and Tooth seemed to be moving slower and slower. Eugene and Harry ignored the man and the dog and slowly moved over. When they reached a certain distance, they saw the white thing clearly. Yes, a unicorn. However, he is already dead. Eugene had never seen such a beautiful, miserable scene. Its slender legs maintain the position in which it fell, and it stretches unnaturally straight. Its mane is spread over pitch-black fallen leaves, white as pearls. In the dark night, it was so quiet. Harry walked in the front, step by step towards the unicorn, when suddenly a bone-pounding sound made Harry stop. Stunned in place, Eugene was about to go over, but was stopped by Harry. The bushes in the clearing were shaking. There seemed to be something there. Is it Quirrell? Eugene thought. He clutched his wand in his hand, ready to strike. But in the end, he still overestimated his reaction speed. I saw a hooded figure removed from a shadow, crawling on the ground, like a beast about to fly and prey. Yes, what is it there? Harry's voice trembled. Eugene felt an unprecedented sense of danger, and for some reason, a picture flashed in his mind. Blood-red picture. And just when Eugene wanted to recall, he couldn't remember it. It seemed that the memory just now did not belong to him. After a brief moment of stunned, the cloaked figure jumped to the unicorn's side, lowered its head, aimed at the wound on one side of the corpse, and began to drink its blood. A Malfoy cried out in horror. Something that sucked blood, what else could it be? You can imagine it. Malfoy just ran away, and running for his life was the most important thing. Tooth also ran away lifelessly, faster than Malfoy. The hooded figure looked up and saw Harry at a glance, the unicorn's blood dripping on its chest. It stood up immediately and walked over as quickly as Harry. Harry was too scared to move. Eugene also came to his senses at this time, and immediately pulled Harry to prepare to flee. Voldemort, right now, is not 100% capable of killing him. Eugene did not dare to take such a risk. It's just that Harry doesn't pull a little too much. Because, at this time, a sharp pain penetrated Harry's head. Harry's scar suddenly hurt, the same pain as a flame burning before. His vision also gradually blurred, and he seemed to be about to pass out. Eugene quickly held Harry, holding his wand in his right hand and swinging it towards the black shadow, and the tripping charm was cast. It's just that the other party dodged a little and didn't hit. And at this moment, a sound of horses' hooves came, and the horseman seemed to fall from the sky and rush towards the figure. The figure wearing a hood, after being kicked, quickly fled the scene with pain. Harry's condition seemed serious. Eugene quickly held him up and made him sit against a tree. The horseman just now also came over and looked at Harry. It took 2 minutes for Harry to slowly recover. This horseman, not Ronan, not Bane, he is younger than them. He has white blonde hair and the body of a silver-maned horse. Are you all right? The horseman asked with concern. It's okay, thank you, and Eugene, Harry asked, but what was that just now? Firenche's gaze finally rested on the stark and prominent scar on Harry's forehead. You're the boy from the Potters, he said, and you'd better go back to Hagrid. It's not safe in the forest at this time, especially for you. My name is Firenche, he added. He saw that Harry was currently a little immobile, so he bent down his front foot and lowered his body. By the way, can you ride a horse? In this way, we will move a little faster together. Harry, with the help of Eugene, rode onto Firenche's back. Hello Firenche, my name is Eugene, can I touch you? Eugene said, sorry, the first time I saw it, it felt like a dream. Of course, Firenche did not exclude Eugene. Eugene touched his back, feeling a little different from when he touched a horse. Where exactly is different, Eugene can't say. Okay, we can't stay, get out of here quickly. They didn't go far when they heard a few more horses' hooves. Ronan and Bane rushed out of the bushes and blocked them in front of them. Firenche. Bane roared at Firenche, what are you doing? You let a man ride on your back. Don't you feel ashamed? Are you an ordinary mule? Do you see who this is? Firenche said, this is the boy from Portugal. Let him get out of this forest quickly, the sooner the better. What did you tell him? Bane said angrily, remember, Firenche, we have sworn an oath and must not defy the will of God. Don't we see the signs that the planet's motion indicates? Ronan uneasily gouged the soil on the ground with his hooves. I'm sure Firenche thinks he did it with good intentions, Ronan said in his sad voice. Out of good intentions. What does that matter have to do with us? The horse people care about the language of the stars. We don't have to be like mules, running behind lost humans in our forest. Hearing Bane's words, Firenche was so angry that he stepped back and stood upright, but thanks to Harry's grab of his shoulders, he was able to avoid falling. Didn't you see that unicorn? Firenche roared at Bane, don't you understand why it was killed? Or did the planet not reveal the secret to you? I must resist the guy lurking in our forest, Bane. Yes, if necessary, I will be on the side of humanity. After Fezzilen finished speaking, he turned around and left. Eugene hurried to keep up. Why is Bane so angry? Harry, who was confused, still couldn't help but ask. Also, what the hell was that just now? Instead of answering Harry, Firenche reminded him that there were branches ahead of him, making him bow his head. That's a vampire, right? Eugene on the side spoke, we all saw him sucking blood. Of course, he knew that Quirrell who had just been possessed by Voldemort, but he didn't intend to say it directly. Because Harry's current attitude towards Quirrell is completely different, say it directly, and the other party does not believe it. Firenche stopped and looked at Eugene carefully. However, I didn't see anything different. At least, Firenche felt that Eugene was nothing special compared to Harry Potter. Do you know what unicorn blood can be used for? Firenche asked. I don't know, Harry said, a little surprised, feeling that the question was a little odd. We only used its horns and tail hair in potions class. He remembered his wand again. Oh, by the way, it seems that unicorn hair can also be used as a wand. Killing a unicorn is an extremely brutal thing. Firenche said, only a person who has nothing and wants everything can commit such a heinous crime. Unicorn blood can last your life, even if you are dying, but you must pay a heavy price for it. You slaughter a pure, weak, and helpless life in order to save your life, so from the moment his blood touches your lips, you will have a half-dead life, a cursed life. After listening to Firenche's words, Eugene subconsciously touched the test tube in his arms. Some understand why Flamel notes, in the record, give soul, need unicorn blood. This may not only be the special relationship of blood, but perhaps more importantly, in the meaning of life itself. But who is that outlaw? Harry spoke up to his doubts. If you're going to be cursed for the rest of your life, it's better to die, isn't it? Yes, Firenze agreed, unless you just use him to prolong your life so that you can drink something else, something that restores your energy, and mana, something immortal. Mr. Potter, do you know what is hidden in the school at the moment? Philosopher's Stone. Of course, the elixir of life. But I don't understand who can't you still think that there is anyone who has waited silently for so many years, longing for a comeback? Who is clinging to life and waiting for the moment? For a moment, Harry felt as if there was an iron hand that suddenly grabbed his heart. Harry now recalled what Hagrid had said when he first met him. Some people say he's dead. I think pure nonsense. I am afraid that there is not much humanity in him, so it is impossible for him to die. Do you mean, Har said in a low, husky voice, it's Voldemort, Eugene. Harry, are you all right? Just then, Hermione ran towards them along the path, Hagrid panting and following. I'm fine, Harry said. He didn't know what he was talking about. The unicorn is dead, Hagrid, right over there in the clearing. Since I found Hagrid, I'll send you here. Firenze put Harry down. Hagrid hurried to check on the unicorn in front. Good luck, Harry Potter. Firenze said, in the past, the stars of destiny have been misunderstood, even horse people are inevitable to make mistakes, and I hope this time is the same. After that, he turned around and slowly ran back to the depths of the forest. Eugene looked at Firenze's departing back, and it was difficult to calm down in his heart. Tonight's events, Firenze's words, can be said to have a big impact on Eugene. For Eugene, it's a tangled question. It was destined to be a sleepless night. For Harry, it was the same. Even if you don't face the same kind of problems. When he returned to the common room, he found Ron lying asleep on the sofa. When Harry walked over and shook him a little roughly, he was still talking about Quidditch rules of the game, fouls and the like. But after a few seconds, Ron was fully awake. As Harry and Hermione recounted what had happened in the Forbidden Forest, his eyes widened the whole time, and his mouth never closed. When Harry talked about the hooded figure, he couldn't sit still, pacing back and forth in front of the fireplace. He even felt his feet tremble. Neither Hermione nor Ron had seen it with their own eyes, and they were not as scared as Harry, but they could feel it. Snape is going to get the Philosopher's Stone for Voldemort. Voldemort is waiting in the Forbidden Forest. Harry said, my scar hurts violently just now, and the one with the hood should be him. Before, we thought Snape stole the Philosopher's Stone to make a fortune. Don't say that name. Ron whispered in horror, as if worried that Voldemort would overhear their conversation. Harry didn't listen to him. It seemed that not speaking what was in his heart made him feel more afraid. Firenze saved me, he shouldn't have done that. Bane was very annoyed. Saying what to do will disturb what the stars of destiny portends. The stars show that Voldemort is making a comeback. Bane thinks Firenze should let Voldemort kill me. I guess that's also shown in the stars. Can you please stop saying that name? Ron whispered. So I'll have to wait for Snape to steal the Philosopher's Stone now, Harry continued, still ignoring Ron, and then Fody came up here and killed me. Well, I think Bane should be happy now. Hermione's little face turned pale, but she wanted to comfort Harry as much as she could. Harry, everyone says that the only one who has been harming Dumbledore is the mysterious man. Dumbledore is here, the mysterious man will not hurt you a hair. Moreover, who said that the words of horse people must be correct? To me, that set sounded like fortune-telling, Professor McGonagall said, and it was a very imprecise type of magic. Harry could only comfort himself for the time being, but his mind was still the same as before, and yesterday he accidentally noticed Quirrell talking in the classroom, and it seemed that Snape was threatening. I'm afraid Snape has already obtained the secret from Quirrell to pass his level. It was getting darker before they stopped talking, their throats dry and sore, and they returned to their dormitories exhausted. Harry pulled open the sheets, only to find his invisibility cloak neatly folded under the leaflet. The invisibility cloak also had a note pinned to it, which read, just in case. Eugene thought about the events of the night, but in the end did not get an answer, and finally fell asleep in exhaustion. After waking up, he decided to tell Eleanor what was in his heart. Perhaps, Eleanor could make up his mind. The days that followed were busy. Because the exam is coming. Hermione still followed the review plan and asked for the three of them. However, in addition to reviewing, the four of them also had one more activity. Every time I came out of the library on the second floor, I had to accompany Harry to check the room on the fourth floor. They put their ears to the door and listened to the movement inside, determining if Lu Wei was still alive. The weather gradually became hot. Just the day before the exam, Eugene finally received a letter from Eleanor. The letter explained that she was busy with some arrangements for the Flamels recently, so she did not reply in time. Eleanor also told Flamel about Eugene's problem. In the end, Flamel gave 4 words, the causal cycle. At this moment, Eugene also suddenly woke up. He quickly ran back to the bedroom, flipped through Flamel's notes, and then burst out laughing. He finally knew the way to destroy the Philosopher's Stone. At the same time, it also made Eugene determined to understand the true meaning of the notes that Flamel gave him. The final exam is 4 college students sitting together, crowded into a large classroom. It is stuffy and hot. The seating order is also quite interesting, with students from the 4 houses interspersed, and almost no of the same house is adjacent. Avoid things like the exchange of heads and ears that familiar people see, or the use of code words to cover up during the exam. Also, the exam requires the use of special quill pens, which are enchanted to prevent students from using cheating spells. The idea of cheating through magic is also impossible. There were also several students who were directly fined and deducted points from the academy because they entered the written examination room with magic wands. In addition to the written exam, there are also practical exams. Professor Flitwick told them to walk into the classroom one by one to see if they could tap across a desk with a pineapple. Professor McGonagall watched as they turned the rat into a snuff box. The more beautiful the box, the higher the score. If the box still has a rat's beard or tail, points will be deducted. When relying on potions, they desperately recalled the process of preparing the Oblivion potion. Snape stood behind his back, watching closely, and they could feel his breathing when they met behind their necks, which made them very nervous. The recent exam, for Eugene, was not difficult. He mainly devoted himself to alchemy, preparing some materials. When necessary, he asked Coeman to help order it back. However, Justin seemed to have a bit of a test phobia, and for several nights in a row, he got up in the middle of the night to read. Once discovered by Ernie, I thought Justin was sleepwalking. Frightened that after the exam the next day, Ernie dragged Justin to find Ms. Pomfrey. This incident was once regarded as a joke by other students. But fortunately, only Hufflepuff students know. After the last History of Magic exam, Eugene felt that the atmosphere in the exam room had changed significantly. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and cheered. Eugene, how's it going? As soon as Eugene left the classroom, he was stopped by Hermione. Okay, what about you? It's much easier than I thought. Hermione seemed in a good mood. I don't really need to remember the 1637 Werewolf Code of Conduct and the history of the Elf Rebellion. Actually, it doesn't hurt to remember more, Eugene said. Hermione agreed. Then, she began her habitual discussion of exam content after the exam. Oh Hermione, please, stop talking about the exam, okay? Ron finally couldn't stand it and couldn't help but complain. After almost every exam, Hermione had to whisper in Ron's ear the answer to the test she had just finished. He would even pull him and Harry together for answers. Ron swears he really hates it. Because he can hear every time, it is easier to make mistakes, and he is wrong in that question. How bad it is, how bad it is. Okay, don't talk about the exam. Harry said, let's go to the lake and relax. He didn't want Hermione and Ron to quarrel. Said to be relaxed, in fact, he himself should relax more. After the last incident in the Forbidden Forest, the scar on Harry's forehead felt pain from time to time. He felt that this was an omen, and he was very nervous, worried that Voldemort would suddenly break into his bedroom one day and kill him. Previously, because of the exam revision, he barely let him divert his attention. After the exam, there are signs of anxiety. Let's go then. Ron and Hermione agreed, and did not put the questions on the paper again. You guys go, I'll go back and clean up, Eugene said. Hermione was a little strange. There is still a week to go back, don't be in such a hurry, right? Very anxious, Eugene Hart said. I'm a mess of things, so I have to clean up slowly, Eugene said. After the exam, his alchemy plan will also be put on the agenda. It is to use this week to experiment with the research he deduced. Although time was pressing, Eugene felt that it was almost enough. And the experiment he prepared can also verify the feasibility of destroying the Philosopher's Stone. But Hermione's intuition told her that something was hiding from her. After Eugene left, the three walked out of the foyer and headed in the direction of the venue. At this time, the sun is shining, and after the exams, most of the students relax in this neighborhood. The three of them descended the slope and came to the lake. Ron sat directly under the tree, leaned back, and lay on the grass. Although it was a bit hot, it was still very comfortable with shade from the trees. It's so comfortable, Ron sighed. The days without exams are comfortable, and you don't have to think about revision. In the lake, there is a large squid lying in the warm shallow water, basking in the sun. The Weasley twins and Lee Jordan chase around the lake. Look, there's a big squid there. Lee Jordan pointed ahead and said, go and pluck his tentacles. Fred suggested. He rolled up his trouser legs and went straight into the water. George was also not idle and followed. Compared to the activity of the three, Harry did not look very good. Harry, be happy, we'll know how bad the exam was in a week, and there's no need to worry about the results of the exam now, Ron said. Anyway, after the exam, it is a foregone conclusion, it is better to relax well. Harry rubbed his forehead, and the scar seemed to hurt again. I really want to know what this means, he suddenly said with some annoyance. My scars have been hurting, they have hurt before, but they have never been as frequent as they are now. Go see Madame Pomfret, Hermione suggested. I'm not sick, Harry said. I think that's a warning. It means that something dangerous is coming. It hurts like this since I met strange people in the Forbidden Forest that day. Ron was a little sleepy, it was too hot. Take it easy, Hermione also said before that as long as Dumbledore is there, the Philosopher's Stone will not be dangerous. Anyway, we found no evidence to be sure that Snape had heard the way through Luffy. He almost broke his leg last time and won't rush to venture again. If Hagrid would betray Dumbledore, Neville could be selected as an English Quidditch player. Harry nodded, feeling that what Ron had said also made sense. But he couldn't get rid of a vague feeling, as if he had forgotten to do something very important. When he tried to explain it to his two friends, Hermione said, "It's all about the exam. I woke up last night, busy reviewing my notes for Transfiguration class, and then suddenly remembered that we had already taken the exam." However, Harry felt that his feeling had nothing to do with the exam. He looked at the lake, and at this time, an owl in the distance was flying towards the top of the castle tower with a letter in his hand. Only Hagrid had written to him, and Hagrid would not betray Dumbledore. Hagrid would never tell anyone through Luffy's way. Harry looked at the top of Hogwarts Castle and couldn't help but think of the night when he and Eugene sent Noble. If the invisibility cloak hadn't fall. Wait a minute. They send Norbert. Harry suddenly jumped up. He rushed out towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Where are you going? Ron asked sleepily. Harry looked back and said, I suddenly remembered something and wanted to ask Hagrid. He turned pale and hoped that what he had deduced was wrong. We have to find Hagrid right now. Why? Hermione asked breathlessly, as she struggled to catch up with Harry. Don't you think something strange? Harry said as he hurried down the grassy slope. What Hagrid wants most is a fire dragon, and a stranger happens to have a fire dragon pill in his pocket. How many people walk around with dragon eggs all day? You know, that's against wizarding laws. Don't you think they're lucky to find Hagrid? Why didn't I think of this before? What the hell do you want to do? Ron caught up with the two, he asked. But Harry just ran and didn't answer his question. Just as the three of them headed to Hagrid's cottage to find Hagrid, Eugene was taking the set of equipment he had bought earlier and headed to the potions classroom. The exams are over, the students are basically relaxing outside, and no one will come to the classroom. The reason why I chose the potions classroom is because there are many containers that need to be prepared for alchemy, and the table in the potions classroom is quite suitable. Also, the potions classroom is on the same floor as the Hufflepuff lounge entrance. However, when Eugene pushed open the potions classroom door, he ran into Snape. Snape was on the podium, cleaning up, and he didn't expect Eugene to suddenly break in. As always, with a gloomy face, Snape's gaze fell on the test tube, the beaker, in Eugene's hand. What are you doing? His voice was not loud, but it carried an air that could not be avoided. Don't make too much noise. Snape packed up his things and left the classroom directly. However, he did not look at Eugene afterwards. Eugene stood in the doorway for a full 20 seconds before reacting. I just thought of the words, but I didn't say a word. He exited the classroom again, looked out of the hallway, and after not seeing Snape, he was sure that he had really given the classroom to himself. Eugene entered the potions classroom, locked the door, and laid out the prepared things on the table. There are beakers, crucibles, test tubes, straws, alcohol lamps, flat-bottomed flasks. A whole set looks like a chemistry laboratory in a past life. Take out the pieces of iron he had prepared earlier. Eugene threw the iron into the crucible, then added some ingredients and began to cook. There is an obvious note in Flamel's notes, alchemy. First of all, the original material form must be changed, the essence must be extracted, and unnecessary things must be stripped away. Then the other dissolved substances are fused into the main material one by one for secondary structural morphology. The third step is to add something similar to a catalyst, such as blood, give life, soul, or attribute to a new form. It sounds really a bit like the alchemy medicine that Eugene had heard about in his previous life. At present, he is also operating step by step with a skeptical attitude. The other side. Harry and the three arrived in front of Hagrid's cabin. Hagrid was sitting in a chair outside the cabin, his trousers pulled up high, facing a large bowl, busy peeling pea pods. Seeing the three people coming, he raised his head and smiled. Hello, the exam is over. Have time for a cup of tea? Okay, thanks, Ron said, but Harry interrupted him. No, we have an emergency. Hagrid, I have an opinion for you. Do you remember the night you won Norble by playing cards? What does that stranger who plays cards with you look like? I don't know, Hagrid said nonchalantly. He won't take off his cloak. Harry's expressions were a little stunned. What's so strange? The Hog's Head Bar, it's the bar in the village, and there are always some weird guys who come to visit. Maybe that guy specializes in selling fire dragons. I couldn't see his face clearly, he was wearing a hood. Hood? Harry plopped down and fell to the ground. I can't help but think of that night. Wasn't that blood-sucking guy also wearing a hood? Is it Voldemort? Or Voldemort's helper? What did you tell him then? Harry stood up and tried to calm himself down. Hagrid, did you mention Hogwarts? Maybe I mentioned it. Hagrid frowned, recalling hard. Oh, by the way, he asked me what I do, and I told him I was the gamekeeper here. Later, I was asked which animals I cared for. I told him, and then I said I've always wanted a fire dragon in particular. Well, later. I don't remember very well later, he kept inviting me to drink. Hagrid looked up at the sky, but it was a little harsh. Wait, I'll think again. By the way, then he said that he had a dragon egg, and then we played cards and said that if I won, I would give me a dragon egg. However, he has to find out first whether I have the ability to raise this fire dragon. He doesn't want the fire dragon to run out at that time and cause trouble. So I said to him, I am used to obeying Luffy. A fire dragon is nothing at all. Does he appear to be interested in Luffy? Harry tried to suppress his emotions and calm himself again. That's right, quite interested. How many three-headed ones can you come across in time for Hogwarts? So I told him that Luffy is actually very easy to deal with. You just know how to quiet it down, put some music on it, ting-ting, and it will fall asleep immediately. Hagrid stopped abruptly, and he found that he was talking too much again, with a terrified expression on his face. I shouldn't have told you this, he felt. 3 imps paraphrased him again. After hearing this, the three of Harry did not exchange a word, and immediately realized a rather serious problem. They spread their legs and run. Hey, where are you going? Hagrid stood up and shouted at the three, forget my words. The three ignored Hagrid and ran across the field to the foyer. Inside the potions classroom, Eugene touched the sweat on his forehead. He was currently experiencing a little difficulty, but the crucible was separated like this, and he didn't know when he was going to get it. To melt the iron, there is only some other way. Operate directly with chemical means. He looked at Flamel's notes again, and on them there were altered substances and reassembled. It is not stipulated that when iron melts, it must be iron in a liquid state, which can be other substances containing iron. Thinking of this, Eugene immediately tried to mix the solution. Use a very corrosive potion that I learned in potions class. Add to the crucible. Waiting for the complete melting of iron, Harry, Ron, and Hermione ran into the foyer, which was particularly cold and dark because they had just entered the grounds. We have to go to Dumbledore, Harry said. Hagrid told a stranger about the method through Luffy. The cloaked man was either Snape or Voldemort just drunk. Hagrid, it's easy to get his word out. I only hope Dumbledore can trust us. If Bane hadn't come out to stop him, Firenze would have testified for us. Where is Dumbledore's office? They looked around, as if expecting to see a sign to point them in their direction. No one had ever told them where Dumbledore lived, and they didn't know anyone who had ever been taken to meet the headmaster. Wait, Hermione suddenly seemed to remember something. Remember the time Harry played Quidditch with the Hufflepuffs? She turned to look at Ron, hoping he would remember it with her. What's wrong? However, Ron had no idea what Hermione was going to say. Hermione was a little helpless. Didn't we meet Eugene after we came out of the school hospital that day? I heard that day that Eugene seemed to have gone to meet someone and went to the principal's office. Hermione said. Then let's go find Dash. Before Harry could finish speaking, a voice suddenly sounded from the other end of the door. What are you three doing in the house? It was Professor McGonagall, holding a large stack of books. We want to see Professor Dumbledore, Hermione said. Harry and Ron thought her performance was very brave. Harry swallowed a mouthful of spit. What to say? It's really a bit difficult. It's a secret. As soon as the words came out, he immediately wished he hadn't said that. Because Professor McGonagall was angry, it seemed that her long nose was going to breathe fire again. The wings of her nose were flapping. Professor Dumbledore left 10 minutes ago. She said coldly. He received an urgent new construction from the Ministry of Magic from the Owl and immediately flew to London. He's gone, Harry said anxiously. At this time, he remembered that the owl he had seen by the lake just now should be the same one that had just delivered the letter to Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore is a very amazing wizard, with every opportunity and precious time dash, but this matter is very important. Harry interrupted Professor McGonagall. Is what you're talking about more important than the ministry, Harry? Well, Harry said, throwing his caution out of the clouds. Professor, it's about the Philosopher's Stone. Professor McGonagall didn't expect this to happen anyway. The book in her arms fell to the ground with a bang, and she didn't pick it up. How do you know? She stammered. Professor, I think I know. Someone is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I have to talk to Professor Dumbledore. He almost said Snape. Professor McGonagall looked at Harry with a mixture of astonishment and doubt. Professor Dumbledore will be back tomorrow. She finally said, I don't know how you found out about the Philosopher's Stone, but rest assured, no one can steal it. It is closely protected and foolproof. But the Professor, Potter, I know what I'm talking about. She said impatiently, bending down to pick up the book on the ground. I suggest you go outside and bask in the sun. But they didn't. Just tonight, Harry said quickly as he was sure Professor McGonagall was too far away to hear. Snape will be going through the trapdoor tonight. He got everything he needed, and now he tricked Professor Dumbledore out of school. The letter was probably from him, and I dare say the Ministry would have been shocked to see Dumbledore suddenly appear. But what can we have? Hermione took a sharp breath of cold air. Harry and Ron turned around. Snape stood there. Good afternoon. His black robe was a little dusty, as if he had just cleaned something. They stared at him blankly. You shouldn't stay in the house in such weather, he said, his face muscular twisting into a quirky smile. We were just in, Harry said, not knowing what he was going to say. You need to be careful, Snape said, and if you wander around like this, people will think you're trying to do something bad. Gryffindor can't afford to lose points, can it? Harry blushed. They turned and walked outside, but Snape called them back again. Mind you, Potter, if you wander around in the middle of the night, I'm going to fire you myself. Have a nice day. He strode in the direction of the faculty lounge. As soon as the three reached the stone steps outside, Harry turned to look at Ron and Hermione. Well, we have to do this now, he whispered eagerly. A man in charge of keeping an eye on Snape wait outside the staff lounge, and if he comes out, follow him. Hermione, this is best done by you. Why me? Hermione was puzzled. Then you need to say, Ron said, you can pretend to wait for Professor Flitwick. He pretended to be a very shrill female voice. Oh, Professor Frey, I'm so worried, I think I may have chosen the wrong bee for the 14th question. Bah, shut up, Hermione said, but she agreed to keep an eye on Snape. It's better for the two of us to stay outside the corridor on the 4th floor. Harry said to Ron, let's go. So, the two went to the corridor on the 4th floor, and Hermione waited directly outside the staff lounge. In the potions classroom, Eugene exhaled, because the crucible had melted. Then, he has to add other substances. So he added a few more pieces of powder made of stone and put it in the crucible. After stirring well, the next step came. He took out the unicorn blood collected from the grass and leaves that day and sucked it through a straw. Then add 3 drops to the crucible. The crucible immediately became hot and boiling. Eugene didn't know what was going on, because it was now beyond what he understood chemistry. In the previous life, the legendary alchemy could not be realized at all. But now this is the wizarding world, and there are some things that really can't be explained clearly by the science of the past life. After intense boiling, the solution in the crucible gradually became mild. Eugene estimated that the unicorn's blood had fused into the liquid and turned off the fire. The solution in the crucible is introduced into a mold prepared in advance. Next, the solution is waiting for the solution to cool in the mold, then solidify, and then form. Just as Eugene was about to pack up his tools, the door to the potions classroom was suddenly pushed open. Could it be that Snape is back? Eugene looked back and saw that it was Hermione. Eugene! Hermione was a little surprised, but she didn't expect it to be Eugene. She was just guarding outside the staff lounge, but it wasn't long before Snape came out. He asked Hermione what she was doing there. Hermione had to follow her previous plan, and she said she was waiting for Flitwick. As a result, Snape went to help her call Flitwick. She spoke to Flitwick in 2 words and looked back to find that Snape had disappeared. Hermione tried to find Snape when she came to the outside of the potions classroom, where she heard what seemed to be movement inside. She thought Snape was inside, so she pushed the door open. Unexpectedly, it was not Snape inside, but Eugene. What are you doing here? Hermione looked at the glassware in front of Eugene's desk. Are you doing a chemistry experiment? Sort of. Hermione still walked over curiously and noticed that something wasn't quite right, as she noticed that there was unused unicorn blood on the table. Your alchemy. She had seen alchemy in books. Some of the instruments on the table, glassware, have been introduced. I also remembered the days when I was reviewing in the library, and Eugene was reading books on alchemy. Hermione had told Eugene what they had learned from Hagrid. So, you're going to stare at Snape. After listening, Eugene had to sigh. Coincidence. Hermione looked frustrated. Unfortunately, I didn't keep up. Well, it's okay. Eugene comforted. He shouldn't have stolen it. Professor Dumbledore has left the school. Hermione was a little excited. It must have been Snape who used fake news to deceive Dumbledore. Eugene knew that she couldn't listen to telling her the truth. Okay, you calm down first. Impulsively can't think of a way. Eugene said, in this way, you go back to the bedroom for a while, eat dinner and sleep, and nothing will happen tomorrow. Eugene, you saw it that day too. You were with Harry, that man. God. Mysterious man. Hermione's little face turned a little pale. She was both worried and scared. Eugene pushed her out of the classroom. Okay, you want to go back to the dormitory, I'll help you find Snape later, and then stare at him. He said, Snape must be wary of you, he should not suspect it if I go. Hearing Eugene's words, Hermione also gradually calmed down, which made some sense. She nodded and went back to join Harry and Ron first to see how things were going on their side. That's bothering you. It's okay, aren't we friends? Eugene smiled slightly. Very good kind of friend. After watching Hermione leave, Eugene returned to the classroom and packed his things. The solution on the mold has coagulated successfully. The other side. Harry and Ron had just reached the 4th floor, the doorway that separated Luffy from the rest of the school, when Professor McGonagall suddenly appeared, and this time he couldn't help but lose his temper. "I guess you think you're more powerful than a bunch of magic spells, right?" she growled. "Enough, stop messing around. If the next time I hear you're here again, I'll give Gryffindor 50 points. Yes, Weasley, I deduct 50 points for my own academy." Harry and Ron could only return to the Gryffindor common room in ashes. At least Hermione was staring at Snape. As soon as Harry finished speaking, the portrait of the fat lady suddenly turned away, and Hermione got in. "I'm sorry, Harry." Hermione choked up a little. "Snape came out, he asked me what I was doing there, and I said I was waiting for Flitwick. Snape went to call Flitwick out, and after I had spoken to Professor Flitwick, Snape was gone. I tried to look for him and didn't find it. But," she said, "I met Eugene, and he said to help us find Snape and keep an eye on Snape, because, if he went, Snape probably wouldn't doubt it." "But don't forget," Ron said, "Eugene has always been on Snape's side, saying it's not Snape, it's Quirrell. I told Eugene everything we saw and speculated, and I think he would think we were right." Harry motioned for the two to stop arguing about it. "Let's decide what to do next," he said. "Well, it looks like that's the only way it can be, right?" Hermione and Ron both stared at Harry, only to see that he was pale and his eyes were shining. "I'm sneaking out of here tonight, and I'm going to try to get the Philosopher's Stone first." "You're crazy," Ron said. "You can't do this," Hermione said. "Didn't you listen to what McGonagall and Snape said? You will be expelled." "What's the matter?" Harry exclaimed. "Don't you still understand? If Snape gets the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort will return." In the lounge, there was a sudden silence. Eugene brought the things back to the bedroom, where Ernie and Justin were playing wizarding chess. "Haha, I won. Finally won." Justin stood jumping on the bed excitedly. Only then did he notice that Eugene was back. "Eugene, I just won." Ernie. Justin excitedly shared his achievements. "Congratulations," Eugene said. Ernie noticed something in Eugene's hand. "What are you holding in your hand?" In Eugene's hand, there was a light yellow stone. This light yellow stone was just refined by him using alchemy. To be precise, it is a special stone made with entry, lowest, and chemical methods. "The stone that has just been refined," said Eugene, "is just reading a book and playing with it." Alchemy. Ernie was still clear, but few wizards learn this now. Justin came a little interested. "Why not learn?" "Because there is no practical effect, and it can be refined into that kind of immortality, almost nothing," Ernie said. "Have you tried, this stone?" Ernie asked Eugene. Eugene shook his head. "I haven't tried it, I just got it." "Try it." Justin looked expectant. Well, Eugene felt that it was going to be tried anyway, and it didn't matter if he tried it in front of the two. So, he grasped the pale yellow stone and began to infuse mana into it, similar to when using a wand. After a long time, Eugene did not notice anything that had changed. Did it fail? At this time, Ernie and Justin both looked at Eugene dumbfounded. "What's wrong?" Eugene was a little strange about the reaction of the two, and he turned around to see if there was something behind him. Behind Eugene, there was a mirror, and when he turned around, he found that his legs were missing in the mirror. "This stone in his hand has the effect of invisibility?" He let go of the stone and did not inject any more magic, and his feet gradually reappeared. "Fantastic. That's cool." Ernie and Justin came back to their senses and applauded. "Eugene, can you lend me that stone to play with?" Justin asked. "Of course." Eugene handed the stone to Justin. Justin injected magic into the stone, this time longer than Eugene had just injected, and his body gradually disappeared, and finally became completely invisible. But after a while, he immediately appeared again. "This stone still has drawbacks," Justin said. "After I used it, I felt that the whole person had no strength." Ernie also tried it, slightly better than Justin, but also felt that the mana was consumed too much. The conversation between the three of Harry continued. "Haven't you heard what it was like when he wanted to dominate the world? If he succeeds, Hogwarts will not exist, and it doesn't matter if he is expelled or expelled. He will raze the school to the ground or turn it into a school dedicated to teaching black magic." The more Harry spoke, the more excited he became. "Can't you see that it doesn't matter whether you lose points or not? Do you think that if Gryffindor wins the House Cup, he will spare you and your family?" Hermione and Ron were speechless. "So, if I don't get the Philosopher's Stone, I'll be caught. Or maybe I had to go back to Dursley's house and finally be approached by him. It's just a late death. Because I will never join the forces of the dark arts." Harry said, "I have to go through the trapdoor tonight, and nothing you say will stop me. Voldemort killed my parents, remember?" He glared at them aggressively, certainly not losing his temper with them. "You're right, Harry," Hermione said softly. "I'm going to use my cloak of invisibility," Harry said, "and thankfully it's been recovered." "But can it cover the three of us?" Hermione asked. We the three of us. Harry looked at Hermione with some surprise. Oh, don't be silly, do you think we'll let you go alone? Ron said. Of course not, Hermione said simply. How could you leave us alone to find the Philosopher's Stone? I'd better go through my books, maybe I can find something useful, but if we get caught, you two will be expelled too. Probably not, Hermione said very firmly. Professor Flitwick secretly told me today that I had taken 112 in the exam of his class. With such a high score, they were reluctant to drive me away. At dinner, as usual, the three went to the restaurant to eat. Hermione glanced over to the teacher's seat. Dumbledore was not there, and neither was Snape. Quirrell's complexion looked a little paler than ever. Snape is not there, you say? Has he already gone to the trapdoor? Hermione whispered. Harry shook his head. Probably not, he must have gone to prepare. Hermione, look at Eugene sitting there eating. Ron took a point of glancing at the Hufflepuff table and soon found Eugene. If I say something, he definitely won't go after Snape. Hermione retorted. Maybe he didn't find it either. In fact, she had a feeling that this statement could not be sustained. Glancing back at Eugene, he was staring at Quirrell. Eugene was indeed watching Quirrell, but not to spy on him. But just now, when he sat down for dinner, he wanted to see if Snape was there. Finding out, Snape wasn't there. But Quirrell was still sitting at the table. But he didn't expect that after he glanced at Quirrell, the blood-red picture in his mind flashed again. That day in the Forbidden Forest, he and Harry had seen Quirrell in a hood sucking blood before he met Firenze. Today is the second time. Could it be that he is still like Harry Potter? Has some kind of soul sense for Voldemort? However, Eugene quickly dismissed this idea. As for that picture, when he wanted to recall it again, he didn't feel that feeling again. What exactly is it? Eugene wants to experience it again, and maybe find out. However, now that he looked at Quirrell again, he could no longer stimulate his memory. I had to give up on that idea. He came back to his senses and saw Hermione turning to look at him. Today Hermione broke into the potions classroom looking for Snape. And the three of them already know that Hagrid is drunk and may reveal a way through Luffy. Hermione had told him that Professor Dumbledore should have made up a lie by Snape today and left Hogwarts. Of course, the truth was Quirrell's. Eugene slapped his forehead sharply. These clues already illustrate a problem. Audio Technica is ready for action tonight. They must have planned to go underground and get the Philosopher's Stone first. Because Voldemort wanted to get the Philosopher's Stone. Eugene touched the stone he had refined today, and he had a decision in his heart. Leaving aside the fact that Mr. Flamel handed over the destruction of the Philosopher's Stone to him, figuring out that memory of oneself is also a key issue. Perhaps, when I really saw Voldemort, I might be able to remember something. Maybe that memory is the memory of the original Eugene before he came to this world. He decided, tonight, to go on an adventure with the three of them, because this is the best opportunity at the moment. Eugene wanted to figure out if that blood-red fuzzy memory was related to Voldemort or something else. After dinner, Eugene caught up with the three in the foyer. Count me in, Harry. Harry was stunned for a moment, feeling like their actions had been seen through. You, what did you say? Tonight's action, I'll go with you. Eugene lowered his voice. Just go to the 4th floor /SHHH. Harry immediately stopped Eugene, afraid of being overheard by others, and as soon as he told the teachers, he would be in trouble. He glanced at Hermione and knew that Hermione and Eugene were not shallow. You told him. I didn't say. Hermione immediately retorted. After we made our decision, we stayed together. Professor McGonagall seems to have seen us. At this time, Ron reminded. Let's go say it somewhere else. The four avoided the teacher and students and came to an empty classroom. After confirming that Peeves was not here, Harry said, this matter has nothing to do with you. If we are caught, we will be fired. But compared to Voldemort, expulsion is nothing. Eugene said, don't you all think so? The three did not expect that Eugene would speak their minds. But Harry's invisibility cloak can't hide 4 people. Ron said. Eugene naturally knew that there were no more than 4 people hidden. When he and Harry sent Noble to the top of the tower that day, he knew that the invisibility cloak was maximum. Don't worry, I have this thing. Saying that, Eugene took out the light yellow stone from his pocket. What is it? Harry asked. The eyes of the 3 people who looked at him changed. Except for classes, the 4 of them spent about the same amount of time together in the library. They also know each other. Eugene refined into a stone, and there is no doubt that he must have learned it himself. Hermione knew Eugene better, so she was even more surprised than Harry and Ron. The more I learned about Eugene's past, the more shocked I became. When are you going to go? Eugene asked. Both Ron and Hermione turned to look at Harry. We'll go when everyone is asleep, Harry said. How about we meet at the door of that room at 12? Eugene proposed. Okay, no problem. The 4 came out of the classroom and returned to their respective lounges. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Eugene slept with several people in the dormitory, and when his roommates were asleep, he quietly tucked his clothes and pillows into the covers and disguised. At 11:30, Eugene noticed that there was no one else in the lounge. He quietly left the Hufflepuff lounge, took his stone, and went invisibly to the 4th floor. Inside the Gryffindor common room, after watching the classmates go to bed one by one, Harry returned to the bedroom, put on his invisibility cloak, and after finding the flute that Hagrid had given him, he put it in his pocket. That flute can deal with Luffy in a while. He wasn't in the mood to sing to the big dog. Then, he quickly ran back to the lounge, where Ron and Hermione were waiting. "We'd better put on the invisibility cloak here and see if it can cover all three of us if Filch sees a pair of feet walking on the ground by himself. What are you doing?" A man's voice sounded in the corner of the room. "It's Neville." He flashed out from behind an armchair, clutching his toad lifer in his hand. "It seems that just now Lifu fought for freedom." "Nothing, Neville, nothing." Harry quickly hid the invisibility cloak behind him. Neville stared at their thief-hearted faces. "You're going out again," he said. No, Hermione said, "we don't want to go out." "Neville, why haven't you gone to sleep yet?" Harry looked at the old man clock by the door. It was almost time to agree with Eugene. There can be no further delays. It is estimated that Snape has already gone in, and what if Eugene runs into Snape alone while waiting for them? "You can't go out," Neville said, "you're going to get caught." "In that case, Gryffindor would be even more unlucky." "You don't understand," Harry said, "this is very important." But Neville was determined to stop them at all costs. "I'm not going to let you do that," he said, running to the portrait hole and blocking them. I'm going to fight you." Ron was furious. "It's not a joke now, get out of the way." "Don't be an idiot, don't call me an idiot." Neville said, "I think you broke the school rules, and you encouraged me to be brave and rebel against others, just like last time." "Yes, but not against us." Ron was furious. "Neville, you have no idea what you're doing." Neville stepped forward and took a step. He threw away the toad in his hand, clenched his hands into fists, and made a posture. Come on, come and hit me." It was impossible not to be nervous. Neville felt his body tremble slightly, but he still felt like he had to stop Harry and the three of them. "I'm ready." Harry turned to Hermione. "Think of a way." He was a little anxious, and the time was getting closer and closer. Hermione stepped forward. "Neville," she said, "I'm really sorry for doing this." With that, she drew her wand. All petrified, she pointed her wand at Neville and shouted. Neville's arms snapped to his sides, his feet upright, and he stood straight. His whole body stiffened, swayed in place a few times, and then fell to the ground on his back with a plop, looking like wood, hard. Neville's upper and lower gums were locked together, unable to speak. Only his eyes were still rolling and he looked at them in horror. "What did you do to him?" Harry asked quietly. "It's a full-body binding curse." Hermione said sadly, "Oh Neville, I'm really sorry." "You'll understand later, Neville," Ron said. Then they stepped over Neville, hid under the cloak of invisibility, and drilled out of the portrait hole. Eugene walked through the foyer and up the steps to the 4th floor. It was almost 12 o'clock, but he did not notice the arrival of the three. "Could it be that you are in trouble?" Eugene remembered that Neville had noticed that the three of them were leaving the lounge, but it shouldn't be long before it was delayed. "I just wish they could be faster." Because Eugene felt that his magic was being consumed little by little, he was worried that he would not last long. In this way, his invisible effect will disappear. "I'm afraid I'll be found by Filch, Lady Loris, or Peeves. Eugene has, do you want to go first?" But thinking about the level where he grabbed the door key, he was alone, and it would probably take a long time to find the key. Then you can only wait for them a little longer, and it will be much more convenient for 4 people to enter together. When Eugene approached, he found that the door had been opened, leaving a gap. It was at this time that Eugene heard a little footsteps. "Are you guys?" Eugene asked in a low voice. "Eugene," Hermione's voice came. "Oh, you've finally arrived." Eugene exhaled. "Hurry up and get inside." "Sorry, we're late." Harry felt a little guilty. "Just a little thing happened. I met Neville, and I bumped into Peeves. I always felt that today would not go so well." Ron's voice. "The picture here looks really weird, you can't see anything, but there are 4 voices talking." Under the cloak of invisibility, Harry looked at Ron and Hermione. "If you regret it now, it's too late. Stop saying stupid things." Ron said. "Let's go together." Hermione said. "If you don't hurry, I'll be visible." Eugene urged. Harry reached out and opened the concealed door. The 3 entered the house first, then took off their hard cloaks. Eugene went inside. Finally, there was no need to inject magic power, and his figure was also revealed. Putting the stone in his pocket, Eugene exhaled. "The second time I entered here, it felt a little different." The big dog immediately spotted the 4. As soon as Harry blew it, Luffy's expression changed differently. Luffy's eyes began to shrug down. Harry continued to blow, and slowly, Luffy's breathing changed. It shook its body, then its knees went limp, and it fell to its knees. Then it plopped, fell on the wooden floor, and fell into a deep sleep. Keep blowing, Ron reminded, don't stop. At the same time, the other three slowly approached Lu Wei. When they were close to Lu Wei, they could clearly feel the heat of Lu Wei's breath, and the smell of its body. I think we can pull the trap door open, Ron said while looking behind the big dog. Hermione, would you like to be the first to go down? No, I don't want to. Okay. Ron gritted his teeth and carefully stepped over the big dog's leg. He bent down and pulled the pull tab on the trapdoor, which suddenly opened. What do you see? Hermione asked anxiously. I couldn't see anything, it was pitch black and there was no ladder to go down, so we had to jump. Harry had been playing the flute, and he waved his hand at Ron, catching his attention and pointing at himself. You want to be the first to go down? Are you sure? Ron said, I don't know how deep this hole is. Give Hermione the flute and let her continue to put the big dog to sleep. Or give it to me, Eugene said. He knew it wouldn't be a big deal to jump off, and it wasn't good to leave Hermione at the end. So Harry handed the flute to Eugene. Just a few seconds after the music stopped, Louis suddenly opened his eyes and was about to start roaring again. But with only one yell, Eugene took the flute and immediately continued to blow. Luffy fell into a deep sleep. Harry crawled over the big dog and looked down through the hole. It's really dark underneath, and there's no bottom out there. He slowly slid down the hole, and finally grabbed the edge of the hole with 10 fingers. Ron, if something happens to me, don't go down and notify Dumbledore with an owl right away. All right, okay, Ron said. See you later, I hope. With that, Harry let go of his hand. Plop sound, not very loud. Immediately after, his voice came. No problem, it's a soft landing, you guys can jump. Ron jumped off the ground. What is this? Ron's voice came from below. I don't know, I still want to be a plant. Probably pounced here to mitigate the collision when falling. Then Harry's voice came, come on, Hermione. Hermione walked to the entrance of the cave, ready to jump. You be careful, Eugene reminded. Luffy was about to wake up again, and he quickly continued to blow. Hermione looked at Eugene and nodded, you too. With that, Hermione jumped out of the hole. Eugene stopped the flute, and while Luffy reacted, he jumped straight down. Cold, moist air ran across his cheeks, and Eugene fell onto something soft. He landed right next to Harry. Are you all right? Eugene asked. To be honest, it's good to have this pair of plants laid out here, Ron said. Thankful for what? Hermione suddenly let out a scream. You guys see clearly. Hermione jerked, struggling to move beyond one damp wall. She struggled like this because as soon as she stepped off Luo, the plant stretched out its snake-like tendrils and wrapped around her neck. Eugene, Harry, and Ron, the three of them were also unknowingly entangled in their feet by long vines. At first, Eugene was prepared to jump into the hole with his wand. However, when Ron asked Hermione to play the flute, Eugene was hot-headed, and did not want Hermione to jump last, so he took the initiative to ask for the flute. Eugene's hand didn't have time for a wand. At first, I forgot to remind Harry and Ron, but if you remind me, you will not fall into such difficulties. Don't even move, Eugene reminded loudly. If we don't move, will they let us go? Ron said with a little hoarse throat. It seems that today is really bad enough. Hermione finally broke free before the vine could hold her firmly. Harry and Ron were not so comfortable, because they began to struggle, and the vines directly strangled the two of them. Don't move, Hermione also shouted. I know what this is, it's Devil's Web. Oh, it's really nice that we finally know what it's called, which helps us. Ron huffed, then dodged to keep the vines from wrapping around his neck. Harry, like Eugene, tried to relax as much as possible. He said, at first, I should have listened to Eugene. Shut up, I'm thinking about how to kill it, Hermione said. Please think quickly, I'm running out of breath. Even though he didn't move like this, Harry was still wrapped around Fujimoto's chest. Hermione, ignite, Eugene reminded. This plant is afraid of heat. Yes, Hermione exclaimed excitedly. Professor Sprout said that the Devil's Web likes to be dark and damp. Stop endorsing, light the fire quickly, Harry urged. Yes, of course, but there are no matches and lighters here, Hermione said loudly. She was actually in a hurry, twisting her hands. Are you crazy? Ron roared. Are you a wizard or not? Oh, right, Hermione said, drawing her wand and waving it, chanting words in her mouth. Just like the last time, she lit Snape's robe, a blue flame shot out. It didn't take long for the vines to slowly retreat, hiding from the light and temperature. Soon, the three were released. Fortunately, you listened carefully in the herbology class, Harry said as he retreated to the wall like Hermione and wiped the sweat from his face. No, it should be thanks to Eugene, he didn't remind me, I didn't even think about it. Harry glanced at Eugene excitedly. Eugene just smiled and didn't say anything. Yes, Ron said, also thankfully Harry reminded the ignition. Otherwise, someone is still there shouting that there are no matches, no lighters. Hermione was a little annoyed and retorted, "It's not someone yet. In class that day, I kept saying that I was going to see the fire dragon break its shell. Otherwise, I would have memorized the knowledge of that day." "Okay, stop arguing." Harry pointed to a rock. "Go this way. That is the only way to go." The hallway was a little damp, and there was water left running down the walls. You can also hear the sound of water leaving behind. "Did you hear anything?" Ron asked quietly. Harry listened. There seemed to be a soft rustling and tinkling sound ahead. "Could it be a ghost?" Hermione asked. Eugene shook his head. "No, that's the sound of wings flapping." Wings flapping. Ron was a little suspicious. "Is that the voice?" "Look." At this point, Harry raised his hand and pointed ahead. "There's light over there and something is moving." They reached the end of the corridor, and in front of them was a flashing concealed door. "It seems that someone should have just passed from here." Harry pushed the door open. It is a brightly lit room with a high vaulted ceiling. Countless birds with dazzling coffins like jewels, flapping their wings and flying around the room. There is a heavy wooden door opposite the room. "If we're going to go through the room, will they attack us?" Ron asked. "It's possible." Harry said, "They don't look vicious, but if they all rush at once, I'm afraid." "Leave it alone, there is no other way anyway. I'll run over first." Harry took a deep breath, covered his face with his arm, and ran quickly towards the door. However, nothing happened, and he was safe. However, he also found the keyhole in the door. He pushed the door, which was locked. "There are locked up here." Hermione and Ron also ran over, and Hermione also used the Arajo Cave spell, but there was no response. "What to do?" Ron asked. "It should be these birds." Eugene felt that he still needed to be reminded. "Look, there's a broom over there." Eugene pointed to the corner, where several brooms were placed. Hermione looked up and looked at the birds flying above. "No, those are not birds. They are certainly not for decoration." Harry and Ron also looked up at the birds flying overhead. "That's the key," Eugene said, "and the key to open this door is on it." "It's really not the key," Harry said, "and it looks like we're going up on a broom to find the key." Ron frowned. "God, hundreds of them on top. When did you find them?" "I dare say that this was definitely set up by Professor Flitwick." Ron was determined. Saying that, Ron looked at the keyhole. "We need to look for an antique keystroke, probably silver, shaped like a doorknob." So the four of them, one after another, mounted their brooms and rose into the air. Those keys flew everywhere and were dazzling to see. Eugene saw a somewhat similar key and reached for it. The key seemed to sense something and immediately flew away. He was in the flight class, his grades were good, but he had to grab the keys, and he was really a little weak. Hermione and Ron also couldn't catch it. However, Harry is the youngest Quidditch seeker in a century, and he has his own method, shuttling through the keys and searching. Harry walked through for about a minute when he immediately noticed a large key. Moreover, he noticed that its wings were fluttering, as if it had been caught and roughly shoved into the keyhole. "I see it." Harry shouted. "Ron, quick, it flew over you." Ron lifted his spirit, but immediately let it run. "No, we have to surround it." Harry suggested. "Hermione, you're in charge of intercepting below, Eugene you're on the left, and Ron you're on the right." Harry was directly responsible for the upper side and the pursuit. In their places, the four began to surround the key. Harry dived directly and reached out to grab it. The four immediately got off the flying broomstick and ran to the door. Harry clutched the key, it kept struggling. He shoved the key in a little roughly, twisted it hard, clicked, and the door lock popped open. As soon as Harry let go of his hand, the key flew away, looking a little exhausted. "Ready?" Ha took the handle with his hand and turned back to the three of them. The three nodded. So, he pushed the door open. The second room was pitch black and nothing could be seen, but as soon as they stepped inside, the room suddenly lit up. Illuminates a shocking scene. Even though Eugene had been mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the scene in front of him. The chessboard in front of you is really big. Those pieces are bigger than them, much taller than them. The chess pieces seem to be carved out of black stones and the like. At the other end of the room, facing them, were some white chess pieces. Those chess pieces were already in place, as if there was still a murderous aura, rushing towards the four people. The four of them all gasped, as if they were caught in the ancient battlefield in an instant. And those towering white chess pieces on the opposite side, they have no facial features on their faces, inexplicably giving people a terrifying feeling. "Now what are we going to do?" Harry asked in a low voice. "Isn't that obvious?" Ron said. "We have to play chess to get to the end of the room." They saw a door behind the white gas. "How to do it?" Hermione asked nervously. "In my opinion," Ron said, "we have to act as pawns." He walked up to a black knight and reached out and touched the knight's horse. Immediately, the stone came to life. The horse gouged the earth on the ground with its hooves, and the knight turned his helmeted head and looked at Ron. "Do we well have to come with you?" The black knight nodded. Ron turned to look at the three. "We need to think about it," he said. "I'm afraid we have to replace the four black pawns here." None of the three spoke. When it comes to chess, Eugene has seen Justin and Ernie pitted against each other, but he is not interested, so he does not learn any essence. At this point, he regretted a little. He should have learned from Ernie in the first place. But at that time, how could he have thought that he would come here? He is ready to develop obscenely. Eugene didn't know why he was hot-headed and wanted to come over. Obviously, without him, all three can pass. Now you have to work with 4 people. In fact, it's much more difficult. That's right, don't be angry, blame me for speaking rudely. To be honest, you don't play chess well. We're not angry, Harry said quickly. Tell us how. Well, Harry, you take the place of that bishop. Hermione, where are you going, instead of that castle? Ron turned to look at Eugene. You don't mind going to the pawn's position, do you? It's dangerous there. Hermione immediately jumped up. There were 8 pawns, and Eugene felt that Ron would keep himself. Okay, no problem. He agreed directly. Trust me, I will do my best to protect you, Ron said. What about you, Ron? Harry asked. I'll be a knight, Ron said. The pieces seemed to listen to them, and Ron's words had just fallen. A soldier, a knight, a bishop, and a castle turned around, turned their backs to the white chess pieces, and walked out of the board, leaving 4 empty seats. Gave it to 4 of them. The 4 stood in their respective positions. The rule of chess is that white chess goes first, Ron said, looking across the board. By the way, you see, a white pawn moved 2 blocks forward, seemingly ready to lock Eugene in the first place. Hermione gasped directly, her hands twisted together, very nervous. However, fortunately, Ron began to play chess and protected Eugene in the first place. However, Hermione was still very nervous, although Ron commanded well. But what if she lost? Eugene, go 2 blocks forward, and then eat the pawn on the beveled side, Ron commanded. Eugene walked forward 2 squares, and there was a white chess piece diagonally in his position. After he reached the designated position, the white chess piece was destroyed. Hermione's heart was about to mention the words when Ron asked Eugene to act. Harry moved 4 blocks to the right, but the white chess on the opposite side, also at this time, ate another knight on their side. There were only 2 knights, and now only Ron remained. That's what they really realized, how dangerous this game was. White chess fiercely knocked the knight to the floor and dragged him off the board. He lay there face down, motionless. The more people come, the more difficult it is to play chess. No way, that's it, Ron said, looking shocked. So that you can succumb to eat the bishop. Hermione, go ahead. Every time their pieces were eaten, the white pieces behaved ruthlessly and mercilessly. Soon, a large number of lifeless black chess pieces fell in front of them. Several times, Eugene was eaten, thanks to Ron's timely remedy. Hermione and Harry also encountered the same dilemma twice. Ron himself charged on the board, eating almost as many white pieces as they lost black pieces. Eugene also took out several. It's almost there, he whispered suddenly. Let me think. The White Queen turned her facial features to Ron. Yes, Ron whispered, that's the only way. I have to be eaten. Nope, Harry and Hermione shouted at the same time. Eugene knew that Ron would definitely be eaten, and also frowned at Ron. He once again regretted why he didn't learn wizarding chess before. This is chess, Ron snapped. There are always some sacrifices to be made. I'll take 1 step and he'll eat me, and you'll checkmate the king, Harry. But do you want to stop Snape? Ron said, the 4 people here may be the worst for me, and I'm afraid the front will be more dangerous. Ron, hurry up. If you don't hurry up, he'll get the Philosopher's Stone in his hands. Harry didn't hesitate anymore. Ready, Ron shouted, his face a little pale, but his expression very determined. I'm going. Pay attention, act immediately after winning, don't delay here. He took a step forward, and the White Queen immediately pounced. She raised her stone arm and slammed at Ron's head, and Ron fell to the ground in one fell swoop. Hermione hissed, but didn't leave her lattice. The White Queen dragged Ron aside. It seemed that Ron had been knocked unconscious. Trembling, Harry moved 3 steps to the left. The White King removed the crown from his head and threw it at Harry's feet. They won. The white chess pieces bowed and retreated, making way and leading straight to the door. Hurry up, don't delay, Eugene reminded. The 3 glanced at Ron with some sadness and then rushed towards the door. Don't worry, he'll be fine, Eugene comforted Hermione. Yes, it will be fine. Harry repeated Eugene's words, seemingly hinting at himself in his heart, trying to believe that Ron would be fine. We've passed Sprout's Devil's Net, Professor Flitwick's Key Magic, and Professor McGonagall's Pawn Transfiguration. Harry said. Next, there's Quirrell's Magic and Snape's. Down the corridor, they came to a doorway. Harry looked at Eugene and Hermione. Ready? The 2 nodded. Let's go inside. Harry pushed the door open. A disgusting stench came to the nose. The 3 had to raise their hands and cover their noses. This stench gives them a very familiar feeling. That's right, it was the troll who knocked out in the women's bathroom on Halloween Eve last year. The smell is exactly the same. The monster in front of me is even bigger than the last one. However, fortunately, it seemed to have been injured, lying motionless on the ground, unconscious, and there was a bloody mass fast on its head. It should be that Snape just went over and beat it, so we don't need to deal with it, Harry whispered. The three go around the troll. Must get out of here quickly, the main thing is that it stinks. Harry came to the door and quickly pulled open the next door. Next, it's Snape's level. There was nothing special in front of me, just a table with 7 bottles of different shapes in the empty room. Snape's magic, Harry said, what should we do? As soon as the three of them crossed the threshold, a flame rose behind them, sealing the doorway. The flame is unusual and purple. At the same time, black flames also burst out from the door leading to the front. They were caught in the middle. Look, Hermione grabbed a roll of parchment placed next to the bottle. Eugene and Harry came up behind her and started reading with her. Danger is ahead, safety is behind, 2 of us can help you. Drink it down, 1 leads you forward, the other sends you back to where you were. 2 of them contain nettle wine, 3 are killers and are waiting in line. Choose it, unless you want to stay here forever. We also provide 4 clues to help you choose. First, Samael, you heal me. In the Forbidden Forest, Draco was like a fart, tugging at the corners of his clothes, and behind him was Theodore, who was already unconscious. Looking at his bloody appearance, it smelled a little pitiful. Samael had no choice but to take out the healing potion and Vicien that he had with him, although he could not fully recover, but at least the bleeding stopped. Madame Pomfrey is also very hard, you help me heal. Draco looked at the hideous blood marks on his body like centipedes crawling over and pleaded again. What stupid thing are you saying? The spell tempering still needs a long time to treat, not to mention that your curse is back. I haven't studied the curse yet. Obediently go to the university hospital for good treatment. Samael looked at the goods speechlessly. He clearly forbade the goods to study this magic, but he still did not prevent it. However, looking at this situation, this gang is still very good at using it, and it has not been eroded by black magic evil ideas. But it's time to learn the patroness charm, whether it's to deal with next semester's dementors or to keep everyone steadfast and kind. Otherwise, with the urine nature of this group of guys, sooner or later you will have to go to Azkaban for further study. Today's events are a lesson, don't let me hear such remarks again. Samael looked serious. Do I need to go to Granger and apologize? Draco was dazed, he was good at fighting, he had no experience in apologizing, and he was still a girl. You see it yourself, you don't care about the others, Hagrid you don't care. They all knew that the 3 had ended up going to Hagrid's cabin, which meant that his words had already been known to Hagrid. After a semester of getting along last year, they often exchanged experiences in dragon breeding, and what cool materials Hagrid obtained in the Forbidden Forest would also be given to Draco, and the 2 had developed a deep friendship. Hey, let's go and explain it to Hagrid. For the first time, Draco kind of hated his mouth. At night, Samael traveled as usual at night, stepping on the reflection cast by the moonlight, in a very happy mood, followed by Rebecca. The little spicy strips were also hidden behind his neck, constantly swallowing snake letters, and by now, hurting snakes has become one of his few pleasures. Tear. Kill you. Kill you. The time has come. A staccato horse sound continued to come from behind the wall, and an inexplicable smile hung at the corner of Samael's mouth. Has it finally started? Xiao Fu, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Since returning to Hogwarts, Samael has put Buck back in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets, and Samael has long since cut off his contract with Voldemort, but Xiao Fu in the Remnant State may not be able to detect it. Although Buck was forced by the power of Parseltongue to give him instructions from childhood, Samael could make him turn against the water at any time as long as he wanted to. Master, is it Buck? What happened to him? Rebecca also heard the hiss and asked suspiciously. It's Buck, he's temporarily controlled. Samael said calmly. Who is it? Let me go and kill him. Rebecca's snakehead high, murderous energy burst out instantly, although they have only been together for more than a month, but in her impression that the ugly snake has become one of them, dared to control her companions, Rebecca must let them know why the flower is so red. Calm down, as long as I want, your master I can let him get out of control in an instant, and now the master takes you to watch a good show. Samael was quite confident, and after speaking, Rebecca instantly shrunk her body and hid in Samael's hair. Samael stepped on the slippery floor, and as soon as he turned the corner, he saw Harry's trio, staring at a cat that had been petrified. It was Lady Loris. Samael couldn't help but sigh that he was worthy of being the protagonist group, and they could always be found in dangerous places. Samael, listen to me, I didn't do it. Harry saw Samael looking at him strangely and explained in a panic. Before Samael could respond, Gryffindor and Slytherin students swarmed in, including Draco with a bandage on one hand. Samael then knew that he had missed his astronomy class again. Everyone exclaimed and looked at the blood writing on the wall. The door of the Chamber of Secrets has been opened, and the enemies of the successor are on the lookout. Looking at the flustered Harry, and then at Samael, who looked calm, his eyes gradually became clear. Get out of the way. What happened? Potter, you did it. Filch squeezed into the crowd with difficulty, and immediately wanted to question Harry, but he froze when he saw the scene in front of him. "Lady Loris, you killed my cat. I'm going to kill you." Filch saw Lady Loris's miserable situation and hurriedly rushed towards Harry, and the posture frightened everyone. "Mr. Filch, I think Mr. Gaunt killed your cat," Dean Thomas whispered over at Gryffindor. Even if his voice is small, it is no different from shouting on a loudspeaker in this silent environment. In an instant, several icy gazes locked him. Everyone felt like they had the truth. Yes, when they came, there were two groups of them. One was the savior of the well-known wizarding world, and the other was the notorious heir of the Gaunt family, and it was clear who did it. Ron and the trio was even more relieved. He really couldn't stand the scrutiny of everyone. "In fact, Lady Loris was already like this when I came, and Harry, they arrived before me." Samael was speechless, and said truthfully, not thinking that eating melons had eaten on himself. "It's disgusting to hear that he is still a friend of Potter, and it is disgusting to slander his friend so much." There was such an argument in the crowd. Samael's gaze condensed slightly, and his body exuded a breathtaking momentum. Theodore and Draco looked at the person who spoke unkindly, and such a voice came from the Slytherin ranks. It was true that something like Gaunt said something on the wall, but it would never have been Samael. They knew that Samael and Filch had a relationship, and they would often bring Lady Loris something delicious, and most importantly, Draco's wounded arm was the price of his blood discrimination, and he still hurt now. "Everyone obey the order and go back to the dormitory." Just as the atmosphere gradually became dignified, Dumbledore arrived in time with Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, like a police officer in the country of bald eagles. "I didn't forget to bring a parallel cargo tow oil bottle when I came." Along the way, Samael looked at his dean speechlessly. "What kind of eyes are you? You look at Professor McGonagall, you look at you, the most basic trust between people." Filch was more apprehensive than Harry, and this guy had been keeping this ghost look ever since he heard Dumbledore say that the cat wasn't dead, but was petrified. However, he still felt in his heart that Potter had done it, because he really had no reason to doubt Samael. Although the two do not have much intersection, their feelings for Lady Loris cannot be fake. Filch was sure that Harry had done it, and the two were arguing there, Ron blushing and arguing with a thick neck, and the funny look was like a pig's tail eating too much. "It would have been nice to have met me earlier. I happen to know the solution to this kind of incident." The flower peacock raised his head and chest, intervened in their argument, and appeared extremely confident, but when he met Dumbledore's deep eyes, he took 2 steps back weakly. Broken and his friend may have been in the wrong place at the wrong time, and the situation in this cat requires extremely profound curse attainments. Snape rarely explained for Harry, but the mockery contained in the second half of the sentence was not concealed in the slightest. Harry was stunned at first, then his face became extremely ugly, and he looked at Snape fearlessly, as if to say, "Who do you look down on, idiot?" Samael complained in his heart, and looked at Yin Yang, the master of the god of Regency, really not knowing whether to call you brave or stupid. When Samael came back to his senses, he found that everyone was looking at him in unison. Obviously, Snape's words refocused everyone's suspicions on Samael. "What do you think I do? I'm not some kind of black magic," Samael said innocently, his expression more aggrieved and how aggrieved. Many professors were speechless. "Do you want to look in the mirror yourself? The pale hair, enchanting pupils, and cursed light contained in them are almost blinding their eyes." Snape was like stuck in phlegm at this time. He couldn't say anything. He couldn't say who in Slytherin should not know black magic. It was no different from punching himself in the face. And before they tinkered with the resurrection stone, the vicious curse on the agreement that was reached was terrifying even Snape. "You pretend to be pure for me here?" Seeing that they didn't believe it, Samael pointed to his brain very sincerely, and gestured for Dumbledore and Snape to probe as much as they could. Samael thought to himself, come, I see which of you has the courage to look. I can't ask for it." Snape had been tortured twice by the howls of the Morning Witch, and now he could hear the sound of death when he slept, and if he were not psychologically strong, he would have committed suicide long ago. Finally, under Dumbledore and the mud, several people returned to their dormitories. Of course, Samael also promised Filch a mandrake, both to thank him for his trust and because he really liked Lady Loris. Samael sent Theodore and the others who were concerned, and drowsiness struck, and he slept peacefully, not thinking about what greeted him the next day. When he woke up, Samael once again enjoyed the same treatment as when he first entered school. Not only the pure-blood wizards of Slytherin avoided him, but even the students of other houses avoided seeing him. Fear filled everyone's eyes, especially the Muggle-born wizard. The place he passed was like a vacuum, and even the students at the Ravenclaw table, who often dined, hid from him for fear of being targeted by him. Fortunately, the Friends of the Dream Realization Organization still trust him as always. The reason is simple: Samael didn't even practice black magic from them, let alone kill a cat, not to mention that the cat was not dead. They confessed that only fools question their friends, which gave Samael great comfort. When he felt that it would not be long before the little wizards would forget this stubble, he was instantly slapped in the face. In the afternoon Transfiguration class, after Hermione proposed the term Chamber of Secrets, Professor McGonagall's proposal of Slytherin heir and Chamber of Secrets monster instantly raised Samael's suspicions to the highest. Isn't this the ready-made Slytherin heir? What else is there to question? Is there an heir who is purer than the descendants of Slytherin? So much so that no matter what class is not willing for a little wizard to approach him, a strange phenomenon will appear in every class, that is, there will be a vacuum around Samael, and no one except Theodore and Draco will want to approach. Even the senior students looked at him with a wary look in their eyes, except for the members of the Dream Fulfillment Organization. Fortunately, Samael's strength is amazing, and his past results are too shocking, otherwise he believes that someone will throw rotten eggs at him. Until the evening, Samael heard versions of cat abuse, 2 of which were transmitted by Ron, saying that they had noses and eyes, and were extremely real, almost making him believe that he did it himself. I would have turned my heart to the bright moon, but the bright moon shone in the ditch. Samael meditated on the moon at night. He was never a generous person, and he always adhered to the principle that if there is revenge, there will be revenge. So the next day, Dean and Ron became completely famous. Come on, Dean Thomas went upstairs and wrestled and knocked himself out. Oh, Dean slipped in the toilet and planted his head in the toilet. Oh my God, Ron from the Weasleys was struck by lightning again. According to Seamus, Ron and Dean have to say those things. Shocked, Ron Weasley and Dean Thomas in the same bedroom actually have an unclear relationship. A piece of exciting news reached everyone's ears. Some people watched the excitement, some pondered, how could it be so coincidental? So some people looked at Samael's eyes even more frightening. Samael is to tell everyone that if you have the ability to spread rumors to me, I will dare to retaliate if you dare to spread rumors. Debunking rumors? Not that interested. Disinformation? You try it. It's still exciting to think about using the blue snake 3-flower pupil to control Ron and Dean to kiss in public. He even let Beverly take the photo, and it was almost hyped. For the first time, he felt that it was good to be a school bully. However, as the protagonist of the story, he was miserable, both mentally and physically devastated, and had to report to Professor McGonagall. Samael is quite calm about this. Is there any evidence? No, it's called slander. Samael was even willing to let the professor check his wand with a flashback charm, but what good was that? Everyone knew that Samael could cast spells without a wand. The result is no result. Of course, Samael will not go too far, under the stern warning of the professors, just let them keep unlucky and wrestle. As for the one inside Slytherin, he had already found out, but he still had to wait for him to free his hand, and a simple wandless casting might not work for that person. Moreover, people can only remember long when they are in pain. After Samael's revenge, the days that followed suddenly fell into calm, and Samael successfully enjoyed the treatment of a school bully. The crowd avoided the passing, and a group of doglegs, members of the organization, behind him followed Samael's footsteps at all times, gaining momentum for him. Family, who is not afraid of this lineup. There is also the president of the student council. But everyone's eyes were quickly drawn to the upcoming Quidditch match. Draco also threw himself into intense Quidditch training, waking up earlier than chickens and sleeping later than dogs every day. A variety of difficult flying skills are at your fingertips. Watching Draco soar freely in the sky, the Slytherin fans behind him shouted wildly. Samael also saw Lucius in the crowd, thinking about how he could not pay attention to his son, as the team's biggest investor. Harry's momentum was much more chilling. He was restrained everywhere during the flight, and Draco's occasional harassment made him very irritated. The Slytherin team is completely superior to Gryffindor in terms of technology and equipment, even if the means are dirty. The biggest variable within the scope of the rules is Harry, so Draco's task is to snipe Harry with all his strength, dragging him all the time. The golden snitch is not important, as long as it can open the gap between the team. Who cares about that? Listening to the sound of Slytherin points, Harry said that it was false, that he was not in a hurry, and if it went on like this, even if he got the golden snitch, he would not be able to win. His talent in Quidditch was really strong, and he and Draco harassed each other in the sky, but still found the trail of the golden snitch in an instant. What followed was a series of fierce chases. Draco never lacked competitive spirit, a school year of training, the tempering of will made his whole person full of vitality. But Slytherin's caution and sizing made him lack a desperate mentality in Quidditch matches. So on the last extreme dive, Draco flinched, losing his chance to catch the golden snitch. Harry was undoubtedly happy. He caught it, even if he was smashed by a crazy ghost flying ball in the process. It was difficult to hide the excitement in his heart. Until, when Lee Jordan announced that the champion was Slytherin, he was instantly stunned in place. Wood and the others lowered their heads in shame. The base score Slater exceeded them by more than 200 points, and the golden snitch just made them lose less shamefully. Harry stared at the golden snitch in his hand in a daze, and the ghost flying ball was like crazy, smashing madly at him, and once the furious force hit his head, it would instantly make his head bloom. Fortunately, Hermione and the others arrived in time to free him. Samael also saw Lockhart squeeze into the crowd, trying to heal Harry's arm, despite Harry's obstruction. As soon as the spell fell, Harry's bones were instantly withdrawn, like a soft strip of meat. Samael, do you see that? I'm going to learn this. Instead of sharing the joy of victory with his father, Draco pestered Samael, and his eyes turned red when he saw this scene. This is crueler than some black magic. Samael is also interested, but it will take a lot of time to reproduce it, and I am afraid that he will not be able to do it himself if he expects Lockhart to do it again. In the afternoon potions class, Harry did not show up as expected, much to Snape's great regret, as if the only pleasure had been taken away. Samael consciously sat in the back row, not wanting to be the target of Snape's spray of venom. Mr. Knott, put away your disgusting eyes and focus on your medicinal powder grinding. Theodore was caught by the handle after only a moment's distraction. Beverly touched him with her arm before coming back to her senses. Samael and Draco sneaked over Hermione and Ron, who were sneaky and saw what was planned. Combined with the original, it was obvious that he was going to Snape's collection room to steal the medicinal herbs for refining the compound decoction. Compound decoctions are prohibited by the Ministry of Magic, and their original materials are naturally also difficult to buy on the market. Draco looked secretly while carefully simmering, looking busy. No way, who let his partner be a school bully? Professor Snape was in a good mood today, but he still made the rude request to take a final sip of his own potion, which made him have to be careful. Mr. Dunphy, I don't mind leaving your eyes in this classroom permanently. Ms. Will, if your brain doesn't let the bigly flying insect stung, you should put fang powder at the last moment. Mr. Longbottom, turn the fire up a little more, and that faint flame won't even burn your hair. Snape's face was getting worse and worse, and all the students were playing beyond normal today, which made his mood gradually worse. Samael had to admire Snape's vocabulary, not a single repetition, the sharpness of his words, and the viciousness of his language. At this time, Ron sat uncomfortably, unconsciously showing a trace of panic. This was completely different from what he thought. Originally planned that Seamus could play stably and create some chaos, but this guy was stable today, and there were no accidents. Ron, it's better for you to come, Seamus can't be trusted, Hermione said anxiously. Why didn't you come? Ron was not convinced and said stubbornly. Hermione frowned and spoke, you know those potion materials. Then I'll do it. Ron was speechless and could only say ruefully, Weasley, are you going to put this porcupine thorn in the crucible? Draco's voice and shouts were similar, instantly focusing everyone's eyes on him. Ron stopped throwing the porcupine thorn instantly. Snape glared at Draco and spoke indifferently, Weasley, if you put porcupine thorns in, what awaits you will be a month of confinement. As soon as the words fell, Snape's face instantly turned livid, and he saw that Ron didn't know whether he was scared or intentional, and threw the porcupine thorn into it instantly. Potion splashes, no, they should be gushing. Except for a few people, the Gryffindor students were almost completely wiped out, and large pus punkers were swollen on their bodies. Idiot. Gryffindor deducts 5 points, Slytherin adds 5 points. Glancing at Draco, who was holding up the iron armor charm for Slytherin, Snape roared. Walking towards the infirmary with a few students, Samael saw Hermione take advantage of the chaos to walk towards Snape's collection room and hurriedly followed. How could he miss this kind of backstabbing Snape and someone carrying the pot? The moonlit forest was so quiet, the trees were intertwined, the light cast a little starlight through the gaps. From time to time there was a long chirping in the distance, a pair of green eyes dormant behind the jungle. Samael knew that it was a nocturnal predator. White-haired snake pupils, Samael quietly enjoyed the silence of the forest alone, accompanied by thick fog between walking, and there was a strange sweetness in the fog. The small spicy strip wrapped tightly around Samael's arm, the scales contracted, and the snake let her spat lightly, nervously performing the first defense mission. This level of toxic fog has little effect on Samael, but it can isolate some small predators from prying eyes to some extent. Samael's mind moved slightly, and he dodged a pitch-black spider spear with a sideways move, covered with sharp barbs. Eight-eyed giant spider. Samael snapped his fingers and observed the behemoth in front of him. The poisonous mist of the small spicy strip is obviously unable to affect such creatures that are inherently highly toxic. The 5 fingers of Samael's left hand were open, and the 8-eyed giant spider stood in mid-air as if it had been pulled apart by something. It struggled desperately, but found that the force of the pull became more and more terrifying, and watched its spider legs being torn off one by one. It hissed in pain, green sticky blood scattered all over the place, endless fear shrouded its body. Samael had no intention of entangling with him, and after a snap of his fingers, the head of the 8-eyed giant spider was instantly blown apart. You deserve to provoke me when I'm in a bad mood. Samael followed Hermione into Snape's collection room today, too hasty to get any precious materials. Ordinary he can't look at it, the precious ones will inevitably be put in a secret place, there is no time to find them, so that he has nothing to find. Carlos, long time no see. Samael saw the vigilant horseman outside the thick fog and greeted him kindly. Samael remembered him, the first horseman he had ever seen, and Samael kindly blew his wrist. Carlos' horse's hooves are a little soft, and the weapon in his hand is not raised, nor is it put down. The aura emanating from this little ghost was even more terrifying, and even their leader was injured last time. Don't worry, I won't hurt you, you just need to tell me where the nest of the 8-eyed giant spider is. As far as I know, you should be hostile. Samael's soft voice and elegant posture made the fear in Carlos' heart reduce a little. Without saying a word, he led the way for Samael, until Samael saw a world covered in white cobwebs, and then quickly left. For a newly grown horseman, the breath on Samael is too scary. Instead of paying attention to his departure, Samael inscribed this important information on the ring, and then took out a one-man tall mirror from the bag. In a moment's effort, Samael's arm turned into several pythons and rushed into the mirror, pulling out several disheveled figures. Samael, don't let people sleep. Branson rubbed his eyes and said in annoyance, and several other people stared at him with unkind faces. Where is it? Draco said confused, vaguely seeing several black things running towards them. Samael was speechless. Draco, this is the typical two eggs under his eyebrows, only blinking and not looking. So big eight-eyed giant spider can't see? Practice class, kill all the eight-eyed giant spiders inside. Samael was too lazy to say anything, his feet were in the air, and he directly supported himself with a circular shield to protect himself in all directions. Seeing this situation, several other people also quickly entered a state of readiness. Percy's state was the same as Samael's, first protecting himself in all directions, and then with his right hand, an eight-eyed giant spider rushing in front of him was quickly squeezed into meat mud by the terrifying gravity, bloody and cruel but always maintained its own grace. Countless plants bloomed around Cedric, and Maury's pupils bloomed with shining brilliance. Whenever a spider approaches, a number of blood-colored flowers will instantly grow in the body of the eight-eyed giant spider, which is strange and natural. Every flower around him emits countless pollen factors. Silently sucked into the belly by the giant spider, once close to Cedric, it will instantly cultivate itself with its flesh and blood, and bloom itself in a few seconds. The two have been with Samael for a long time, and the grace of the battle has formed muscle memory. Branson naturally wouldn't let his companions focus on the front, and just wanted to cast the weather spell but was stopped by Samael. Don't use a weather spell. If you move too much, you will be discovered. Branson glared at Samael, his eyes instantly turned red, turned into an afterimage, and attacked the eight-eyed giant spider. Everywhere it passed, the spider spear broke, the huge eyeballs were torn apart by the claws, and the juice splashed everywhere. The violent aura steaming from the body was very terrifying. His other abilities are easy to explain, but the terrifying resilience has long been detected by his companions, so he exposed his werewolf identity early. Everyone already knew that this was the first time they had seen him expose his werewolf form. Branson's fight was vigorous, and his figure changed again, and his upper body completely appeared the characteristics of a werewolf. The claws lengthened, the head turned into a terrifying wolf head, and the silver-white hair was like a steel needle. Whether it was recovery power or strength speed, it had risen another notch, and everyone except Samael was already unable to detect his figure. Samael turned his head and said with a headache when he saw Theodore, "Theodore, I know you've learned the fire spell, but it's not suitable here." Immediately waving his wand, a water dragon flew out and extinguished the fierce fire burning on the thorns. Don't let him worry one by one, haven't you heard of it? Set fire to the mountain and sit in prison. In case the fire gets out of control, Azkaban's green brick house will definitely let him live enough. Theodore's mood as soon as he wanted to show off was extinguished by Samael's water dragon. Helplessly, he had to fight the spiders back to back with Draco and Derek with basic spells. One of the two of them is not good at group battles, and the other is only good at group battles but has not yet unlocked troops. They can only hone their basic spells. Fortunately, they have a solid foundation, and as the number of spells launched gradually increases, the understanding of the principle of spells is more thorough, and all spells are closer to silent casting. The three of them cooperated tacitly, but they didn't let the spiders get close. Little wizard, I can sense Hagrid's breath from you. I'm also his friend, why do I do it to my children? An old voice came from the spider cave, an old giant spider, revealing its figure. Samael didn't respond, and a huge blasting spell sounded from the old spider, and Hagrid's old friend was instantly torn apart. This was followed by an even more intense massacre. To be honest, it is still very tiring to slaughter thousands of eight-eyed giant spiders. Everyone was tired and panting, even the elegant Cedric and Percy. The entire ground was sprinkled with the broken body of the eight-eyed giant spider, and Derek stood happily behind Samael after collecting the remaining spider eggs. Samael nodded and said nothing, and the emerald green snake pupils flashed a strange light. The space began to distort, and countless black mambas appeared in the open space ahead. Devour, kids. After the start of school, the blood orchid became abundant, and Samael fed most of it to the black mamba in the pupil. The current black mamba snake is about 7 meters long, carrying silver-gray scale armor, which is 5 times faster than the original, and its fangs emit a terrifying poisonous mist all the time. Now there is still a magical ritual away from magical creatures. Samael does not have that time, but devouring a large number of magical creatures can also omit this step, and now is the time. The black mamba obeyed Samael's instructions and ate frantically one by one, making everyone's scalps numb. Thousands of poisonous snakes squirmed in front of them, opening huge mouths like an abyss, constantly devouring flesh and blood, and even Derek felt panicked. Some were in a hurry to eat, and even let the spider legs pierce their bodies, still strictly carrying out Samael's instructions. The combat effectiveness of the snake group was terrifying, and the scene was cleaned in only a quarter of an hour. Samael received them all into the blue snake three-flower pupil and quietly waited for their transformation. Before leaving, he did not forget to let Theodore burn the spider's nest with a torch to avoid leaving a trace, and by the way, he threw a gem-encrusted necklace in Branson's surprised gaze. Several people also returned to their respective dormitories tiredly. The next day, when everyone learned that Harry Potter's little fan brother Colin had been petrified, everyone knew that Hogwarts was no longer safe. Except for the members of the Dream Fulfillment Organization, everyone seemed to be sitting down as if Samael had done it. Before, he just didn't dare to look at him or subconsciously stayed away from him, but now it has evolved to the extent that he runs when he sees him, which makes Samael quite speechless. Did you see the message? The school is about to reopen the duel club, saying what to increase everyone's ability to withstand danger. Draco said excitedly, fantasizing about defeating Scarhead again. I guess it must have been organized by Professor Flitwick, who was a martial arts champion when he was younger. Theodore was a member of the Charms Club and naturally knew how strong Professor Flitwick was. Samael smiled and said nothing, expecting the expressions on the faces of the two when they discovered the truth. Sure enough, when they saw the flower peacock on the fighting ring, the expression was like eating. Lockhart wore a gorgeous cloak, gushing about how he calmly protected himself in the face of danger, and by the way, a wave of his new books. When it was time to have fun, he also threw the cloak into the pile of girls, causing a group of girls, including Beverly. What's going on with Beverly? Haven't you noticed something wrong with this straw bale recently? Samael wondered. Can't blame her, I smelled perfume adulterated with ecstasy on my cloak. Branson said to Samael in high spirits, the werewolf's keen sense of smell making him notice. An exaggerated gemstone necklace is revealed on the chest. Next, shameless. In the small group, everyone's faces sank, and the look in Lockhart's eyes became unkind. Samael, thank you for sending me the necklace. Branson straightened his chest, seemingly talking to Samael, but in fact to attract everyone's attention. Samael, it's so unfair, why don't you send me one? Draco didn't want to deal with Branson, who was A&A, and looked at Samael coquettishly. Samael's goosebumps fell instantly. Then you return the blade of Summerhalder to me. Samael said expressionlessly, and Draco instantly turned off the fire. He has seen a lot of gems, can his Malfoy family still lack that thing? The last time the blade of Summerhalder was taken home, it was regarded as a treasure by the old father and almost confiscated by him. Necklace and can compare with it. Samael didn't bother to deal with them, and the necklace given to Branson yesterday was called Wings of Heaven, and the Eyes of the Forest given to Cedric were a set that could amplify the power of the weather spell. It was the Spider Destroyer achievement achieved when the 8-eyed giant spider was slaughtered, and the system sent it. Samael has the ability to control the weather, develop to the extreme and even cause solar storms. This thing is tasteless for him, it is a pity to abandon it, it is better to give it to Branson, and he always nags Samael to favor one over the other. My assistant is welcome below, Professor Snape. He generously agreed to set a demonstration for me. But don't worry, I'll give you a good potions professor after the demonstration. The flower peacock gave a passionate speech, refocusing everyone's attention on the stage. How come? How could the professor agree to his request? Draco shouted inwardly, looking at the people on the stage in shock. Then he transformed into a look of good play. The two pulled out their wands and bowed to each other. Let's just bow. In Samael's opinion, there was no difference between Snape and shaking, except for your weapons. Snape's movements were clear, and the spells were read correctly, and with this level of spell attacks, even Draco didn't have to move places, and he dodged it sideways. Just when everyone thought it was a joke, Lockhart flew out unexpectedly. That's right, it flew out. Everyone in the audience except the girls was laughing. Lockhart struggled to get up, maintaining that stiff smile. Well demonstrated, Professor Snape, but with all due respect, your intentions are obvious, and if I want to stop it, it will be effortless. Lockhart's face was really thick-skinned, and while looking for patches, he had to step on Snape. Snape's face turned dark, and he was about to make a move, but he didn't know what he thought of and said directly, I think we should teach the students how to block malicious spells first. That's a great idea, Professor Snape, invite the two classmates to come up, Potter and Weasley, just the two of you. Lockhart accepted, and after a week of inspection, he fixed his eyes on the equally famous Harry. Weasley's wand will have problems casting even the simplest spells, maybe it will put Potter in a matchbox and send him to the hospital, or I will find an opponent for him. Snape glanced at Ron with disdain and said sarcastically. Watching Ron's face turned red, and he couldn't wait to go up and duel with the old bat. After looking around, Snape fixed his gaze on the group of people with a 2-meter separation belt. Older students were the first to be excluded by him. Forget about Gaunt, this guy is too dangerous. Not can't either, this guy is cold, don't beat it to death. That's it, Malfoy. Snape could be said to have taken great pains, fearing that Potter would be killed, and his opponent would not have enough fun. As an old rival, Malfoy was the most suitable choice. Chosen to be Scarhead's opponent, Draco's joy was overflowing, and his mouth was almost pulled to the root of his ear. "Percy, lend you a drop of blood." After Draco calmed down, he sorted out his clothes and did not rush to the stage, but made such a request to Percy, who was standing on the side. Percy wondered, then thought of something, glared at him wordlessly, but finally agreed to the request. Draco stepped forward and gracefully stepped onto the stage, beating one and beating two. After seeing Draco on stage, to be honest, Harry was still a little stunned. Especially some time ago, being covered in pus made him hate this bad species immensely, but whether he admitted it or not, he was indeed not this guy's opponent. But now he could only hold his neck. He didn't think Malfoy was good at using dark magic in full view. "Scarhead, I want you to taste my power." Draco was arrogant, and the two tacitly skipped the bowing link and walked towards the sides of the stage. I don't know if it was an illusion, Ron felt that Draco had been staring at him, and his body began to heat up unnaturally. Everyone in the audience is also interested. This is Hogwarts star couple, who has not knocked on the 4 major houses. Someone turned his head to look at Ron, and saw that his face was red, only as if he was a junior ashamed, revealing a look that was really like this, and did not care too much. "Except for your weapons," Harry shouted, pulling out his mastery charm, probably the reason for the natural fit. "This spell has the momentum to kill your dog in his hand." Draco didn't resist, didn't even use his wand, his feet off the ground, and a transparent shield flashed around him, which was Percy's best spell. The light of the spell crashed into the shield and was bounced into the Gryffindor student group, and an unfortunate fellow was instantly knocked away. Wood quickly organized the students to retreat, leaving a large open space. Harry was stunned at first, looked apologetically at the senior who was shot down, and then attacked Draco even harder. A series of vicious magical rays flashed, but did not cause Draco any harm, but mocked him calmly. "But, didn't you eat at noon? It's hard to fight mosquitoes with such power." Draco yawned pretendly. "Percy, you Gryffindor traitor." Ron reacted for a moment, finally remembering the source of the spell. During the holidays, Percy often used the spell to fly, defend, and Fred, who was too lazy to walk, once wanted to learn, but was ruthlessly rejected. "I can't imagine that it will reappear in the hands of this enemy." Percy glared at Ron, not bothering to explain. In fact, the birth of this spell originated from Samael, and the knowledge of the entire Dream Fulfillment Organization was shared, and Cedric often updated the study notes of natural magic, which were stored on the bookshelf of the Chamber of Secrets, and each of them could look through them. "But, it's time for me to attack." Draco didn't bother to listen to Weasley's nonsense, snapped his fingers, and Harry was instantly knocked away by a huge impact. He often saw Samael casting spells in this way, felt that the pressure was very high, and unconsciously began to learn. Strangely, Ron in the audience was also knocked out in a strange posture, overwhelming the Ravenclaw seniors. Draco didn't give Harry a chance to react, and while he didn't stand firm, a sudden force instantly pulled him away, and it happened suddenly, almost knocking his teeth out. Just pushing and pulling back and forth, Harry did not have the slightest focus, and it was very difficult to resist, like a doll beaten by a bare child. Lockhart danced and shouted that he could only use "except your weapon," but no one took it seriously. Ron in the audience followed Harry's footsteps and rampaged through the crowd, causing the other houses to glare angrily. "People love each other and kill each other. What kind of foreign appearance do you have?" A Hufflepuff senior was trampled on and couldn't help but complain, causing Ron's face to turn even redder. "Do you think Draco really underwhelms him sometimes?" Samael couldn't stand it anymore and said to the people around him, "Not sometimes, but most of the time he is beaten badly." It was Cedric who spoke, which shocked everyone, but at the same time felt that what he said was indeed pertinent, and nodded in agreement. Looking around, Samael noticed that only Snape seemed to have a smile on his face. "Enough. Let's end it." Percy couldn't stand it, and snapped his fingers, and the explosion spell instantly blew Draco's already crumbling shield apart. Draco snapped, adjusted his shape, and faced Harry again. Percy's moment not only broke his defenses, but also broke Harry and Ron's connection. After all, he is his own brother, and the reason why he was punished is also because he was too jumpy during this time, and the slander of the Dream Realization Organization made him unhappy. "Ah, Brot, one move to solve you. Oolong out of the hole." Draco's expression was arrogant, not at all embarrassed to be interrupted by Percy. A black cobra instantly shot out from the tip of his wand and viciously attacked Harry. This level of curse is acceptable to Hogwarts. Harry didn't move, but instead stared at the snake in a trance. "Stand still, Potter. I'll get it away." Seeing that Potter was frightened, Snape stepped forward satisfied. "Let me come, Professor Snape. Lift to heaven." Before Snape, Lockhart cast a spell that was not a spell at all in Samael's opinion. The cobra was clearly enraged, staring angrily at Justin, who was closest to it, and made an aggressive stance. Harry's face was stunned, and a hoarse, low snake hissing sound came out of his mouth. Parseltongue. Everyone's faces changed, and they looked at him with fear in an instant. Even Snape was surprised. The snake's shadow is gone. Snape instantly transformed the cobra away with a vanishing spell and looked at Harry strangely. What trick are you playing? Justin shouted angrily, just now looking directly at the snake almost scared him to pee his pants, and now his legs and stomach are clenched. Harry came back to his senses, saw the look in everyone's eyes on him, pulled his legs and ran, followed by Ron with a blue nose and a swollen face, followed by Hermione, who was also shocked. As they disappeared, the crowd completely exploded and began to talk about it. Samael had heard Harry keep saying not to attack, but so what? Just as Harry didn't defend him when Dean made rumors about Samael, he was not interested in explaining it to him. After all, Parseltongue is indeed a symbol of the Dark Wizard to some extent. Harry, the wind has changed, it's your turn. As soon as Harry left, the Duel Club had a sense of displeasure. Flower Peacock tried to tell 2 jokes to regain everyone's attention, but to no avail. Just as Snape was about to leave, a loud roar sounded at his feet. All eyes are back on the stage. Snape stepped back warily, staring at Samael not far away. Wow, unreasonable Mr. Gaunt. Snape's face was cold, and he looked closely at Samael. Professor, I think we can also have a mentoring battle between us. Samael was straight to the point about his purpose. He really lacked the opportunity to fight against such a strong man. As you wish, everyone back off. Snape unexpectedly agreed, and it was also an opportunity for him to see Samael's strength. Lockhart hurriedly began to evacuate the crowd, and he had already learned the extraordinary strength of these 2 men from the retreating crowd. Except for your weapons, except for your weapons. One after the other, the 2 released such a spell, and the spell collided and disappeared invisibly. Snape's face was expressionless save the ridiculous temptation, show your true strength, in a real battlefield, so that you will die. As you wish, Professor. Samael waved his wand gracefully, and the whole person was filled with indescribable nobility. One after another terrifying explosions were heard endlessly, mixed with sparse magic light. The Demolition Charm was the first attack spell he mastered, followed by the Smashing Charm. The 2 spells were released in unison, and the momentum was huge, stirring up the dust. Both the little wizards and the onlooker teachers were lamenting the power of Samael's spell. Snape's ears roared a little, but he smiled rarely, and the armor shield in front of him flashed with bright silver magic patterns, and Samael's combo was magnificent, but it didn't hurt him in the slightest. Samael knew that this kind of top wizard who had participated in wizard wars was difficult, and he was not confident that he could hurt Snape with the spell just now. As soon as the wand was raised, the broken floor detached from the ground, and under the command of the wand, it turned into a huge boulder arm, slamming hard in Snape's direction. Before he could be proud, the 5 fingers on his arm broke in unison, smashing the stage apart. Samael's expression changed, and he cast spells continuously. A water curtain constantly rotated on the outside, and a thick defensive shield inside. Isn't the water array wall completely unstoppable? Samael looked at the iron-armored spell shield that the invisible blade slashed through, and couldn't help but sigh. Together. 2, 3 waves. The blade swept overwhelmingly, but did not produce any magic fluctuations. Snape's self-created divine blade is shadowless, hidden and powerful. Samael's armor shield instantly became precarious. He didn't put down the defense again, and it wasn't his style to defend blindly. A large amount of water gushed out from the wand, and the snake's mouth in the water instantly flooded the entire stage. Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall, who were watching the show, all protected the 2 and prevented them from accidentally injuring the rest of the students. With the dance of his wand, the water dragons and water snakes intertwined and rushed towards Snape, trying to drown him in the water. A huge platform formed under Snape's feet to prop him up without letting him fall into the water, apparently the result of transfiguration. This time, Samael could see clearly that just an armor protection had stopped all of his attacks. The exaggerated magic pattern on the iron armor spell made Samael and Percy's eyes light up instantly. Bells and whistles. Snape disdained, throwing out several shadowless strikes in a row. Samael could only dodge in a panic. He was still accumulating big moves, and there was no time to fight back. Not necessarily, Professor. Samael wiped his sweat, cast spells together with his left and right hands. The water dragon and water snake hit madly, his forehead was slightly raised, a thick mist appeared in his eyes, and the dome of Hogwarts Hall was covered with dark clouds and thunder shining. Professor, water conducts electricity. Samael's tone was indescribably taunt. The previous attack was not useless, although it did not flush Snape into the water, it also wet his clothes. The thunder fell wildly, and both Snape and Samael felt a tingle. Samael can summon the thunder and has a certain degree of resistance, but is not completely insulated on his behalf. Snape used the flying spell to get out of contact with the water, but he did not dodge the scattered thunder, and the whole person instantly changed his skin color. This move can be said to kill the enemy by 1000 and self-damage 800. Neither of them felt good. Snape's face was dark, and a spell flew towards Samael, who had the heart to resist, but the strong sense of paralysis made it difficult for him to move. Samael was instantly shot away, and even the wand flew into Snape's hand. This demonstration starts with the disarming spell and ends with the disarming charm, which is like a cycle. Stupid. Snape held his wand in his hand, looked at Samael condescendingly, and scolded angrily. I don't think so, Samael gasped and said hoarsely. Then his right hand instantly turned into two giant pythons, and with a flick of his arm, one bit Samael's wand, and the other crashed into Snape. The wand returned to his hand. This scene seems to go back to the first time the two met. Samael gasped in frustration, he was no longer able to fight, and taking back his wand was just the last of his dignity. He had no other means to perform, whether it was natural magic or black magic that he was good at. But what about this? Is this really Snape's full strength? You know, except for the last weather spell, he didn't even break Snape's defenses by the previous means. Most importantly, a wizard who is good at combat will inevitably use the apparition transfiguration into his own combat skills, which happens to be limited by Hogwarts. The crowd of melon-eating people looked at Samael, who stepped down in shock, thinking that they are all students. Why are you so strong? Embarrassed Lockhart was puzzled. This is a second grader? The mysterious man was just like that. Moreover, isn't Snape a potions professor? Do you want to exaggerate too? Cedric and the others opened their hands to help Samael, but they were all mercilessly slapped away by him. What's going on? I Samael don't want face? Snape waved his wand continuously on the stage, erasing the traces of their battle and restoring it to its original state. When he walked in front of Samael, he indifferently threw down a bottle of potion, said nothing, and walked away without looking back, and he still had to be abnormal with Dumbledore Harry Potter. Cool. Samael didn't have any worries, opened the potion and drank it, and as soon as the others tried to stop it, they heard Samael's cheerful voice. At this time, he even felt that the shriveled cells became moist, and a coolness rushed straight to his mind, turning into a torrent of magic power to moisturize his whole body. Mana recovery potion? Good thing, this is much stronger than the spiritual potion that Beverly brewed. After hearing this, Beverly, who just wanted to step forward to offer condolences, snorted coldly and turned her head and left. It was embarrassed by the crowd. Samael was at a loss. Hearing the crisp ding in his mind, Samael knew that this wave was not a loss. Bloodline fusion ceremony? Kind of interesting. Samael whispered softly in a voice no one else could hear. The system elevated his uncrowned king of Slytherin to a higher level, rewarding him with a page of potion recipes. Samael schemed roughly, and this thing added a kind of magical animal bloodline to itself in a domineering way. Just like if you fuse the Phoenix bloodline, Samael will have an extra skill to regenerate from the ashes, and if you fuse the Thunderbird bloodline, you will have an additional skill to control the weather. What kind of ability depends on what kind of potion material, it depends on how you choose. Samael collapsed on the snakebed formed by the four giants, enjoying their gentle massage to dispel his fatigue. This duel also allowed him to see clearly the gap between him and the top wizards, the stabbing behind the back. Samael was 10 out of 10 sure to keep Snape, but head-to-head confrontation, he was still a little lacking. Samael is not angry either, he is only in the second grade, and he still has more time to grow up. In this duel, he cleared himself of suspicion. Parseltongue is not only him, plus the first to discover the crime scene is always Potter. The seeds of doubt have completely germinated in people's hearts. The next day, as expected, the wind changed completely. When people saw Samael, they no longer avoided in panic, but looked at him with awe. Samael knew the change stemmed from the strength he had shown. The Ravenclaw students no longer rejected him, and there were constant eyes in the Slytherins who were focusing on him. Fire, fear, adoration, and resentment, all kinds of eyes. Of course, until the suspicion is completely ruled out, the little wizards will not take the initiative to contact him, except for Filch, of course. Samael had received the sap ground from the mandrake last night and delivered it overnight to Professor Sprout, and the sap was just enough for a cat. This morning, Lady Loris has appeared alive in everyone's sight. The professors knew that Samael must have stock, but they did not know why to ask for it, so they could only turn a blind eye. After all, Samael was angry in his heart, and they knew. If you are wronged, you have to help others regardless of previous suspicions? When Slytherin is a place where saints are born. What deserves everyone's attention is that Samael has a few more unfamiliar figures in their small group. They are Ravenclaw's newborn Luna Lovegood, Gryffindor's exploding Prince Seamus Finnegan, and Slytherin's potions goddess Beverly Crouch. They all wore the unique fire cloud robe of the Dream Realization Organization, and except for Seamus, who was more restrained, the other two did not feel uncomfortable. Beverly agreed to forgive Samael after being bombarded with a large amount of dragon claw orchids and the Misty Flower last night, both of which are rare magical plants with extremely high potion value. Cedric planted a lot in the secret room of the Dream Fulfillment Organization, and Samael grabbed it casually. After apologizing to the girl for not having flowers and asking her to forgive, Samael invited Beverly to join the organization. There are no geniuses in the potions field in this team, well, real geniuses. This crazy girl was not only brewing wolf poison potions during this time, but also improving them, which was much more terrifying, and even Snape was very fond of her potions talent. Beverly did not pretend to be reserved, jumping happily to the high, watching the little friends who entered school together progress at an exaggerated speed. How she was willing to fall. But she was self-aware, knowing that she didn't have a particularly outstanding talent in other fields, so she had to specialize in potions, and Samael's invitation was undoubtedly a recognition of her. Seamus was recommended by Percy, and it was also Samael's more intentional person. There were not many people with special talents in Gryffindor, and among Neville, who was good at herbs, and Seamus, who was good at combat magic, Samael decisively chose Seamus. Neville might become a qualified Gryffindor swordmaster in the future, but Samael didn't have the kung fu to train him specifically, and who in the field of herbal medicine could compare to Cedric, who had mastered natural magic, so it was in his interest no matter how he looked at Seamus. As for Luna, that was entirely Branson's choice, as she was the first Ravenclaw to discover Branson's werewolf identity. This little girl has a developed spiritual sense. Samael wants to cultivate her talent in prophecy in the future, and it is also good to be a mascot now. The new arrival showed no resistance, agreeing with Samael's views and eager to be part of the Dream Fulfillment Organization. Even Seamus, who was slightly uneasy, managed to integrate into the group under Percy's guidance. Now the whole Hogwarts who does not know their strength, as long as they wear that outfit, it is tantamount to taking a shortcut on the road to success. Ron Weasley was attacked. Just as they were eating gracefully, Blaise panted and ran to the long table and uttered a suspicion that shocked everyone. "Tell me more. Talk in detail. Private chat. What's going on?" Everyone glanced at Percy and said gossipy. The last voice came from Percy, who was clearly not as unorthodox as the others, and he was genuinely worried about Ron. Not that attack." Blaise obviously knew that everyone would be wrong, and quickly added, "Why did he have an accident again? And the limelight is not like this." Draco said disdainfully, "Ron, this is the limelight for you. Do you want it? Don't stink. What's going on?" Samael was also puzzled, remembering that the target of the next attack should not be Ron. He was beaten by Justin and a group of Hufflepuff seniors, in a sack, old and ruthless, with a blue nose and a swollen face. Blaise didn't know if he recalled Ron's packaging, and couldn't help but laugh. "If you sell it again, you won't have to come over in the future." Samael saw him laughing alone and couldn't help but warn, and after his suspicions were lowered, the guy became active again. Justin was frightened. He didn't know if he was the next target to be attacked, and he didn't have the guts to confront Potter, so he was ready to torture Weasley to obtain information. The group of senior sisters in Hufflepuff was led by senior sister Lars, and it seems that he was taught a lesson because he ate senior sister's tofu when Weasley was dangling in the crowd yesterday. The melon-eating masses present listened with curiosity, and when they heard this explosive news, they were all thundered. Senior Lars was in 7th grade, 1 meter and 5 meters tall, weighing 118, and walked like a millstone moving horizontally, and they really admired Ron's taste. Percy and Beverly couldn't eat well and left early, one to care for condolences, and the other to spread new rumors. Hogwarts fell into an eerie calm. The wind about Harry's unfavorable blows louder and louder, and he successfully replicates Samael's previous treatment. But he was not as strong and fierce as Samael, and this period of time could be said to be difficult, and the terrified, fearful gaze deeply stung his heart. Even his little henchman Ron had a hard time. They did not dare to target Harry, but Ron was not on their fear list, so the cute little Roro was beaten in a sack from time to time, and he was almost a regular visitor to the school hospital. It's not that he didn't want to take Harry to ambush, but there were many people on the other side, some sentry, some black hands, and those responsible for cleaning up the scene, and they were quite professional. Even Percy didn't block anyone. Samael wondered, and after probing, the culprit surprised him. It turned out to be Harry and Ron's good roommate Dean Thomas. Samael has not stopped targeting him until now, occasionally giving him a stumbling curse that makes him miserable. "I didn't expect this guy to have such a strong talent for coordination and layout." After being targeted, Harry didn't intercede, and he became angry. Samael didn't know, and didn't bother to pay attention anymore. Harry didn't have such a big face in him. In contrast, Samael's life was simply not too comfortable, and after having Romander collect the materials of the bloodline fusion potion, his deputy became Seamus, and if he had a keen sense of hearing, he could often hear terrifying explosions in the Forbidden Forest. Seamus's talent did not disappoint him. The first time he learned the explosive spell, the power was actually at the level of the upper 3 spells, and the furious and uncontrollable nature of magic power was shocked even Samael. Ron lost his temper after learning that Seamus had become one of them, calling him a traitor to Gryffindor, and still not talking to him, and Seamus did not take it seriously. Seamus said that Loudza has new friends. Who would refuse the friendship of a school bully friend during schooling? The others had their own things to do, and Theodore and Draco, who were idle and fine, were arranged by him to raise the magic level of the new members. Luckily, the first-grade curriculum was relatively simple, and with their study notes from last year, the step-by-step study was enough to put her at the top of her grade. Seamus was exaggerated, the charms class was fine, the transfiguration class and the potions class were simply miserable, and Draco and Theodore tortured a lot of hair. Fortunately, this guy has worked hard enough on his own, and he has worked hard in potions before, and now he is getting started quickly. Samael remembered that Seamus was also a member of the potions enhancement class, that is, Harry and Ron entered through the back door of Slughorn, which shows that they are still a little talented. As for Beverly, they don't have to worry about it at all, they are better than them in terms of grades. Samael's requirements for small partners have always been implemented: one super strong and one pull. Concise summary: most of the achievements must be maintained to an excellent level, one far beyond ordinary people, and one allowed to pull across. Until Justin was petrified, Harry's situation worsened, and he almost confirmed that he was the heir. There are so many coincidences. Justin was threatened and beat up his friend, and he appeared at the crime scene for the first time. Can the answer be more obvious? Harry Potter's situation suddenly became worse. In the lounge, Samael was roasting on a warm stove, carefully reading Cedric's updated notes on natural magic, and reading with relish. Watching Malfoy with an unhappy face and two stiff-looking attendants walking away one after the other, Samael stared for a moment and smiled knowingly. Sit down. I can't believe that Ron Weasley is actually a pureblood. He is simply a shame for the pureblood family. Look at Percy and look at him. Except for the red hair, it is not obvious that it is a biological brother. Draco said angrily, not knowing who upset him again. On the side, Crabbe's face suddenly turned red, and he looked like he was about to punch him at any time. Draco wondered, what's wrong with you, Crabbe? Goyle on the side bumped his shoulder, and only then gritted his teeth and said that his stomach hurt. The Daily Prophet actually did not report this matter. It must have been Dumbledore's entry into this matter. My father always said that Dumbledore being the headmaster is the most unfortunate thing in this school. Draco's indignant look amused Samael, and he always remembered Draco's mantra: my dad is a school director. You talk nonsense. Beverly stared up, staring at the two. Although Hogwarts is dangerous now, after all, there are no dead people, and the Daily Prophet will not face Dumbledore directly on such a trivial matter. Samael opened his mouth to answer, which was considered to be the relief of Harry. It's funny that someone thinks that the heir to Slytherin is Brot. Samael, you are the true heir of Slytherin, and you can tolerate someone discrediting Slytherin. Draco saw Samael speak, and didn't bother to deal with the two humming two, leaned in and asked. Samael pulled him away, and the break almost sprayed saliva in his face. Slytherin's reputation is not good in the first place, let alone the heir to Slytherin. Samael said nonchalantly. So do you know who was behind the scenes? Crabbe asked anxiously. Even Draco felt that something was wrong. They never interjected when they talked, and even hid far away. As if he didn't see it, Samael said indifferently, if I knew, how could I allow him to slander me? Just as Goyle was about to ask something more, he saw that they gradually began to appear as they were, and the two ran away. A castrated version of the compound decoction. Samael smiled at the corners of his mouth. Just as they were about to rush out of the Slytherin common room, two ropes appeared from the solace of their feet and threw them out completely. Potter? Weasley? Beverly Jou's lips pursed lightly, and she looked at the two mockingly. Draco, go inform Professor Snape. Looking at Draco, who was about to go up and beat up the two, Beverly quickly pushed him away. How could she, who was familiar with potions, not know the compound decoction? This is not only a violation of school rules, but also the Ministry of Magic law. Draco smiled and floated the two behind him towards the potions office. Beverly, go and explain to the other academy students how many school rules and Ministry of Magic laws have been broken by Potter's actions, and that his greatest white wizard, Dumbledore, has chosen to protect Potter. Brace, write to Rita Skeeter of the Daily Prophet, she will definitely be interested in this news. Samael was sure that Dumbledore would definitely keep Harry. He didn't mind expanding the situation, he wanted to see how he ended. Did you see that? Professor Snape's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. I'm not blind, how can this not be seen? And the cold breath emitted by the professor is almost freezing people to death, and I didn't see the astronomy professor on the side shivering there. What the hell is going on? Who knows? Samael had just returned from an early workout and saw the whole hall full of discussion, and the little wizards looked at Snape with strange eyes, not knowing why the old bat was upset. Samael also saw Blaise wandering through the various academies, telling the inside story in a mysterious and deep voice, causing exclamations from time to time. Beverly glared at him distantly. The meaning was quite clear. Dare to grab the life with Miss Ben? Miss Ben, the queen of gossip, was not in vain, and quickly lowered her head to share it with her little sister. You ask me, I know. Potter and Weasley sneaked into our Slytherin common room with Granger's compound potion, intending to attack the heir of the Malfoy family, or did I catch it on the spot? Ha! So serious? How the school didn't expel them. The little wizards on the side were obviously shocked by this news, gasped one by one, looked at her with adoration, and looked envious after seeing her clothes. Why are you angry when you are a professor? Not only have people not been expelled, but they have only deducted 150 points. How can this be? One of the little girls asked disappointedly, feeling the glorious image of Dumbledore in her mind collapse in an instant. Why not? People are headmasters, and Gryffindor is out. It's not normal to favor Gryffindor, wasn't that the case last year? Beverly said in a rare and strange tone, seeing them lost in thought, and then quietly drifted away. When a secret is known by more than two people, it is no secret, especially since the matter originated from the savior who was recently at the center of the vortex. Professor Snape waved his sleeves and left. Everyone wondered about the whereabouts of Harry's trio and Dumbledore, leaving only Professor McGonagall, who also had an ugly face. She couldn't believe that there were such daring students in her house. Until the afternoon, Dumbledore reappeared, and behind him were 3 embarrassed little ones. Dumbledore gathered all the students of the school and issued as many as 40 rules and disciplines. It focuses on the provisions of the Ministry of Magic law and says that the school will not shield any student who violates the law of the ministry. Finally, Mrs. Pants was also required to strictly guard the Forbidden Book area, and students who entered the Forbidden Book area without a professor's approval would be expelled from school. When Dumbledore turned around, everyone felt that his back was full of exhaustion. Dumbledore couldn't help but think back to Severus' questioning of him at night. Are you not running for the post of Minister of Magic to restrain your own ambitions? If so, with what mentality to interfere with the operation of the ministry? 2 sentences left him speechless. Fudge wanted to use Harry's name Savior to establish power, but he was pressed down, and the Ministry of Magic wanted to take Miss Granger down by him, and he knew what would happen if the trio team did not have Hermione. Looking at the resentful eyes of Fudge, who usually promised him, and the indignant look of his respectful students, Dumbledore wondered if he was really wrong. No, he's right, Voldemort isn't dead yet. Harry is the only hope to save the wizarding world. After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore figured it out, and his steps became more determined. Samael did not want to listen to Dumbledore's hypocritical speeches, nominally maintaining the authority of the Ministry of Magic, and only wanted to clear the relationship with all the students at Hogwarts except Harry and the others. The matter was so big, but after all, the punishment of Harry and the others was not mentioned, which means that in addition to the 50 points of the Academy, Harry and the others did not have substantial losses. There were many smart people at Hogwarts, and soon there were people who figured this out, and the eyes that looked at the Gryffindor students one by one were even more unkind. In the evening, the students received the latest news from the Daily Prophet, Dumbledore, the next White Lord, the man who claims to be God but interferes with the rules of the world. Minister Fudge clarifies that he is not Dumbledore's puppet to rule the wizarding world. Is Dumbledore a qualified headmaster? Dumbledore loses the chairmanship of the International Federation of Wizards. The report has been mentioned many times according to well-known sources. Samael knew that it was Blaise. This guy wrote it yesterday and specially asked him to polish, saying that the polishing is actually showing off. I have to say that this guy's writing is really good, and the conspiracy theories revealed are all placed on Dumbledore, and some key parts are even more reasonable, and there are really traces to follow after careful investigation. The Daily Prophet may be jealous of Dumbledore's status, but Rita Skeeter, the crazy woman, will definitely take risks for traffic, and her salary is also tied to sales. In fact, this issue of the newspaper is indeed selling very well. However, none of this has anything to do with Samael. He is only responsible for lighting the fire, and he does not care at all as to where and how far the wind blows. Samael lay leisurely on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, watching the beautiful starry sky and enjoying this rare quiet time. Of course, it would be better if there were not a few eye-catching guys around him. They are the ones who treat the school rules as nothing. Percy, aren't you the student president? How could it be so idle? Draco was a little upset with this guy. If everything needs to be done by me, the chairman, then what else should the prefect do? Percy smiled calmly, his words full of relaxation. Samael looked sideways. It was the first time he had seen him who was so lazy and strange, and at the same time he felt that he had grown a lot and had a new view of power. By the way, have you seen your sister in the past few days? Draco asked casually as if remembering something. Ginny has a bit of a cold, and I haven't seen her lately. Percy looked at Draco warily after speaking. What do you mean? Plainly asking my sister for no reason. Don't look at me like that, I'm not Blaise Beast, I just feel that something is wrong with her. Draco was angry, thinking that Blaise had recently found a first-year girl, and there was a chill. What's wrong? Percy was a little anxious. He knew that Draco was usually crazy but would not be unreasonable in business. It's like a loss of vitality. I can't tell, you'd better let her go see Madame Pomfrey. Draco himself is a cursed learner, and he is also good at life predation. Naturally he can see something, but there is no close contact, which is not certain. Percy hurried back to the castle. Evening. On the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid's cabin. Samael was busy with his studies this year and rarely came over, but he missed Hagrid's rock pie a little. Of course, as a school bully, it is of course an indispensable dogleg. Except for Monday, the people of the Dream Fulfillment Organization gathered together. The potions needed for Samael's bloodline fusion ritual have almost been collected, only the last source of magical animal magic is left. Most of the origins are gathered in the heart, but there are exceptions, just as the origin of the unicorn is on its unicorn, and the origin of the basilisk is concentrated in the eyes. And their target this time is the unicorn in the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Of course, if you want to go to the Forbidden Forest, it is essential to hide from Hagrid's eyes, and with Dumbledore's clarification of the school rules, the first to be restrained is their group of unruly people. Hagrid, what's wrong with you? When Samael and they approached, the giant who was more than 3 meters tall was actually crying. Samael, it's you. Hagrid put away his handkerchief and sobbed. My good friend Aragog has disappeared, and there are still many traces of the battle on the scene. I think some passing fire dragon must have attacked him," Hagrid said as he began to cry again. "Hagrid, although I don't know who Aragog is, I know that he must not want you to be so sad in heaven." Draco rarely lost his mind, and stepped forward and patted Hagrid's big hand to show comfort. "Aragog is the eight-eyed giant spider I raised since I was a child. He is only in his 50s, I also found him a beautiful daughter-in-law, and he has a lot of heirs, and I didn't expect to be attacked by the damn fire dragon. Damn the horses, don't tell me about the dragon's movements." Hagrid was crying and talking, not paying the slightest attention to the embarrassed crowd. They wanted to say that the fire dragon you said should mean Theodore, but the words came back to their lips. Theodore looked around awkwardly, afraid that Hagrid would see something. "Okay Hagrid, I think Aragog will miss you in the spirit of heaven. The eight-eyed giant spider in his 50s has also reached the limit of his life. He has the courage to fight against strong enemies at the last moment of his life. Even if he is dead, he must feel honored." Samael spoke calmly, his eyes were nonsense without blinking, and everyone who watched was Harry. They could all imagine the strange image of the poor old spider feeling glorious moments before the explosion. "You're right about Samael, I'm going to cheer up." Hagrid wiped his tears while pouring tea for Samael, and by the way, he stuffed a few rock crust cakes into his arms, fearing to be seen. Of course, Samael will not just come to drink tea and eat a cake. This time to the Forbidden Forest is a little big. If you want to bypass Dumbledore, you must solve Hagrid. The Oblivion Curse they use is very general, and this spell also has strong sequelae, which were eliminated by them first, and the Soul Reaper Curse is not enough, and can only use the Confusion Charm, which happens to be very good at Percy. While Hagrid was not paying attention, Percy waved his wand, and Hagrid instantly became in a trance, indifferent to the departure of several people. Several people hurriedly left the hut. The dark light spots in Samael's eyes suddenly rotated, and the space distorted, and 4 huge pythons appeared in front of him. It is the big 4 of the Samael family, and during this time, the 4 giants have shed another layer of skin, and their bodies have grown to a certain extent. The 4 giants grew with the wind, turning into a 60-meter giant python, Senhan's poisonous fangs, brilliant scales, looking mighty and domineering. Even the Slytherin people who had already seen it were quite curious. Samael touched Rebecca's head affectionately, jumped up directly, and beckoned Beverly, Seamus and Luna to stand on the snakehead. Samael looked at everyone condescendingly, arrogantly. The other 3 have just joined in, and their means are limited, so they can only grievance the big 4 first. Percy naturally used the levitation charm he was best at, and the whole person stood in the void, although there was not much movement, but he was very pressed to hold his chest with his hands, so that Samael's mind flashed the figure of Magneto. Branson was more complaining, and the Heavenly Wings necklace turned into a milky white light, condensing into a pair of white wings behind him, and the wings moved slightly, giving birth to a strong wind, dragging him up, and the ghost howled for a week before stopping in front of them. Derek used a strange expansion spell to turn the electric-tailed dragon on his shoulder into the boss, and the dragon roared and lifted him behind his back. Cedric was much simpler, casually picking up a wooden plank, turning into a giant steel eagle, and lifting him up. It was not difficult to do this step with his level of transfiguration. Everyone has a row of noodles one by one. Looking at Theodore's pleading gaze, Samael had no choice but to turn into a huge bubble and wrap him in the heavenly magic technique. Draco himself rode a flying broomstick, looking pitifully at everyone. "Derek, your strange expansion spell must teach me." Draco gritted his teeth and said, "Although the flying broom is not bad, but in comparison, the pressing is instantly gone. He is the heir of the Malfoy family, and the force thing must not be lost. Dragons. It's like who doesn't? It's a pity that it doesn't inflate the spell. Several people have their own means. The speed is not slow, the wind is fast, the creatures in the past retreat, startling many birds, and soon reach the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Samael, how do we convince unicorns to sacrifice their unicorns?" In mid-air, Theodore asked everyone's heart. "The unicorn race owes me favors, and as long as I persuade them to send the horns of the deceased unicorns, I also bring gifts." Samael did not hide it and said bluntly, "Gift? What gift?" Everyone was a little confused. "It's Cedric's wine, it's full of nature, unicorns will love it." "That thing doesn't taste good either. Is unicorns' taste so unique?" Branson was even more puzzled. He was the first to taste the taste of wine, except that it had degrees. It was no different from the juice squeezed by some weeds. "Don't talk nonsense. What you drink is a semi-finished product, missing the juice of the dragon claw orchid and the misty god flower, but there is no time to plant it again, so I can only make do." After Cedric finished speaking, he looked at Samael indignantly. It was this guy who took his baby away. Samael touched his nose helplessly. He just wanted to apologize to Beverly. He didn't think so much. Who knew that thing would still have this use? Anyway, even the semi-finished product is enough. Unicorns are originally vegetarian. As long as friendship is established, how much will the thing be in the future? Everyone was speechless, carefully searching for the traces of unicorns. "Samael, I found a trace of a unicorn." Just as Samael was scattering to search, he found that the ring on his hand began to burn, and immediately projected this line of words. Samael quickly turned around and headed in the direction of Luna's little cutie. Unicorns really prefer simple-minded human girls. When he arrived, everyone had already arrived, looking at the shivering little unicorn in Luna's arms, showing a hint of a smile. Who would refuse this cute creature? Isn't the unicorn silver? How is this golden? Draco looked at the little one's golden fluff and couldn't help but ask. Derek rolled his eyes, looked at him with idiotic eyes, and said lightly, juvenile unicorns are all golden, and this layer of fluff will only fade when they reach maturity. Several people are attracted to the cute little one, but as soon as they get closer, the little one will take a step back, even Beverly. Seeing Beverly's stiff smile, Samael guessed in her heart that she was shouting in her heart, didn't you see that the old lady is also a beautiful girl? Why put me in the same category as that group of rough men? Just as Samael stepped forward to communicate, a noisy sound of horses' hooves sounded. He gave everyone a look, and everyone retreated. I saw a 3-meter-tall unicorn walk out of the woods first, followed by more than a dozen unicorns. Derek walked out of the crowd and stood between Samael and the unicorn, his hands outstretched, and a strange ripple came out to the sides. Human wizard, why did you come to the gathering place of my clan? The voice of the unicorn leader came first. He could sense evil thoughts. He could detect that this group of people were coming with good thoughts. Samael glanced at Derek, whose eyes were closed, and couldn't imagine that this guy had such a peculiar ability. I'm Samael Gaunt, and I'm here with good intentions to make a deal with the unicorn race. Samael was quite candid. I know you have a kindness to Shonda. After the unicorn group finished speaking, one of the short unicorns couldn't stop pulling its hooves excitedly. I want to trade unicorn horns with you, the kind without curses. Samael said straight to the point. Involuntary donation of unicorn blood has a terrible curse, not to mention bones, so Samael hopes that they can take the initiative to hand it over. We will not desecrate the bones of our ancestors for anyone, the unicorn leader said categorically. Unless you have to add money. Samael was disappointed at first, and when he heard the last sentence, he almost thought that he had heard it wrong, and even the partners behind him thought that he had heard it wrong, and he was very stunned. Cough cough, we have fruit wine brewed by natural wizards. Cedric stepped forward and opened the container containing the cider, and a strong smell of nature came to his face. There was a commotion in the unicorn herd, and some even drooled. Yes, but not enough. These can only be exchanged for our most magical pinch of tail hair. The unicorn leader resisted the temptation and spoke. Samael frowned. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have suspected that the unicorn race in front of him was a goblin, a shit natural elf, the darling of the moon god, and as greedy as the goblin. Looking at Branson Samael, who nodded frantically, he could only nod unhappily in agreement. But the unicorn's horns did not land, which made him regret. Do you want to try it without the Reaper curse? Maybe it works. As soon as this thought arose, the unicorns suddenly began to become agitated and retreated in unison. The thick evil thoughts were almost on the face. Seeing this, Cedric could only step forward helplessly. Our patience is limited, tell me your conditions. Cedric took Samael's work, his voice gentle but majestic, and a sacred tree reflected in his pupils. We need you to drive away the dragon that invaded our territory, and as a condition I will offer 2 ancestral unicorns. Seeing this, the unicorn leader could only say his own conditions. With the strength of one of your races, you can't drive away a dragon. Although Samael suspected that there were dragons in the depths of the Forbidden Forest, he was still curious about why unicorns did not drive them away. Unicorns themselves have good magical power, and a group of unicorns, even dragons, had to retreat. It is a Ukrainian iron belly whose transformation is about to be completed, and when his transformation is completed, we will completely lose the territory to inhabit. The unicorn leader sighed and said, the dragon race is already powerful, and the dragon that is about to end its life will choose a place with abundant natural energy to transform. The successful transformation life expectancy will increase greatly, and the body size will be larger, and the failure of the transformation can only turn into a piece of Lois. 5 unicorns. Not taking advantage of the fire is not Samael's style. 4. The unicorn leader did not show weakness. It was a big deal to change territories. Deal. 3 unicorns are enough to surprise Samael, and 4 unicorns are enough to make him desperate. Led by the leader of the unicorn, everyone arrived at an island in the center of the lake, and even if they were not majoring in natural magic, they could sense the rich natural atmosphere. The huge dragon like a small mountain shocked them even more, especially the skull-like head, which brought terrifying heat between breaths. Cedric, try it together. Samael and Cedric cast spells together, and golden flowers bloomed beside them, and the flowers shattered, turned into golden dust, fluttered, and were sucked into the belly by the dragon. The faces of the 2 were overjoyed. Why not be happy to be a soldier who surrendered without a fight? But after waiting for the 2 to be happy for too long, their expressions immediately became unnatural, and the golden dust completely disappeared into their perception, presumably burned by the flames in their bodies. Samael was helpless, and it seemed that he could only drive him away by external forces. Theodore and Branson fully cooperate with me, Cedric and Percy assist, and Draco sees the opportunity to act. After assigning the task, Samael waved his wand with all his strength, and a stream of water rushed straight down. A water cover with a radius of 1 kilometer was formed, shrouding the iron belly of Ukraine, and everyone except Samael stood above the water cover. This is the second time he has used the big burst water rush. After all, this technique is too consuming. The dragon has no definite shortcomings, both defense and speed are desperate, but the main means of attack is always long yan. Although the environment with water will not extinguish the dragon inflammation, it can also play a limiting role. The dragon woke up. He was just sleeping, not dead. How could such a big movement not alarm him? A hint of irritation flashed in the dragon's eyes, and a small human being dared to covet the great Austin. Theodore and the others were not idle, and a large amount of fierce fire was ignited above the water cover. Even if the dragon had a strong resistance to flames, it did not mean that he could be fearless of fierce fire. Branson urged the wings of the sky with all his might, and the dark clouds above the water cover gathered thunder and shone. As long as the dragon dares to take the head, he will directly slash him. The dragon opened its mouth and roared, but the environment made him choke on a large gulp. But he adjusted instantly. The juvenile of the Ukrainian iron belly makes a living from fishing, and naturally does not live without water. The huge claws cut through the current of water and attacked Samael. Cedric above the water cover waved his wand gracefully, and water plants as thick as a human waist grew rapidly from the bottom of the water, entangled the dragon's limbs. The dragon struggled, and the water grass instantly collapsed. But strangely, the broken water grass began to grow at both ends, forming a huge grass net, which did not cause substantial damage to the dragon, but delayed its attack. Humble bug, give me death. The dragon's eyes swept over Cedric, and the sharp dragon claw tore through the grass net again. Seeing that it was about to attack Samael did not move, and a strange spatial vortex instantly appeared. Two giant pythons instantly appeared in front of the dragon's eyes, and they were not weaker than him in terms of shape. The Ukrainian iron belly may be water-based, but it may not be as cute as Samael in the water. Cole and Rebecca split up, pulling each other's attention from the dragon, their sharp fangs biting his wings from time to time. As far as venom is concerned, they are not inferior to the basilisk. You must know that their evolutionary ritual contains the stinger of the sack leopard and the sharp horn of the poisonous horned beast, and after several transformations, Samael does not know where the limit of their venom is. Wings are a dragon's weapon for paddling, and the limited wings cause his speed to decrease greatly. The dragon roared in pain. Get out of the way. Samael's eyes changed slightly, and he ordered the two snakes to shrink their bodies in a parcel tongue and quickly dodge Long Yan's attack. Samael didn't expect that this guy's Long Yan could actually maintain such power in the water, and he was about to catch up with the power of the fire. The dragon stared at them fiercely and headed upstream, intending to break free from the shackles of the water cover. Even Cedric's golden vine summoned in the water was easily broken free by the dragon. Percy began to exert power outside, layers of invisible barriers superimposed in front of the dragon, and the sound of glass shattering was endless. Even if the two tried their best, they couldn't make the dragon stop, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness. Get up, look at me. Branson is like a god descending from heaven, thunder flowing on his white wings, red pupils, sharp claws, combining holy and evil. With a wave of one hand, the dark clouds were low, the wind swept through, and the divine thunder descended. A forced king aura bursts from the inside out. As soon as the dragon Austin appeared, it was attacked by the double attack of thunder and fire. It's up to me, Branson. Branson's wings retracted, and the bag stood in midair. A strange light flashed in the eyes of Beverly and Luna in the rear, and a feeling of envy rose in their hearts. Idiot! An earth-shattering cry instantly resounded in the sky, and the voice contained endless anger. Are you a pig? Don't know that water conducts electricity? Samael floated to the surface of the water in scorched black, his hands and feet twitching unconsciously. In Luna and Beverly's eyes, the influence of Branson's divine brilliance was instantly shattered. You wait for me, Samael said through gritted teeth. The 110 black mambas in their pupils that had transformed into magical creatures instantly dried up, and then turned into powder. The huge life force instantly poured into the body, and Samael turned his back to the sky and made a vomit posture. His mouth grew longer and bigger, and in the horrified eyes of everyone, a pair of white and tender hands stretched out from his mouth, and his hands stretched his mouth wider and wider, until he spit out a brand new Samael. The great snake pill stand and stream finally came in handy. Samael murmured. He was defenseless and received Branson's strongest blow. Even the life plunder could not completely repair the broken body. He could only use this method to recover the injury. The nausea was a little disgusting, but at least the injury was all healed. Drag him and solve him completely in 5 minutes. Ignoring everyone's horrified gazes, Samael looked at Branson, who had evasive eyes, and gave the order directly. Cedric used all his strength on him to restore him, and natural magic had a miraculous effect on recovery. Dragon Austin was obviously injured in the blow just now, but thanks to his excellent magic resistance, it was not serious. But he didn't dare to rush out of the water, so he could only flee on a rampage. Percy's attack may not be strong, but whether it is a barrier or gravity, gravity can effectively prevent him from leaving. After not using his wand for a long time, he began to wave his wand, which caused a huge obstacle to Austin. Draco had never been idle since the beginning, and the dragon was always reflected in his eyes. It took half an hour to complete the magic mark. Beverly, stab me with a sword, anything but the heart. Draco used transfiguration to conjure a longsword and handed it to Beverly. What stupid thing are you talking about? Beverly didn't understand why Draco was crazy at this juncture and was speechless. Trust me, Draco's eyes were surprisingly firm. Looking into his determined eyes, out of trust, Beverly tentatively stabbed him in the thigh. This guy, who usually yells when he is pricked with needles, is actually indifferent. Instead, a huge wound instantly appeared on the hind leg of the dragon that had been fleeing, and the blood donation stained the entire water. Seeing this scene, Beverly was instantly overjoyed, and stabbed her left and right sword towards Draco, but she was always far away from his heart. The dragon in the water can't withstand such blood loss even if it is a strong life, and it is much weaker with the naked eye. Right now. Samael stood up again and gave Derek a look. An earth-shattering roar resounded through the waters. The dragon Austin struggled in pain, and his body began to twist unnaturally. Derek's densely packed dementors dived into the water, and a terrifying chill instantly enveloped the dragon. A dragon shadow was sucked out by the dementors and divided up by the dementors. Derek withdrew the dementor, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This ancient dragon soul was enough to make his dementor race reproduce in large numbers again. Samael breathed a sigh of relief and emerged from the dragon's ears, and the two small snakes were none other than Ilya and Finn, who had never appeared. They had been lurking since Austin spewed dragon breath, until Draco's casting gave him complete insight into the fact that Austin in the midst of transformation could only spit dragon breath once. The two snakes lurked inside the dragon's body, waiting for Samael's orders. After eye contact, he instantly cooperated with Derek and took down the dragon in one fell swoop. In addition to the heart, the dragon's internal organs are all devoured by the two snakes, which is why the dragon Austin dies so painfully. When everyone saw this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Draco had wanted to ask Samael for credit, but just took 2 steps and fainted gloriously. No one would deny Draco's credit, binding the dragon with a human body. Even Samael was shocked. Branson turned into an afterimage and caught him, trying to alleviate his embarrassing situation. When Samael meets the unicorn leader again, there is a beating heart floating behind him. Even if the majestic blood chi was far away, it made them feel frightened, and they unconsciously took a step back. The 4 terrifying giant pythons behind Samael made them even more terrified. The fact that this group can eliminate Austin means that they also have the ability to surround and kill them. Compared with their uneasiness, Samael's performance was much more frank, and the joy was directly expressed on his face. Everyone behind him also looked honored, a little less proud and more calm than before. This change in mentality makes Samael happier than a successful deal with a unicorn. A group of minors who have not received a moderate education will inevitably develop arrogance when they are much stronger than their peers, not only Dracogiotto, but also Cedric and Percy. Samael saw it in his eyes and was anxious, but he didn't have much good to do, but did not want to. It was solved here. The strength of the dragon Austin, even if they fought so hard together, made them see their own shortcomings. Dragons are like this, and how terrifying is the top wizard who is more difficult than dragons. In terms of mobility, no matter how powerful fantastic beasts are, they are not comparable to wizards. The unicorns did not break their word, and after disappearing for a moment, they offered Samael 4 white and flawless horns. The long horns are sharp and spiral-shaped, exuding a vast and pure natural light at the moment when the unicorn voluntarily sacrifices. Cedric felt this power and couldn't help but take a step forward, taking these long horns under Samael's signaling eyes. It's a pleasure to work with, and hopefully we can keep this friendship alive. Samael bowed lightly and looked at them gracefully. The unicorn clan is willing to communicate with you in a friendly manner, little wizard. Samael's strength has been recognized by them, and even this pure natural elf will abide by another natural law. That is, the strong are respected, and the fittest survive. Fighting is always the main theme of the forest. After leaving the unicorn territory, Samael nervously prepared medicinal herbs in the nest of the unicorn. In addition to the sacred unicorn he had just obtained, he also had the corpse of a unicorn that had been dug up from the edge of the forbidden forest, which had been involuntarily sacrificed and was filled with creepy curses throughout. The unicorn is nature's servant. The surging divine power can amplify Cedric's natural magic, and the cursed unicorn is the most suitable for Draco's power. Besides, who better to carry the power of Dragon Austin than Theodore? This trip came out and solved the problem of 3 people at once. Outside the lair, the companions anxiously waited for Samael, only now that they knew that Samael was brewing a potion for them that could increase their magical powers. This kind of thing can be said to be unique in the wizarding world, but they have seen too many miracles in Samael to allow them not to believe it. Where is this? What happened? Draco also woke up during Cedric's recovery, and he was the next protagonist who had to adjust himself in advance. What? Bloodline fusion potion. I'm not in a hurry, I'll give it to you first. No, I have to ask my dad to catch a phoenix for me. Draco couldn't help himself from being excited when he heard the news, and couldn't help but start shouting. This thing is used well, no less than an extra life. Stop arguing, in Samael's words, what suits you best is the best, trust him. Theodore was especially calm now, constantly persuading Draco. But if you look closely, you can see that his hands are trembling slightly. Austin was known for his strength, and he endured the excitement until now when Samael said what was best for him. Out of trust in Samael, Draco finally calmed down. After Samael walked out of the cave, he couldn't help but smile when he saw the nervous and excited people. This is his wing. It worked. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but become excited. Separate Draco, Theodore, and Cedric for fear that they will influence each other. Several people stared at the mysterious potion like the starry sky, and drank it nervously. Draco forced himself to swallow it all at once. Unlike the two, his potion took on a miserable green viscous liquid that was disgusting to look at. Just as everyone was about to step forward to watch, a huge thrust instantly knocked them out. The terrifying magic fluctuations enveloped them in an instant. This is a magic riot. Percy was a little unsure. Nope. To be exact, this is the second mana riot. Samael smiled, it was all within his plan. Different visions appeared next to the three men. Cedric was the most normal, and golden flowers bloomed beside him, with red stamens and thorny stems, and a unicorn jumping among the flowers, smashing all the scene to pieces. The golden dust condenses into each other and gradually turns into an extremely lush oak tree that grows. The pure smell of nature comes to your face, and you can't help but get closer. On the contrary, in the distance, Draco began to grow strange red hair, which was like the tentacles of unknown creatures, constantly spreading around, and everywhere it passed, the grass either turned black and gray, or turned miserable green, and some directly turned into a pus. A pitch-black unicorn drilled out of his body, licking the long hair on his body clean. The unicorn phantom became more solid, the black hair was like satin, shimmering with bright light, and after a few jumps, it completely burrowed into Draco's body. Theodore's vision is much more unpretentious, with a dragon's nest of thorns burning with pale blue flames behind him, and a Ukrainian iron belly lying in the dragon's nest. Staring at them with an indifferent look, after a shocking roar, it completely disappeared, making everyone can't help but be shocked. Samael, the dragon's soul should not still be alive. Branson's hair was seen and couldn't help but ask. Samael glanced at him and kicked him hard, not bothering to deal with him, and he now felt numb when he saw Branson. Everyone else also cast the gaze of the idiot. What kind of joke? Austin's dragon souls were all devoured by the Dementors. How could this be? This guy is obviously looking for words. It's over. Samael's gaze kept looking at the three, sensing the disappearance of the magic fluctuation, and said directly. As soon as the words fell, several people opened their eyes in unison, and the magic fluctuations were completely hidden by them. How does it feel? Percy and the others were curious and couldn't help but surround them. That's pretty good. The nature of the three was high, and when they looked at Samael, they did not hide the heat in it. Along the way, looking at the new changes of the three people, everyone was envious and thinking about the source of magic that suits them. Samael promised to provide each of them with a bloodline fusion potion. It has been determined that Branson needs the heart of a thunderbird, and he amplifies the power of the weather spell. Samael wanted to cancel his share, but couldn't stand the guy's soft grind and sign a series of unequal treaties. Seamus needs the tumor behind the horned beast, which contains explosive liquid that helps to increase the power of the exploding spell and even has the opportunity to help him control the magical nature of the berserk. Samael is going to configure Luna with an invisible beast or a cat fox, one that can see the future for a short time, and the other who can see the good and evil in the human heart. Beverly lacks a fatal attack. Samael means to match her with a surprise skill. The basilisk's eyes are a good skill, but he doesn't know how long it will take to recultivate a basilisk. For this kind of creature forbidden by the Ministry of Magic, it is estimated that there are not many on the black market. Samael himself had a plan, ready to completely heal the blood spell and then perform bloodline fusion, and he believed that this day was not far away. At the moment, only Derek and Percy have no clue now, so they can only take one step at a time. In order to prevent information leakage, Samael asked them to learn the brain occlusion technique as soon as possible, and handed over the only remaining howling rune of the Banshee to Branson, trying to get him to develop a device that could protect the brain, even if it was a castrated version. Samael summoned Kate, who reigned in the Owl Tower, to let Romanda collect the materials in the letter, and of course, did not forget to give him a complete unicorn. After all, they are a cooperative relationship, and friendship can last forever if there are contacts, right? When they returned to Hogwarts after a night of unreturned, they found that the whole of Hogwarts was in disarray. Samael grabbed a panicked student and tried to tell the truth. The Gryffindor student was about to struggle at first, but when he looked at Samael's snake pupils, he unconsciously began to trance. Say, what the hell is going on? Samael's voice was calm and seductive. Harry, no, Potter has killed Crazy, even his friend Hermione has been petrified. The Ministry of Magic has issued a notice that Hogwarts will be completely closed in a few days until the monsters in the Chamber of Secrets are eradicated. Even if he was confused, it was difficult to hide the fear in his heart, and Samael let go slightly. The few people behind him quickly scattered after hearing this. Percy was the chairman and needed to lead the overall situation, and everyone else was also concerned about the safety of their respective houses, leaving only Draco and Theodore. By the way, what about Hagrid? If the Ministry of Magic had intervened, Hagrid would have had an accident as well. Potter didn't know where he learned that Hagrid was the murderer who opened the Chamber of Secrets last time, and somehow it came out, and it was later revealed that Hagrid was sent to Azkaban. Samael was furious when he heard this, and walked towards Gryffindor Tower with a cold breath. When he saw the dejected Harry, Samael did not hold back after all, directly pinched his neck and pushed him against the wall behind him. I don't know if it was too hard. Samael vaguely heard a bang. Harry, when will you fully grow your brain? Will Gryffindor's recklessness breed your stupidity? Samael asked with a gloomy look. Ron on the side saw that Harry was being bullied and prepared to strike at Samael. Samael didn't even turn his head when a side whip kicked him away. He was never polite to such a person who had no self-knowledge. Samael had drunk the blood of Riam Cow, and his strength was much greater than that of adults, and it was difficult for Ron not to faint when he shot with all his strength. Seeing this, Draco took out a green urea bag out of nowhere and put it on Ron's head. A glance passed, and several Gryffindors who were watching the excitement stepped forward and kicked wildly. Draco smiled with satisfaction. Now Hogwarts is surrounded by fear, and he can be regarded as providing a channel for everyone to vent their fears. Samael, let me go, I didn't mean to. Harry was pinched by Samael, and his face turned red. Not intentionally. How many more people are going to pay for this sentence that you didn't mean to do? After Samael finished speaking, Harry's face turned even redder, not knowing whether he was angry or ashamed. In the future, when you know what secrets you have, it's best to keep your mouth under control and don't let your big mouth hurt your friends. Although Samael did not mention Hagrid, he expressed the fact that he had heard Hagrid everywhere. Wood, who had just come out of the lounge, saw this situation and quickly waved his wand, and a flame burst out of the wand and tried to attack Samael. He was the captain of the Gryffindor team and one of the rare people at Hogwarts who trusted Harry completely. Let go, Harry. Theodore calmly blocked in front of Samael, did not even use his wand, and took the flame with one hand. The flames danced in the palm of his hand, but they were suppressed by him, and finally swallowed directly into his abdomen, stunned a kind of melon-eating masses. When he wanted to attack again, he looked at Theodore's dark pupils, as if he saw a violent dragon roaring at him, and unconsciously took a step back. When the others wanted to step forward to help, they couldn't help but flinch when they saw Samael's cold gaze. Samael didn't want to stir up a dispute with the whole Gryffindor, so after putting Harry down, he turned around and left. After seeing Professor McGonagall at the moment of turning around, she only bowed slightly and did not say anything more. Professor McGonagall was equally awkward. She could see that Samael was angry because of Hagrid, and she couldn't deduct Samael's points for defending her friend. And from beginning to end, Samael did not use any spells, but it was her students who used them first. This score really has to be deducted. The unlucky one is still their Gryffindor. Now it's messy enough, there is no need to cut corners. After returning to the lounge, Samael couldn't help but say, Draco, I don't know what role your dad plays here, but I don't want him involved. If he chooses to go head-to-head with Dumbledore, I'm afraid his seat on the board of directors will not be preserved. Samael didn't look back. He believed Draco could hear. He really didn't understand that a person who had only a promise to the Dark Lord dared to strike hard at the White Lord, who was afraid of the Dark Lord. Is it Dumbledore's success in whitewashing over the years, or power and money that make the so-called pureblood stupid and ignorant? It can't be that Liang Jingru gave him courage, right? And he could feel that Dumbledore was no longer the Dumbledore of the past. Samael, Ginny is gone. While Samael was eating, Percy ran over in a panic to say the shocking news, and he rarely saw Percy gaff. Don't worry, speak slowly. Samael dismissed the prying gaze and held up a barrier outside the two. I've taken Ginny to the doctor since Draco found out something was wrong, and it's indeed a loss of vitality. I thought Ginny was practicing dark arts behind my back, so I didn't take it seriously, just told her to stay safe. She's been getting more and more wrong lately, Fred told me, and Ginny wasn't in the break room at the time of the attack. I doubt it. I suspect. Percy visibly panicked at this. Don't worry, trust me, Ginny won't be the heir, I'll find her. Samael's voice has a reassuring magic. Draco, Cedric, Theodore, you guys will accompany me later. Samael is impatient. Harry can't count on that waste, and he can't really let him kill Buck, but in his current state, even with the cooperation of the Phoenix, Harry has to be gone. Voldemort, who was in the 6th grade, was really not worthy of Samael's serious calculation. Several people walked to the girls' bathroom with a storm, and Cedric was familiar with the car along the way, not to mention the location of the secret room. Even the monsters in the secret room he also beaten. If Samael hadn't repeatedly stated that the heir was not him, even he would have believed that Samael was the heir to Slytherin. Parseltongue, Chamber of Secrets, Basilisk, all this is really too coincidental. Aren't we going to take Branson? Cedric misses the time when the two teamed up to subdue the basilisk. He's been a bit floaty lately, blindly pursuing the power of spells, lacking refined control, and if you want to be beaten hard by your teammates when casting spells, then you and I haven't said that. Samael said expressionlessly, and some bad memories flashed through his mind again. Then forget it. Cedric couldn't help but shiver at the thought of Samael's tragic situation at that time. Samael, where are we going? Draco asked the doubts in the hearts of the others, and Percy's furrowed brows expressed the same doubts. Ginny is in the Chamber of Secrets now, and he is controlled by the heir of Slytherin. Samael simply said what happened. Except for Percy, who was more worried, the rest of the people looked excited, after the blood fusion of them, no matter who wanted to weigh the heir's gin tails. Open. Samael opened the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets with a Parseltine cavity and entered the chamber first, followed by the others. The broken bones on the ground were much cleaner after Samael cleaned them. As soon as he entered, Samael saw Ginny lying down in a sleeping basilisk, above which lay a strange young man wearing a Slytherin school uniform. None of them marveled at the size of the basilisk, but instead looked at the teenager. After all, I have seen too many big snakes in the past 2 years. Who are you? You are not our Slytherin student, Draco questioned. As the shadow prefect of the second year, there were no Slytherin students he didn't know. Samael closed his eyes and felt Buck's state. It is worthy of Voldemort. With such a state, he can actually detect the change in Buck's contract. Samael was shocked. No wonder Buck did not heed his call, and Ziofa was actually washing away the mark that belonged to him on Buck. The group of people who were traveling with them looked at the teenager in shock. Draco and Theodore couldn't even help but tremble. Their family members naturally knew what the name Voldemort meant. So it was you, my relatives. Did you steal my pet? Voldemort was not angry, but stared at him. If his eyes could kill, Samael would probably be shot into a sieve by him. Join me, we're relatives, aren't we? Ziofu enjoyed the fear of Samael's companions and beckoned to Samael. A mongrel waste made by a psychedelic agent like you, understand the affection of a chicken feather. Samael looked at him dismissively, the mockery in his eyes undisguised. You look for death. Ziofu, a spell full of black smoke shot like Samael. Samael waved his hand lightly, and a huge palm stretched out on the ground to block the spell, and the earth and rocks flew, and Samael was unharmed. Theodore, it's up to you. Samael squeezed Theodore's shoulder and looked at him with encouraging. Out of trust in Samael, Theodore took a deep breath and gradually let go of his fear of the man. A thick flame flew out of the wand and enveloped Voldemort, and it was hard to imagine that it was just a simple flame roaring. Just you, Xiaofu disdained, and his eyes were full of chill when he looked at Theodore. Theodore didn't know if he was irritated by this gaze. The magic on his body rolled, the raging thorn spread rapidly from his feet, the black thorns stretched the earth and rocks, the spikes grew wildly, and the flames of the orchid bloomed on it. Voldemort's eyes went from disdain to shock. Fire curse, have times changed? Second-year students actually use the fire spell. Dumbledore, you're really old. Theodore is crazy. Xiaofu is naturally not to be outdone. Black smoke shuttles within the range of fierce fire, trying to find Theodore's figure. Theodore changes his figure back and forth, never staying in one place, just waving his wand, trying to lead the tongue of fire to comrade Xiaofu. He could feel the ominousness contained in the black smoke. Looking at the state of Xiaofu's continuous decline, Theodore was proud. Is this Voldemort? Even if it consumes, he consumes him to death. Taking advantage of the opportunity, and the others were not idle, Samael put his hands on Buck's head, and the Parseltongue activated to recreate the contract in its body. Only Draco looked at Voldemort with glowing eyes, and Comrade Volko's application of the dark arts inspired him greatly. Cedric and Percy quickly ran to Ginny's side, looked at the pale Ginny, and looked at Cedric for help. Don't worry, Ginny is also my sister. I will do my best to heal. He and Cedric are neighbors, the two have a good relationship, and he also likes this little girl. Saying that, a large number of golden points of light overflowed from his body, and a huge amount of life force poured into Ginny's body. The two looked pleased, thinking that it was done, but Ginny's body was like a big funnel. The replenished vitality disappeared instantly, and the whole person's physical condition looked worse than before. All curses are over. At the other end of the battlefield, Xiaofu drank loudly, the fire was extinguished, and the whole person began to become crazy, and even the illusory body condensed a lot. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Comrade Ziofu let out a maniacal laugh, and he knew that he was a villain at a glance. Without the blessing of the fire, Theodore's thorns became shattered under a few explosion spells of Xiaofu. Natural magic? You really surprised me. If he hadn't consumed too much mana, he would have cleaned up these little ghosts. My life and Ginny Weasley's are connected, and as long as you crawl at my feet, I don't mind the offense you just gave me. Voldemort promised everyone in a domineering tone. That's how he became the Dark Lord, by such eloquence? Draco, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but speak out, silently complaining in his heart that his old man was really blind. Hey, who says it's not? Samael was idle watching the play, and couldn't help but complain. A comrade Xiaofu was like eating a few dead flies, which was particularly uncomfortable. Xiaofu was angry, and when he looked down, he found that the broken thorns began to grow at both ends, growing extremely rapidly, and he tentatively blew off two but found that they grew even faster. Without the flame family, the thorn spell of the knot family is still extraordinary, and Theodore also refers to the rune endless in natural magic to make it more difficult. Thorns intertwined, holding up a throne for Theodore, looking down on comrade Xiaofu condescendingly. Xiaofu gradually became crazy, and no matter how he did it, he could not stop the thorns from growing. He would have been able to use it, but he did not dare to use it. Idiot! The mocking words came out of Theodore's mouth, the first time he had spoken since the battle, and the mockery in them was self-evident. The long thorn stabbed Xiaofu through, but instead of blood flowing out, it began to glow. You can't kill me. Comrade Xiaofu was breathless, and the wound gradually healed with his words. It's not my job to kill you, I just want to prick you a few more times. Theodore's voice was calm and languid. Draco on the side was eager to try. Theodore, you're up, it's up to me, Draco said as he looked at Samael, and after Samael nodded, he took Theodore's place. After the bloodline fusion ceremony, their spellcasting ability has increased to the level of adult wizards, and even slightly more than in the field they are good at. You must know that they are at the peak of their magic growth, so Samael positions them at worst as peak aurors. This is his charisma, and he is really willing to hang on his companions. Comrade Xiaofu is only in the 6th grade now, even if his level is high, at most he is only an adult wizard level, and in his current state, he and his friends are half a pound and 8 tails. This is also why Samael will be relieved to see them fighting Voldemort, and it is still necessary for masters to sharpen their casting skills. You dare to insult me like that, Avada so ordered. Comrade Xiaofu is angry, and it is a killing move to come up. It's not fair, why is it so partial, why did I change it to a life spell as soon as I came up? Draco screamed while dodging, and the whole person was very jumpy. Xiaofu did not respond to him, and a series of miserable green beams shot towards him. Samael stared closely, afraid that he would accidentally make a move. Soul bondage. Draco has long seen Voldemort's true state, and when it comes to the damage to the soul, there is nothing like a curse, and when it comes to the curse, everyone here is not afraid except Samael. As the mantra ended, dense red hairs appeared on the lime floor, entwining Xiaofu, and the tiny suction cups on the red hair could not break free even in his soul state, and he was horrified to find that the little suckers were sucking his life force. Curse, curse. Xiaofu's expression changed as he carefully sensed the magic above. That's scary? The show has officially begun. Soul decay, Draco chanted, and a terrifying and ominous aura gradually came from above the red fur. Black smoke gradually began to rise from Voldemort's soul body. Avada so. At the last moment when Voldemort was completely corrupted, a green light hit the smug Draco. At the critical moment, the basilisk opened his eyes, Voldemort was completely petrified, black smoke billowed out, Samael pulled fiercely, and the death curse grazed his ears and shot to the rear. Draco stumbled, but instead of getting angry, he looked at Samael gratefully, and with it came fear, knowing that Samael would definitely not spare him. Theodore, go back and beat him, dare to resist and break his leg directly. Samael didn't look at him either, and if it weren't for the unicorn tail wand core in Ginny's wand resisting the death curse, Samael wouldn't even have had a chance to pull him, hoping that the lesson would make him remember. Samael looked at Voldemort, he was now petrified, not completely dead. It seemed that the diary had to be completely destroyed, but where was the diary hidden? Cedric, perceiving a magical item with an evil aura, should be a notebook. Samael is not very good at the field of search spells, and can only search with Cedric. The two held hands, and the golden points of light filled the entire secret room, carefully perceiving each point of light but finding nothing. Master, that thing should be in my belly. Buck, who had been closing his eyes, couldn't help but speak. That's great, you bear with it, I'll disembowel you. Master don't want it, Buck won't dare anymore. Samael, of course, was reluctant to disembowel Buck, but who let him just watch the joke without squeaking? Other snakes may not understand human language, but by no means include Buck, who has lived for thousands of years. Buck stood upright, his abdomen constantly pounding, and a mucus-stained diary was spit out by him. Under Samael's signal, Buck bit the diary, and with a gentle force, thick black smoke immediately came out of the Horcrux, and Comrade Xiaofu, who was originally fixed, completely dissipated after howling. Before dissipating, a wave of water slapped at everyone. Samael cursed no quality and put up a barrier for everyone. Then the group left the secret room with Ginny, who was still unconscious. Samael wondered what to blackmail Dumbledore. After all, he had eradicated the monster that harmed Hogwarts, an ancient Ukrainian iron-bellied dragon. In Aurorally, Samael sways his body to the music by shaking his wineglass. After chatting with Dumbledore, enjoy the rare night. Thanks to a wide variety of alcoholic beverages, Aurora has completely made a name for herself in the British wizarding world, attracting most young wizards. Of course, some elderly drunkards prefer to go to the Hog's Head Bar or Three Broomsticks. Romanda can now make a lot of money even without a monthly auction. After all, young people's money is really easy to earn. And under Carl's operation, Hogwarts students enjoy student discounts, and Samael has seen many familiar figures in the store. This time, the members of the entire Dream Fulfillment organization came, and with the last drunken experience, they all restrained their desires and only drank a little low-grade alcohol. Draco wrapped a bandage with his left hand and raised his glass with his right, nodding gracefully to everyone. As for why not treat? Don't ask, ask is afraid of death. At a young age, he has deeply grasped the essence of drinking mistakes. Although Beverly came for the first time, her momentum was indeed the most powerful, and after shouting that Mr. Noter paid for the whole audience tonight, she went to the corner alone to get drunk and die, leaving Theodore with a bitter face. The crowd was speechless at the madness of this crazy girl, but also allowed his indulgence. On the contrary, Luna is under their close surveillance, afraid that someone will accidentally drink alcohol, and since she has the talent of a prophet, Luna has completely confirmed her status as a group pet. I was afraid that she would accidentally make some mistakes. It has been too long since the British wizarding community has produced a true master prophecy. It is worth mentioning that tonight's individual brought his girlfriend. Percy and Penelope, you non my non, are scraping each other's tongues in the corner, and it's hard to imagine that the usual serious Percy actually has such a side. SEI Wide-Eye didn't know when he and Ravenclaw's autumn show were on the hook. The two didn't act excessively, just simply held hands, looking at the crazy and wanton young people around them a little restrained and a little embarrassed. Although the others did not have partners, it did not affect their drinking and entertainment. Only a muscular man with developed limbs stood next to Samael, who kept talking to him. Young master, that's a dragon. Do you know how much a complete dragon corpse costs on the market? Carl chattered in Samael's ear. As Romanda's right and left hand, he mostly knew about Samael's intelligence. It's just an ancient dragon that has not completed its transformation. There is no need to make a fuss, and no matter how precious it is not comparable to a 1,000-year basilisk. Samael replied nonchalantly. Carl was quite speechless at Samael's gesture, but helpless. I have already used the most precious dragon soul, and the nerves and dragon meat have also been given to you, just a little thick bone, and it is not a big deal to give it to the Ministry of Magic. Samael had to send the keel out in order to conceal Buck's identity and rescue Hagrid. As for the Ministry of Magic's commendation medallion, I don't know which horn to throw. A complete dragon corpse was impossible, there were too many traces of their spells left on it, and a slightly more experienced Auror could see something. Listening to Samael's words, Carl couldn't help but roll his eyes. If those things were handed over to their own bosses to operate, they could use this thing to open up foreign markets and attract a large number of foreign wizards to come. Help me watch them, don't drink too much. Samael didn't bother to say any more, and before leaving, he told Carl to take care of his companions. He didn't want to go through it again. As soon as he went upstairs, Samael saw Romanda's figure, still where he was last time, but the melancholy on his face was more serious than the last time. Haven't you made a lot of money lately? Samael sat down and spoke. Of course I'm worried about you. Roman glared at him and said angrily. Is it that the collection of materials is not smooth? It's not easy to find, even if you find it, you can't get it back. Roman pulled 2 handfuls of his already small hair and said helplessly. Smuggling is not something that your people have never done. It seems that a comfortable life and good remuneration make them less enterprising. Samael didn't dwell on the reason, but instead said something that made him look different. Samael's eyes were downcast, and just because he cooperated with Romanda didn't mean he didn't pay attention to his partner's movements. Romanda choked for a moment, though he didn't want to admit it, but it was. Put away your ridiculous benevolence. The presence of some people not only affects everyone's collective action, but also drags down the entire team, such as Quintroy. Samael didn't remind him what to do. They had all done the work of licking blood from the tip of the knife before, and naturally had their own set of rules, so he didn't have to worry about it at all. Samael is talking about the son of an experienced veteran of Romanda's team, whom Roy Sr. entrusted to Romance before he died. This guy has been drunk lately. Not only has he developed a lazy heart, but also makes some negative remarks in the team. Well, I know what to do. Romanda is a bit decadent, but his gaze is very determined. How's the material collection? Samael saw that he listened, and he didn't bother with it, and brought the topic back again. It's not easy to get. The invisible beast is ready, and the basilisk has news, but the Thunderbird has been protected by the U.S. Department of Magic, and it can't even be bought on the black market. Roman said helplessly. What about the poisonous horned beasts and civets? Samael asked about the movements of the other magical creatures he was paying more attention to. The poisonous horned beast has been captured. It is a mother and son, now in the basement. If you want to take it now, the spirit cat basically only appears in France, and the team has already found traces, no more than a week at the latest. Samael nodded, still satisfied with the progress. Samael didn't hear the news he wanted to know the most. It was about Samael's own bloodline transformation, and he couldn't afford not to pay attention to it. Dear young Master Gaunt, it's really not that I don't pay attention. It's that something I haven't heard of since the first Wizarding War. Romanda's face was bitter. Where is that thing so easy to find? Just find it. The slightest mistake his search team will be completely destroyed. Keep looking for what you should find. Give up if you can't get it. Samael was helpless, and he didn't force him. After all, that thing was really dangerous. Time is like a married couple, getting faster and faster with the more familiar feeling of boredom. Samael and Romanda are in full swing with discussions about the follow-up capture. Mr. Gaunt, come down quickly, it's time to fight. Just as the discussion between the two was hot, Carl hurriedly ran up. Do you want me to teach you how to do such a trifle? Roman frowned, expressing displeasure at Carl's shout. How can a person like him, who walks between darkness and light, not have thugs, and a bar trouble like this can be easily handled? Carl has followed him for so long, and his ability to do things should not be so low. The clashes were caused by Hogwarts students, and the troublemakers among them were friends of Mr. Gaunt. After Carl finished speaking, he looked at Samael strangely. Which one? Samael was expressionless. The one with a bandage on his hand. After Carl finished speaking, he pulled Samael and walked down. Samael was a little speechless, but he didn't expect this kid to be so rampant after being injured. As soon as he arrived downstairs, he heard Ron yelling at Draco with a blue nose and a swollen face. You actually dare to hit me? Looking at the person behind him, Ron's voice was a little more confident. Joke, is it the first time father has hit you? Draco said as he showed off his remaining arm, his nostrils facing the sky, and said proudly, as much as he owed. Harry, Ron? Samael wondered how the two were here, followed by a group of Gryffindor Quidditch players. These two little ones must have been brought over by someone else, and I didn't see him at first. Carl said truthfully. Then how did they fight? Draco warned Samael, and it was reasonable to say that he should not dare to take the initiative to cause trouble. I know that the red-haired one is supposed to be the brother of the man you brought with you, and as soon as he entered the door, he accused him of not bringing himself to such a fun place, and shouted to write to his mother. A waiter-like attendant pointed to Percy, who had a livid face in the corner, and looked at it curiously as he spoke. It's really sick. Samael has almost reverted to the truth of the matter. Since he had identified the murderer of the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets early, Harry and they lost their sense of urgency and took a rare break with the members of the Quidditch team. Samael guessed that he should still be carrying the invisibility cloak with him, otherwise, at the level of this group of people, he should not have the ability to deceive Filch. Ron should have seen Percy when he entered the door, angry, and Draco was the one who was upset. Percy, Ron, forget it, we are your dearest brother, how can you not take us? Yes, you damn capitalist, spending our hard-earned money here to drink red wine and soak women. The Weasley twins squeezed Penelope off Percy's lap, and the two of them sat on Percy's lap in a meat bench. Percy wanted to struggle, but couldn't get enough of the two, so he could only stare at the two with a black face, leaving the embarrassed Pinlo alone. Samael, you said that we told my mother about Percy's relationship, wouldn't it be better? Fred shouted at him after seeing Samael. I think Mrs. Weasley would prefer to see your brothers in harmony and watch the camera. As soon as Samael finished speaking, he used his camera to film the strange posture of the three people. Fred George was like a frightened rabbit, immediately jumping away from Percy. They did it to discuss Percy, and now they are disgusted when they are photographed. They don't want to spread the rumors of a good baby Fred and a good baby George from school. Percy gave Samael a grateful look and took Penelope's hand again, and Ron and the Quidditch player at the door were embarrassed to see Samael. Can't beat, walk, and lose face. Carl, take them to the third floor, don't participate in private grudges. Romanda has his own way of training his men, and he trains on the third floor on weekdays, which is spacious enough and strong enough. Several people in Gryffindor breathed a sigh of relief to hear that Samael was not involved. Having seen Samael and Snape fight, to be honest, they were not confident that they could win, even in a group fight. Brot, Weasley, I hope you two don't back down. Young Master Ben wants to fight with one arm. Draco taunted and went straight upstairs, and Samael saw Branson clench his fists, seemingly wanting to punch him. Percy, go help your brother, don't make the Brotherhood too stiff. Theodore, you go help Draco, his ability is not suitable for this friendly match, don't really suffer. After hearing the order, the two also followed the large army. Samael's Brotherhood naturally means the Weasley twins. As a friend, he didn't want Percy to be further and further apart from his family, and he could see that Percy really didn't want to disappoint his family. Let Percy help, one will not make the Gryffindor people lose too badly, and the other will allow Percy to protect his brother. Others rushed up to see the liveliness, and Samael was too lazy to go up, staring intently at his red wine, which seemed to contain a sea of stars, which fascinated him. In less than a quarter of an hour, the members of the two teams went downstairs in unison, one by one, gray-headed, cursing as they walked. Theodore, I really don't need your help, I blame you for ruining my brilliant moment. Draco looked resentfully at Theodore behind him, who shrugged his shoulders to indicate who had made them so dish. Theodore fired a flame thorn and directly hit the opposite side by surprise. he didn't even use fire. Wood and the others finally extinguished the flames, and were scrambled by the terrifying thorn curse. Among them, Ron and Harry were specially taken care of by him and were pricked in the butt several times. Although Percy has not undergone bloodline fusion, after all, his age is there, and the level of an adult wizard is not much worse. With his experience and spells, he is confident that he can defeat Theodore. But he couldn't stop him from taking a group of pig teammates, one by one, not only did not obey the orders, but also cast spells indiscriminately. The shield originally used to defend against Theodore's attack was broken by his teammates, making him very faceless. Fortunately, the Weasley twins were nimble, and seeing that they couldn't beat them, they threw out 2 large dung bombs in larger versions. Although it had no effect, it finally attacked the other party so that they would not lose too ugly. It's just that before he went downstairs, he was swept away by the two with a whirlwind to clean up. Looking at the dejected Gryffindor, the cursing Gryffindor, and the boring members of the Dream Fulfillment Organization, Samael was at peace. If even these people can't take it, then what is the point of Samael's training day and night, and the hanging for them? Time is like the only remaining hair of a middle-aged person. No matter how hard you try to keep it, it will not help. Samael sat in their seat, watching Ron and Gryffindor wielding his wand casually, dancing there like a funny red-haired monkey. Percy, you don't lack that few bucks, why don't you buy him another wand? Samael looked at Percy, and he knew that Percy still cared about his brother. Ron was actually very gifted and learned things quickly, but the wand was holding him back. Seamus saw Samael discussing his roommate and quickly said his opinion, and the reason why Ron was poor in strength was entirely because he was a 3-minute heat plus a first-level retreat player. I thought you guys didn't have a good relationship. Percy listened to the two and was extremely surprised. Our relationship is indeed not good, but this does not affect the brotherhood between you. I am me, you are you. I don't remember that the purpose of our organization also requires the complete severance of family affection. Samael rolled her eyes and looked at Percy like a fool. Percy looked at Samael gratefully and walked in the direction of Gryffindor. Seamus looked at Samael with admiration. What is the pattern? This is He didn't listen to Ron say bad things about Samael in the bedroom. Samael is not stupid. This kind of behavior of the enemy will naturally not do it. He is very sure that the relationship between Ron and him will only get worse and worse. As long as Percy is still grateful to Samael, the contradiction between Ron and him will never stop. Such a simple conversation, firstly, gained Percy's loyalty, secondly, strengthened Seamus's sense of belonging, and finally cut off the relationship between Percy and Ron. Samael, something bad happened, something happened again. Before the steak could enter his mouth, he was interrupted by the fiery Draco. What's going on? What's wrong with you? Why are you again? Asked Samael with a frown, displeased. Samael's 3 consecutive questions directly confused Draco. Why is there a little more trust between people? I am the heir of the Malfoy family, and it is Theodore who is in trouble this time. Draco gasped and drained the remaining lemonade from Samael's cup, then retorted unhappily. Theodore? How could it be him? What's the situation? Samael was surprised. Theodore had always been calm and never had to worry too much about him. Let's go, don't talk so much. Draco pulled Samael and ran, leaving a puzzled crowd with their faces. What? Attack the professor? The two whispered as they ran, and Samael wondered how Theodore could do that. It's not that idiot Lockhart, who has to let Theodore play a fire dragon in the secret room during class, and cooperate with him. In order not to entangle him too much, Theodore decisively released the flame charm with all his strength, which startled Lockhart, so he was called to the office after class. I don't know if this product is crazy, actually sneaking up on Theodore behind his back, and Theodore accidentally set fire to the guy. When Samael first heard that it was Lockhart, he was slightly relieved, and then frowned. Samael hadn't taken his acting class since the last time he played against Snape, and this guy didn't bother him. He already had a guess about the cause of the matter. Hogwarts presented the Special Contribution Award to the group of people they went to the Chamber of Secrets, and it was clear that Lockhart wanted to replace one person and replace the protagonist with himself. Unfortunately, he meets Theodore, a wizard trained by Samael who has developed muscle memory. Sneak attack from behind? Can't escape Theodore's perception at all. As soon as he entered the office, Samael saw Lockhart, a half-blackened parallel cargo, and a panicked Theodore. No matter how calm Theodore is, he is only a 13-year-old wizard, and he is not attacking a notorious dark wizard, but his own professor. It's okay Theodore, I'll level it out. Samael soothed Theodore and turned to Draco and said, go find Professor Snape. Draco didn't say anything, turned around and ran. Such a big thing is impossible to suppress. It is essential to find an adult who can be relied on. Soon, Snape hurried over with his bat wings, carrying Draco in his hand. Professor. Samael nodded. Snape ignored him and instead checked Lockhart's condition. The injury is serious, but it can be treated, but why cast the Oblivion Charm on him? Snape observed for a moment, staring at Theodore. It should be his spell that sneaked up on me, and my iron armor spell bounced off his body. Theodore pondered and came to this conclusion. I thought Professor Lockhart was a squib, not such profound magic. Snape stared at Theodore deadly, and even though he was puzzled, he could tell from the look in his eyes that he was not lying. What about that? Draco poked his head out and looked at his professor a little worriedly. Even he knew it was complicated. Lockhart was a celebrity in the entire wizarding world, and if Theodore wasn't doing well, Hogwarts could hold him accountable. But the problem now is that Theodore did not have an incident. Lockhart was seriously injured and dying, and the most important thing was that his memory had been damaged to the point of only 10 years old. Then this matter would evolve into Hogwarts students attacking well-known teachers, plus Theodore's family component. The Ministry of Magic would definitely intervene. Let him disappear imperceptibly. Draco made a speechless suggestion, and Samael glared at him without speaking. Snape was speechless in his heart, and his students were completely off track with that daring guy. If you don't teach you to cure him first, then use the Soul Reaper charm to control his departure. As long as you show up in the wizarding world, then in the end, it will be none of our business. Theodore said tentatively. The Reaper of Souls curse is one of the 3 unforgivable curses, and once you find the green bricks of Azkaban, you will definitely have enough to stay. Of course, if you want to have a party with your family members, then I didn't say. Moreover, both Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore are extremely good wizards, and Lockhart's resignation will definitely attract their attention, Snape said seriously. Theodore looked frustrated, and Samael's eyes lit up instead. The Soul Reaper curse will be detected, and he also has the Besnake Sanhua pupil, which has an ability called the Demon Pupil Control Body, which can emit a strange energy from the pupil and can seize control of other people's bodies. This ability was usually used by him to control Goyle and Crabbe to lose weight, but he didn't expect to use this. Without magic fluctuations, even if they detected something wrong with Lockhart, they would not be able to detect him. The next day, when Snape looked at Lockhart, who was waving a tearful goodbye to the students in exaggerated movements, the importance he attached to Samael in his heart rose to a higher level, and he couldn't help but feel chills. As a potions professor, he knew better than anyone how badly Lockhart's brain was damaged, and to put it bluntly, by throwing him into the Muggle world, people wouldn't even notice that he was a wizard. From a professional point of view, he analyzes the exaggerated degree of brain damage even the best doctors cannot cure. He believed that if his student embarked on the path of the Dark Lord, he would definitely be much stronger than the Dark Lord who would only remain a death curse. Samael, do you say this will work? Draco looked at Lockhart's distant back with some concern. Don't worry, tomorrow you'll be able to read the news of Lockhart's retreat in the Daily Prophet. Samael's mouth smiled. It was also a small profit. Not only Lockhart's wealth and collection would fall into his hands, he himself would also become a good material in Samael's collection. No, Draco, if I ask you for something, will you refuse me? Samael's voice suddenly became hollow, staring at Draco. Don't worry, as long as I have it, anything will do. Draco boldly agreed. As the heir of the Malfoy family, he was not the strongest in this group, but he was definitely the top group. He knew very well how valuable Samael's knowledge of the dagger, bloodline transformation, and selfless dedication really contained. Dobby, Samael said firmly. That dirty house elf? Draco wondered. Don't you think that no one really knows about your father's plot against Dumbledore and the framing of Ginny Weasley? Samael's voice drifted, leaving Draco wondering exactly how much he knew. I have no intention of participating in a dispute between the two of you, nor do I want to help you comment on who is right and who is wrong. Dumbledore aside, you should have seen the attitude of the Weasleys towards this only daughter. Think about your relationship with Percy, once leaked. What impact it will have because you don't need me to explain. Samael tried his best to analyze the pros and cons for Draco, but he's just a lowly house elf, and he shouldn't betray me. Draco understood the seriousness of Samael's story, but he really couldn't understand that a house elf would betray. Dobby is different, he seeks freedom and longs for equality. As far as I know, he has connected with Harry. A new batch of bloodline fusion potion is ready, and I hope you will come with its heart when the time comes. Samael actually admired this creature who did not succumb to fate, but as Draco's friend, Samael would not allow this to happen. Draco nodded and decided to find out the truth. House elves know too many pureblood family secrets, and the consequences of betrayal are unimaginable. There is no shortage of this house elf and their family. Forbidden forests, such as the nest of the snake. Samael concentrated on brewing potions in the cave, looking at the brightly colored potions one after another, and the sense of accomplishment in his heart was indescribable. Although he is not good at potions, he is just not good at invention and creation, and the preparation of the book will not stump him. Outside the cave are nervous members. Before the changes of Dracogiotto and Cedric, they saw in their eyes, and who could not see the power of that kind of red. Now it's finally their turn. Watching Samael throw one magic source after another into the crucible, he couldn't help but feel a pang of excitement. Branson was alone in the lost place, because he saw no trace of the wings of the Thunderbird. Several people stepped forward one by one, tightly holding the reagent in their hands, and drank it. Everyone was far away, and the movement caused by the second magic burst had already been experienced by them last time, and they didn't want to experience it again. Sure enough, after a gust of wind swept through, the territory of the runny snake became even more miserable. Samael didn't expect that it was Seamus who first caused the change. I saw that his whole body turned red, and the magic contained in his body became violent uncontrollably. The tree behind him exploded silently, wood chips flew and Mars splashed, leaving a mess. An angry rhinoceros-like creature went on a furious rampage behind him, eventually crashing into his body. Seamus opened his eyes and got up, feeling that the whole world was different from before. It is worth mentioning that after extracting the poisonous horned beast horn slime, it did not substantially harm the creature, and now it has entered Derek's box. Immediately after the change of Percy, although the house elf bloodline is not good to say, no one denies the strength of this creature. After all, it is a branch of the ancient elves. There was no vision behind him, and his body stayed in mid-air, and suddenly became flashing, as if it existed in a different space. With a wave of one hand, a large area of trees was uprooted by him, and his arms waved, causing a huge movement. Samael looked closely and noticed that his spatial ability and ability to control objects had improved greatly, and he even felt that this guy was able to travel through space where phantoms were forbidden. This ability perfectly explains what is called the grace of a mage. The changes in Derek and Luna take place almost simultaneously, but the scenes are diametrically opposite. One radiant and peaceful, one evil and eerie. Derek didn't know if he was crazy and actually asked Samael to integrate the entire Dementor into the potion. He wants to take the route of the royal beast master who rushes between the waves of 10,000 beasts. He has a soul talisman that can perfectly control the beast, but he does not have a strong soul power. Dementors were the best option for him. Think about how shocking it was to see that after 10,000 beasts rushed, the living beings disappeared and the souls did not exist. Derek's path is completely farther and farther on the path of the Dark Wizard. There are also no exaggerated visions behind this cargo, only a strange black hole. The black hole emitted a terrifying chill that made them shudder. There was also a terrifying suction force from above, as if to suck their souls in. Cedric on the side cast a worried gaze. Luna was much more normal than he was. Even if it was not completely dark now, everyone could see that she was covered in starlight, and her eyes became brighter. Hello everyone, this change is really amazing. Luna's eyes widened and she greeted everyone in an ethereal voice, more erratic than before. Finally done. Samael looked at the changes in everyone, wiped his sweat, and felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Of course, to cast away someone's resentful gaze. Time flies, and after Samael solves the Chamber of Secrets monsters, Hogwarts students can have a wonderful Christmas break. Sitting on the Muggle plain, Samael looked at the scenery outside the field, pleasing to the green. His heart was calm, his mind was leisurely, and the natural energy lingering around him unconsciously changed with his state of mind. Of course, if only there were no cash bags around. Samael, I can't believe you didn't prepare a Christmas present for me. Samael looked back at Branson, who looked resentful, not bothering to deal with him, but instead looked at Derek. The divine thunder that fell from the sky is still fresh in his memory, and he still wants a gift. Derek, do you like the gift? Derek smiled shyly, very happy. Samael's Christmas gift was delivered to his heart. The two were idle and bored, ready to accompany Branson home for Christmas. This guy had not been home for 2 years. A month before Christmas, he received a letter from Daniel's father, saying that he was going to take Miss Claire on a romantic New Year's trip, and Samael had no intention of being the shiny light bulb, so he chose to stay at school. Derek is even worse. His father helped him research and cultivate Dementors was discovered by Old Man Newt. The old man threw his son out in a fit of anger. His father wanted to anger his son, but in the end it still hurt, so he could only choose to be out of sight and out of mind, and took his wife to his father-in-law's house for the holidays. Seeing that Branson was pitiful, the two decided to accompany him home together to see if they could get the Thunderbird. In this group of people, he is now left without bloodline fusion. As soon as he got off the plane, Samael saw the out-of-place figure in the crowd. Gray sports hoodie. I don't know how powerful power is hidden under the strong body. It is a man who combines wildness and elegance, mature and handsome, and the eyes of women will always seem to stay on him. The man ignored those eager gazes, but instead ran eagerly towards them and hugged Branson tightly. My dear nephew, I haven't seen you for a long time. How can you be willing to leave your lovely and charming uncle behind? Their relationship is so good, and it's not as irresponsible as Branson says. Derek asked, looking at the close uncle and nephew. Yes, it is indeed a good relationship. Samael pouted, and if he hadn't heard the sound of ribs breaking the moment the two hugged, he would have almost believed it. Hello, my name is Neil, I am Branson's uncle. You must be Samael. Branson often writes to mention you and thank you for taking care of him. The man let go of Branson, who was about to suffocate, shook Samael's hand warmly, and the two chatted politely for a while. In contrast, Derek was much more restrained and very shy. Samael instead thinks Neil likes Derek more, and doesn't know if Newt's genes are at work. Okay, let's go home and talk, you must be tired all the way back. Neil helped the three put their suitcases in the back seat and got into the car together. The U.S. Ministry of Magic's control over wizards is almost pathological, and the wands of foreign wizards must be closely monitored. In 1842, there was even a terrorist riot because of this incident, but all of them were suppressed by the Ministry of Magic, which also made the United States the last place for dark wizards to come. Fortunately, the Ministry of Magic only monitors wands and does not restrict the use of magic, which has led to the emergence of a large number of high-level wizards without wands and intelligent creatures who do not rely much on wands. Entering the country, Samael and Derek did not bring wands at all when they came, and the two were not highly dependent on wands, so they did not take the channel of the Ministry of Magic, but entered the United States as Muggles. Fortunately, once Derek's surname is exposed, it will definitely receive a strict inspection from the Ministry of Magic. The old man was not a master who kept his own peace and security. "Branson, don't you notice something is wrong?" A few people sat on Neil's self-thought handsome Audi 100, but in fact very ugly, listening to the most powerful music, and racing all the way. Samael sensed that several creatures of a magical nature were approaching. "No, what's the problem?" Branson sniffed sideways and nose, but found nothing unusual, but he knew that Samael was not the kind of person who was untargeted. Samael frowned. He was now quite sure that there was a problem. On weekdays Branson could smell even if he had showered or not, and his ears could hear what he said even from one academy, and such an obvious problem would not be noticed. "Damn, it's Sage." Neil cursed and turned the steering wheel urgently, almost throwing Branson out. Samael knew that the smoke formed after the sage burned was effective in isolating the werewolf's sense of hearing and smell. Several cars that were tracking no longer hid their tracks and crashed directly into them. Bang! A loud sound sounded. Neil dodged without hurry, and the car was directly knocked off the road. The car that followed behind crashed as if it were deadly, and soon, Samael's car instantly became fragmented. "You managed to me off." Neil tore the door and transformed into a 3-meter-tall werewolf, his ice-blue pupils flashing with bloodthirsty light. The wounds on the body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Branson looked at Samael and the other's situation and followed closely. Sen Rant's killing intent rushed straight into the sky, rushing towards the people who attacked them. Snow monster, or ogre. Samael looked at the monster with black and yellow fangs. Samael acted calm. Samael used the iron armor charm on himself just before the crash, and he and Derek didn't have a mess. He always knew that Branson had a terrifying opponent, originally thought it was just a werewolf, but did not think that there were other monsters. This trip was worth it. Wow, is this the romance of men? Derek poked his head out, watching Branson and Neil bring out the flesh and blood of their enemies with every swing of their claws. The snow monsters are obviously not the opponents of the uncle and nephew, but there are just a lot of people. Bang, bang, bang. Samael snapped his fingers, and the limbs of the 3 monsters led by him were all blown off, lying on the ground and groaning in pain. Good resilience, but nowhere near Branson. Samael looked at the slowly recovering snow monster, and his tone was calm, making the others shudder. "Branson, quick fix." Samael ignored the others and poured a small dose of venom into the snow monster's mouth. He then threw it into the box he was carrying. Such good